Once, the beautiful country spent hundreds of billions to acquire the Zerg Queen, but now it has been turned into a specimen collecting dust in a display case, unwanted even if given away for free. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to spend my entire fortune to buy it. My classmates mocked me as a fool with a missing screw, ridiculing me for contracting an insect as my battle beast. But I paid no heed, because as a descendant of Blue Star, I knew this was the strongest creature of the Zerg, the facehugger alien. The system's prompt echoed in my mind, and I trembled with excitement. It was an alien. To think, the facehugger stage already possessed parasitic abilities, capable of assimilating the host's genes to breed even more perfect alien lifeforms. Its biological structure, composed of silicon and organic matter, could withstand nuclear radiation, repel bacterial invasions, and boasted an exoskeleton with defenses rivaling an aircraft carrier. Once a queen mother revolved within the hive, she could lay millions of eggs in just an hour. Clenching my fists, I vowed restoring the glory of the aliens is our duty. I asked the system, can you create a host using my own genetic blueprint? While the facehugger could parasitize animals like cattle or sheep, its true power lay in genetic assimilation, and human DNA was undoubtedly the most perfect template. However, no one had ever attempted this before, leaving the system utterly speechless at my question. After what felt like an eternity, the system finally responded. In the next moment, a flash of light descended from above, and an exact replica of myself, a host, materialized before me. It's worth noting that this creation lacked my memories or intellect. Staring at this mirror image food, my emotions were complicated, to say the least. I nodded without hesitation. As the system's data analysis completed, a creature not of this world appeared before me. After awakening, the facehugger didn't immediately pounce on my clone but curled up on the grass, awaiting my command. Though the facehugger showed no expression, I could sense its fear of me, a genetic sequence etched into its very bones. In the facehugger's mind, I was its master. I opened my domain panel, which displayed Host Spirit Cultivator, Deity of Xenomorphs, Tamed Beast Facehugger. After reviewing the panel, I issued my first command, Facehugger, parasitize. Upon receiving the order, the facehugger lunged like lightning toward the food. By the time I realized what happened, it had already latched onto the food's face, implanting the xenomorph embryo into the host's body. The entire process would take only 1 to 2 hours. After implantation, the facehugger would detach and die, while the host would consume large amounts of food to nourish the xenomorph, which would emerge hours later, entering hunting mode. Once reaching adulthood, the xenomorph would naturally lay eggs, hatching more facehuggers, creating an endless cycle. I looked around. The current location was a dense grassland. Soon, an army of xenomorphs would be born here. All that remained was to observe. Just then, the system prompt sounded, as this is a new species, please assign it a name. After some thought, I decided to call it Xenomorph. Upon naming the new species, I gained its loyalty. Good. I nodded, observing the xenomorph before me, identical to what I remembered. I thought to myself, it looks kinda cool. I took out the resource card and thought, let's start feeding. This time, I didn't create another clone of myself since the xenomorph had already assimilated my genes, making more clones pointless. Instead, I used the resource card to spawn a herd of cattle. While I could feed the xenomorph cooked food, what kind of xenomorph wouldn't know how to hunt? In 1 week, there would be a placement exam. According to my online research, it would include a combat test for tamed beasts, aimed at evaluating the nurturing abilities of new students. I pondered to myself, now, let's see what you're capable of. Hunt. At my command, the starving xenomorph immediately charged toward the cattle. At first, the herd didn't take the small creatures seriously until the xenomorph dashed past one cow, leaving behind nothing but bones. Only then did they realize the danger. The next moment, the entire herd panicked and fled. But how could they possibly escape the xenomorph's pursuit? As it continued feeding, its body visibly grew. In less than an hour, the once 1 meter tall xenomorph had expanded to 1.8 meters, its pitch-black exoskeleton radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Moreover, since it was the only xenomorph in the tamed beast space, the male genes originally present in its body were gradually fading. This was a xenomorph queen. This change took me completely by surprise. I thought I'd need to keep creating replicants and facehuggers to build my alien army, but I never expected the aliens could automatically change their gender. I couldn't help but marvel. Life finds a way, doesn't it? After devouring the herd of cattle, the alien queen walked up to me and slowly knelt at my feet. This act of submission felt strangely fascinating. Tentatively, I reached out and stroked the alien queen's head. Its surface was smoother than I'd imagined, like running my hand over a girl's leather-clad thigh. I caught myself thinking, why does my alien queen seem kind of pretty? Just as I was enjoying this moment, my stomach let out a loud growl. Rubbing my stomach, I said, let's get some food. I'd spent hours here nurturing my aliens. However, to my surprise, the alien queen kneeling at my feet, upon hearing my words, kicked off with her hind legs and within just 2 or 3 breaths, dragged a bloodied yellow cow to my feet. I thought to myself, is this the strict hierarchy of the hive mind? With that in mind, I patted the alien queen's head and said, you eat it. Not to mention the fact that resource cards are already expensive, but after seeing the alien queen's hunting methods, there was no way I could stomach anything here. After comforting the alien queen, I exited the beast taming space and returned to the real world. Half an hour later, I arrived at the cafeteria of Huching No. 1 High School. As dusk fell, all the freshmen had received their resources from their respective homeroom teachers. Just as I was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind me, laced with hostility. Are you that spiritual cultivator? At the mention of the name spiritual cultivator, many freshmen in the cafeteria stopped in their tracks. Someone whispered, spiritual cultivator, why does that name sound so familiar? That's the guy who chose the facehugger. Thought he was some top student, but he picked a third-rate tamed beast. Probably just crammed his way to good grades. The chatter quickly turned one-sided, as they saw me as nothing more than a fake top student who got into Huching No. 1 High through sheer grinding, with nothing remarkable about me. However, I paid no mind to these doubts. Who would get angry at a stray dog on the street? Not even a whole pack would bother me. I raised an eyebrow and looked at the guy in front of me, asking, are you the PE teacher? The other person was dressed in a white tracksuit, standing at a towering 1.9 meters tall, with brawny arms and thighs so muscular they strained against his sweatpants. The newcomer was taken aback by my question and said, I'm a freshman, ranked 11th in the entrance exams, with a middle school score of 674. My surname is Chen, given name Fan. I remember your score was 689, ranked 7th in the city. Since we've run into each other here, why not settle who's better? The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Someone said, Chen Fan, I've heard of him. Their family owns the biggest supermarket chain in our city. Without a doubt, both Chen Fan and I were among the most talked about freshmen in our grade. News spread quickly, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Chen Fan had been holding a grudge in his heart, always confident in his academic performance and believing he could easily rank within the top 10. To his surprise, his ranking was stuck at the 11th position. Although the school had given new students 7 days before the placement exam to train their spirit beasts, he thought that if it were him, he would have already completed the initial training by now. As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled out a spirit beast space card from his pocket. Fong Xiu never expected that he would be targeted on this first day of school. But, this kind of challenge, Fong Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. The greatest strength of the xenomorphs is the assimilation of other creatures' genes by means of parasitism. Since this Chen Fan had the confidence to use imperial beasts to fight, it meant that the imperial beasts he had cultivated were not bad in combat. And, Fong Xiu also wanted to see just how strong his alien queen, in this imperial beast world, was. Chapter 4, A Challenger from the Catechism? Without hesitation, Fong Xiu pulled out the imperial beast space card. Fighting was originally one of the functions of the imperial beasts. Even if there was no Chen Fan taking the initiative to place a battle order, there would be no shortage of sparring in the future. So the imperial beast space card handed out by the school could be used to create an online realm by way of a LAN. There's one more thing I want to make clear here. Using his resource card, Chen Fan created the online domain and launched an invitation to Fong Xiu. Then his voice sank. The person I want to defeat is not just you, Fong Xiu. The entire top 10 of Crane City 1 are my whetstone. I merely happened to meet you here first. If it was Li Qingqing, Zhang Shurun and the others that I ran into here, I would have challenged them just the same. Chen Fan said in a loud voice to show that this was in no way personal. He just wants to prove to himself that this 11 is no worse than the top 10. Qingqing Li, Shurun Zhang. Could it be someone else from the top 10? This Chen Fan. It looks like he's done a lot of homework. Compared to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fong Xiu, on the contrary, felt that he was a bit lazy, and he didn't know any of the top 10. However, Fong Xiu only secretly spat in his heart and remained breezy on the surface. If you're finished, let's get started. After speaking, Fong Xiu clicked on Chen Fan's invitation on the Imperial Beast space card. Buzz. In a flash, Fong Xiu only felt a loud bang in his head. Looking ahead again, he only saw that the space had expanded by more than 100 times. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a cabin-built campground. I remember my Imperial Beast space is only a few dozen square meters of grassland. Looking at these things that didn't belong to his royal beast space, Fong Xiu couldn't help but lament that this Chen Fan had really put in a lot of effort. Ouch! Immediately afterward, there was a roar that resounded throughout the space, quite a bit rougher than the tiger's roar that Fong Xiu remembered. In the next second, the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps like rain approached the area. Fong Xiu, listen carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath before speaking in a torrent. My imperial beasts are not regular species, but rare ancient species. Since my junior year of high school, our family has hired me a tutor to teach me general knowledge of various ancient species. If you want to cultivate the imperial beasts, the first thing you need to do is to understand them. And the ancient creatures were not only more massive, but even their muscles were very solid because of the high oxygen content of the blue planet. But it is not easy for the children of ordinary families to be exposed to the general knowledge of ancient species without the guidance of experts in antiquity. Without a sufficient knowledge base, it is naturally impossible to breed ancient species of imperial beasts. This shows the influence of the family of origin on new students. No wonder this Chen Fan has the confidence to consider the top 10 as a whetstone. It's the substantial family that gives him the bottom line. Fong Xiu thought darkly in his heart, and his sight looked towards the huge fellow who made a roaring sound. Only a brown-colored triceratops was seen, constantly running wildly this way. The sharp horns on its head were thicker than Fong Xiu's arms, and the bony discs growing near its neck looked very sturdy, and its size was quite a bit larger than the van. If it was in the wilds of the original world, it was expected that one look at this kind of big guy would make one's face pale with fear. Chen Fan clasped his hands on his chest. So, what is your imperial beast? My imperial beast. Fong Xiu thought for a moment. He told the class teacher that his imperial beast was a face hugger, but it was obviously inappropriate to say face hugger at this time. None of that matters, though. Important. Where's my royal beast? Fong Xiu looked around. His own imperial beast space was only a few dozen square meters, an unobstructed view of the grassland. By the time he returned to the real world himself, his alien queen had grown to a height of a meter or so. Where have you been all this time? When Chen Fan saw this, he even had a black line on his face. Come to think of it, from the time he came in, he hadn't seen a guy who looked like a royal beast. Where's your royal beast? After a short silence, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak. Can it be that Fong Xiu, a top 10, is just a small town doing a questioner? Only general studies and nothing about the sentinel? Could it be? Fong Xiu ignored Chen Fan and his triceratops, and after some visual inspection, he then realized that his primordial space, at some point, had been dug out into a deep pit, and on the side of this deep pit, a dark hole was attached. I see. In an instant, Fong Xiu came to a realization. The social makeup of the aliens is a nesting consciousness, and after obtaining sufficient food, the queen then spawns by monogamy. Because of the nest consciousness, the alien queen does not lay her eggs in the plains, but instead seeks out caves to incubate the alien eggs in a dark and dank environment. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu looked up in all directions, because he hadn't thought of this problem in the first place. He hadn't built a cozy lair for the alien queen, which had led to the alien queen digging a hard underground cavern. But this couldn't be blamed on Fong Xiu. According to his original conception, the alien queen would need at least 48 hours before she could enter her adult body. It looks like it was too much food energy given by the resource card that catalyzed the growth of the alien queen. Catalyze. Cooked. Although Fong Xiu was the alien god and even the queen was completely subservient to him, after looking at the size of that hole, Fong Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Fan, it's not too late for you to quit. Triceratops being a rare and ancient species, Fong Xiu naturally wanted the alien to assimilate the Triceratops genes. But this Chen Fan wasn't a bad person, and it wasn't too late for him to regret it if he did. Humph! Chen Fan let out a heavy cold snort, and although he had also noticed the unusual deep pit, he was completely unperturbed in his heart. His own imperial beast was an ancient species of Triceratops, with its head, horns and bony discs. It was meant for battle. Yet the next moment, the entire ground began to shake like crazy. The green grass was even cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, creating cracks that quickly spread to Chen Fan's feet. The Triceratops, which was originally still raging, with reddened eyes and a desire to fight, as if it had sensed something terrible. Fear was written all over its eyes that were glaring like copper bells, and the pelvis near its neck shrugged down. Fizzle. Completely different from the sky-shattering roar of the Triceratops, what came out from the dark and deep cave was a low, hoarse, strange sound like gas leaking. Even though the volume of this voice was not very loud, it managed to continuously echo in Chen Fan's ears. The sensation, as he experienced it, was like someone sliding their fingernails over and over the glass. That bone-deep discomfort made all the hairs on his body shrug. Cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead, and his collar became soaked without him realizing it. This guy Fong Xiu, what kind of imperial beasts have been bred? Boo! Chapter 5, The Alien Queen's Oppression. A battle ended in an instant. Just as Chen Fan's entire being felt creeped out, the deafening sound of collision pulled his thoughts back to the real world, only to see a black behemoth, leaping up from the depths of the midst of it, with a bizarre hissing and hissing. Chen Fan subconsciously looked up, only to feel that this fellow's size was enough to cover the sky. The Triceratops he had nurtured was shivering even more, and his lower body was spewing yellow urine intermittently. Chen Fan, who was in shock, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and his two eyes stared even rounder than the eyes of the Triceratops. Dumbstruck, In fact, it wasn't just this Chen Fan who was frozen to the spot by the sight in front of him. Even Fong Xiu was taken aback. Before his own departure from the Imperial Beast space, his alien queen was only about 5 feet 8 inches. And now the guy who flew out of the underground cavern was as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. The pitch-black skeleton also morphed into an endocannabinoid skeleton, and a very large fan-shaped crown grew on the flat, long head, which looked even longer than Fong Xiu's, while additional armored shells grew on the chest, and the dorsal tubes behind it turned into sharp, spiky shapes, which looked even more pointy than the horns of Chen Fan's triceratops. And the biggest difference between this alien queen and a normal alien was that it had an extra pair of forelimbs growing from its chest. Though it seemed a bit uncoordinated in comparison to its massive body, it made the alien queen stand like a Tyrannosaurus rex, its tail thick and long, like a bony knob without an outer skin, and ending in a blade-sharp spike. Hissing. The alien queen's hissing continued, translucent slime dripping from its exposed teeth. Without waiting for Chen Fan to have time to see its movements, this domineering alien queen had already rushed in front of the Triceratops, its sharp tail viciously stabbing into the other party's neck. Ow! In an instant, the body of the Triceratops trembled with the naked eye, blood splattered in all directions, staining Chen Fan's cheeks and clothes, and the wailing sound was even more chilling. But no matter what, this Chen Fan was a freshman in Huqing No. 1 high school, and there was no grudge between him and Fong Xiu. Most importantly, killing someone was completely different from the impact brought about by killing a royal beast, and after Fong Xiu hesitated slightly, he still didn't let the alien queen take a shot at Chen Fan. The next second, the alien queen ran back into the underground cavern without looking back. The whole process can be described as a smooth flow, from the alien queen rushing out of the underground cavern to capturing the Triceratops and returning to her underground kingdom. The entire process didn't even take half a minute. In front of a monster like the alien that doesn't make any sense. Even the giants of the ancient times are no match at all. Even scarier, alien can assimilate the host's genes, taking the other person's best abilities and evolving them into those of the alien. As long as enough imperial beasts were captured, Fong Xiu's alien form would be infinitely enhanced. Unlike Fong Xiu, who was relaxed and began to think about the future in his mind, Chen Fan was completely stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And what is that dark mass? Fong Xiu's imperial beast? How does it feel completely unlike any species that ever existed on the blue planet? Is it hard to believe that it's a phantom beast species that is only born out of millions of people? Right, definitely a phantom beast species. In middle school, he was always at the top of his class in general studies, plus the private tutor the family hired for themselves, whether it was modern creatures or ancient creatures. I dare not say that I understood all of them, but Chen Fan could at least be certain that the behemoth just now was by no means something that should be found on the blue star. Puff! After receiving an unprecedented shock, Chen Fan completely lost his fighting spirit, and he sat down on the ground all of a sudden, his face as pale as paper, his brain dazed and slowed down, and as Chen Fan lost his will to fight, his imperial beast space began to disintegrate. In less than 2 short breaths, Fong Xiu and Chen Fan returned to the real world. A large number of freshmen continued to gather near the cafeteria, although none of them were optimistic about Fong Xiu's face-hugging insect and were unable to watch the battle. It was so lively that they naturally wouldn't leave so easily. But what no one expected was, when Fong Xiu and Chen Fan returned to reality, their states were actually very different. Fong Xiu still had a breezy look on his face. Chen Fan, on the other hand, sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale, his bangs wet with sweat not to mention his clothes, and his face even stained with bright red blood. The Sentinel Beast space card in his hand fell out of his hand and snapped to the ground. Hey, what's the situation? Chen Fan failed miserably? Isn't Fong Xiu's imperial beast a face-hugging insect? How did he do it? Could it be that Chen Fan's imperial beast is even more trashy? Fong Xiu, as a freshman who entered Huqing No. 1 middle school with the top 10 scores in the city, he had always been the center of attention. The news about him cultivating the face-hugging bug spread even more among the upperclassmen. Before the results of the battle came out, they felt almost one-sidedly that Fong Xiu would lose. Ancient species, Triceratops? Suddenly, I don't know who in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, and the eyes of the others focused toward the Royal Beast space card that Chen Fan had dropped to the ground. Although the Imperial Beast space card could hide the information of the Imperial Beasts, Chen Fan, who had always been arrogant, did not bother to use this function. It could even be said that he hated to tell the world about the information that he had cultivated the ancient species. And this time, the freshmen on the sidelines exploded even more. No one expected that Chen Fan would cultivate a rare ancient species on his first day of school, and every freshman is well aware of the strength of the ancient species. Even if they hadn't undergone any alienation upgrades, their own power alone was already a very terrifying existence. Results. Fong Xiu didn't even use 2 minutes in his fight with Chen Fan. Ancient species were killed in seconds? What kind of imperial beast has this Fong Xiu bred? What the hell is this face-hugging bug? I searched on my cell phone, and I didn't find any face-hugging bugs at all. Could it be that this facehugger is also an ancient species? Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Fong Xiu, and some of the freshmen couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. What the hell is this facehugger? Surprisingly, he was able to take out Chen Fan's ancient species. What kind of monsters are the city's top 10 heavens favorites? For a while, many people even looked at Chen Fan with eyes that turned into sympathy. Before this, they thought that it was because Chen Fan was unlucky that he was ranked 11th. Looking at it now, there might actually be a huge gulf between the top 10 and 11. However, Fong Xiu did not become dipped in confidence because of the gazes of the crowd, because he understands that this is just the beginning. Alien queens can still continue to evolve into alien queens. Even when the aliens as a group breed large enough, they will also give birth to such an ultimate creature as the Mother of Queens. Chapter 6. The first day of school is a sensation. A large number of freshmen gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, and many of them even took out their cell phones to shoot videos and uploaded them to Slowhand. Jitterbug, which soon caused a sensation in Heching No. 1 middle school. As Fong Xiu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu even hurriedly put down the work in his hands and rushed towards the entrance of the cafeteria with big strides. Once he thought of Fong Xiu choosing the face-hugging insect as his imperial beast, Zhang Yu also automatically brainstormed the image of Fong Xiu being beaten up. But that's fine. Instead of waiting until the mapping exam to fall behind others, realizing the inadequacies of one's imperial beasts in time is just the thing that will allow Fong Hua to give up on cultivating face-hugging worms and instead cultivate more powerful imperial beasts. Along the way, Zhang Yu kept muttering in his mind, as a top 10 honor student in the city, Fong Xiu would never do poorly in the future college entrance exams as long as he was properly cultivated. Even if it's not the top 10 in the country, you still have a chance to get into 985, 211. At that point, as Fong Xiu's homeroom teacher, this will undoubtedly be a real achievement in its own right. Because of this, that was why Zhang Yu had a headache when he learned that Fong Xiu was going to choose the face-hugging insect as his imperial beast. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu rushed to the vicinity of the cafeteria, a student in the crowd quickly recognized him, and as this student exclaimed, all the other freshmen retreated backward like a tidal wave, making way for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the image he was expecting did not appear. At this moment, Fong Xiu was standing in the crowd with a light-hearted demeanor. On the contrary, Chen Fan, who had challenged him, looked shocked and sat paralyzed on the ground. What's the situation? Fong Xiu's face-hugging insect won the fight? That classmate is Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan's city ranking was only 11, to Crane City No. 1 middle school, he was likewise a heavenly son worthy of cultivation. Coupled with Chen Fan's family's notable financial strength, even Zhang Yu was impressed with him. Even when he learned that Chen Fan was assigned to the 6th class, Zhang Yu felt pity for a while. How is it that such a good prospect is not assigned to his class? I remember Chen Fan's imperial beast, an ancient species of triceratops. Facehugger beat triceratops? What a joke! Zhang Yu really had no way of understanding the situation in front of him. Fong Xiu. However, people are read as right and wrong. The first day of school in front of the cafeteria fighting and brawling. More or less some influence is not very good. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down. He grabbed Fong Xiu's wrist. Come here, Teacher Zhang. I haven't eaten yet. Fong Xiu spat out with a black line on his face. Having nurtured his own aliens all afternoon, he'd long ago gotten hungry. First Chen Fan, and now Zhang Yu. Can we still call for a pleasant meal? But this Zhang Yu was his homeroom teacher after all, and his strength was really big. Fong Xiu had to head to the office with him first. Fong Xiu, what the hell is going on here? As soon as he sat down in his office, Zhang Yu revealed a stern look. Alas, Fong Xiu first sighed deliberately. I also want to know what's going on. I've been nurturing the imperial beasts in my dorm room all afternoon, and I'm starving. I wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat something nice and treat my hardworking self, but then a Chen Fan came out of nowhere. Have to challenge me. Can I be afraid of him then? If word of this gets out, it's not a big deal to damage Fong Xiu's reputation, but if other classes find out about it, they'll say that Mr. Zhang's class is all cowards and afraid of trouble. Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. The reasoning is naturally so, especially in this world stepping into the era of universal imperial beasts, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Who wouldn't want to cultivate a powerful imperial beast? How does a beast master become powerful without fighting? Furthermore, before Zhang Yu brought Fong Xiu back, he purposely checked Chen Fan, and although there was blood on his body, it wasn't his. It should be the blood of his imperial beast. It was just a shock and the person was not in any serious condition. You don't have to be poor here. Don't you know that taking a step back is the best way to make the world a better place? Forget it. show me your imperial beast. Zhang Yu turned his words around. He had never intended to hold Fong Xiu accountable. The reason why he brought him here was just curious about what kind of imperial beast this guy had bred that could scare Chen Fan to that extent. Boo! However, just as Fong Xiu was about to respond, a loud sound came from behind him. Looking back, he saw a middle-aged muscular man with a country face huffing and puffing in, and he was followed by a golden-eyed man in sportswear. Li Guosheng, Pan Zhang. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and instantly became alert. The visitor was no one else but Li Guosheng, the teacher of Class 6 and Chen Fan's teacher. The other is a new physical education teacher who specializes in physical education for classes 2, 6, and 8. Although his appearance is civilized and his name is a bit funny, Zhang Yu heard that he entered the 985 Sports University through guaranteed admission, and his strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Yu, your student killed Chen Fan's imperial beast. Insulting my student in public is too much, isn't it? Li Guosheng took a quick and hurried step, his broad palm slamming heavily on the table, the corner of his eye purposely glancing at Fong Xiu. You're that Fong Xiu? The words were filled with fire. It's... Fong Xiu wanted to retort, but he ended up being pulled behind Zhang Yu. Facing the bruised Li Guosheng, Zhang Yu's aura was not weak at all. Freshmen are supposed to be bloodthirsty, so there's nothing strange about letting off some steam, is there? On the contrary, Ms. Zhang Pan, is she also here for accountability? Class 2 and Class 6 are all under your charge. Fong Xiu is also your student. Why are you favoring one over the other? Could it be because of Chen Fan's family situation? Fong Xiu silently watched the scene in his eyes and thought in his heart, this teacher Zhang Yu seems to be mediocre, but I didn't expect that he would be quite good at defending his students. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he set up the gym teacher who followed him. There's something about this guy. You've misunderstood, Mr. Zhang Yu. The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth rose and a smile surfaced, then pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. I just came over to watch the fun. Chen Fan's family had asked me to be the teacher of his articulated class, and I have a good understanding of the strength of Chen Fan's students. That's why I'm curious as to what kind of imperial beast Fong Xiu-san has bred. You're Fong Xiu's classmate, aren't you? Hello, I'm Pan Zhang, your gym teacher for your senior semester. Is it convenient for me to take a look at your imperial beast? Zhang Yu instantly frowned tightly. He did not expect Zhang Pan to make such a request, and after all, he was Fong Xiu's future gym teacher, so if he refused here, it would also affect his opinion of Fong Xiu. But what if, in case, Zhang Pan wanted to stand up for Chen Fan and deliberately suppress Fong Xiu? A slight tangle arose in Zhang Yu's heart. Chapter 7, if you want to see my imperial beasts, you can, but you have to pay for it. Although he himself was only Fong Xiu's homeroom teacher, the most important imperial beasts class was Zhang Pan's home turf. If he has a grudge and really wants to intervene in Fong Xiu's learning progress, or to suppress him, he as the homeroom teacher. Not to mention that it would be difficult to find out in time, and even if he did, it would not be a good idea to have a conflict with Zhang Pan. Good. Fong Xiu could see Zhang Yu's difficulty and simply agreed with alacrity. After all, in this world, a gym teacher can make a math teacher sick at any time. There's no need to inflame the conflict right off the bat. Wait a minute. Li Guosheng's face darkened. He had dragged Zhang Pan over here in order for him to help Chen Fan out. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fong Xiu's imperial beasts? However, Zhang Pan was silent and only gave Li Guosheng a look, telling him not to be anxious. If Fong Xiu's imperial beast had used some despicable, dishonorable means to win, he, the gym teacher, would have his own words. Aha! Seeing Zhang Pan take such a stance, Li Guosheng had no choice but to nod his head a bit. But who knows? Fong Xiu didn't directly take out the imperial beast space card and invite them to enter. My imperial beasts can't be seen in vain. As he spoke, Fong Xiu directly raised a finger. 1,000. How about it? Zhang Yu, Li, Zhang Pan? In a flash, all three of them had question marks on their faces. Nice guy. Of the three of them, one was Fong Xiu's homeroom teacher and one was his physical education teacher for the semester. How could it cost money to even look at his imperial beast? Alas, seeing the three teachers' eyes widen, Fong Xiu also sighed helplessly. I come from a mediocre background, not like Chen Fan's family that is so wealthy. Expanding the imperial beast space and purchasing all kinds of imperial beast food are all not small expenses. And I'm not crying poor with you guys. I'm really poor. If you want to expand the size of the imperial beast space card, you need to buy various expansion packs, and all the various food items in the resource card are limited, and consuming them will require the student to recharge again. Some students who originally have the potential to enter the 985, 211, often because the family cannot make ends meet, resulting in senior high school with other students to pull the gap, and finally can only take an ordinary undergraduate, or even specialized universities. In order not to let such a situation happen to him, Fong Xiu came up with such a hand. What you said. It seems to make sense. Zhang Yu was a little speechless, but he also knew the reasoning, so he took out his own cell phone, added Fong Xiu's Tengxin friend, and then transferred $1,000. Seeing this, Zhang Pan did not say anything more. Any teacher in this world can run out of money. Only PE doesn't. Isn't your second class going too far? You injured my student and you want me to pay to see your student's imperial beast? Isn't this bullying an honest man? Then Teacher Li can wait here for a while. It's not like I have to ask you to look at it. Fong Xiu said without thinking. If you don't want to spend the money, then wait outside. You. Looking at Fong Xiu's look of getting the better of him, the veins on Li Guoxing's forehead bulged out one by one. But for one thing, he didn't want to be stupid and wait outside. Secondly, people were curious, and he was curious to know what the imperial beast that defeated Chen Fan's imperial beast was. Li Guoxing huffed and puffed and paid. Alright. Fong Xiu, who had collected the money, didn't make a fuss, and directly took out his imperial beast space card and sent out invitations to the 3 teachers. A faint light flashed by, and Fong Xiu once again entered the imperial beast space. Even the furious Li Guoxing, who was at least a teacher, naturally wouldn't be so underhanded as to use his own imperial beast to bully Fong Xiu. Therefore, Zhang Yu and the others just entered Fong Xiu's imperial beast space and did not choose to release their own imperial beasts. Where is your imperial beast? Zhang Yu looked around. Fong Xiu's imperial beast space was the initial grassland form, and the range was extremely small. Looking up, all the scenery was visible, not to mention any imperial beasts. He hadn't even seen anything that looked like an imperial beast. Follow me. Fong Xiu waved his hand, signaling the 3 teachers to follow. In a short while, they arrived in front of an underground cave. It was not only dark inside, but also revealed a bit of coldness. It was worth mentioning that it was also Fong Xiu's first time cultivating aliens, and even the matter of the alien queen digging underground caves was not something he had expected at first. Now that he saw the dark underground cavern, Fong Xiu reacted. The aliens like to lay their eggs in this environment, but it's simply eyes wide open for humans. Snap! Just as Fong Xiu was preparing to make torches in this underground cave, Zhang Pan's crisp ringing finger sound attracted his attention. Light electric eels. With a whisper from Zhang Pan, 3 silver-white electric eels appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. In the next second, dazzling white light flashed out from these electric eels, illuminating the dark cave as if it were day. What made Fong Xiu even more unexpected was that the electric eel that originally lived in the water could ignore the rules of gravity and levitate next to Zhang Pan. And the glow, it's literally brighter than a livelihood lamp. This was no imperial beast. It could almost be considered magic. Is this the true imperial beast? Fong Xiu's gaze condensed slightly. Although he was able to search for some videos of imperial beasts on the internet, this immersive sense of impact was not at all comparable to a video. Even in Fong Xiu's opinion, compared to a true beast master like Zhang Pan, Chen Fan's kind of Triceratops beast defense was simply a child's game. If only I could get my facehugger to parasitize this lightning eel, an alien that glows and generates electricity. It's fun to think about. Teacher Zhang, can you send me one of these imperial beasts? Fong Xiu said very politely. As far as Fong Xiu knew, powerful imperial beast masters could have several imperial beast spaces and possess countless imperial beasts. This lightning eel might as well be one of the most insignificant imperial beasts in Zhang Pan's hands. Even if I wanted to give it to you, a royal beast of this class is not something you can control right now. If the imperial beast master is not strong enough on his own, not only will he not be able to control his imperial beast, but he will be revolted instead. Zhang Pan educated Fong Xiu in a serious manner. Although he had defeated Chen Fan this time, the path of the imperial beasts had always been a path of success, and he still had a long way to go. Trying to get his hands on a royal beast of the lightning eel's level right now would only backfire. However, what Zhang Pan didn't realize was that Fong Xiu didn't even want to cultivate any lightning eels. He just wanted to use his lightning eels to feed his own aliens. It's just that if this kind of words were really said, I'm afraid it wouldn't make Zhang Pan doubt her life. Out of control. Fong Xiu got up and thought. The aliens are a hierarchical nest society, with the alien king having supreme power. But after transforming into a royal beast, this hierarchical rule, would it still apply? No. Fong Xiu shook his head. There's nothing to worry about at all. If you are not strong enough, then just become strong. If the alien queen is destined to be a demoness, then all I have to do is become a demon king. Chapter 8, Shocked Teachers. This alien is a phantom beast species. Along the way, Fong Xiu kept asking Zhang Pan about the imperial beasts. Although he knew that this Pan wanted to stand up for Chen Fan, any knowledge about the imperial beasts would be a useful experience for him. Moreover, Zhang Yu, the class teacher, was also present, so Fong Xiu wasn't worried that Zhang Pan would fool himself. And as the group continued to go deeper and deeper into the cave, Zhang Panpan gradually sensed that something was wrong. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Li, don't you guys think that this cave is a bit too much? Zhang Panpan frowned. From the ground to the top of the rock, the height was as high as a 3-story building. What kind of imperial beast had this Fong Xiu cultivated that required so much space? Also, since a while ago, a strange hissing sound has been coming from the depths of the cave. This kind of sound not only made one's hearing somewhat uncomfortable, but also revealed a bone-chilling chill. Zhang Panpan was also considered a leader among people in her university days, and had seen many imperial beasts, among which there was no lack of some appalling existences. But you have to realize that Fong Xiu is only in his first year of high school, a freshman who just joined the school. Today was the first time he had come into contact with a royal beast. Zhang Yu's face also became odd. Listening to Zhang Panpan, it is indeed a bit strange. I remember Fong Xiu's imperial beast is a face-hugging bug, right? Isn't it a bug? How could it need such a large space? I don't know how long it took before a few people entered the main cave nest after a few twisting turns. Zhang Panpan's lightning eel quickly flew into the air, expanding its light as much as possible to increase visibility. However, with just one glance, Zhang Yu's 2 eyes widened like the eyes of an ox. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Guosheng, who was on the side, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Not only these 2 homeroom teachers, even Zhang Panpan subconsciously rubbed her eyelids and couldn't help but wonder if she had misread the situation. Fong Xiu, you call this thing a facehugger? Zhang Yu turned his head violently, his voice as loud as a wild beast. Seeing Fong Hua's alien queen curled up her legs, her huge body was as tall as a 2-story building. If not for the hissing moans that kept coming out from the alien queen's mouthpiece, Zhang Yu would not have even realized that this behemoth was the imperial beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that this alien queen did not cover her bones with muscles to protect them, unlike unusual creatures. The bones of this alien queen were directly exposed, in turn protecting its own muscles, and attached to the underside of this alien queen's pelvis was a giant spawning apparatus that looked remarkably similar to the lower body of an ant queen. It's just been giganticized thousands of times. Li Guosheng incredulously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and measured the length of this spawner with his eyes. It was 8 meters long. Wait, Mr. Zhang, what did you just say about hugging? Li Guosheng felt like he vaguely heard the words face-hugging bug, but he didn't understand why such behemoths were called facehuggers. Whose face are you hugging? Just by standing in front of this alien queen, Li Guosheng felt uncomfortable. If he had encountered this thing in the wild, he would definitely have released the imperial beasts to fight at the first opportunity. Zhang Yu frowned as he took a quick deep breath to keep himself calm. You ask me, who am I going to ask? But, although he could feel a sense of oppression as he was being stared at closely by the alien queen, Zhang Yu could sense that this alien queen did not have any hostile intent towards the 3 of them. It was obviously Fong Xiu who had taken this terrifying alien queen and disciplined her well. Zhang Yu's line of sight, following the spawner to the other side, only to see a slimy egg, densely arranged. No, rather than an egg, the shape looks more like a white egg. As for Chen Fan's Triceratops royal beast, it was currently discarded in a corner of the lair, and a beige face-hugging insect was parasitizing his face. Although that facehugger had a meter-long body, it didn't look like the same species compared to the alien queen. Zhang Yu looked at the face-hugging insect and then at the alien queen, and his mouth fell back with a large mouthful of cold air. Fong Xiu, don't tell me that this thing evolved from a face-hugging worm? Looking at Zhang Yu with a look of having never seen the world, a sense of satisfaction also rose in Fong Xiu's heart. Can't say it's evolution either. It's actually what a facehugger looks like as an adult. Zhang Yu, Li, Zhang Panpan, in a blink of an eye, the 3 of them were coincidentally shocked, and then looked at the densely packed insect eggs on the ground, roughly estimating that there were more than 20 of them. According to Fong Xiu's words, wouldn't it be a realization that all of these bug eggs could turn into behemoths like the alien queen? Not exactly. Only female facehuggers can grow this big, and I named her the alien queen, and the male facehugger, if you will, is much smaller. Listening to Fong Hua's explanation, Zhang Yu then came to a realization. These facehuggers are incredibly large, but the social construct is a nesting consciousness. Like ants, the queen is usually 3 to 4 times larger than the average ant. Even if it grows to adulthood, it's still just over 3 meters tall, Fong Xiu said lightly. What? Zhang Yu once again froze on the spot. Based on the calculation of the gap between the queen and an ordinary ant, the adult male alien, which was just a little over a meter. As a result, Fong Xiu said that even an ordinary alien could grow to over 3 meters tall. And looking at the nest, it looks like the alien queen's reproduction is still monogamous. Wouldn't that be? As long as this alien queen is given enough space, resources, it can keep expanding its colony? That's a bit unreasonable. Fong Xiu, how on earth did you create this imperial beast? It's hard to believe that it's the imperial beasts from the ancient times. Zhang Yu once again looked at the alien queen. In ancient times, Blue Star was born with many strange creatures because of its high oxygen content. Even if it was just a mosquito, it would be surprisingly large when put into modern times. Based on such a relationship, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Fong Xiu might have bred this thing after discovering this alien form in some ancient book on imperial beasts. Had I known that the face-hugging insect Fong Xiu had mentioned was this kind of imperial beast, I should have given him my full support. Even just thinking about it made Zhang Yu want to slap himself. It's a good thing that Fong Xiu has strong opinions and is not one of the more controlling teachers himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be killing a talented beast master? It was not even until this moment that Zhang Yu truly understood why the school had stipulated that the classroom teacher could only guide and could not make decisions for the students in the first place. No, it's not right. Zhang Pan countered Zhang Yu's words after carefully observing the situation. This isn't an ancient species, Fong Xiu's imperial beast, it's a phantom beast species. Li Guosheng, who was on the side, instantly froze on the spot when he heard this. Phantom beast seed? Chapter 9, Silicon-based life? Phantom beast species. Phantom beast seed? Even Zhang Yudu was startled by Zhang Panpan's remarks. The regular species of imperial beasts and the ancient species of imperial beasts are both based on the Blue Star life system, and are born as imperial beasts. The phantom species is completely beyond this limitation. As far as Zhang Yu knew, only one royal beast master who innately possessed the illusory beast species was often born out of millions of royal beast masters. Zhang Panpan's words were tantamount to saying that Fong Xiu was one of the millions of genius imperial beast masters. Holy! The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. From the time he entered Crane City No. 1 high school, and then today, there were 7 springs and autumns, while as the strongest high school in Crane City, the pride of the entire city would be sent here. But even so, there were only a handful of phantom beast species imperial beast masters that came out of Crane City's first high school. Even in Zhang Yu's teaching career, not once had he encountered a student of the phantom beast species, and Fong Xiu was the first. How could he not be excited? Wait a minute, Zhang Pan, on what basis do you decide that Fong Xiu's imperial beast is a phantom beast species? Li Guosheng had trouble accepting it for a while. If Fong Xiu's imperial beast was a regular species, or even an ancient species, he had the means to stand up for Chen Fanqiang. However, once Fong Xiu's imperial beast was labeled as a phantom beast species, the nature would be completely different. Because of this, Fong Xiu was definitely the top student of the session, and could even enrich the resume of the principal, and even the education hand of Crane City. Where are you, Mr. Zhang? However, Li Guosheng turned around and realized that Zhang Panpan, who was originally standing beside him, had run away somewhere. I'm here. Fong Xiu and the others looked along, only to realize that Zhang Panpan was examining the alien queen's egg, and holding a unique card in her hand, from which a faint light flickered out, enveloping the entire insect egg. Right, what makes you say that this alien is a phantom beast species? Zhang Yu's mouth rose up like a warped mouth, and although he was following Li Guosheng's words, his heart was clearly already happy, because this alien is not a carbon-based creature. While explaining back, Zhang Pan had already stood up. From a moment ago, he felt that the alien queen's construction was very peculiar, and scanned the egg internally. The results surprised him. This alien's life composition is not carbon. Li Guosheng froze again. Zhang Yu was also a bit dumbfounded and hurriedly took out his own card to scan the insect eggs on the ground. All known organisms on the blue planet, whether they have survived antiquity or are modern, are composed of carbon as the basis of organic matter. Only the phantom beast species, the imperial beasts, can step outside of this constraint and use other elements as the basis for organic matter. That's right, this alien is a silicon-based creature, Zhang Panpan said in a loud voice. Being able to parse, construct, hatch, and cultivate the creatures of one's fantasies is undoubtedly something that can only be done by a phantasmal beast species imperial beast master. Now, Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Panpan had just said that Fong Xiu's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, he more or less held a trace of fantasy in his heart. What if Panpan Zhang is wrong? The results were unexpected. The alien turned out to be a silicon-based creature. In fact, not only Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng was so shocked. Fong Xiu also just reacted in his heart. If it wasn't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, he almost forgot that the alien was a silicon-based life setting. Compared to carbon, silicon has silicon atoms with a larger radius, so the compounds formed are more stable. And some scientists have even speculated that silicon-based life could even withstand high-intensity cosmic radiation and viral bacteria. No, it's all silicon-based. There's that bacteria that dares to find death. Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit in his heart. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chen Fan's imperial beast, he provoked it first, so I hope you can tell him not to mess around in the future. Fong Xiu said in a low and icy voice. I was under the impression that this was how webcomic protagonists warned villains. then the villain will start taunting the protagonist, even to the point of a big fight. Simply summarized, it's a case of hitting the little one to get the old one. If Li Guosheng continued to want to stand up for Chen Fan, he himself could have the alien parasitize his imperial beasts in a fair and square manner. Fong Xiu. In a flash, Li Guosheng's volume also increased several times. That's good. Snap. However, just when Fong Xiu thought that Li Guosheng would be unable to restrain himself and release the imperial beast, he took 3 steps and held Fong Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? I can make you class president, and the class fees can be yours to manage, and I'm paying for your meals for all 3 years of high school. Fong Xiu? No dude. What happened to the promise of beating up the little one to get the old one? That's not the right script. Where's that arrogant attitude you just had? Boo! In a flash, Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Stealing students from me, are you? Fong Xiu is our class 2's man. Who are you? Class 6. To get your hands on him? And the district squad leader is trying to buy people's hearts? No kidding. Fong Xiu, for the 3 years of high school, you can rest assured that you will stay in the 2nd class, and if you need anything, just ask me. I'll find you 3 more female classmates to accompany you. Fong Xiu, a female classmate reading with you? There's such a thing? Old Zhang, what makes you say that Fong Xiu is from your 2nd class? It's only the first day of school. We haven't even had a formal class yet, and you're still using the trick of female classmates accompanying you in your reading. Is this what a teacher should say? You wait. However, Li Guosheng didn't continue to pull the wool over Zhang Yu's eyes here or come up with better benefits to tempt Fong Xiu. He directly took out his Imperial Beast Space card, detached himself from Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast Space, and disappeared. This old Li. He must have run off to find old Wang. Fong Xiu, just feel free to cultivate your face-hugging insects. In this school, I'll cover you. While saying that, Zhang Yu also pulled out the card. Okay, Teacher Zhang. The suddenness of the situation caused Fong Xiu to be stunned, but he still nodded his head, indicating that he knew. What, Mr. Zhang? Do I look that old? Okay, Brother Zhang. Fong Xiu mentally changed his words. What did you call me? You, up the path. Zhang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately disappeared in front of Fong Xiu. Say, who is old Wang? Looking at his royal beast space, only Zhang Pan remained. Fong Xiu then remembered to ask. It should be Wang Kai. He's the grade director of your first year. Any student who wants to apply for a class transfer must have his approval before doing so. They went offline in a hurry, so they must have run off to find the old king to fight over you. Zhang Pan explained with a smile. Although Chen Fan was a good seedling, no one would offend an illusory beast species imperial beast for the sake of an ancient species imperial beast. Are you not going to go? Seeing that he was so sought after, Fong Xiu also joked. I'm in charge of gym class for class 2 and class 6. So I don't care if you go over there, but it's too rude to call you directly. Call me Brother Pan. I'm not much older than you. Chapter 10, Successful Hatching of a Brand New Alien. This plot is not right. Fong Xiu recalled his previous life. Read the net article. Often this time, the villain will be with the protagonist. Fish death net break right. Who knows? This Li Guosheng and Zhang Pan, to run to the age director, to help themselves to change classes. The other one is straight up going to treat himself like his own brother. Alright. Your imperial beast is about to hatch again, so I won't continue to disturb here. As the words fell, Zhang Pan also exited Fong Xiu's imperial beast space, and as Fong Xiu's imperial beast space was left with him alone, the face-hugging insect that was clinging to the Triceratops' head also fell off from it. Still want to go for a meal? Fong Xiu looked at the state of the Triceratops. Facehuggers do not kill their hosts outright, but instead borrow their bodies to feed on and energize the aliens until the aliens are detached from the host's body. And although Fong Xiu had the authority of the Imperial Beast Space, he couldn't do anything to stop time. If we left from here now, went to the cafeteria to eat, and then came back, the alien would probably have broken out of the body by now. Forget it. If it was an ordinary alien, Fong Xiu wouldn't be so expectant. But in the Alien movies series he watched, most of those horrible aliens were parasitizing humans. Puppies. There have never been aliens that could parasitize extinct dinosaurs. I wonder what the aliens will be like after assimilating the Triceratops gene. Fong Xiu rubbed his stomach and decided to wait for the little alien to hatch before eating, and used his resource card to provide food for the Triceratops. The good thing is that this process didn't last long. After about 20 minutes or so, the Triceratops began to slow down in its feeding, and it didn't take long for it to crumble to the ground, sending a small shock through the air. Immediately after that, the belly of the Triceratops began to bulge continuously, and a reddish hue revealed itself from it. Go. Somehow, Fong Xiu had the feeling of waiting for labor. He and the alien queen looked at the Triceratops in unison. Fong Xiu could even sense the alien queen's worry about the alien in the belly of the Triceratops. After all, an ancient creature like a Triceratops had thick skin and flesh, and its defense was dozens of times that of a normal human. Not to mention that Chen Fan had purposely strengthened the physical quality of the Triceratops during the cultivation process. Pust. But just when Fong Xiu was a bit worried, blood splashed out in all directions from the belly of the Triceratops. 2 blackened horn bones stabbed out from it. Then a third. Triceratops horns? Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, but he saw the belly of the Triceratops begin to melt. It felt as if it had been corroded by a strong acid. Alien-specific acidic blood? Though the Triceratops' skin and flesh were tough, large portions quickly fell off under the unique acidic blood corrosion of the aliens. Even if your flesh and blood are strong, can you still be stronger than steel? It's all melted down for you. Immediately afterward, the entire alien broke free from the Triceratops' body, stumbling a bit, obviously not quite used to its new body. It feels even more massive than when the alien queen busted her chest out. Fong Xiu muttered. He vaguely remembered that when the alien queen was still a chest breaker, her body height was less than a meter, while the new alien in front of him had an even bigger overall exoskeleton, and the tail as well. And at the end of this new alien's tail, there was also a hammer-shaped bone attached, which looked like a meteor hammer without spikes. The alien's head, however, still retained the long skull unique to aliens, with Triceratops horn bones growing on the sides and front of the head, and near the neck of this alien, there were also retracted bony discs that looked like unbloomed buds. Why does it feel like a dyed Frisia's second form? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit out the appearance of this alien. Since the alien queen's body already contained human genes, even the aliens hatched from the Triceratops body did not maintain the Triceratops way of moving. Although this alien's body was much heavier, it learned to walk upright. It's just that the way this alien walks, it doesn't look human by any stretch of the imagination. More like a Tyrannosaurus Rex from ancient times. It's very oppressive. Then, Fong Xiu consumed the resource card to create some food and threw it in front of this new alien for it to feast on. Despite being an alien born to an alien queen and assimilating Triceratops genes, this alien still retains the nest consciousness. After seeing the food, it didn't enjoy it all to itself, but instead looked blankly at Fong Xiu as if it was waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good. Fong Xiu nodded with satisfaction, but felt that the alien queen had a sense of doting tenderness when she saw this alien. Is it just me, or can I feel the more delicate emotions of the alien queen because I am the master of this space? Ask your teacher later. After all, in the entire Alien movie, no one has ever been able to nurture the aliens and sense their emotions like he or she has. And Fong Xiu clearly remembers the setting of the alien queen, with an IQ of 175. And in Alien 1, the alien queen tries to negotiate with the heroine as she prepares to incinerate the eggs. And when the heroine does burn the eggs, the furious alien queen also shows a sense of vengeance. As for the words of this new alien, "You're the alien queen," then it's an alien Triceratops, right? Fong Xiu tried to take a domineering name, but on second thought, the name alien itself had a strong sense of oppression. The touch test, it's all yours. Fong Xiu took 3 steps to the front of the alien Triceratops, raised his head and gently stroked its head, and this alien Triceratops also quickly reacted, and in turn, used the smoother part of its own head to rub against Fong Xiu's hand. It looked like a pampered kitten, and a hissing and gurgling sound came from the throat of the alien Triceratops from time to time. It wasn't hard to see how obedient this alien Triceratops was to Fong Hua. As for why the touch test was given to the alien Triceratops, although the alien queen possessed an even more terrifying power, and would undoubtedly shock the entire Crane City 1 high school once it was released, the alien queen, in order to procreate, had grown spawners. As I recall, alien queens can separate from their spawners and fight for the pack in particularly critical situations, but the process also produces immense pain. The district is just a feeler test. It's not a crime to make your alien queen suffer for the sake of better performance. I, Fong Xiu, am truly a gentleman. The other side. Inside the office of Senior Year Director Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu scrambled to push open the door and then stormed in, resulting in the two of them directly squeezing together and getting stuck in the door because of their size. Chapter 11. The teachers who fought over Fong Xiu. Wang Kai looked at the duo huddled in the doorway with a black line on his face. You guys came at the right time. Saves me from having to go looking for you guys. What's going on in your class? It was only the first day of school, and there was a freshman brawl at the entrance to the cafeteria, and it was even posted online. The impact is more or less bad. The unfortunate thing was that it was good that no one was hurt, or else he, as the head of the grade, might have been implicated along with him. Seeing Wang Kai's displeased face, the two of them, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng, then collected themselves, freshmen in senior high school, who have just come into contact with imperial beasts. will inevitably be a little exuberant, and cannot help but use the imperial beasts to compete, which is normal. Haven't there been similar incidents in previous years? Zhang Yu said lightly as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career is no less than Zhang Yu's, and student fights are indeed commonplace. Technology is advancing and school rules are gradually being relaxed. Schools used to be able to disallow students from bringing cell phones, and the influence of short-form video platforms wasn't nearly as exaggerated. But now, you are a little harsh on the students, or you will eat a complaint. Once something happens in the school, take a short video and post it online. The number of clicks in minutes to break 10,000, especially this school in the first grade. Crane is the strongest in the city. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at them dead on. Those of you who are classroom teachers should all the more strengthen your management to avoid conflicts, especially the third grade. You Tsai and those schools, they're always eyeing our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guoxing took a step forward and said at the drop of a hat, 7 of the city's top 10 top students chose us this year, and those schools in the third middle school are simply not enough to worry about. But Director Wang, I hope that we can transfer the students from this incident to our class. I'll definitely be stepping up my stewardship efforts. Wang Kai sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He had already investigated clearly, and the parties involved were Chen Fan from Class 6, and Fong Xiu from Class 2. As the class teacher of Class 6, he thought that Li Guosheng had come to stand up for his student Chen Fan. Director Wang, there's no need for that. Fong Xiu is fine in our class. He doesn't need anyone else to worry about it. What's more, it was Chen Fan who provoked him first. Fong Xiu, he's just acting in self-defense. Zhang Yu hurriedly explained the situation. Director Wang, I don't want the outstanding teacher selection this year. I can give it up to Mr. Zhang. I just want Fong Xiu. What do you mean you don't want the outstanding teacher selection? Make it sound like this qualification is internalized. And Fong Xiu is my student. Why do you want him? The two of them spoke one word against the other, causing Wang Kai to be a bit confused. The initial one thought that Li Guosheng had transferred Fong Xiu to Class 6 because he wanted to use his status as a class teacher to suppress the other party. After all, Chen Fan's father was very influential in Crane City and had strong connections in the education department. Pleasing Chen Fan could also help Li Guosheng in his future career development. However, looking at Li Guosheng, that kind of appreciation for Fong Huo was completely genuine. What the hell? What is this student called Fong Xiu? This Fong Xiu, is there anything different? Wang Kai recalled a little. He had some recollection of the name Fong Xiu, ranked 7th in the city on the midterm exams. However, his family of origin is average, and once he enters high school, he will likely fall behind schedule due to resource issues. If it was because of excellent grades that Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng could attract a mad rush, wouldn't Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren be more worthy of them than Fong Hua? Eliminating other impossibilities, an answer called out in Wang Kai's mind. It's the imperial beast. Although the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology in the general education classes are the foundation of the scientific research that constructs the civilization of this world, and no scientific research can be done without the support of mathematics, including the mutation of the imperial beasts, the possibility of evolution, and so on. History, languages, and other liberal arts can help humans better discover the ancient imperial beasts and understand their past. If the general studies course is the foundation of scientific research, then the imperial beast is the application of scientific research. The efforts of countless researchers were to breed stronger imperial beasts, but no matter how hard the researchers tried, it was difficult to create a fantasy beast species. It was an existence that transcended the laws of nature and embodied the mind of a gifted beast master. In other words, effort can determine the lower limit, but to determine the upper limit, you can't do it without talent. If I'm not mistaken, Fong Xiu's imperial beast, it's an illusory beast species, right? When these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng almost spoke in unison. Director Wang, how do you know? Their reaction just verified Wang Kai's guess. You are all veteran teachers who have been in the profession for many years. How have you ever had such an argument? Over a particular student? And with Chen Fan's family background, his imperial beasts are destined to be powerful. Fong Xiu comes from a mediocre background, yet the imperial beast he bred was able to easily defeat Chen Fan. It's not hard to guess what species his imperial beast is, Wang Kai said in a pretentious manner, as if the phantom beast species was nothing much. But in reality, Wang Kai was already happy in his heart. He is the grade-level director. No matter which class Fong Xiu grows up in, the Kpai can be counted on his head. Besides, that's a phantom beast species. That meant that Fong Xiu was a seedling with a chance to impact the top 10. No, I'm only 39 this year, and when Fong Xiu gets into the top 10, I'll only be 41. If Fong Xiu's grades can really suppress the students of Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, Xiqing No. 4 middle school, and Hacheng No. 3 middle school, then my promotion to vice principal is in the bag. That's right, Fong Xiu is a phantom beast species. Director Wang, shouldn't this kind of good seedling be taught to the more experienced me? I have 2 whole years more in my teaching career than Zhang Yu. That's 2 years, Li Guosheng threw his voice, looking as if he was afraid that Wang Kai wouldn't hear him. It's only 2 years. What can it mean? What's more, Fong Xiu has a sense of belonging to the 2nd class and calls me Brother Yu in private. If you forcefully transfer him to the 6th class, it will instead affect Fong Xiu's mentality. A movement is better than silence. Don't you know this kind of reasoning? Zhang Yu showed no weakness. Anyone who knew a phantom beast breed imperial beast master knew what it meant. Not only do you have the opportunity to take yourself further in the world of education, more importantly, genius imperial beastmasters are monsters with a great future. Take advantage of his seniority is still shallow. There is still the time to make friends. Good friendship. In the future, maybe, really a person to get the chicken in Donghao. Yes, for Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu was willing to be that dog. Well, Wang Kai waved his hand. This matter only depends on what you guys think, and it's more or less unfair to each other. Hugh. The touch test is coming up, so you guys should leave him alone for now. As for letting Fong Xiu go to that class, let's wait until the results of the mapping exams come out. Chapter 12, the groping exam begins. Watching the alien Triceratops burrow in from the body of the Triceratops, Fong Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large pile of food for it before exiting the Imperial Beast space and heading to the cafeteria to fill his hungry stomach. And for the next few days, Li Guosheng didn't show up again, as if he had forgotten that he was going to be transferred to the 6th class. Other than the time when he went to the general knowledge class, the rest of Fong Xiu's time was used to soak in the Imperial Beast space. His alien Triceratops also grew quickly to adult size. However, although the alien Triceratops had assimilated Chun Fan's Triceratops gene, as a male alien, it naturally could not be compared to the alien queen, and even in its adult stage, it was only about 3 meters in size. It's a downsizing from the alien queen. In contrast to the head and horns of the alien Triceratops, the tail is more aggressive. It was in existence second only to the alien queen in terms of strength in the army of aliens cultivated by Fong Xiu. That's right, after a few days of cultivation, Fong Xiu used the resource card to create a large amount of replicant food for the face-hugging insects spawned by the alien queen to parasitize. Come to think of it, alien fertility rates are quite exaggerated. As far as Fong Xiu knew, during childbirth in the wild, animals not only had to face hunting by predators, but also encountered various dangers during labor, such as malposition, difficult labor, and so on. However, the alien queen can lay an egg every few hours, and the facehugger parasite rate is even higher. In a short span of 6 or 7 days, Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space had given birth to more than 30 aliens. It made the entire underground cavern seem a bit small. However, right after opening up the size of the Imperial Beast space, Fong Xiu realized that although the resources allocated by the school could expand the size of the Imperial Beast space, they were very limited. Fong Xiu had consumed all the resource points on the Imperial Beast space card, and had only expanded the cave by 5 times its size, despite solving the immediate problem. According to the alien queen's production rate, in at most a month's time, the entire underground cavern would become crowded again, but the school provides resources to help only once. Also, alien queens only appear when the alien community is large enough. An ultimate alien like the mother of queens would need to be born on a planetary scale. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fong Xiu couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Can't, really, invite the whole school, students and faculty, to visit my alien." There seemed to be 15 classes in one grade in Crane City First Middle School, with about 50 students in each class. Even if we could invite everyone over, the visit would only cost a couple $100,000. Yet this kind of thinking is no different than if everyone in the world gave me $1 and I was a 10 billionaire. The theory works, the practicalities are all problems. Seems like a way to make money is the way to go. Warning, 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 there's not enough food for the imperial beasts. There's not enough food for the beasts. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu pulled out the resource card from his pocket with a black line on his face. These days, besides cultivating the aliens, one of the things Fong Xiu repeated the most was to keep charging money into his resource card. First, the visiting fees earned from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Pan. Then there's his own living expenses. In the end, it was more of a necessity to call home and ask for help. But the parents of the predecessor are just ordinary white-collar workers. I kind of understand now what it means to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Previously, when checking online, Fong Xiu found that many people on the Little Blue Book spat about how their family of origin was bad and didn't provide any help on the path of the imperial beasts, so much so that they originally had the opportunity to enter the 985, but in the end, they could only go to very ordinary undergraduate colleges. Fong Xiu, now, had direct and personal feelings. There's no telling how many aliens are going to be eaten by the aliens in 3 years of high school. You're the real gold-swallowing beasts. Fong Xiu viciously spat at the aliens in front of him. If there is not enough food to support them, the xenomorph eggs will go into hibernation. While not exactly an extinction crisis for the community as a whole, relatively speaking, without solving the problems of space and food, the alien ceiling is up to the alien queen. Forget it. Just sitting here thinking won't solve the problem. It's better to ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fong Xiu was preparing to return to the real world and go find class teacher Zhang Yu to have a good talk, a voice suddenly came from his Imperial Beast space card. Please ask all new students of Crane 1 to gather at the schoolyard to take the new student mapping test. Please ask all new students of Crane 1 to gather at the schoolyard to take the new student mapping test. As if he was afraid that Fong Xiu didn't hear it, the Imperial Beast space card rang 3 times in a row. Mapping exams. Almost forgot about it. Fong Xiu exited the Royal Beast space, and after tidying up a little bit, he hurriedly rushed to the playground of Hucheng No. 1 Middle School. The playground here was the size of 4 soccer fields, and by the time Fong Xiu arrived, it had already been crowded. Not only were there freshmen there, but many sophomores and juniors came over to watch. Even in the center of this playground loomed the curtains used for projection. As Fong Xiu walked along, most of the new students were eager to try out, and only a very small portion of them were somewhat grimy and mingled in the line, their eyes showing their fear of the mapping exam. After all, it's only a week, and not everyone can breed Imperial Beasts. And the gold content of the Universal Imperial Beasts is not something that the Universal College entrance exam can touch. Going to a good college after high school is just better for getting a job when you get out. And some people can have a good future by going to a specialty early or learning a trade. But in this world, even though it's possible to survive just as well without breeding powerful Imperial Beasts, that kind of difference in status is hard to accept. Fong Xiu thought in his heart while looking around, searching for his class's area of activity, and in the meantime, looking at any noteworthy new students. Especially Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, these warlords. They stood in the pile of freshmen, and that confidence alone was enough to stand out from the rest. It didn't take long for Fong Xiu to arrive at the range of activities of the second class. Fong Xiu is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fong Xiu and greeted him with 3 steps. Those who didn't know, thought that Zhang Yu was seeing a leader. Even Zhang Chao, the teacher of the 3rd class next door, and Fan Longhe, the teacher of the 1st class, cast their eyes. Perhaps the new students rarely knew about it, but Zhang Yu's story of snatching students with Li Guoshang had already spread in their circle of teachers. Everyone was curious as to what this Manhwa actually looked like. Your Imperial Beast, how is it developing? When Zhang Yu greeted Fong Xiu, he deliberately raised his volume and his tone was filled with bragging. Chapter 13, Pass it on. Fong Xiu has 39 Imperial Beasts. Is that Fong Xiu? He does look different. The 2 class teachers, Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe, looked at Fong Xiu in unison. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender body, no matter how you look at it. It is a table of dragon and phoenix, which is good to envy. Damn it, how come Fong Xiu was assigned to the 2nd class? Fan Longhe felt even more displeased in his heart, especially with Zhang Yu's intentionally raised voice volume. It was clearly showing off. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Zhang Chao's heart also could not help but spit up Zhang Yu's performance, and he even had the urge to rush over and hit someone. Not only were they the teachers, but the freshmen of classes 1, 2, and 3 couldn't help but look at Fong Xiu as well. Some of the girls looked directly mesmerized. On the contrary, some of the boys clasped their hands on their chests, looking as if they felt that Fong Xiu loved the limelight. In fact, many of the students in Fong Xiu's class wanted to get closer to him. Some of his female classmates often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to friend him or something. However, Fong Xiu wasn't interested in anything other than Imperial Beasts, and even more so, he didn't want to spend his time on early love. Whenever a girl took the initiative to come up to him, his pair of starry eyes always looked over with an icy coldness. After 3 times, the students in the class all turned away from Fong Xiu, as if they were isolated by Fong Xiu. But it can't be helped. Fong Xiu wasn't a high school freshman in the first place. His mind was much more mature than these classmates. The development is not going very well. As soon as he saw Zhang Yu, Fong Xiu deliberately sighed, acting like he had encountered problems. Isn't that Fong Xiu a genius? Would he also encounter problems? Who said he's a genius? It's just the first day of school, defeating Chen Fan, so maybe it's just luck. That's right, the midterm exams are all about general studies. Grades don't mean anything. Fong Xiu being good at general studies doesn't mean that the Imperial Beasts are good either. For a while, the students who heard Fong Xiu speak couldn't help but murmur. When Zhang Yu sniffed, he then glanced hard at those broken-mouthed classmates before pulling Fong Xiu and returning to his class's area of activity. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression also became serious. If there's anything, just tell brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's opinion, this is certainly an opportunity. After all, the the great director Wang Kai had not yet decided on Fong Xiu's retention, and if he himself could draw close to Fong Xiu. However, just as Zhang Yu was thinking so, the class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, came rushing over at a trot. It's been a long time, Fong Xiu, Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu, old Li, what are you doing here if you're not in your own class's sphere of activity? Solving problems for your own class? Aren't you afraid those freshmen are going to play out of their minds? Although he knew that Li Guosheng favored Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu never expected that he would be able to leave his own students behind and run to pull Fong Xiu's strings. It's too much. It's just a feeler test. Just testing the potential of the new student Imperial Beasts. What's there to worry about? On the contrary, Mr. Fong Xiu, how about it? Do you want to transfer to our 6th class? As Li Guosheng spoke, he didn't forget to observe Fong Xiu's reaction. Imperial Beast, there are difficulties. Yeah, Fong Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction before spitting up at Li Guosheng. My Imperial Beasts are so good at eating. It feels like I can barely afford to feed them. Although he didn't know if it was appropriate to use a large-scale cultivation field in this kind of place. In Fong Xiu's opinion, if Zhang Yu could break his head with Li Guosheng for a little bit, his own alien rations might be in order. Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Guosheng laughed and nodded, thinking about the exaggerated size of the alien queen. However, it's only been a week and I've topped up my resource card 3 times, and today I was prompted to top up my balance again. Li, in a flash, the smile on Li Guosheng's face came to an abrupt end. You recharged? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Well, recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time. Fong Xiu nodded. By myself, in the cafeteria, each time I order $10 of pig's feet rice. It's only $30 a day. Hiss. Li Guosheng directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As the brand name of Crane City, the first high school is the richest in terms of resource funding. The resource cards given to new students are almost enough to feed the Imperial Beasts for one last semester. Results. And yet Fong Xiu tells them that it's only been a week since the start of the school year, and his Imperial Beasts have eaten all the food from the resource card, and recharged 3 times in a row? Nice guy. What the hell kind of stomach is this alien? I'm afraid it's not Tao Tai. Wait, how many aliens do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the point of the question. He had seen Fong Xiu's alien queen in the Imperial Beast space. The size alone was as exaggerated as a 2-story building. It was the most exaggerated he'd ever seen in the freshman Imperial Beasts in all his years at 1st grade. But even so, with that size of the alien queen, there was no way she could eat all the food in the resource card. It's impossible to eat it all in at least a week. Unless, Zhang Yu's mind floated back to those insect eggs that he had seen in Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space. Right, worm eggs. Unless all those eggs have hatched out of facehuggers and grown into aliens. An alien queen, an alien triceratops. 36. 7 male aliens. Fong Xiu did some calculations in his mind. As the words fell, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng's pupils were very seismic up. Much? How much? Spare the two of them the trembling of their voices as they spoke. Nice guy. 39 Imperial Beasts? Just kidding. It's only been a week since school started. Besides, gym class hasn't even started yet. This meant that Fong Xiu had yet to receive formal instruction from Zhang Pan. He was the one who bred 39 Imperial Beasts out of the situation while groping alone. What's even more mind-boggling and unbelievable is, Fong Xiu's Imperial Beasts were neither conventional nor ancient species. Instead, it's a phantom species. 1 week, breeding 39 fantasy beast seed Imperial Beasts. With such a demonic talent, even if one were to talk about it, I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? Jiang Chao, the teacher of the 3rd class, and Fan Longhe, the teacher of the 1st class, were also taken aback when they heard these words. 39? Although he didn't know what kind of Imperial Beasts the aliens were, such a number was indeed a bit appalling. You know, other freshmen, they only bred 1 Imperial Beast a week. There were freshmen who hadn't even bred a single Imperial Beast to understand. The mapping exams were over before they even started. As a result, when it came to Fong Xiu, 39 Imperial Beasts? No, where are you keeping the kid? Fong Xiu, you're exaggerating. It's a royal beast. It's not pigging out. Zhang Yu patted Fong Xiu's shoulder. Instead of focusing on quantity, it's better to focus on quality. Because he was too shocked. So much so that Zhang Yu had difficulty accepting such a setting in his heart for a while. Chapter 14, Mapping Examinations. Official start. Zhang Yu had been practicing for at least 6 or 7 years, plus several years as a student, and he thought that he had a comprehensive understanding of the matter of Imperial Beasts. Until, bumping into Fong Xiu. First it was the Phantom Beast Seed, then it was raising the Phantom Beast Seed as a pig, frantically laying its young in its own Imperial Beast space. This would be a devastating blow to the opponent, both in terms of the Phantom Beast's unique battle power and in terms of mobilizing an army to suppress it as a whole. Simply horrible. What's more, Fong Xiu had only just enrolled in school this year, but was only a freshman in high school. Himself, on the other hand, is the classroom teacher of the gifted Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner elation and patted Fong Xiu's shoulder. Fong Xiu, just play normally this time. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card, with your brother Yu, there's nothing to worry about. Fong Xiu smiled and nodded, following Zhang Yu at the forefront. Suddenly, Fong Xiu felt a touch of cold air coming from his right side. He jerked his head around to look, only to see a teenager about his own height, sizing him up with cold eyes. The two sides were looking at each other in this moment. Class teacher Zhang Yu also realized that something was wrong, shook Fong Xiu's hand and said softly, "That's Zhang Shuren from class 3. Second place in the midterm this time. Also a genius-level character. Is your main competitor this time?" "But well," Zhang Yu laughed softly, "a few moments of complacency. His imperial beasts are far inferior to yours." Fong Xiu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. "So he is Zhang Shuren." As soon as class teacher Zhang Yu's words fell, 60 instruments used to connect to the Imperial Beast space cards were carried to the playground. For large screens, also split into dozens of smaller ones. The mapping test for new students has officially begun. The mapping exam, as the name implied, was to find out how much potential the new students contained in the matter of Imperial Beasts, the ability to take the various theories from the General Studies class and apply them to the Imperial Beast. As well, what resources are available to individual students' families of origin. The rules are simple. Starting with the senior class, every class connected to the machine via the Imperial Beast space card, then maneuver the Imperial Beasts and launch an attack on the machine at the end of the runway. Will this be too simple? After understanding the rules of the mapping exam, Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit out, "I thought it would be sending all the new students inside a large map to kill each other. Then it's evaluated by the teachers out there. And that's it? Thinking about what?" Zhang Yu was first stunned. He knew that Fong Xiu was a very talented Imperial Beast master, but such thoughts were really too dark. Every freshman who enters Crane City First High School is a student of this school, so how can you put everyone in danger for no reason? Even Imperial Beasts that have little combat power are the result of the Imperial Beast Master's devotion. They are companions, and to have them kill each other just in response to a mapping exam. You think it's a killer movie? Fong Xiu, how could you have such dark thoughts? I've read some Imperial Beast novels written this way, Fong Xiu said lightly. Zhang Yu froze for half a day. Are all Imperial Beast novels so dark now? Don't look at those things. Moreover, don't you see that the rules of the mapping test are simple, but it tests the endurance of the Imperial Beasts, their explosive power, and the control of the Imperial Beasts by the Imperial Beast Master. As Zhang Yu's words fell, the principal's voice once again spread across the playground. The mapping test, now open. Will the first class please come forward? After all the students of Class 1 entered the examination room, the large screen in the center of the playground, 2, quickly displayed the screen. Fong Xiu didn't mind being a viewer, but wouldn't this live streaming of the mapping exam put too much pressure on the new students? When all the students of Class 1 were connected to the Imperial Beast space, Class 1 class teacher Fan Longhua also returned to the activity area. Noteworthy, because there are 3 types of Imperial Beasts, land, sea and air. The venues will be meticulously different. In addition to the runway, there are flight paths and swim routes. This means that the top students in the first class are not without a chance to outplay Fong Xiu. No. Fan Longhua shook his head slightly. In his opinion, just a few days after the start of the school year, Fong Xiu was focusing on the quantity of Imperial Beasts, which just showed that he had neglected the issue of quality. His Imperial Beasts, perhaps, were worse than he thought. Thinking of this, Fan Longhua instantly felt that Fong Xiu was no big deal. The Class 3 teacher glanced at Zhang Yu, who was about to raise his head to the sky. It's just luck that he was assigned a good student. What's there to be proud of? And this guy didn't even see the problem. The third class teacher looked at Fong Xiu and Zhang Yu from afar. 39 Imperial Beasts. That sounds like a lot. But this also meant that Fong Xiu's energies were also divided equally into 39 parts. This kind of thing is the same as having a pet. If the owner only has one pet, he can pour all his heart and soul into the pet. But what if it's 39? Even if you like one of them more than the other, you have to take care of the other pet's moods, feed them and play with them, thus sharing your energy, your time. This is true for pets, let alone Imperial Beasts with even higher intelligence, even resources. Every new student gets a resource card when they enroll, which is considered a new student benefit. But the resources in this resource card are not unlimited. 39 Imperial Beasts means that Fong Xiu's consumption has increased 39 times. Such a simple truth. But Fong Xiu didn't even realize it. Instead, he was dabbling in confidence there. This is enough to show that this fellow, Fong Xiu, isn't as powerful as the rumors say. I don't know whether it was out of the resistance to Zhang Yu's complacency or something else. The third class teacher, Jiang Chao, muttered in his heart, as if he had found an anchor point. and Fong Hua's evaluation became lower and lower. Fong Hua, Zhang Shuren in the third-class team also slightly squinted his eyes. He accidentally broke his eyes when he was imperializing the beasts, and he hadn't had time to get a new one fitted yet, so much so that he was a bit unable to see people now. But these days, the name he heard the most was Fong Xiu. If I remember correctly, Fong Xiu's midterm ranking seems to be 7th. All along, Zhang Shuren's eyes were only on the first person, Li Qingqing, and did not take the students behind him seriously. However, since the name Fong Xiu had appeared in his ears too many times, it made him a little curious as well. In the spare time of the Imperial Beast, he even found Chen Fan to ask about it. Although Chen Fan didn't even make it into the top 10 of the midterm exam, his family has abundant resources and the ancient species of Imperial Beasts that they have bred are also very powerful. The fact that Fong Xiu was able to defeat him is enough to show that Fong Xiu's Imperial Beasts are strong. However, why didn't he focus on quality and instead go into breeding? Zhang Shuren was puzzled in his mind. In his opinion, more and more is better than less and more. This kind of simple reasoning should be easy to understand. Could it be that Fong Xiu doesn't know how to control beasts at all, so he has empty talent, but he's still on the wrong path? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuren could not help but feel a little sorry for Fong Xiu. On the other side, Fong Xiu didn't care about Zhang Shuren, but concentrated on observing the imperial beasts of his classmates. Although this mapping exam was not the killing pandemonium he had envisioned, it was a live broadcast that revealed each student's imperial beast. So, Fong Xiu directly took out a small notebook, intending to write down the names of those students who were great at imperial beasts. Well, your imperial beast is great, but it's about to be parasitized by my facehugger. Chapter 15, The Alien Who Shocked the Whole World. Fong Xiu was originally still looking forward to this touch test, thinking that his face-hugging worm could insanely parasitize other people's imperial beasts. After watching for a while, Fong Xiu felt a bit bored. There was not a single imperial beast from the entire class that caught his eye. The imperial beasts that are released are almost all regular species. What's worse, these freshmen, it's as if they don't give orders at all. Those imperial beasts that were released either ran on the wrong track or stayed put. What's more, directly irritated by the environment of the examination room, they simply curled up and didn't move at all. Not to mention launching an attack on the machines in the center of the examination hall. The 1,000-meter runway alone was like a gully, blocking the advance of these imperial beasts. Some of the freshmen were so anxious they were on the verge of crying. The level of these freshmen, will they be too bad? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit up. In his opinion, if this keeps up, he's afraid he'll get a 0, right? After all, it's only 7 days. What can you do with that amount of time? Zhang Yu explained up in a serious tone. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Unlike Fong Xiu's thoughts, Zhang Yu felt that this was the level that freshmen should be at. As for Fong Xiu and his alien queen, they were living monsters. It wasn't until then that Fong Xiu realized, Zhang Yu is right. The aliens are a bug nest society and have a high IQ. It is possible to comprehend my thoughts directly. On the contrary, these newborn imperial beasts, that's really no different from cats and dogs. It needs to be domesticated from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of freshmen in Class 1 were not knocked down by the difficulties before them. They pushed and coaxed, finally allowing the imperial beast to come in front of the humanoid machine and attack. A few of the students were more than a match for the others. Around the playground, murmurs rang out from the sophomores and juniors. It looks like the quality of this year's freshman class isn't great. Yes, this level is also too bad. I think that when I took the mapping exam, I didn't use 10 minutes. Of these new students, the fastest also used 15 minutes. Completely insufficient to see. I don't know how these people got into the first grade. And don't say that early. After all, it's only the first class. There might be monsters behind us. In the eyes of these older students, the performance of the first class of freshmen could simply be described as poor. About 20 minutes later, all the freshmen of the first class exited the examination room. After seeing the performance of these new students, the class teacher of the first class, Fan Longha, couldn't help but blacken his face. How come all the freshmen assigned to your class are so bad? Will the second class of freshmen please come forward? The principal's voice came over the loudspeaker. Play well. Zhang Yu patted Fong Xiu's back, the smile on his face unabated. Aha! Fong Xiu nodded and idly walked towards the playground before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and taking the exam. The next moment, a faint light engulfed Fong Xiu. When he opened his starry eyes again, Mr. Zhang Yu, his classmates, the playground, the school building, all disappeared. In its place was clean white space. Mr. Fong Xiu, please select the Imperial Beast for the exam. A gentle female voice, coming from above. Then, the selectable Imperial Beasts appeared before Fong Xiu's eyes. Alien Queen, Alien Triangle, male alien respectively. There is no doubt that the alien queen is the strongest combatant, but separating it from the spawner can cause immense pain. Not to mention, after seeing the performance of the first class of freshmen, Fong Xiu had no pressure at all. Better use the alien Triceratops. Fong Xiu thought for a moment and felt that it was better not to bully this class of freshmen too much. As he urged with his intention, the alien Triceratops appeared in the white space. The huge body of more than 3 meters tall was as exaggerated as a floor. Almost the instant he released the imperial beast, Fong Xiu became the presence of all eyes. The playground at this time. What's that black thing? I remember that freshman's name seems to be Fong Xiu. Isn't his imperial beast a face-hugging insect? What the hell? That monster doesn't look like a bug in any way, right? This Fong Xiu. He must have replaced the imperial beast. The upperclassmen couldn't help but gasp. After all, these days, Fong Xiu had become the center of attention in the upperclassmen. Quite a few people have heard of him and his face-hugging bug imperator. I thought the so-called facehuggers would be insects, but it turned out to be. Fong Xiu's imperial beast was actually so terrifying. No, it's not the one that we fought last time. Chen Fan of Class 6, who naturally came to participate in the mapping exam, stood in the range of activities of Class 6, staring dead center at the screen displaying Fong Xiu. Both of his eyes were glaring like bull's eyes. On the first day of school, he challenged Fong Xiu in front of the cafeteria. It was also that battle that had left an indelible impression on Chen Fan. So much so that he would often be awakened by nightmares late at night in the last few days. The blackened exoskeleton, the huge fan-shaped crown of his head, and the sharp fingers, hissing and grunting, became his worst nightmare. However, the alien Triceratops Fong Xiu had released, although it also screamed incredibly, unbelievably, was just too small in size compared to the nightmare in his mind. Does it mean that, Fong Hui, more than one alien? It was only afterward that Chen Fan learned from Li Guosheng that the so-called face-hugging bugs were nothing more than the juvenile form of the aliens. Doesn't count as a true imperial beast. And this blackened alien was Fong Xiu's trump card. Gollum. In 7 days, just being able to breed a powerful imperial beast was enough to prove genius. As a result, Fong Xiu actually cultivated 2 of them. Damn. Chen Fan subconsciously clenched his fists, and an unprecedented unwillingness grew in his heart. Zhang Shurun of Class 3, although he was so nearsighted that he couldn't see what was going on at all without his glasses, could feel the enthusiasm of the students around him. In the second class, a great guy was born. Is it Li Qingqing? Zhang Shurun couldn't help but mumble. In his opinion, the only person who could cause such a stir in the playground was the city's #1 ranked Li Qingqing. In the exam room, alien Triceratops, take out that machine. Fong Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he raised his hand and pointed at the robot in the center of the examination hall. Hisses. After the alien Triceratops received Fong Xiu's order, it whirled around and let out a low and icy growl at the robot before running violently. With its huge size advantage, and unparalleled flexibility and maneuverability, the alien Triceratops was able to take a step of more than a dozen meters with a casual step. 1,000 meters of runway length was behind him in an instant. Next, the alien Triceratops twisted its huge body, raised its tail high, and swept it viciously toward the humanoid machine. Rumble. With a loud bang, the machine that had been placed here was directly cut across by the alien. Chapter 16, 3-minute speed test. From the time Fong Xiu chose the imperial beasts to the time his alien Triceratops completed the command to attack, the entire process didn't even take 3 minutes. Fong Xiu whirled back to the playground and followed the staff's instructions to pull out his imperial beast space card from the machine. Only when he turned to walk back did he realize that the area where the upperclassmen were was almost silent. Everyone who looked at him had their eyes wide with astonishment. This includes the classroom teachers in each classroom. Zhang Yu pinched his thighs hard. I'm not dreaming, am I? Because it was so outrageous that it made him wonder if he was dreaming. Although I've seen Fong Xiu's imperial beast before this mapping exam, this is too much. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu glanced down at his watch. He remembered that Fong Xiu had entered the examination room at 7:26, while the current time was 7:31 minutes and 56 seconds, 5 minutes before and after, and the best a class of freshmen can do is 15 minutes, a full 3 times worse. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. To top it off, the alien Triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, it had 3 horned bones growing from its head, easily distinguishable from the alien queen's scalloped tiara. This alien is not a trump card in Fong Xiu's hand. Zhang Yu rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In other words, Fong Xiu's real killer weapon hadn't been brought out yet. No. Zhang Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising as a bitter smile surfaced. Just now I was spitting on Fong Xiu, saying that he shouldn't just focus on the quantity of imperial beasts, but also improve the quality. Now look, it's a slap in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was hit in the face was when he questioned Fong Xiu's face-hugging bug. This time it was for questioning his nurturing ways. The clown was actually myself. However, although this feeling of being punched in the face was hot and painful, his heart was cool and satisfied. I can't wait to be hit in the face like this by Fong Xiu every day. Old M. The person who also felt unimaginable was the class 6 teacher, Li Guosheng, who had his mouth wide open, drew a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but hear the advertisement ringing in his ears. Has it started? It's over. Although Fong Xiu was the second group to take the touch test, in Li Guosheng's opinion, he was afraid that there would not be any more freshmen behind him to break Fong Xiu's score. Snap! Li Guosheng fiercely slapped his thighs, and the envy and jealousy towards Zhang Yu in his heart inevitably deepened a few more points. How come you let Fong Hua go to the second class? No, go find old Wang. No matter what means I use, I'm going to dig Fong Xiu into class 6. As soon as Li Guosheng clenched his fists, he swore in his heart. Fong Xiu, the new student. He wanted it. Playground perimeter. Many sophomores and juniors came out to watch the freshmen take their final exams. Upon seeing the performance of the first class, they invariably felt that this freshman class should be the worst. It's nothing compared to when they took their touch exams. Until Feng Hua's appearance. Hey, did I read that right? A touch test in 3 minutes? What the hell is that big black thing? It doesn't look like a regular species of imperial beast, does it? Is it an ancient species? No, even if it's an ancient species, this is horrible, isn't it? Do you guys think that senior's imperial beast could be a phantom species? The sophomore and junior seniors couldn't help but buzz about it. After entering the sophomore year of high school, the general studies class will allow students to choose a subject, in which those who choose to go to history will need to learn about the ancient species of imperial beasts. Some historical science bullies, at a glance, could tell that although Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops had some of the characteristics of a dinosaur, there had by no means been such a creature in the Blue Star's past. Not ancient species, but phantom beast species. Kai, are you kidding? A freshman in high school can breed a phantom beast species? Illusory beast species are originally fantastical creatures that can only be constructed by extremely talented imperial beast masters. It has nothing to do with a high few, right? Demon. In that case, our Crane City one middle school has given birth to another genius imperial beast master? It's not like this has anything to do with you, so why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since school started. To have bred such a powerful phantom beast seed imperial beast, I'm sure there will be some action on the student council's side. Ahem, be careful what you say. As one of the sophomores, offhandedly, mentioned the student council, the other older students cast strange glances. It was as if the student body of this first high school was some kind of forbidden existence. But no matter what, Fong Xiu's performance had given them a great shock, coupled with Fong Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance. Some of the sophomore and junior sisters couldn't help but start inquiring about Fong Xiu's contact information. The other side, the school authorities were on a makeshift podium for this mapping test. The principal of Huqing one middle school, half a day later, came back to his senses. What's that freshman's name? From the release of the imperial beasts to the end of the touch test, it only took 3 minutes before and after. It's been a long time since such an achievement has been seen. Even in this principal's memory, such a score was enough to set a new record for the top 10 in all the years of the mapping exam. His name is Fong Xiu. It's a year 2 student. Only Zhang Pan slowly came over to the principal's side and whispered in his ear. And as he said the name Fong Xiu, a smile spread across his face. No matter what, Zhang Pan was Fong Xiu's physical education teacher. One glory. Even the other physical education teachers reacted instantly as soon as they heard the second class. Class 2, Class 6, and Class 8, all of which Zhang Pan is in charge of. This means that all of Fong Xiu's future physical education classes will be taught by Zhang Pan. Damn it. For a while, many gym teachers became red-eyed. After all, a 3-minute score is just too much. Not to mention this term of freshman is to bring over the previous freshman's touchdown results, is also a minute by Fong Xiu seconds of goods. Teacher Pan, you couldn't have secretly given Fong Xiu a small meal, could you? The mapping exam is to check the potential of the new student imperial beasts, and to be fair, there won't even be a gym class for a week before school starts. A physical education teacher couldn't help but bash up Zhang Pan, feeling that he was the one who had privately helped Fong Xiu raise the imperial beast. Zhang Pan was not amused by this. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here when Fong Xiu took the exam just now? The implication is, where have your eyes gone? That level of imperial beasts, and Fong Xiu's control over them, is simply not something that can be achieved by opening a small stove. He's a natural-born beast sentinel. It's the genius that surpasses us all sooner or later. As she spoke, Zhang Pan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses as if she was looking at an idiot, sizing up the gym teacher surnamed Zhao. Chapter 17, The Strongest Junior High School Student. Qingqing Li. Seeing the strong smell of gunpowder rubbing out between Zhang Pan and Zhao Gang, the principal hurriedly waved his hand to separate them. Fong Xiu? A fine man indeed. The principal looked at Fong Xiu, who was walking back from the playground, and deeply memorized him in his heart. On the other side, Fong Xiu was naturally unaware of the episode that occurred on the podium. He walked idly along, but realized he was surrounded by no one. Not only that, the freshmen or the sophomores and seniors, all of their eyes were focused on themselves at this time. Truly $1 million, and it can't be helped. While Fong Xiu was walking out from the examination room, the other students in class 2 were still thinking about how to make their imperial beasts finish this examination. Luckily, this section of the road wasn't very far, and within a short while, Zhang Yu took the initiative to come up to greet him. Good job, Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu's head rose high. According to his original conception, Fong Xiu's bottoming out test this time was enough to make the people in the playground light up, but the reality is, it's more than a call to arms, isn't it? It simply turns everyone's worldview upside down. Looking at the entire senior class, I'm afraid no one will be able to refresh. No, it was the time when no one could come close to Fong Xiu. Yes, Zhang Yu had already foreseen in his heart that the results of this class of freshmen's mapping exams would be left far behind by Fong Xiu alone. Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe, who were closer to the second-class range of activities, were even more red-eyed for a while, especially Fan Longhe. The mapping results of their class had all come out. The most outstanding students were also crushed by Fong Xiu on the ground, completely becoming Fong Xiu's companions. Although Zhang Chao's class had Zhang Shuren as a leading player, in his heart, he did not feel that Zhang Shuren could break Fong Xiu's record in the slightest. Good lord, others are taking exams, Fong Xiu is simply speed passing. Zhang Chao's heart broke up. However, just as Zhang Chao was about to console Zhang Shuren and tell him not to feel so much psychological pressure, he realized with a jolt that Zhang Shuren and the team had disappeared. Frightened, Zhang Chao looked around. Luckily, the people from the second class hadn't returned yet, and Zhang Chao's eyes quickly spotted where Zhang Shuren had gone, only to see that he had unknowingly walked to Fong Xiu's side. His two eyes half narrowed, staring dead at Fong Xiu's face. Looking at Fong Xiu was a bit baffling. I'll remember you. Zhang Shuren looked hard for half a day before recognizing Fong Xiu's appearance, then turned away without looking back. Fong Xiu? No, this dude is out of his mind. What a situation. Fong Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back. It is hard not to read stupidly, probably thinking of you as a rival. Zhang Yu was also confused, but as the second best student in the city, Zhang Yu was also relatively impressed with him. After all, he was a school teacher, and it was understandable that he had some quirks. As a rival, Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. After seeing the performance of his alien Triceratops, he still had the courage to consider himself as a competitor. So it seemed that this guy was very confident in his imperial beasts. Speaking of which, the number one person in Crane City is named Li Qingqing, right? What class is she in? For a while, Fong Xiu couldn't help but wonder which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, she was the number one person in Crane City Junior High School, so I'm sure her imperial beasts were also very powerful. You can have the facehugger assimilate the genes later if you get the chance. Are you serious? But who knew that Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, was looking at Fong Xiu with a black line on his face? What's wrong? Li Qingqing is in our class, Zhang Yu said while pointing to the screen in the center of the playground. It had been a week since school started, and Fong Xiu hadn't missed out on general education classes. Didn't you realize it all along? As the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, Li Qingqing had more than just proud grades. Her appearance was also like a face with eyes like dots of paint, and her body was concave and convex. If there was some kind of school flower contest, Li Qingqing would definitely be able to win. Even not long after the start of the school year, there are a lot of sophomores and juniors, and other classes of freshmen came over to the second class to inquire about Li Qingqing's Tingxin, wanting to add him as a friend. Did Fong Xiu not realize it all along? Is there more to this? In fact, Fong Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a straight and slender body, coupled with defeating Qin Fan, had already become the object of admiration for many girls. That's why every time he finished his general studies class, Fong Xiu just jumped out the window and ran away. The time spent on weekdays was also spent breeding aliens, and there was no desire to gossip about others. That is to say, even after the mapping exam was over, he couldn't go back and still needed to wait here. Otherwise, Fong Xiu would have gone back a long time ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fong Xiu also looked at the screen in the center of the playground. Only Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a strange gray bird that looked strangely ugly, and the feathers of its tail were even a bit blown up, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. However, although this little gray bird was unimpressive, it was quite swift compared to the other newborn imperial beasts. 1,000-meter runway. It was quickly left behind before crashing headlong into the humanoid machine. Boo! Accompanied by a muffled sound, The humanoid machine in the examination room was directly lifted 3 meters high by the little gray bird, like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. The whole thing was clean and flowing. When Li Qingqing walked out of the examination room, the time had only taken 8 minutes. Poof! Li Qingqing returned to the playground and dashingly pulled out the Imperial Beast space card. This principal of Huqing No. 1 middle school. There is definitely something wrong with his brain. A good mapping exam has to be broadcast out live. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to expose her Imperial Beast in public, Li Qingqing felt that she could have improved her score. Maybe it'll make it into the 6s. It's not impossible to set a new record for Huqing No. 1 middle school's mapping test scores over the years. But forget it. Even with that kind of achievement, I'm sure it's not something that this class can catch up with. Mortals, you'll just have to cheer for me. While murmuring secretly in her heart, Li Qingqing inserted her hands into her pockets. The corners of her mouth rose and a smile appeared as she walked back with big strides. Just when Li Qingqing thought that the freshmen of this class, as well as the older students of the 2nd and 3rd years of high school would be incredibly shocked by her results, the murmuring voices also literally came from behind her. Hey, am I reading this right? Passed the touch test in 8 minutes? That Imperial Beast is obviously so ugly, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. Even though the Imperial Beast is ugly, that girl is so pretty. She's Li Qingqing, right? Rumored to be the strongest junior high school student in Crane City, the first high school she was admitted to with the top score in the city. What monsters this freshman class is. Li Qingqing didn't care about the voices of these sophomore and senior veterans on the surface, but in her heart, she was complacent. Yeah, that's it. Praise me, marvel at me, mortal. However, when Li Qingqing looked up towards the scope of her class's activities, the corners of her mouth, which had been raised, froze for a moment. Chapter 18, Life-Doubting Li Qingqing. Am I second? She had thought that the class teacher, Zhang Yu, would greet her in the second class activity area, but when Li Qingqing looked up, she suddenly realized that there was another person standing beside Zhang Yu. What a situation. Li Qingqing's striding footsteps instantly slowed down and blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had misread the situation. Was there someone else, who had completed the mapping exam and returned to the activity area faster than he had? No way. As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing frantically shook her head in denial in her mind. Just now when the first class of students had their mapping test, she deliberately paid attention to it, the fastest record of passing the test. It took 15 minutes, and some students even failed to complete this mapping test. How could anyone be faster than yourself? It must be. This student's level of Imperial Beasts was so poor that he was kicked out of the examination room. Well, it must be. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing covered her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. He himself was the strongest in the city in junior high school. Not only was he first in general studies for all 3 years, but he also received the knowledge of the Imperial Beasts early on. Now that he had risen to this Crane City first high school, his position as the number 1 person was still untouchable. But who knew? As Li Qingqing got closer and closer to the second class activity area, she also gradually saw Fong Xiu. His sword eyebrows and starry eyes were fresh and handsome, and his body was straight and slender. But the other man's face was not gray. On the contrary, his face beamed with powerful confidence. It's not at all like being kicked out of an exam. Is it possible that the guy finished the touch test? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, and her hands, which were stuck in her pockets, could not help but clench her fists. Good job, Kiyoshi-san. Seeing this, Zhang Yu directly gave a thumbs up to Li Qingqing. This time the first and second in the groping exam will be able to stay in our class. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu's bright laughter was extremely penetrating, and his voice was even louder, as if he was afraid that a teacher would not hear him. Li Guosheng, the teacher of the 6th class, had an ironic look on his face the entire time. It was even if it was just one Fong Xiu, but I didn't expect Li Qingqing to be assigned to the second class as well. This Zhang Yu, it couldn't be that he sent a red packet to old Wang. Li Guosheng looked at Zhang Yu with a sly look in his eyes. The homeroom teachers of the other classes, although they had not snatched any students from Zhang Yu, they were all very red-eyed at this moment of effort. A 3-minute quick-fix mapping test, an 8-minute takedown of the touch test. If there was nothing unexpected, the two of them would be the first and second in this Imperial Beast mapping. The rest of the class would just be green leaves to set them off. So reluctant, so angry. However, at this time, Li Qingqing did not dip her confidence. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, Li Qingqing's entire body directly froze in place. What did you just say? First, second, who is number 1 on? Although Li Qingqing's heart vaguely realized what had happened, the shock was simply too great for her to accept for a while. Of course it's me. Could it be you? Seeing this, Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. This Li Qingqing's does have a few poise, especially when placed on the playground. The other class girls all look a little dark. but it's not like he's never seen a woman before. Especially the sense of superiority that flowed out of Li Qingqing's words, as if this first place result should be hers and no one else could get their hands on it. What did you say? Li Qingqing felt a bolt from the blue. 3 years of middle school, both regular exams and various competitions. No, even if you count elementary school, kindergarten grades, you've always come in first place yourself, even in origami competitions, which are of little use in the eyes of others. I have never lost to anyone as long as I am serious about it. Even this kind of first was as normal to her as breathing and drinking water. It was the same when I got to Crane City 1. The same will be true for future college careers. As it should be. Also for your information, my score is 3 minutes. Seeing that Li Qingqing was in a bit of a trance, Fong Xiu simply continued to speak and lit up his score. Impossible. The result was as Fong Hua expected. After hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took half a step back, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring like ox eyes. Her vermilion lips were open, her jade teeth and tongue in full view. Zhang Yu also did not expect Li Qingqing to have such a big reaction. That, Qingqing ah, Fong Xiu he, you're Fong Xiu. Li Qingqing did not care about Zhang Yu's words, but only captured the key information from his words. Fong Xiu, the name rings a bell with her. After all, this is the guy who caused a stir on the first day of school. No, you're lying. Li Qingqing was still unable to accept reality, her head shaking like a rattle. Brother you, tell her what my grades are. Fong Xiu still didn't comfort Li Qingqing. Instead, he had a sense of smoothness in his heart. Is this what a punch in the face feels like? That's very nice indeed. Fong Xiu, you also say less. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The homeroom teachers of the other classes, they didn't expect this to happen. All of a sudden, gazes were cast. A look of a lazy man. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is Fong Xiu's grade? Li Qingqing snapped. Don't lie to me. I can find out for myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she didn't forget to warn the other party specifically. Indeed, 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face became ironic. He was so focused on being happy that he completely failed to realize that Li Qingqing would place such a high value on this touch test. But come to think of it, this Li Qingqing's grades have always been consistently number 1. You came in second because that's all you had. I took first place because there is no place higher than first. This famous quote is the golden words that Qingqing Li exposed in the interview program. Although her arrogant attitude made many people feel uncomfortable, she did have such qualifications. Until, that is, she met Fong Hua, turned himself into a second. 3 minutes, 8 minutes, that's 5 minutes faster than me, 1.5 times faster. I am the second. Li Qingqing only felt a buzzing in her brain, and her vision in front of her eyes became even more blurred. I am second. These words kept echoing in Li Qingqing's mind, as if they were thunderbolts from a clear sky. Even, Li Qingqing's breathing quickly became rapid, and fragrant sweat continued to emerge from her forehead. Kiyoshi? Where had Zhang Yu seen such a picture? He was instantly startled and reached out to help. Results next. Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her eyes blackened, and she instantly pounced on Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu never expected that Li Qingqing would pass out in front of him. No sis, are you touching the porcelain? Chapter 19, Li Qingqing's cunning defense. I'm not serious. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu subconsciously reached out to help, but he was still a beat too slow. His hand hung in mid-air, and Li Qingqing fell directly into Fong Xiu's arms. Fong Xiu and Zhang Yu looked at each other in all directions and couldn't help but spit out on their mouths. This guy's mental capacity, it's too poor. In his own previous life, his grades had not dropped several places like Li Qingqing's. You don't know. This Li Qingqing has gotten excellent grades since she was a child. She has always been number 1 and hasn't taken second once. For this reason, at the end of the midterm, the TV station even interviewed Qingqing Li. The Li Qingqing of the time said that you took second because you only had the strength to take second place, and I took first because there was no place higher than first. Now not only are you being passed, but the grades are twice as different. It's hard to avoid taking some hits, Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing was ranked second this time, her results were enough to crush all the freshmen except Fong Xiu. There was nothing strange about Zhang Yu speaking up for her. Then what now? Fong Xiu still couldn't quite understand this kind of mood, but he couldn't keep letting Li Qingqing fall into his arms. Send her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. As the class teacher herself, she also had to look after the other new students and couldn't get away for a while. As for the homeroom teachers and students of the other classes, he was more or less unsure. Hell if they'd robbed their own students. What's more, Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing were both students in their own class. It wasn't like they were enemies. It wouldn't hurt to expose them to more. I can send Qingqing-san to the infirmary, but the cost of this? Fong Xiu said inquiringly while carrying Li Qingqing on his shoulder. What are you thinking? The infirmary side is of course free, Zhang Yu said without thinking. First middle school is at least a key high school in Crane City. How could the school nurse possibly charge students? I didn't say medical bills. I'm talking about me. I can't have a wasted trip, can I? I would have liked to see the other students' imperial beasts. Fong Xiu wasn't looking for excuses. In fact, he was really curious if this freshman class would have any imperial beasts that caught his eye. When you have the chance, you can let the facehugger parasitize it yourself. Zhang Yu whirled around and froze. That's excessive. Fong Xiu. Qingqing Li she is. Zhang Yu was going to say that this Li Qingqing can be counted as a colonel's flower, whether it is grades or family circumstances are very outstanding, is how many male students heart of the white moonlight. As a result, Fong Xiu can be good. Such a good opportunity to be alone. He is still reluctant. Even during the moment when Fong Xiu and Zhang Yu were bargaining, the envious eyes of male students were all around. My imperial beasts are running out of money to eat. I'm really poor. Brother Yu, Fong Xiu said without hesitation. 500? Looking at the way Fong Xiu was getting the better of him, Zhang Yu felt a sense of tears and laughter in his heart. Good lord, this is a big rip-off. Never mind. Alright, wait for you to come back. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and could only agree to Fong Xiu's conditions. But who knew that Fong Xiu would directly take out his resource card? It looked as if he was afraid that Zhang Yu would back out. It's not that I can't trust you, but the place where you recharge your resource card isn't far from the infirmary. It just happened to fill up on the way. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip then, just in case it delays my imperial beast. Hiss. Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was also Fong Xiu. If this were a second person, Zhang Yu could not even be spoiled like this. With that, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fong Xiu's resource card. It was Fong Xiu who carried Li Qingqing and headed towards the infirmary. However, looking at Fong Xiu's distant back, Zhang Yu only reacted. He had directly transferred the account to Fong Hua's resource card, and he had charged what kind of value. Along the way, both male and female classmates cast envious and jealous gazes. The male students hated themselves for not being Fong Xiu. The female classmate hated that she wasn't Li Qingqing. Of course, there are lesbians who hate themselves for not being fangirls. For a while, Fong Xiu had almost become a public enemy, and after the principal noticed the interlude over here, he quickly sent someone over to confirm the situation. Only after learning that Li Qingqing was not in any serious condition did the mapping test continue to begin. However, Li Qingqing's coma didn't last long. She had originally fainted because she couldn't accept it for a while and her qi and blood attacked her heart. But after all, she was a high school student and an imperial beast master. Her physical fitness wasn't that bad, and she woke up in no time. Just what she never dreamed of. He himself just opened his eyes and saw Fong Xiu's backside. As soon as his body tried to power up, he realized that he was being carried on his shoulders. So embarrassing. The other students threw their eyes this way, causing Li Qingqing's face to turn red. Damn it. I thought I could shock the whole world by taking the touch test. Let all the students cheer and applaud themselves. The results were not expected. This touch test had completely turned into Fong Xiu's home field. One is simply humiliated. It's over. It's over. For a moment, Li Qingqing only felt that her life was over. She closed her eyes fiercely and prayed in her heart to leave the playground quickly. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, didn't notice this matter of Li Qing coming awake, and he didn't care what the others looked at. It's a good deal to make 500 just for carrying a man. Put me down. It wasn't until Fong Xiu led Li Qingqing into the school building that Li Qingqing struggled violently. Fong Xiu obediently spread his hands, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her footing. Fong Xiu, she clenched her small pink fists, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. You're alright? Fong Xiu sized up Li Qingqing and whirled around to extend his hand. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. What do you mean by that? Pay up. I'll carry you all the way from the playground to here. I don't have to go to the infirmary, but the fruits of my labor can't go to waste, right? Fong Xiu said with a serious face. Maybe other boys, just by speaking a few words with Qingqing Li, would be excited to show off in their friend circles, but he won't. Even if this Li Qingqing's does have a little bit of beauty, then we should talk about money. You're a miser, aren't you? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only feeling incomprehensible. How can there be such people in this world? Don't think you're better than me just because you took first place on this mapping test. I'll tell you what, my imperial beast. Ahem. I'm just not serious. Li Qingqing clasped her hands to her chest and emphasized up towards Fong Xiu. However, these words sounded like nothing more than a loser looking for a reason to Fong Xiu. Really say seriously, his own alien queen, who didn't even take this mapping test. In the past, when you came in first, didn't you think those second place finishers were acting funny when they said they weren't serious? Fong Xiu spoke coldly. If you have the ability, take the first place back openly and honestly. $1,000, please. Chapter 20, The Student Council. Li Qingqing instantly turned red. It was the first time she had encountered such an incomprehensible fellow as Fong Xiu. Whether it was elementary school, or middle school, He had always been the center of attention, and it had always been the other boys who had been courting him. Fong Xiu is good, just carrying himself to the infirmary. He dares to ask for 1,000, though the money was but a drop in the bucket for her well-off family. She was still angry inside. Fong Xiu, wait for me. Only after saying that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred $1,000 to Fong Xiu's resource card, and then left the place without looking back. That little girl. Looking at Li Qingqing's distant back, Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Even if she just walks away, it's not like I can do anything to her. I didn't expect a transfer. Is this the strength of the strongest junior high school student? Looking at the hand of $1,500, Fong Xiu heart is still happy, so that the alien a week of rations problem is considered to be solved, and what comes next is relatively simple. When Fong Xiu returned to the playground, the students of Class 2 and Class 3 had all finished their mapping exams. Fong Xiu obediently observed the situation of the imperial beasts of the other classes, and took note of the imperial beasts that were performing well, one by one, thinking that if there was an opportunity in the future, he would let the face-hugging insects parasitize them. It took a full day for all of the upperclassmen to complete their mapping exams. Although the results of the entire student body have not yet been fully tabulated, there is already a consensus in everyone's mind as to who the first-place winner will be. Before the dismissal, the principal of the first high school did not forget to praise Fong Xiu, making him a role model in the woods, so that the freshmen would be good students to him. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There is still a long time to go before the college entrance exams, so don't be discouraged even if you are temporarily behind, and work hard to improve the strength of the imperial beasts. You also go back early and have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be gym class. Before parting, Zhang Yu purposely pulled Fong Xiu, although he took very impressive results this time. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and it is only by keeping one's feet on the ground that one can reach the highest peak. I know, if it was an average high school student, they might have drifted off because of their excellent grades, or they might have been like Qingqing, who couldn't take the blow once she encountered failure. But Fong Xiu had long been an adult, and his mind was quite a bit more stable than even Zhang Yu. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fong Xiu returned to his chambers. He first entered the Imperial Beast space and exchanged the 15,000 he had snubbed, all of it, into food before he slept beautifully. By the time Fong Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched, briefly washed up, and headed straight for campus. The first week of classes, mainly general education classes. Fong Xiu's previous life was an undergraduate. As long as he flipped through the books, he was able to get good grades, and naturally, he had little interest in these subjects. And after the mapping exam, that's when it really starts. Not only are there extra PE classes on the schedule, but PE even takes up most of the class time. Conservative estimates suggest a minimum of 3 gym classes a day as well. Why don't we just rename it the Imperial Beasts class? Fong Xiu took out his cell phone, glanced at the class schedule that class teacher Zhang Yu had sent to the class group, and couldn't help but vomit. 2 periods of PE in the morning and 2 periods of PE in the afternoon. True to form, this is the era of the National Imperial Beast. However, just as Fong Xiu was on his way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly trotted over. Finally found you. Seeing Fong Xiu alone, Zhang Yu was relieved. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fong Xiu shot a glance at Zhang Yu and felt that his face was even uglier than the first time he heard about the face-hugging insects. It's hard not to. Li Guosheng, the headmaster of Class 6, really used his connections to get me there? Brother Yu, don't worry, Class 2 is quite good. I have no thoughts of going to Class 6. Fong Xiu spoke eloquently. For one thing, he was on good terms with Zhang Yu. Secondly, this Zhang Yu's character was also the kind of classroom teacher who would protect his children. There's really no need to switch classes. Once he heard Fong Xiu's words, Zhang Yu was naturally happy in his heart. It's not about switching classes. District Oldley is not qualified to snatch someone from my hands. It's student government. While saying that, Zhang Yu pulled Fong Xiu to the corner of the stairs, with a look of fear that he would be discovered. Student council? Fong Xiu cocked his head. The so-called student union, as the name suggests, is a self-governing organization of students. The school initially established the student union to enrich the campus life of the students. Some students, however, pride themselves on being superior by entering student government. All day long, he's been acting like an asshole. In Fong Xiu's 4 years of college, the people he hated the most were the people in the student union. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression again, Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, student councils are not popular. Aha, Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you pay attention when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data is easier to handle. It took only one night for the first school to compile the results of the freshman mapping exam. Fong Xiu, who had passed the exam with a 3-minute speed test, was undoubtedly the first person in this touch test. Jingqingli was second and Shiren was third. Chen Fan of Class 6. Although Fong Xiu had finished off his Imperial Beast on the first day, his solid family background allowed him to quickly cultivate a new Imperial Beast and took a proud 6th place in this mapping exam. The names of the top 100 freshmen, on the other hand, were made into banners by the university and displayed in various areas of the campus. This, I didn't really notice, Fong Xiu said without thinking. On his way here, he did notice the banner, but was not interested in what was on it, and passed by without even looking at it. However, Fong Xiu sort of understood Zhang Yu's worries. The trees are big. His own alien Triceratops not only took first place in this one, it's likely to set the all-time record as well. When faced with a freshman as good as himself, it was no surprise that the student body had a recruiting mindset. Nothing to worry about. I have little interest in chairing the student council, Fong Xiu said as such, thinking that Zhang Yu was worried that he would be indulging in the power of the student council to the detriment of the Imperial Beasts. In this matter, Fong Xiu was still clear. Student body president, also useful on campus, sounds awesome. In the real world, who cares if you've been in the student union or not? Things are not as simple as you think. Zhang Yu looked at Fong Xiu with a black face. If the student council was just trying to recruit Fong Xiu, he, the homeroom teacher, had nothing to worry about. If they want to sign any contract with you, just say that you'll reconsider. You're only in your first year of high school. You still have to discuss anything with your family before you can do anything, Zhang Yu said with a serious face. Chapter 21, Water to stop the troops and water to cover the earth. Contracts? Can the student council still sign contracts with students? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Although organizations like student councils also existed in the world before crossing over, the work they were mainly responsible for was related to clubs. Haven't heard of that student government signing contracts with high achievers or anything. It looked like the student council in this world was a far cry from the one he had perceived. What's the approximate contract? Fong Xiu was interested for a moment. But who knows? Zhang Yu shook his head. The specifics, I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. And this is just my guess. The student council may have other plans as well. Anyway, it's fine if they promise you something verbally, but if it's a written agreement or something like that, don't sign it yet. After saying that, Zhang Yu let Fong Xiu go to the classroom first, and he left the place with him. It seems like this student council has a lot of energy. Fong Xiu wasn't really a high school student after all, and such things as detecting words and colors were something he knew a bit about before he came to this world. He could tell that this Zhang Yu was scornful of the student council. I guess Zhang Yu is worried that I'll say the wrong thing and give him up? Otherwise, why be the Riddler? And this means that the student council is so powerful that it can even affect the direct interests of the classroom teacher. But from another perspective, Zhang Yu could also say nothing, and it wouldn't be too late for him to give his opinion when he went to him after he got in touch with the student council. And the fact that he didn't do that shows that he really did look out for himself. Forget it. Can't think of anything anyway? Just soldier on. I don't know what kind of contract the student council wants to sign with myself, but I have nothing to fear. Let's not talk about the fact that this world is also a society governed by the rule of law. His own alien was not a soft touch that anyone could come and pinch twice. If the student council really dares to mess around, the big deal is that the pipsqueak will spill blood. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu calmed down and then walked towards his class. It was worth mentioning that Fong Xiu had already become a popular figure when he defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school. Yesterday's touch test was a sensation throughout Crane City No. 1 Middle School. When Fong Xiu pushed open the door of the classroom and walked into the class, he caused a furor on the spot. Many girls rushed up and wanted to add Fong Xiu's friends. Even as soon as Fong Xiu joined the class group, there were countless students submitting friend requests, or were bombarded with reapplications every few seconds. Eventually it got so bad that Fong Xiu had to set a ban on adding himself as a friend from within the group. Hiss. Looking at the students who had come together, Fong Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No wonder those celebrities wear sunglasses and masks when they travel. Fans can be pretty fanatical. But not everyone had gathered around. Fong Xiu looked around and realized that Li Qingqing was sitting in the first row of the classroom by the window, and then glared at himself fiercely, and then turned his head to the side as if he was gambling. That's enough of you. Fong Xiu chastised his classmates for their behavior and then came to his seat. However, as soon as Fong Xiu sat down, the classmate on the side excitedly opened his mouth. Fong Xiu, how in the world did you do it? You are? Although Fong Xiu had already attended the general studies class for a week, his mind was spent on the Imperial Beasts, and during class, he was also basically thinking about the alien queen, and he didn't have any interactions with his classmates at all. My name is Shi Zhanhong. Shi Zhanhong froze for a moment, but on second thought, he really hadn't interacted much with Fong Xiu. The ranking of this mapping exam is 28. which is a relatively impressive result, right? If another person comes, sure Zhanhong can be very proud to say, I am the top 30 geniuses in Huqingno. 1 middle school. It is the innate 985 holy body. However, in front of Fong Xiu, the number 1 person, sure Zhanhong couldn't even catch his breath. Even as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of remorse. How he himself licked his face and exposed his rankings in front of Fong Xiu. Ahem. Let's not talk about the touch test. By the way, my brother is also from this first school, so if you have any questions, you can ask me. Sure Zhanhong's words turned as if he had found some kind of breakthrough, and his eyes flickered. Older brother. I'll borrow the flowers this time. Oh, Fong Xiu heard this and immediately became interested. He really wanted to find someone to ask about the student council. So you know about the student council? Student council? Sure Zhanhong didn't expect Fong Xiu to actually ask himself about first middle school. He was only in his first year of high school as well, and if it wasn't for Fong Xiu mentioning it, he hadn't even paid attention to the student council. I don't know, but that's okay, I can help ask my brother. He should know. While saying that, sure Zhanhong was about to take out his cell phone and help Fong Xiu inquire. Just then, however, a loud voice came from the doorway of the second class. Is Mr. Fong Xiu here? The voice was not only loud, but it also carried an air of arrogance. Fong Xiu and Sure Zhanhong looked toward the doorway in unison, only to see that the other party was almost close to 2 meters tall and had an exaggerated amount of muscle mass. It looks just like the NBA stars. The sense of oppression that emanated from him even made the classroom instantly quiet. Could it be the gym teacher? Many students secretly speculated in their hearts. After all, gym class had only started today and none of them had met the gym teacher yet. Anything? Fong Xiu whirled around and stood up from his seat. Hello, Mr. Fong Xiu. I'm Wang Bin from the 3rd class of sophomore year. I'm from the student council. Our minister asked me to come and ask you to come over. Wang Bin's volume did not decrease. This statement, moreover, immediately triggered a clamor in the classroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk, not a gym teacher? Sophomore? Did he just say he was a sophomore? That's almost 2 meters tall, right? What does he want with Fong Xiu? No one expected that the visitor was also a student, and was only just 1 year older than them. Minister? What minister? What is it that you are looking for me for? Fong Xiu looked Wang Bin up and down. I'm in the student council organization department, so I can't say exactly what it is. As he spoke, Wang Bin purposely glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard. It doesn't matter if you take a few less classes in general studies. On the teacher's side, we'll go ahead and let you know. It won't count against you for leaving early. Notice, Fong Xiu's starry eyes moved. In his opinion, this Wang Bin's wording was very elaborate, not to help him explain to his teacher, but to inform him. Normally, only superiors use the term notification to their subordinates, right? No wonder even class president Zhang Yu was afraid of the student council. Well, lead the way. But no matter what, Fong Xiu was not intimidated by Wang Bin's aura as he walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way for him. Chapter 22, Contract offered by the student council. Sure Zhanhong had wanted to come up to see the fun, but once he saw Wang Bin's somewhat menacing eyes, he was so scared that he instantly tightened his neck. The entire second class fell silent. It felt like some school bully, running over and blocking people, and the other students were too afraid to speak up. Only Li Qingqing, who gave Wang Bin a hard white glance, didn't take him seriously. Follow me. Wang Bin whirled around and led Fong Xiu through the corridor before bringing him to the school playground. Fong Xiu couldn't help but be a bit confused watching this maneuver. He'd thought the place where the student council would ask him to meet would be some conference room, a classroom. Results, the playground? However, there weren't many students on the playground since it was close to class time. Minister Qian. Wang Bin directly brought Fong Xiu to a shady place. The person known as Minister Qian was sitting on a chair with a few student council members gathered behind him. You are Fong Xiu? It's quite handsome to look at. To introduce myself, my name is Qian Feng, and I'm the head of the student union's organization department. Passing the mapping test in only 3 minutes is a rare achievement. How about it? Interested in joining us? Qian Feng directly threw an olive branch to Fong Xiu, but he didn't have the intention to stand up. Instead, it was the classmates around him that had gathered up towards Fong Xiu, and all of these students were around 2 meters tall, on par with Wang Bin, and coupled with their burly muscles, they constantly exuded a sense of oppression, especially their attitude, as if Fong Xiu would not let him go if he dared to disagree. What if I say I'm not interested? But how could Fong Xiu be intimidated by these people's aura? He sized up Qian Feng and didn't take Wang Bin and the others seriously. Qian Feng was first stunned. He didn't expect Fong Xiu to reject himself directly. Generally speaking, a lot of sophomore and junior seniors want to join student government. There are still quite a few applications piled up in the activity room that he usually doesn't even bother to look at. But think about it. Most of those who volunteered for student government are mediocre. And this Fong Xiu took first place in the touch test. The imperial beasts that are cultivated are even very rare species of phantom beasts. If it's not exuberant, is it still called a young man? Student Fong shouldn't have any misunderstanding about us, right? Our organization department upholds the idea of helping each other. Well, never mind. I'll get right to it. This matter of imperial beasts depends not only on one's talent, but also on what kind of resources the family can provide for them. If we can't provide enough help for the imperial beast masters in terms of resources, the first semester of high school might not be a problem. But once we enter the second year of high school, we will be easily surpassed by those students from well-off families. We, the student council, have seen too many examples of geniuses falling. That's why, in order not to let such a tragedy happen again, we, the student council, will help these geniuses with resources. Qianfeng paused slightly, his tone carrying a few hints of playfulness. Student Fong's parents, they are just ordinary workers, right? It seems like there's a mortgage, a car payment, and other financial pressures. Hearing this, Fong Xiu unnaturally raised his sword brows. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude, as well as Wang Bin's performance, Fong Xiu had no difficulty in seeing that this student union had a great deal of energy. But it was only a short day's time, and even his own family's situation was investigated clearly in this matter. It was still out of his expectation. Is this the student council or a private detective? Especially Qianfeng's tone was more or less threatening. This made Fong Xiu feel very uncomfortable. Then, what is the price? Fong Xiu remained serious. I don't believe that there is a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this Qianfeng is the high and mighty minister of organization, and he should be happy to be able to get his favor. But in Fong Xiu's eyes, this Qianfeng was nothing more than a kid in high school, especially with that superiority complex he had written all over him. So what if you're the genius beast master of the upperclassmen, and now you're the one standing and talking to me? It's not a big deal at all. Such a claim as cost would be an exaggeration. Qianfeng smiled. We are all the top students of Heching No. One middle school, seedlings who can go to major universities in the future. Of course. While saying that, Qianfeng snapped his fingers. The boy standing next to Wang Bin whirled around and took out a bunch of documents from his school bag. Verbal promises don't mean much. Naturally, if Mr. Fong is willing to accept our funding, he can sign this contract. In case there are any problems, we can also go through the legal process. Qianfeng made a wink, and a document was then handed to Fong Xiu. It doesn't matter if Mr. Fong looks at the contents of the contract first, does it? Just look. Fong Xiu grabbed the document. Anyway, one's mind is an adult and one is not legally illiterate. And to be fooled by a sophomore brat? Thinking of this, Fong Xiu flipped through the documents Qianfeng had brought with him. Just what Fong Xiu did not expect is, he thought the contract that Qianfeng brought in would have potholes everywhere. For example, some online platforms will use a long contract to set up the author. In some inconspicuous place, secretly add a sentence. The copyright of this book is used by Party B, valid for 50 years. Some authors who don't read contracts too carefully fall for this. But who knows? Fong Xiu didn't see any bullying. On the contrary, the offer above looks quite tempting. For example, they will provide financial assistance to themselves to solve the problem of food for the Imperial Beasts and the expansion of the Imperial Beast space cards. You will also plan your development for your 3 years of high school, such as some Imperial Beast competitions, and you will be given one-on-one responsibility by a specialized senior. It doesn't feel like is much of a problem. Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. The contents of the contract were all more in his favor. It's hard to believe that this student council is really good people. However, just as Fong Xiu was pondering so, one of the clauses written on the penultimate page caught his attention. The student's first choice of volunteering for high school will be the responsibility of the student council. High school preferred volunteer. Other than this one, which seems to be problematic, there is nothing wrong with any of the other clauses. I remember volunteering for high school, and I think you can do it 3 times. Even if something goes wrong with your first choice, you can still go to a good college as long as you didn't make a mistake with your second or third choice. If what the student council was asking for was that all the work of filling out volunteers be taken care of by the student council, Fong Xiu would never agree to that. But if it's just the preferred option, it looks like there's nothing wrong with it. Or is it? What do you know about volunteering in this world that you don't? Chapter 23, Repression from the Student Council. If it wasn't for Zhang Yu reminding me right beforehand not to sign a contract with the student union, I might have actually done so. Fong Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu hadn't warned beforehand, and Qianfeng's attitude had been a bit better, he might have really been fooled by this high school brat. But, although Fong Xiu was somewhat moved, he still threw the contract back. The contract is really good. I'm afraid there's not much reason to say no if it's a normal freshman. But unfortunately, for Hugh of our party, the price you are asking is too low. Instead of questioning the voluntary application, Fong Xiu threw the contract back hard on the grounds that the price was too low. Then, Fong Xiu directly turned around and prepared to go back to class. I thought I would ask Zhang Yu or Zhang Pan what was going on when I had the chance. Even if the student council was more powerful, it shouldn't be enough to clash with the gym teacher, right? After all, the gym teacher has the highest status of any teacher in this high school. But who knows? Before Fong Xiu could take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him. What? Seeing this, Fong Xiu whirled around and glanced back at Qian Feng. Want to use force to force me into submission? For a moment, Fong Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin brought himself to the playground. All areas of the school building are monitored, especially conference rooms, activity rooms, classrooms. There is basically no surveillance dead space. But the playground is a different story. If he really made a move, and with the energy of the student council, he might really be at a disadvantage. Of course, that's just in theory. Even if one's physique was no match for Wang Bin and these guys, one still had the alien. Don't get me wrong, Fong. Seeing this, Qian Feng hastily raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Fong Xiu. Our student council is not that lowly. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I'll just go back and reflect it upwards. Nothing but. Ma Ming's classmates watched the live stream of your touch test and have been clamoring to challenge you, a genius imperial beast master. As Qian Feng's words fell, Wang Bin and the others retreated. A large enough space was made for Fong Xiu, Ma Ming and the two of them. Fong Xiu couldn't help but be a bit speechless. It only felt like Qian Feng's dismount was really only at the level of a high school student. But, Fong Xiu felt that he didn't have any reason to refuse either. For one thing, these student councils were not only sophomores, the imperial beasts had been around much longer, and were far from being comparable to the imperial beasts of the first year of high school. Secondly, since he was able to enter the student council and was called by Qian Feng to be a fighter, he must have a strong imperial beast, just in time to assimilate their alien genes. Ma Min-san, right? I'm your senior, Ma Ming said coldly, correcting up Fong Xiu's wording. Didn't your family teach you the proper manners? Ha ha ha. Fong Xiu couldn't help but sneer. What's so great about learning a year earlier than me? Between imperial beasts, there is also a gap. If you don't want to lose the imperial beasts that you have nurtured for a year, I advise you to put that idea to rest. Fong Xiu retreated and advised Ma Ming not to be so childish. Ha ha ha. Ma Ming similarly sneered and took out the imperial beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fong Xiu didn't say anything more and similarly took out the imperial beast space card. The corners of Qian Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his heart grew more and more complacent. Although Fong Xiu is the one with the most exaggerated talent in this class of freshmen, and also possesses the rarest phantom beast species, the imperial beast, Ma Ming, however, is a hard-working genius who has continued to polish his imperial beast since his freshman year of high school. The accumulated practical combat experience is simply not something that a freshman like Fong Xiu can compare to. Most importantly, student council. With the financial support from our student council, Ma Ming's imperial beast not only completed its mutation, but also paired it with powerful equipment. Although it's only a regular species, the combat power, it's simply not comparable to Fong Xiu's alien. Qian Feng thought in his heart. He recognized that Fong Xiu was a genius. If Fong Xiu was given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself, sooner or later, he would be caught up with Fong Xiu's progress. But that's the way the world works. When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. Genius is no more than a tool in the face of capital. In this battle, Fong Xiu will lose. Not only that, once Fong Xiu was made to feel the huge difference between himself, a genius, and Ma Ming, he would then realize that talent alone was far from enough in this matter of imperial beasts. At that time, it would be the time for Fong Xiu to come and actively beg himself to sign the contract. Poof. Thinking of this, Qian Feng couldn't help but sneer. There has never been a shortage of geniuses in Crane City's first high school, and they, the student council, have always liked to suppress such geniuses. No one can say no to student government. If so, then suppress it until he can take it. At this moment, Fong Xiu knew nothing about Qian Feng's thoughts as he took out his Imperial Beast space card and prepared to add Ma Ming's friend and link up. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. But what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that Ma Ming actually shook his head without thinking. Let's go straight here. The playground wasn't crowded anyway. Fong Xiu? Whether it was the battle with Chen Fan or the mapping exam, Fong Xiu had entered another space to conduct it. I didn't realize that Imperial Beasts could duel in reality. Looking at your reaction, you seem surprised? Ma Ming glanced at Fong Xiu's expression and mocked. If you're afraid, it's still not too late. This line, it should be my line. Although Fong Xiu was surprised, his aura still didn't lose. However, Fong Xiu didn't directly release the alien queen. Better use the alien triceratops. It was only after Fong Xiu had fumbled around for a while that he released the Imperial Beast. In a flash, the alien Triceratops that should have existed in the space of the Imperial Beasts appeared in the playground. His huge body crushed Wang Bin and the others. Translucent mucus dripped from the corner of the alien Triceratops' mouth, accompanied by a hissing sound from its mouth. The several sophomores standing beside Wang Bin took half a step back in unison after witnessing the alien Triceratops' body. Although they had seen Fong Xiu's alien in the live broadcast of the mapping exam, the feeling of being there still made them feel nervous. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that this kind of imperial beast would be released by a senior freshman. Is this genius? Ma Ming's gaze slightly condensed as he looked the alien Triceratops up and down. However, Qian Feng had called him over to act as a fighter, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Not to mention, his own imperial beasts, too, were very powerful. Watch this, Fong Xiu, this is my Ma Ming's imperial beast. As Ma Ming's words fell, a faint light flickered. Ow! A deafening roar followed, echoing throughout the playground. Chapter 24 One Sword Chop. Chop! Chop! With a faint flash of light, Ma Ming directly released his imperial beast. The corners of Qian Feng and the others' mouths rose slightly. Although Ma Ming's imperial beast was only a regular species, it had already completed its mutation with the help of the student council, and with the addition of powerful equipment, its combat power could be considered to be at its peak. As for Fong Xiu's imperial beast, it had only been born a short while ago, and it didn't even have much experience in actual combat. In their opinion, the scales of victory and defeat in this battle had begun to tilt toward Ma Ming. Fong Xiu didn't care about what Qian Feng and the others were thinking as he whirled around to look towards Ma Ming's imperial beast. This look doesn't matter. According to Fong Xiu's conjecture, he thought that this Ma Ming's imperial beast would be a fierce tiger, an elephant, or some other creature. But who knew that Ma Ming's imperial beast was clearly a giant wolf standing up? Not only does it have thick, stocky legs, but it also wears a pair of ripped jeans, and its hands are opposable thumbs similar to those of humans, allowing it to perform fine movements such as grasping. And it had bright red, sharp nails and carried a long knife behind it. The size looks comparable to his own alien Triceratops. With such a look, Fong Xiu could not help but think of an anime he had watched before crossing over called Digimon. This girl has to be Garuro the orc, right? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Orcs? What? Ma Ming frowned. Naturally he had never heard of the orc Garuru. Finish him off. Wolf God. Ma Ming directly named his imperial beast as the wolf god, and with his command, this werewolf swiftly approached Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops. Without waiting for the alien Triceratops to react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the hilt behind him. A flash of cold light flashed, and the brightly shining greatsword was raised above the head by the werewolf with one hand, then slammed fiercely towards the alien Triceratops. Mr. Fong Xiu, although this is a sparring match, swords have no eyes. I hope you won't mind if I hurt your imperial beast, fellow Fong Xiu. Seeing this, Qian Feng spun around and opened his mouth behind Fong Xiu as a way to attract Fong Xiu's attention. Especially the imperial beasts that had just been bred didn't have a fighting mindset in their thinking yet. This, coupled with inexperience, often requires the imperial beastmaster to constantly give commands in order to complete the battle. Qian Feng, who was a sophomore, knew this well, which was why he deliberately used words to disturb Fong Xiu's attention. Understood. Fong Xiu sniffed and nodded. I hope that student Ma Ming, too, can understand this kind of reasoning. However, just when everyone thought that Ma Ming's imperial beast wolf would easily cut off the head of the alien Triceratops, its erected pelvis suddenly opened up. Bam! The werewolf's long blade landed on the alien Triceratops' pelvis, erupting with a clanging sound while bright sparks rubbed off. Blocked it? A hint of surprise flashed through Ma Ming's eyes. The long knife used by this imperial beast werewolf was made of black steel alloy, capable of cutting iron like mud. Moreover, the arm strength of this werewolf was very exaggerated, and a slash had a few tons of explosive power. If it were to cut on a human, it would instantly cut him or her at the waist. I didn't expect that it would be resisted by Fong Xiu's imperial beast. However, Ma Ming quickly put away his amazement. His imperial beast werewolf had more than just strength. No, strength, to be exact, was never the wolf god's strength. Its true trump card is its speed. Ma Ming reared the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops possessed a high level of defense and was able to block the werewolf's slash, but the problem is, how many times can you block it? As long as you keep chopping at the same spot, sooner or later you can manage to break the defense. A chop chop chop. At the same time, the werewolf also glanced back at Ma Ming, but after realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, this werewolf stepped on his feet with butterfly steps, constantly flashing around the alien Triceratops, and the long knife in his hand, also constantly slashed at the other party. Hisses. The alien Triceratops that was constantly being attacked didn't get angry either, but kept making strange noises from its mouth. Student Fong Xiu, your imperial beast. It seems to be scared. Qianfeng crossed his crosses together and propped up his chin. But it can't be helped. After all, your imperial beasts have only just begun to be cultivated. Not having combat experience is going to be a problem. Do you have no bottom in your heart, fellow Qianfeng? Is that why you have to keep talking trash here? Fong Xiu glanced at Qianfeng. If you have the ability, then my imperial beast. In reality, only Fong Xiu knew clearly that the strange sound spat out by the alien Triceratops was not fear at all. Not even the aliens, except for the alien queen, have fear as an emotion. The hissing sound was closer to a sonar system. The location of prey is determined by acoustic feedback. In this case, this tactic was used, presumably in an attempt to familiarize himself with the werewolf's attack pattern. Good. Qianfeng's face turned ironic after being dissed by Fong Xiu. Maman, stop inking him. Finish him. Qianfeng's voice was low and cold, as if he was here today to waste Fong Xiu's imperial beast. However, at this time, Ma Ming's heart gradually produced a trace of panic. From just now, he hadn't had any thoughts of retaining his strength, and had been urging the werewolf to settle Fong Xiu's imperial beast. But who knows? This alien Triceratops has skin that's hard as a stupid X. With his swift speed, the werewolf slashed at the same spot 7 or 8 times in a row, hard and fast. Student Ma Ming, you should actually be happy that your imperial beast didn't break through the defense. Fong Xiu sized up Ma Ming and said gently, you like to talk trash, don't you? You like to play mind games, don't you? Come on. Your next sentence is that it was clearly your imperial beast that was immobilized by my wolf god. As Fong Xiu's words fell, Ma Ming immediately spat out. It's clearly your imperial beast that is being suppressed by my wolf god and is unable to move. However, as soon as those words came out of his mouth, Ma Ming's expression froze right in place. What? How did you know what I was going to say? He never dreamed that this fellow, Fong Xiu, would be able to guess what was in his heart. Is it possible that this guy can read minds? It's the ability of the alien Triceratops. No way. Ma Ming shook his head vigorously while urging the werewolf to attack harder. Pust. Finally, after Ma Ming's werewolf had slashed at the alien Triceratops's bony disc for I don't know how many times, the blade of the knife in its hand was set into the alien Triceratops's bony disc, and green blood splashed out from it. However, in the next second, Ma Ming's werewolf covered his eyes and retreated back and forth. The blade that was set into the alien triangular keel disc was even snapped off at once. Not only that, on this alloy blade, there were even large and small holes. The front and back are brightly lit. Chapter 25, Don't Say I Bullied You. What? Both of Ma Ming's eyes stared like the eyes of an ox, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound and went blank. It's not just him. Wang Bin, as well as the other students, were also startled by the scene in front of them. Qianfeng, who had been sitting on the chair, admiring Fong Xiu's woeful appearance of the imperial beast, also stood up from the chair with a loud bang. This can't be right. Obviously, it was Ma Ming's werewolf sentinel beast that knifed Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops, so how was it that the guy who let out the screams was, instead, Ma Ming's werewolf? What the hell is going on here? You guys, look at the wolf god's sword. Wang Bin rolled his throat and swallowed incredulously. The other students followed Wang Bin's reminder and looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf imperial beast, only to see the black steel alloy blade in its hand. Not only was it broken in one section, but large and small holes were produced on it. Is that alien blood? Another gasp from one of the students. If you looked closely, you could see that the liquid that stained the black steel alloy blade was exactly the same as the liquid that spewed out of the alien bone disc. And this liquid is highly corrosive. Even metals like black steel alloy knives can be dissolved. Only the hole in the top lengthened and finally dripped down to the ground, and the werewolf's weapon was disintegrated into several pieces. More deadly, acidic blood splattered out as the werewolf's reckless knife slashed at the alien, flying directly into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered its palm, its eyeballs had been dissolved and disappeared, leaving only black holes that looked exceptionally horrifying. Although I knew that the alien's acid blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era, which is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I traveled through, I didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to withstand the alien's acid blood either. Fong Xiu secretly spat in his heart. Next, the alien Triceratops lashed out its tail and delivered a heavy hammer blow to the werewolf's neck. Boo! With a deafening muffled sound, Ma Ming's werewolf planted itself directly on the ground. I'll take your imperial beast gene. In Fong Xiu's opinion, at this point, Ma Ming's imperial beast, basically, had lost its combat power. But although this werewolf was a regular species imperial beast, in Fong Xiu's eyes, it was undoubtedly a much more powerful imperial beast than Shen Fan's Triceratops. If one could take the genes of a werewolf and fuse them into the alien as a group, and breed a creature, just how powerful it would be. Fong Xiu felt excited just thinking about it. I had thought that the so-called regular species were ordinary animals. It would have been nice to have a tiger, A beast like an elephant. I didn't realize that the Imperial Beast technology of this era was capable of mutating regular species of Imperial Beasts, thus advancing wolves into fantastical creatures like werewolves. If he hadn't heard Ma Ming, Xian Feng, and the others refer to this werewolf as a regular species Imperial Beast, Fong Xiu would have even suspected that this werewolf might also be some kind of phantom beast species. At the same time, it makes Fong Xiu curious. If even a normal regular species can mutate into a fantasy creature like a werewolf, what would become of the ancient species, the phantom species, if they also mutated? Feelings. What a lot of anticipation. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu whirled around and released the freshly hatched face-hugger insect from the Imperial Beast space. Parasite. Fong Xiu lowered his voice and ordered the face-hugging insects to fly at Mamon's wolves, but it's too late to say. Just as the facehugger was about to hug the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly flew in. A flash of cold light, the flying dagger pierced straight into the body of the facehugger, and the powerful inertia propelled the facehugger out of the werewolf's side. This all happened too quickly, so much so that by the time Fong Xiu reacted, the flying dagger had already penetrated the face-hugging insect and nailed it ruthlessly to the tree planted at the edge of the playground. Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. Classmate Ma Ming, are your means? However, just when Fong Xiu thought that it was Ma Ming, the Imperial Beast Master, who had thrown out the flying dagger, he suddenly realized that beside Ma Ming, there was another werewolf standing, just different. This werewolf didn't carry any greatswords, but instead had bright flying daggers hanging from its own belt. Another Imperial Beast. Ma Ming forced down the anger in his heart and tried hard to squeeze out a smile towards Fong Xiu. I didn't say that I would use only one Imperial Beast to fight Fong Xiu-san, did I? After all, the more powerful the Imperial Beast Master is, the more Imperial Beasts he can manipulate. Or is it? Student Fong Xiu, only this one Imperial Beast has been bred so far? That's a shame. While saying that, Ma Ming kept releasing his Imperial Beasts. The third one, fourth only, the fifth one, in less than 2 short breaths, 4 werewolves had gathered directly around Ma Ming. In reality, he originally just wanted to teach Fong Xiu a lesson so that he could perform well in front of Qianfeng. In this way, when he returned, he would be able to obtain more resources for himself. After all, a royal beast master like him who wasn't a genius would have to consume a large amount of resources to force his royal beast to mutate if he wanted to keep going on the path of royal beasts. Only this, it was only when they encountered those powerful imperial beasts that they could have the capital to fight. But comparatively, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, once his own imperial beast was nullified, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the efforts he had been making. This also completely sparked the anger in Ma Ming's heart. Chen Feng's originally tense heart relaxed a bit after seeing Ma Ming completely serious. If it really ended this way, not only would it not suppress Fong Xiu, but it would instead have a bad effect on the student union once it was spread. Although he himself is the head of the organization department, he can't afford to carry such a blunder. It's better now. Although this would appear to be a bit of a victory, face could at least be saved. Even if this Fong Xiu fellow is no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to breed a second alien in such a short period of time. As he muttered to himself, Qianfeng also purposely glanced at the face-hugging insect that had been sent flying out by Ma Ming. That one should be the second imperial beast cultivated by Fong Xiu, not fully developed yet. While it's true that the alien's acidic blood is somewhat difficult to deal with, it's not an invincible being. As long as they used long-range attacks, they could round up and kill Fong Xiu's alien Triceratops. The victory in this battle would still be Mamon's, but who knows? I had expected Fong Xiu to be shocked, to accuse Mamon of being a bully, to be furious. However, Fong Xiu's face didn't even have a trace of such emotions. On the contrary, only the corners of Fong Xiu's mouth slightly lifted upwards as a smile like that of a devil surfaced. Mamon-san, that's what you said yourself. The more powerful the Imperial Beast Master is, the greater the number of Imperial Beasts he can manipulate. I can't be considered a bully. Chapter 26, Letting You Go? Why should I? Seeing that Ma Ming was furious and released more Imperial Beasts, Fong Xiu's heart was all happy. A mutated Imperial Beast like him would take at least a year and a half to cultivate. Even with the resources tilted in favor of the student body, it would take at least a few months. Wouldn't you be able to just pick the fruit yourself by parasitizing it directly with a face-hugging worm? Thinking of this, Fong Xiu, who was trying to remain serious, was so happy that he could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Then don't blame me for bullying you. As Fong Xiu's words fell, dazzling light directly swept in all directions, stabbing Qianfeng and the other's eyes a little open. Mamon's heart became even more apprehensive. It wasn't the first time he had done this thing of acting as a student council fighter. Even as early as the first semester of his senior year of high school, after he was absorbed into the student council, he had played such a role. It was used by the student council to suppress the talented Imperial Beastmasters who didn't listen. In the meantime, It was naturally impossible for his werewolf imperial beasts to win 100 battles. There were also net times when they were defeated by other imperial beasts. Whenever he encountered such a situation, Ma Ming would release more imperial beasts, utilizing his numerical advantage to strike the opponent. Almost every classmate that he or she had suppressed wore a look of impotent rage, called him out on being a bully. Some irrational students, even more so, will just rush up for a real-life PK. The results are predictable. At 2 meters tall, Mamon's fighting level is also very impressive. This also caused a great sense of satisfaction to arise in his heart every time he succeeded in suppressing imperial beasts whose talents were better than his own. However, he didn't feel that emotion from Fong Xiu's face. Why? Didn't this guy Fong Xiu just move up to senior year this year? Didn't he just start imperial beasts? And his family? Qian Feng has already investigated. Both parents were ordinary workers and had no savings at all. Fong Xiu doesn't have any borrowing records either. It's not scientific. There are no more than 3 ways to get to the top of the beast. Number 1. There's enough talent. Number 2. There are enough resources. Number 3. Both talent and resources. Importance, from small to large, is pretty much common knowledge. Fong Xiu, this guy, in the end, where did he get the confidence? Well, the glow didn't last long. After a few short breaths, Ma Ming felt that his vision was no longer so stinging, and he whirled around and opened his eyes. But the scene that came into view made his brain suddenly buzz. At a glance, a dense mass of aliens surrounded his werewolf imperial beast. Although the size of these aliens, not as tall as the alien Triceratops, and a head shorter than his werewolves, they were several times, a dozen times more numerous than the werewolves. This can't be. Ma Ming rubbed his eyes hard and stepped backward. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming. Because the visual impact was so great that Ma Ming couldn't believe how he saw the image. He squeezed his thigh hard to wake up from this nightmare, but the intense pain was reminding him that this wasn't a dream. It was reality. This guy, Fong Xiu, didn't know where he got a whole bunch of aliens from. Even in a trance, Ma Ming realized that the imperial beasts that had been released by Fong Xiu were not only adult aliens, but also a large number of face-hugging insects. These facehuggers gawked and stared at the wolves' every move. The other aliens pounced on the wolves. The big battle is imminent. But who knows? These aliens, not only was the blood in each of their bodies highly corrosive, their intelligence was also very exaggerated, and they would also get acidic blood by mutilating themselves against the weapons in the werewolves' hands. In less than a few short breaths, all of these wolves were pounced on by Fong Xiu's alien. If it weren't for the facehugger parasites, these alien troops alone would have torn Mamon's werewolves apart. Qian Feng, who stood up from his chair, was even more wide-eyed. How is this possible? I clearly investigated Fong Xiu, and his origins are quite ordinary. Not even the mortgage, not even the car payment. Where the hell did he get the resources? In Qian Feng's opinion, Fong Xiu's alien was simply an unbelievable existence. Even if he racked his brain, he didn't know how Fong Xiu had cultivated these aliens. A bad feeling came over him, because Mamon's imperial beasts, there were only a few of them. It still took a semester to cultivate. The student government hasn't been pouring resources into it either. If Fong Xiu is killed just like that, not only would it be a big loss for the student body, Ma Ming's imperial beast career would also completely hit rock bottom. No, it's a straight break. After all, high school is only 3 years long, and 1 less year is not enough to catch up except with a lot of resources. But this Ma Ming is also an average family. Being so out of sorts means that the student body is unlikely to fund him anymore. His career as a royal beast came to an end. No, stop. Seeing that Fong Xiu's face-hugging insect had already crawled up the werewolf's face, Ma Ming could no longer restrain his emotions, and his tone completely turned into a plea as warmth continuously slipped from the corners of his eyes. Fong Xiu, please, don't hurt my imperial beast. I know it's wrong. Don't, please, or else my career as a royal beast will fall. Looking at Ma Ming, who was so anxious that he was about to cry out, Fong Xiu just snorted coldly. Beg me? Would you have spared my xenomorph if it had been your imperial beasts that had the advantage? And I'm afraid this isn't the first time someone like you has done something like this. You gave those students a chance when they begged you before? Did you ever think you'd have a day like this? Trying to get yourself to let Maman off the hook here? What a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that these werewolves are genetically very good. Why should he, the victim, be asked to forgive Maman, the victimizer? If their own aliens failed miserably, there was no telling what they might do to them. First of all, it's possible to never hold your head up again for all 3 years of high school. What's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? Returning good for evil? Fong Xiu's voice was low and cold as he directly parasitized all 5 of these werewolf imperial beasts. No! Ma Ming suddenly felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. He held his head with both hands and his eyes were red from crying. The imperial beasts that he had worked so hard to cultivate had all been destroyed by Fong Xiu. Under the rush of fire, Taming even spat out a smear of blood and his body fell straight down. Fong Xiu looked on with cold eyes, seemingly without the idea of going over to appease, or letting go of the Taming imperial beast. He turned toward Qianfeng, his eyes sweeping around Wang Bin and the others. Anyone else who looks at me funny, get it together. Fong Xiu threw his voice, unable to wait to fight these sophomore veterans. Chapter 27, Come up and fight if you can. Hiss. The seniors who were swept by Fong Xiu's eyes had sucked in a mouthful of cool air and took a step back on their heels involuntarily. If there was only one alien, they would still dare to compete with Fong Xiu. No, if Fong Xiu only had one alien, then Taming would be able to finish him off. However, right now, there were 50 to 60 aliens that ran out from Fong Xiu's royal beast space, huge bodies in a blackened square formation. Looking at Taming's imperial beasts again, they had been parasitized by the face-hugging bugs and collapsed on the ground, their bodies unable to stop twitching but showing no signs of resistance. Taming couldn't bear such a huge blow, and in a rush of fire, he first sprayed a breath of air, and then he fell straight down. Seeing such a situation, who still dared to call out to Fong Xiu? No one wanted their imperial beast to end up like Taming. What? Don't you guys want to challenge my imperial beasts? When Fong Xiu saw that Wang Bin and the others all did not react to meet the battle, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. These guys, they're too much of a bully, aren't they? So you're too scared to make a sound? Where's Senior Qianfeng? Since you're the head of the student council's organization department, you must have plenty of resources, right? A cultivated imperial beast should be very powerful, right? Not going to show me? One-on-one is fine. Worried that Qianfeng would feel that he was using human tactics, Fong Xiu purposely requested a one-on-one, but even so, Qianfeng was unmoved. Just kidding. Who knows if this guy Fong Xiu would keep his promise? What if he waited for his imperial beasts to be released and directly greeted a group of aliens and swarmed them? There was also the way the face-hugging bugs were parasitized, which made him feel very sick. Ho ho ho. However, Qianfeng still pretended to be calm as the corners of his mouth rose in a sneer. Fellow student Fong Xiu is joking. The original purpose of our student council is to help each other, not to fight with imperial beasts. On the contrary, fellow student Fong Xiu, shouldn't you let your imperial beasts spare Taming's imperial beasts? He bred those imperial beasts out. Not only did he spend energy, resources, most importantly, in 2 years, he'll be a senior. I'm afraid that if we re-imperialize the beasts, we'll be too late. Just because of a personal vendetta, a sophomore misses out on the chance to go to 985 or 211. Don't you think that's going too far? Let it be forgiven. Qianfeng questioned up Manhwa. No matter what, he was the minister of organization, and Taming and Wang Bin and the others were his own people. If they just gave up on Maman, it might send a chill down the spine of the others. What's more, Qianfeng couldn't possibly let Fong Xiu go that smoothly. For a while, one had to morally kidnap up Fong Xiu, make him give in. But who knows? This Fong Xiu's face skin was far thicker than Qianfeng had imagined. Minister Qianfeng is right. Fong Xiu nodded in agreement with Qianfeng's words. Then if you don't like what you see, just come up and fight. Wouldn't it be better to do unto others as they do unto you? As for not getting 985 or 211, it's none of my business. In the face of Qianfeng's moral abduction, Fong Xiu did not defend himself. Lao Tzu just has no morals. What can you do to me? Since this was a time when all the people were imperial beasts and imperial beast masters were honored, then come up and fight. You! Qianfeng instantly turned red as he raised his hand and pointed it fiercely at Fong Xiu. He never dreamed that Fong Xiu, who was only a freshman in high school, could be so thick-skinned. Moral kidnapping doesn't work for him at all. Even more pissed off, Qianfeng didn't have the courage to make a move at all. After all, the aliens gathered around Fong Xiu's side were simply too many. The sense of oppression brought about by that blackened square formation caused a trace of fear to arise in Qianfeng's heart as well. Who's a high school freshman that can be this sick? Only been in school a week, let alone a freshman. A senior can't do something like this without resources. Own miscalculation. Really not doing anything? Fong Xiu stared at Qianfeng, then extended 5 fingers. 5, 4, with each number, Fong Xiu curled a finger. It was as if they were counting down the days. 3. Qianfeng realized what Fong Xiu was doing though, and his face became green and purple, even in his heart. He wanted to explode with this Fong Xiu, but, after seeing Taming's miserable condition, Qianfeng still chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and the others turned their heads to look at Qianfeng, their eyes all in anticipation of his strike. 2. Fong Xiu's tone revealed disappointment. This Qianfeng remained unmoved. No, to be exact, it was this Qianfeng who didn't dare to move at all. Do we really have to fight? I'm not sure. It's okay if you win yourself, but in case of a loss, not to mention not being able to answer to the vice president, and most importantly, he himself will have to start from the beginning of the Imperial Beast again. In case it affects your high school entrance exams. Qianfeng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The benefits of a win are average, and a loss is the sky falling. But no one with any sense would gamble with this. As for Maman, one has just spoken for him. It was this Fong Xiu who was too ruthless to give him a chance. Can't blame me. Gradually, Qianfeng completely gave up the idea of doing it and relieved himself in his heart. Put the blame squarely on Fong Xiu's head. It's not his own fault. 1-0. Along with Fong Xiu's words, his palms clenched into fists. What a bore. Seeing that Qianfeng and the others had absolutely no intention of making a move, Fong Xiu then spat out. Although he looked at these people with displeasure, there wasn't much he could do if they were dead set on not releasing the Imperial Beasts. After all, one can't use a face-hugging bug and just go ahead and parasitize them, can one? It is now a society governed by the rule of law. Taking out someone else's Imperial Beast doesn't matter much yet, but once you strike out at humans, you're in big trouble. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu directly retrieved his alien form. Along with Ma Ming's 5 werewolves, all of them were plundered into his Imperial Beast space. As a matter of fact, a Royal Beast Master was unable to take someone else's Royal Beast and house it in his own Royal Beast space. But after being parasitized by the facehugger, the werewolf's body also bonds with the facehugger's genes. This was what caused Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space to judge the werewolf as his Imperial Beast. After retrieving his alien, Fong Xiu walked towards the school building without looking back. Qianfeng looked at his back with an iron face, his teeth itching with anger. Originally, he wanted to give Fong Xiu, a senior freshman, a kick in the pants. It's better now. Instead, the student body was suppressed. Minister, really just let him go like this? The corner of Wang Bin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a big blank stare from Qianfeng. Why didn't you dare to fight Fong Xiu just now? Qianfeng spat without any good humor. Wang Bin, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and murmured up in a small voice, didn't you also wimp out? Chapter 28, A Sensational Network. Fong Xiu is so strong? Seeing that Qianfeng and the others didn't take out any more Imperial Beasts to fight with themselves, Fong Xiu left the playground without looking back. Facehuggers need a few hours to evolve into chestbreakers anyway, so it's better to get back to class. Although this world was the era of all Imperial Beasts, and the importance of the General Studies class had decreased quite a bit, it still occupied a certain amount of points in the college entrance exam. In Fong Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world was like the art students in his world. If your cultural scores are too poor, you will be denied admission to some schools even if your artistic scores are high, especially if you want to get into the top 10 in this world. You can't have one without the Imperial Beast score and the general knowledge score. Yes, although Fong Xiu has only entered his senior year, he already has the top 10 in the country as his goal in his mind. However, what Fong Xiu doesn't know is that he thought it was Maman that he defeated on the playground. The rest of the class was in class, so the fight didn't spark much attention. But in fact, a number of classes were positioned just so that they could observe the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their cell phones to film, and uploaded the footage of Fong Xiu defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms such as Fighting Shark. Many are even posting on campus forums. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student government posted anonymously and had a heated discussion on the matter. Isn't that Ma Ming? I remember he's the guy that the student council specially trained and used as a fighter, right? Ha ha ha, it's so cool to get Ed this time. What is this called? It's called present retribution, and Ma Ming deserved it. If it weren't for him, my grades would definitely be stabilized in the top 100 in the whole school right now. Great joy and universal joy. Who was the guy who killed Ma Ming? Seems like a new face. How old are you? Fresh face? Don't you know upstairs? That freshman is Fong Xiu, the super genius among the freshmen this time. The first day of enrollment caused a sensation, not to mention that he passed the mapping exam in only 3 minutes, and the Imperial Beast he possesses is still a phantom beast species. Asterisk 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 that powerful? Then wouldn't this be a top 10 seedling? The problem is, if he has Ma Ming this time, isn't that like slapping the students in the face? Shouldn't something happen, right? I don't think so. Those students who were suppressed in the past, all of them don't have much family background. Although they are good in their studies, they are not good enough for the school to take them seriously. But Fong Xiu is not the same. He is a phantom beast breed Imperial Beast Master, the strongest in the senior group. If the student council really messes up, the school will step in, right? But there is that man, Fong Xiu, who was completely unaware of what had happened, returned to his class. Teacher, sorry, I'm late. Fong Xiu gently knocked on the door. It was worth mentioning that the matter of Fong Xiu's clash with the student council had long been rumored in the second class. This teacher of the General Studies class, too, didn't give much of a lecture. Instead, he stood by the window and watched from afar. When he saw that Ma Ming had released several werewolf imperial beasts, he was still in a cold sweat for Fong Xiu in his heart. Until the time when his blackened army of aliens completely surrounded Maman and his imperial beasts. Even this teacher of the general studies class was unable to calm down after a shocking wave was set off in his heart. Well done, Fong Xiu. Even when Fong Xiu returned, this general studies teacher even led the applause for Fong Xiu. The students sitting up there erupted into thunderous applause. Although they knew nothing about the student council, it was natural for them to feel proud of something that raised their eyebrows so much. Most importantly, anyone could see Fong Xiu's potential. When you get into the top 10 in the future, you will surely soar. It's not a little cute if you don't take advantage of the fact that now, while there are still friendships to be made, you can make a good one. Is that so? Good. Fong Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular. However, this kind of attention from all the people also made him feel refreshed. It wasn't long before he returned to his seat as everyone watched. Just what Fong Xiu did not expect is, just as he was sitting down, Li Qingqing suddenly stood up. She ignored the teacher and turned towards Fong Xiu's side, then threw the senior year math textbook in her hand, onto the table, and finally pointed to her seat, towards Shi Zhanhong in a cold voice. Go over. Ha! Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but stare. Good lord, what kind of person switches seats during class so blatantly? He even stole a glance at the general studies teacher. He doesn't want to change it. Fong Xiu ed the student council. I'm still trying to eat a good melon myself, but who knows? After noticing Shi Zhanhong's gaze for help, the general studies teacher actually turned his head directly away and then cleared his throat as if he didn't see it. If it was an ordinary student who had so disregarded himself, he would definitely have scolded him sternly. However, this guy is Qingqing Li. In middle school, it was all the rage. All sorts of interviews, all sorts of programs. It's becoming a little internet sensation. Even though she was overshadowed by Fong Xiu after entering Huqing First Middle School, she was still the second person. Future top 10 seedlings. And Qingqing Li's family is also very well off. He was just a general studies teacher. Why should he offend Li Qingqing? Thus, this teacher directly chose to acquiesce to Li Qingqing's behavior. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but cry in his heart. He himself was at least a top 30 student in the mapping exam. You're tough. Although Shi Zhanhong felt aggrieved in his heart, he was forced to stand up in the face of Li Qingqing's ice-like eyes, then obediently walked to Qing Li's seat. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, sat down on her butt. Teacher, let's start the lesson. Oh yes, let's get to class. It was only then that the general studies teacher reacted as an afterthought, hastily reminding his classmates and turning the book to page 4. We're going to talk about factorization today. However, this part of the general knowledge class, Qingqing Li had already mastered it completely during the transition class. Instead, it was Fong Xiu. He still remembered the image of Li Qingqing pointing at himself with an angry face and telling him to wait. What is this? Come to warn yourself not to get carried away? Maman is nothing more than the trashier of the student council. Come to think of it, don't webcomic protagonists get stomped on everywhere they go? Fong Xiu thought in his heart. Well done. As a result, as soon as Li Qingqing opened her mouth, Fong Xiu froze for a moment. This guy, is he complimenting himself? However, it's not wise to break out into a conflict with the student council only a short time into the school year. Fong Xiu, I'm afraid you're going to get into big trouble. Li Qingqing blocked her lips with a book, then whispered in Fong Xiu's ear. So, you're concerned about me? I thought you'd be proud of it. Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Chapter 29, Top 10 and Preferred Volunteer. Me, delighted? Why? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned, not quite understanding what that meant. Where is the point of your own complacency? Because I'm being pestered by the student council, and once I'm suppressed by them, the first place in the next exam might be yours? In Fong Xiu's impression, this Li Qingqing was simply a fiendish person. Once the test is not number 1, the heart of the way is broken. Hell knows these students would come to the door. Could it be Qingqing Li's arrangement? Is that how you see me? Li Qingqing raised a single eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. I do want my first place back. No, she shook her head. First was supposed to be mine. However, I, Li Qingqing, would never use underhanded tactics against others. I will be honorable and use my strength to prove who is the number 1 person in Crane City. In order not to affect the general studies teacher's class, Qingqing Li deliberately spoke in a very small voice, but there was a sense of power in the voice. This caused Fong Xiu to re-examine the little girl, especially her last sentence, which focused on the fact that it was the number 1 person in Crane City, not the number 1 person in Crane City's first high school. In other words, the students of those schools in Huqing Third Middle School, Yu Tsai, and 4th Middle School were no more than existences in Li Qingqing's eyes. If only I hadn't traveled to this world, Qing Li might always be the number 1, Fong Xiu thought in his heart. So, You came all the way over here just to say that? So that I know that you didn't set up the student council? Fong Xiu asked tentatively. Of course not. Li Qingqing shook her head once again. What I want to say is that I will defeat you and take back the title of number 1. But until then, you have to keep getting stronger. Qingqing Li's idea was simple. If Fong Xiu was really influenced by the student council, causing his ranking to drop, then when you get your first place back, you won't be able to prove yourself. There will always be people spouting behind their backs that it was Fong Xiu's fault that facilitated his first place. She doesn't like it. You think the student council can still suppress me? Fong Xiu smiled. Aha. Li Qingqing nodded. The student council's tactics can be more than that. Over the years they have firmly controlled the volunteer application of Heching No. 1 Middle School. How can you control it if you don't have some means? And as soon as he heard about volunteering, Fong Xiu instantly remembered that the contract Xianfeng had taken out had a clause about preferred volunteering on it. It was going to ask Zhang Yu what was going on, but now it sounded like this Li Qingqing seemed to know some inside information. Speaking of which, Xianfeng had pulled out a contract when he asked me to come over. You want to ask about the preferred volunteer, right? Li Qingqing turned her head to look at Fong Xiu, and then sighed. It's really just as I guessed. Although he was very upset about Fong Xiu taking first place, he had to admit that Fong Xiu's first place was indeed by his own hard power. Though I was a bit overwhelmed at the time, I realized afterward from watching the video that it took just a week to train the alien to that level. Fong Xiu he is, indeed, a rare genius. Yourself, it's not a bad loss. With a genius like him, the student council was bound to step in and keep him under firm control. I thought they would wait until sophomore and junior year, but I didn't realize they were so eager. As far as Qingqing Li knows, volunteering is basically something you need to think about only in your senior year of high school. Even for some geniuses, the student body chooses to strike out in their sophomore year. A situation like Fong Xiu's was a first in Li Qingqing's knowledge. Perhaps it was because Fong Xiu's phantom beast species was so unreasonable that it caused the student body to become stressed. If you let Fong Xiu go into his sophomore and junior years, there's no way to keep it down. Is there anything to be said for this first choice? Fong Xiu pursued. Aha. Shang Li nodded. You should know something about it, right? Students with poor grades will only be able to go to specialties later on, and will only be able to do manual labor-oriented jobs when they come out. Only when you get into the undergraduate program do you have a chance to get into some of the big factories and get into the establishment. Undergraduate further up, it's 985, 211, a national key Imperial Beast University, and above these universities are the legendary top 10. It's our country, the 10 strongest universities. Not only do they have a wealth of resources, but most importantly, only the top 10 are qualified to enter the Imperial Beast realm. Imperial Beast realm? Fong Xiu suddenly brightened up. It was the first time he had ever heard of this term. Even when I searched for Imperial Beast knowledge on the internet before, I didn't even search for the Imperial Beast world. How did this Li Qingqing know? I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I just heard the elders in my family mention something that told me to get into the top 10 no matter what. Only the top 10 can really stand out. However, our Crane City is a small city after all, and the number of people who can enter the top 10 is few and far between. Not many people even make it to the top 10 by normal means. So difficult to take the test? Fong Xiu raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the top 10 were the 10 best Imperial Beasts universities in the country, but he really didn't know how high the scoreline of the top 10 was. Well, that's why for small cities like Crane City, the top 10 will give a few quotas every year. Xing Li nodded. In other words, there will be a lower admission score requirement. The quota is 3 per school. Only 3? Fong Xiu was stunned again. 10 times 3 would be 30. There are 15 classes in the first year of high school, each with about 50 students. Counting other schools, there are almost 20,000 people who take the college entrance exam in Crane City a year. Out of 20,000 people, only 30 or so could be on the top 10. This promotion rate, it's too low, isn't it? The bottom line is that the Big 10 only admits preferred volunteers. As long as your first choice volunteer isn't a Big 10, even if you overachieve later, you don't have a chance at a Big 10. Li Qingqing continued to explain. That's the catch inside the student union contract. But, in Qingqing Li's opinion, it wasn't much of a trap. After all, students are not cuties. This kind of thing really wants to know how it all works. The reason why some people still accept contracts is that the top 10 are so hard to test. You won't get into the top 10 anyway, so why not accept the student union's funding and get into a 985 or 211 in the future without losing your way out the door? But not Fong Xiu. He's only a freshman in high school, and the odds are good that he's going to have a cocoon of information. If one is careless and signs the contract, then whether Fong Xiu can go to the top 10 in the future will be completely pinched in the hands of the student union. Such tactics are truly insidious. As she spoke, Li Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Chapter 30 Black River State Beast Scholar, Chu Xinghe. Then, according to you, wouldn't it all depend on the student body to make it to the top 10? Fong Xiu couldn't help but get up with a black line on his face. No wonder Zhang Yu would specifically advise himself that if the people from the student union wanted to mention signing a contract or something to him, he must not do so. By the looks of it, Zhang Yu had long been surprised by the student council's tactics, available at. It's not right. The Big Ten has an extraordinary significance in this world, and if a student from his or her school can get into the Big Ten, then the school can benefit from it as well. Why is the school letting the student council run amok? Doesn't the school care? Has no student ever reported a student council before? No matter how great the student council is, it's still just a bunch of students. It can't be that even the principal is afraid of them, can it? And the parents of those students, haven't they spoken out when their children are being bullied? How can you not care? Li Qingqing sighed. Although the number of spots to get into the top 10 is limited, the student body can have another one to fill in even if they kick out a top 10 seed. Theoretically, it doesn't affect the school's promotion rate, but the incident was a bad influence after all. Plus some parents had reported the situation and the school was involved in the matter. However, this has to mention one person. Who? Fong Xiu pursued without even thinking. Chu Xinghe. Who? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, always feeling that he had heard this name somewhere, but couldn't recall. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, looked at Fong Xiu as if she was looking at a monster. She had expected Fong Xiu to be taken aback by the name. Not dude, as much as you like aliens, you should know a little bit about the school history of the first school. That's Chu Xinghe. Forget it. In Li Qingqing's opinion, this guy Fong Xiu must have gotten into the devil of imperial beasts. Otherwise, there was really no reason why one would not know who Chu Xinghe was. Somewhat impressive. Just can't remember for a moment. Is he famous? Fong Xiu asked again. More than famous. Chu Xinghe is our Hejiang Prefecture's top imperial beast scholar. This Chu Xinghe's imperial beast career could simply be called demonic. Everyone else was promoted to high school before they could start the imperial beasts with the support of the school's resources. As for Chu Xinghe, he had started the imperial beasts during his middle school years. For 3 years in high school, it was a first-place finish all year long. Before he appeared, the student council of the first middle school was nothing more than a name, at best organizing club activities. It wasn't until Chu Xinghe became the president of the student council that he made drastic reforms, and he consolidated all the resources he could. At that time, because of Chu Xinghe's fame, the school gave the green light all the way, even though there were some unreasonable things. It makes the student body gain a lot of voice, and after the reforms, Chu Xinghe kept helping to raise everyone's strength. Fong Xiu was puzzled when he heard this. According to Li Qingqing, this Chu Xinghe seemed to be a good person. Besides, he has the strength of a top scholar, so he doesn't have to worry about someone taking his top 10 spot, does he? Or is it that after Chu Xinghe left, the people below him started to become corrupt with enormous power in their hands? What exactly Chu Xinghe wants to do, no one knows yet. But, you're still naive when you say he's a good guy. Chu Xinghe didn't give up his control over the student union even after he went to the top 10. The current student council president is also nothing more than Chu Xinghe's puppet. Remember what I just told you? The student council's voluntary contract caused some parents to be dissatisfied, and in the end it was Chu Xinghe who stepped in and silenced all those voices. Chu Xinghe has this much energy? Fong Xiu's starry eyes became grave. He's still a student, right? Or has he already graduated? Currently a junior. His energy is great. After all, he is the only top student to come out of Crane City in the past 20 years, and it is said that he has also established his own power in the top 10. It can be said to be promising. The principal of the first middle school, and how could he offend Chu Xinghe for the sake of an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly, and it wasn't until then that Fong Xiu came to a realization. I see, you got it? What did you understand? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. It's very simple. Since Chu Xinghe has so much energy, then isn't loyalty to the student council loyalty to Chu Xinghe? Plus the top 10 spots are limited. How does Chu Xinghe ensure that anyone who walks out of Crane City will be on his side? From the quota, of course. Make sure that every student who moves up to the Big Ten looks up to him. If I'm not mistaken, the students who have risen to the top 10 from Crane City No. 1 high school in the past few years have all gone to the same school. And that's Chu Xinghe's school, isn't it? Although Chu Xinghe could be in the top 10 and by people's hearts, those people, how could they be more obedient than the students of Crane City? Those who are not willing to stand on Chu Xinghe's side are directly kicked out of the top 10 and go to 985 and 211. It was no wonder that Chu Xinghe had pressured the first middle school to deal with the voices of those parents. It had to be said that this Chu Xinghe did have some skills. Maybe, he also broke through to the top of the state after consolidating the resources of the student government. So you're not stupid. Li Qingqing couldn't help but stare. The conjecture Fong Xiu said was almost the same as the results she had investigated. She had even investigated the promotion situation of Crane City number 1 middle school, and all the students who entered the top 10 had gone to Chuxingha's one. There are no exceptions. I thought you only knew about imperial beasts and couldn't think of anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. How can that be? I just don't care much for the gossip. Fong Xiu smiled. You're telling me this? You're not trying to pull me in and deal with the student council together, are you? In Fong Xiu's opinion, with Li Qingqing's achievements, posture, the student body is more than willing to take her in. Just accept the offer made by the student council and behave yourself. Sooner or later, she would be favored by Chuxingha. Speaking of which, it's no wonder Qinfeng and Ma Ming and the others are like that. Their suppression is a test. Fong Xiu thought in his heart while gazing at Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes too. One has already had a run-in with the student body. Li Qingqing was still willing to say so much. I'm sure she's upset with the student council, too. Saying something about wanting to beat herself squarely and take back the number 1 spot that belonged to her. Maybe that's just part of the reason. No, but who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, stating that she didn't want to join forces with Fong Xiu and deal with the student union together. But immediately after, Li Qingqing said in a firm tone, I want to finish off Chuxingha. I'll go to the college he's at and, well, take him out. Make him lose his name. As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes, inevitably, flushed a little. Chapter 31, The Hope of the Student Council. What's wrong with you, Chuxingha? Looking at Li Qingqing's eyes that were a little red, curiosity arose in Fong Xiu's heart as well. As far as he knew, this Li Qingqing could simply be described as a winner in life. Not only is it extremely well born, it's more of a super schooler. All 3 years of general education classes in middle school, all of which were first place finishes. She's also pretty, and is a frequent guest on TV interviews. If it wasn't for her own presence, she would definitely be the most talked about high school student in Crane City for the past few years. However, when mentioning Chuxingha, the hatred she displayed was completely undisguised. No, to be exact, it was Li Qingqing's hatred for Chuxingha that had reached the extreme. It's simply not something that can be covered up easily. What is the grudge between these two? Junior, senior. Fong Xiu did some math in his mind. The two people were 5 or 6 years apart. When Chuxingha was still in the first middle school, Li Qingqing didn't even go to middle school. What on earth could be the conflict? Or is it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fong Xiu's curiosity as she directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was driven back by her with a confused look on his face. What's the situation? What's wrong with her? When he brushed shoulders with Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanhong noticed that the corners of her eyes were a little moist. Bullied by Fong Xiu and cried? Who knows? Fong Xiu shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on. Meanwhile, inside Zhang Yu's office, boo! With a loud bang, the door to his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, and the pen in his hand fell directly onto the table. Old Li? When he saw that it was Li Guosheng who barged in without knocking, a nameless fire also rose in his heart. You're sick, aren't you? I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you Fong Yu. It's useless even if the old king agrees. Looking at Li Guosheng's hurried appearance, Zhang Yu thought that he had already convinced Wang Kai and specially ran over to find himself to ask for someone. Thinking about what? If old Wang had loosened his grip, why would I need to come over to you? Shall I go straight to your class to find Fong Xiu? Li Guosheng glanced at Zhang Yu without any good humor. He came over with good intentions, but this guy is good. Don't say thank you even if you don't, but think of yourself in a bad light. Are you that kind of person? It seems to be true. Ahem. Li Guosheng pulled over a chair and sat down directly beside Zhang Yu before pulling out his own cell phone. Fong Xiu from your class is in big trouble. While saying that, Li Guosheng handed over his cell phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content on it. It turned out that this look didn't matter. The blackened aliens, forming a queue on the playground, looked quite appalling. Without a doubt, it was Fong Xiu's imperial beast. What is it? Zhang Yu frowned as a bad feeling arose in his heart. He grabbed Li's cell phone. This look doesn't matter. Fong Xiu and Ma Ming, from the student council, fought directly on the playground. And the cell phone video, it seems, was taken from the school building. The airplay has even surpassed 100,000 units. It's already been a little bit of an online sensation. Various pop-ups floated across the screen. What kind of imperial beast is this? No, are all the students of Crane City number 1 high school so exaggerated that one person is an army of imperial beasts? Who's that guy? Anyone who knows? You don't even know this guy, do you? The super genius of Huqing First Middle School, Fong Xiu. Not only is he an illusory beast breed imperial beast master, his touch test only took 3 minutes. He's a top 10 talent. Handsome. Does anyone know my husband Fong Xiu's Tingxin? I want to add friends. You're thinking of farts in front of you. It's obviously my husband. Looking at the content on the screen, and the pop-ups that kept drifting past, Zhang Yu could not help but draw a breath of cold air. See? There can be more than one video like this. Fong Xiu ed the student council directly. Do you know what that means? He's in big trouble. The student council side won't take it lying down. Li took the phone back. What now? Although Fong Xiu was not a student of his 6th class, Li Guosheng had a good impression of Fong Xiu. All this time, it had also been trying to get Fong Xiu to come to his class. Now that Fong Xiu had caused trouble, he naturally wouldn't easily give up on Fong Xiu. What's more, the student council was arrogant and domineering, relying on Chu Xinghe's influence to make a mess of the first middle school's volunteer application. He, the homeroom teacher, had long been dissatisfied with the student council's behavior. It's not even an exaggeration to say that in his opinion, Fong Xiu did a good job. Let me make it clear. If you don't dare to offend the student council, then transfer Fong Xiu to our class. Big deal for me to explode with them. Zhang Yu sniffed and coldly glanced at Li Guosheng. You can beat Chu Xinghe? Li Guosheng, who had originally acted as if he was ready to die, his expression instantly froze. Stiffed a female classmate to death over volunteering that year. A lot of parents have followed suit, and Principal Hai wants to outlaw the student council on this as well. What's the result? Chu Xinghe has returned directly from the imperial capital with someone. The matter ended up going away. You want to explode with the student council? On what basis are you? The year Chu Xinghe came back, Zhang Yu was already the head of a class in the first middle school. At that time, some physical education teachers couldn't stand to see Chu Xinghe's bullying and even chose to step in. As a result, Chu Xinghe used his own strength to defeat all the physical education teachers. Even looking at the entire Crane City, Zhang Yu felt that there would not be a stronger imperial beast master than Chu Xinghe, the era of the universal imperial beast. This is absolute power. It was also the reason why all the teachers in the first high school were very afraid of the student council. Then what do you mean? We don't care about Fong Xiu? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered that this Zhang Yu had always been very protective of his students. How can you not care? Zhang Yu sighed, and honestly, he was not willing to offend Chu Xinghe, but the video he just watched made his blood boil. After only 8 days of enrollment, he had bred dozens of aliens. No, perhaps Fong Xiu has more aliens, and it's the only ones he's released. It was the first time he had seen such a talented imperial beast master in all the years he had been a teacher. How could you let the student council bully you? If there really is a person who can outlaw the student union controlled by Chu Xinghe, then that person will undoubtedly be Fong Xiu. Even from Fong Xiu's body, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That is to ban the student union. Let's get Crane 1 back to the way it was. Now, it was Li Guosheng who froze instead. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Zhang Yu would put his hopes of banning the student union on Fong Xiu. But, outlaw the student council? Li Guosheng gazed at Fong Xiu in his cell phone screen. Maybe it's really like what Zhang Yu said. The only person who could do this was really Fong Xiu. Chapter 32, New Student Exchange Competition. Crane City First High School. 1 year, 2, class. The general studies teacher is writing formulas on the board with chalk. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the movements of the general studies teacher, who turned around and whirled around to ask softly, "Who is it?" The latter didn't mope around and just pushed open the door to the second class. Fong Xiu and Shi Zhanhong coincidentally looked towards the doorway, only to see a young man wearing a gold filigree silver mirror standing there, and Fong Xiu instantly recognized his identity. Pan Zhang, the gym teacher for the sophomore class. When he had defeated Chen Fan himself earlier, he had come over with Li Guosheng to stand up for Chen Fan. The results were deeply shocking by their own alien form. "Hello Mr. Zhao. I'm the physical education teacher of the second class, Zhang Pan. I'm here to find Fong Xiu." While speaking, Zhang Pan scanned the classroom until her eyes landed on Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu sniffed and subconsciously glanced at General Studies teacher Zhao's reaction. "Go ahead, Fong Xiu." Mr. Zhao's attitude was very kind. "One more thing, are you not feeling well, Ms. Zhao? All of this afternoon's classes have been changed to physical education." Zhang Pan lowered her voice. It doesn't sound like he's consulting with Mr. Zhao at all, but rather informing him unilaterally. "You don't have to teach the second class this afternoon." All converted to physical education. The students in the classroom were all stunned when they heard this. This Mr. Zhao was also in his early 40s, strong and sturdy, had no problem walking, talking, and didn't look like he was uncomfortable at all. Is that the gold standard of a gym teacher? Saying you're uncomfortable when you're uncomfortable, and comfortable when you're uncomfortable. It feels like our gym teacher is so handsome. Yeah, and it looks young too. For a while, the students in the classroom couldn't help but mingle. Although Mr. Zhao's face was a bit embarrassed, he didn't say anything more and just nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. "And Li Qingqing, you come out too." And just as Fong Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan raised an eyebrow and also greeted Li Qingqing to come out with Fong Xiu. "Yes, teacher." At this time, Li Qingqing had completely calmed down. Although she didn't know what Zhang Pan was looking for her for, she still stood up honestly. After all, the gym teacher's main focus is on the sentinel score. It is the first main subject teacher at Crane 1. Words, sometimes more than even the classroom teacher. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing, one after the other, left the classroom under the attention of their classmates. It feels, square break a day so busy. Sure, Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door. The mapping exams just ended and it was either the student council or the gym teacher. There was always the feeling that the world revolved around Fong Hua. Is this the campus life of a genius? The other side, you're really not being honest. On the first day of school, he beat up Chen Fan, and now he's clashing with the student council. After calling Fong Xiu out, Zhang Pan couldn't help but spit it out. After all, the matter of Fong Xiu violently beating Ma Ming had already spread in the school. Especially the physical education teacher who had been defeated by Chu Xinghe felt like raising his eyebrows. You can't blame me for that. I just want to study hard and get better every day. And every time it's someone else who comes after me. Fong Xiu replied without thinking, with an expression of helplessness himself. Is that so? The corners of Zhang Pan's mouth rose and a smile could not help but surface. Obviously you are the biggest beneficiary. If I'm not mistaken, those face-hugging insects of yours have already parasitized Mamon's imperial beasts, right? Although his imperial beast is only a regular species, he's a man of right and left, and he's hardwired into the student council. Last year, he even started acting as the student council's punching bag and suppressed a lot of students, thus furthering the appreciation of the student body. The mutation, which was only supposed to be attempted sophomore year, allowed him to complete it early in his first semester of senior year. Combined with his own hard work, he's considered a genius among ordinary people. Your face-hugging bugs directly parasitized his imperial beasts, and if you assimilate the genes of the mutated imperial beasts, you might awaken any special abilities as well. Zhang Pan walked in front, leading the way for Fong Xiu. Li Qingqing, while pushing his glasses and popularizing the science for Fong Xiu. On the one hand, he appreciated Fong Xiu. Aside from the fact that he possessed a rare species of phantom beast, his personality was to his liking. People are bullying the door, of course we have to fight back. On the other hand, he himself was originally Fong Xiu's physical education teacher, and it was his job to explain the knowledge of imperial beasts to his students. However, you must also be careful. Once the imperial beasts become too powerful, they will reject the imperial beast master in their hearts. If it is not handled properly, however, it can be dangerous. My suggestion is that by the time your alien finishes parasitizing, it would be best to have a powerful sentinel on hand for protection. Then why don't we let Brother Pan come? Fong Xiu sniffed and instantly understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all gym class, and my alien will be able to break my chest almost then. Ha. One visit costs 1,000. Too expensive. Zhang Pan also didn't forget to seize the opportunity to bash Fong Xiu's charging behavior. How can you say that? Brother Pan came to my imperial beast space. How can I ask for 1,000? Although we are teachers and students, we are not that far apart in age. In my heart, but I have always treated my teacher as a brother. Fong Xiu said smilingly. Then the words turned. 500. How about it? Zhang Pan? In a flash, Zhang Pan had a question mark on her face. It's not right. Normally at times like this, shouldn't you say, Brother Pan is coming, how can I ask for money? What the hell is a 50% discount on results? It's not like Brother Pan doesn't know that I'm poor. I don't have any resources, and now that I've offended the student council, I might have to be suppressed a lot in the future. When I win the lottery one day, I'll let you visit my imperial beast space for free. Fong Xiu simply cried poor to Zhang Pan. The conversation between the two, on the other hand, was heard by Li Qingqing. It's not right. You want to charge money for just attending the royal beast space? This Fong Xiu is a money grubber, isn't he? Speaking of which, the last time he'd sent himself to the infirmary, he'd opened his mouth for 1,000. Nice guy. It's a wild goose chase. Ahem. It was really a bit hard to watch, so Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat. Although he didn't know exactly what the situation was, if it was just to find Fong Xiu to say this, there was no need to bring himself along. Moreover, Li Qingqing also disliked this feeling of being a green leaf for others and simply interrupted the conversation between the two. Teacher Zhang called us out. What exactly is the matter? Well, seeing that Li Qingqing was a bit displeased, Zhang Pan also stopped the alien issue for the time being. He whirled around and stopped in front of his office. Do you guys know about the exchange? Chapter 33 Rich is Great. Ha? An exchange match? Fong Xiu instantly felt that his knowledge of this world was still too lacking. Although this world also has computers, cell phones, and many questions can be searched online, there's no way a person can search for something they wouldn't expect. For example, the freshman exchange game in Zhang Pan's mouth. I know, Shang Li nodded. It's nothing more than the key schools of Crane City High School gathering together to exchange and compare their experience in Imperial Beasts. That's right, Zhang Pan nodded. Although our first high school has always been the best high school in Crane City, the brand name of Crane City, other high schools have always tried to surpass us, and from that, the exchange was born. Fong Xiu nodded in sudden realization. To his ears, the exchange match that Zhang Pan and Li Qingqing were talking about was like a high math competition or something like that. Each school sends their school's best performing student and then compete together. Then there should be rewards for this kind of exchange match, right? Like a bonus or something? Fong Xiu doesn't care what schools are participating. He's even more of a bonus. After all, in Fong Xiu's opinion, it was impossible for him to lose. The winner of the exchange must be himself. All you know is money all day long. Zhang Pan spat without any good humor. The exchange game is a showdown between prestigious schools, a chance to win honor for the first school. However, after spitting, Zhang Pan still told Fong Xiu that there was a bonus for the exchange match. If you can take first place, there's about a $200,000 prize, 100,000 for second place, 50,000 for third place, 200,000? As soon as Fong Xiu heard this figure, his pupils instantly dilated. Although he guessed there would be prize money, he underestimated the prize pool for the exchange tournament. In Fong Xiu's cognizance, in a competition like this, it would usually be good to have 30,000, 50,000, and it would be good. Results, 200,000. Wouldn't that mean that one could double the space of the Imperial Beasts and let the aliens eat and eat again? At that time, I'm afraid that it would be possible to multiply the number of aliens to triple digits. Just thinking about it made Fong Xiu feel excited. Don't get too happy too early first. Zhang Pan poured a pot of cold water down, then pushed open the door of her office. Even though first is the best high school in Crane, the other schools aren't that bad. This is despite the fact that half of the top 10 students in the city's middle school exams went to Crane 1. However, the midterm is dominated by general education courses. Once in high school, the general education classes of the past will no longer be a priority. Some students who are lagging behind in their general education classes are able to make a comeback through the Imperial Beasts. And it's just not that easy. Even Fong Xiu himself is a good example. His midterm score, only 7th in the city, was completely incomparable to Qingqing Li, the first person. How was the results mapping test? Fong Xiu's score directly crushed Li Qingqing. So you get it, right? Other schools, it's just as likely that an Imperial Beastmaster like you will appear. Zhang Pan patiently explained. And with the exchange match, it's unlikely that there will be a situation like the one between you and Ma Ming, where everyone brainlessly releases all of their Imperial Beasts and engages in a melee. Based on previous years, even the combat sessions are one-on-one. You can't play to your alien strengths, but Fong Xiu wasn't worried about this in his heart. Even if you don't consider the number, your own alien, it's still enough to crush the other students' aliens. There's no harm. I'm confident. Fong Xiu was still confident. Zhang Pan just smiled at this. Also, in this exchange tournament, the team points are calculated and then the rankings are divided. Fong Xiu? Almost as a subconscious reaction, Fong Xiu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. From what I remember, Qingqing Li's Imperial Beast seemed to be a small gray bird with an unimpressive appearance. Despite the good scores on the touchdown exams, it looked like a total underdog. This guy isn't going to hold himself back, is he? Thinking of this, Fong Xiu couldn't help but frown. Li Qingqing also read Fong Xiu's concern from his expression. You guys, you don't think I'm going to hold you back, do you? It's not my hind legs, it's our school. Fong Hui's mouth fell back a mouthful of cool air. You bastard. Li Qingqing instantly clenched her fists, itching to punch Fong Xiu's sword-browed starry eyes. However, once she thought that Zhang Pan was also there, Li Qingqing still tried her best to restrain her displeasure. Don't bother with that one. I'm not losing to anyone, including you. Okay. Zhang Pan shook her head. Both being in the second class of the school, he had thought that the relationship between the two would be good. But it turned out that he hadn't expected the flavor of gunpowder between the two to be so strong. You guys don't have to worry too much. I've seen both of your Imperial Beasts. Even compared to some of the upperclassmen, it's not bad. Especially Fong Xiu, your face-hugging bug, just parasitized Mamon's Imperial Beast. It can be played as an ace. And Qingqing Li, your Imperial Beasts have a great advantage in speed. And you have great control over them. You too. I am not worried. While speaking, Zhang Pan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and gave the duo an extremely high evaluation, and Fong Xiu instantly grasped the point of this statement. Since they're not worried about him and Li Qingqing, that means other people. How many spots are there in this exchange tournament? The two spoke in unison. 4. Zhang Pan extended 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there's also Zhang Shuren from class 3, with Chen Fan from class 6. Chen Fan? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Why him? Zhang Shuren's words were still understandable on their own. In middle school, he was second only to himself in general studies, stronger in every way except not so good eyes. There's nothing wrong with participating in this exchange. But Chen Fan, not even in the top 10, as far as I can remember. His imperial beasts were of an ancient species, but they weren't of a particularly strong kind. In our school, there should be freshmen who are more powerful than Chen Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit it out. This, Zhang Panpan nodded. If one looked at the imperial beasts, Chen Fan was indeed not the strongest, but his family has money. Chen Fan's dad said that he's willing to sponsor us if Chen Fan can participate in this exchange tournament. So, Chen Fan will probably be the short end of the stick, Zhang Panpan said with a serious face. This also meant that the three of them, Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, absolutely couldn't have any problems in this exchange tournament. Otherwise, there's a good chance they won't get first place. Also, our first school. We have been first in the exchange for 3 consecutive years, Zhang Panpan said with a smile on her face. Damnable Chen Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists viciously. Isn't it just a few stinking dollars at home? What's the big deal? By the way, Chen Fan's father also said that for these exchange matches, if you guys need any financial assistance, you can just ask. Zhang Panpan added. Leave it to me to take care of Mr. Chen. Fong Xiu replied in a loud voice. Qingqing Li? Chapter 34, The Geese and the Hare. Manhwa. Qingqing Li? Li Qingqing looked at Fong Xiu with a questioning face. No, aren't you a guy who's usually quite aloof? Fong Xiu, please be more reserved. Li Qingqing spat up without any good humor. Chen Fan's family is, indeed, quite rich, but as an imperial beast master, how can you bow down to money? You're rich, of course you're talking without a pain in the ass. Fong Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, this Li Qingqing was a popular figure in Crane City now, and her background could be found out as soon as she went online. My father's business is related to the Sentinel equipment. The mother, on the other hand, is a cadre in the system. You don't have to bother with resources at all for your 3 years of high school on the road to the Sentinel. The house is all ready for her. It's a whole different story on its own. Both of my former parents were average workers who had to pay off their car and house loans every month. One's living expenses for a month are only $1,000. This is the same Crane 1 high school that is willing to provide free dormitory rooms for students who study well. Otherwise, one's living expenses are a bit tight. If you have the ability, if you take first place this time, you don't want the prize money. Give it to me, Fong Xiu said with a serious face. After all, this Li Qingqing was high-minded and proud, so maybe she would really agree once she was on top. Dream on. However, Li Qingqing wasn't overwhelmed by Fong Xiu's words. She just glared fiercely at Fong Xiu. So, when will Chen Fan's family be able to call in the money? Fong Xiu ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Panpan. Don't be so anxious. Although Zhang Panpan heart can understand Fong Xiu's mood. After all, the road of imperial beasts, never less than spending money. Sometimes he also for Fong Xiu feel pity, did not have a good family. I'll ask Chen Fan to add you as a friend, so contact him yourself later. After saying that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from her desk drawer and handed them to Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing respectively. You guys fill it out first. In the exchange matches between colleges, although it was not the turn of students with poor imperial beasts, there would often be students like Chen Fan, whose family had resources and whose grades were not that bad, who would appear. So how does it work at a time like this? Naturally, students apply for the exchange tournament on their own, which is then reviewed by the teacher. That way, even if the students with better scores on the mapping exams are kicked out, they, the teachers, can still have something to say. Although your last test scores were better, so-and-so's imperial beasts are better suited for this tournament. There is absolutely no underhandedness in our school. Good. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison and quickly filled out the form before returning to the class. For the next few classes, no one came over to find Fong Xiu out again. Even when he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, Fong Xiu was not disturbed. Rao's table-mate Shi Zhanhong, unknowingly, became Fong Xiu's little brother, and at noon one clamored to invite him to dinner. How could Fong Xiu refuse such a heartfelt act? In the meantime, he explained to him some of his own tips on how to control beasts. The time came quickly to the afternoon. It was the freshman class, the first gym class, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Fong Xiu was a bit curious as to whether this world's physical education class would have a group of students fighting together. However, I don't know if it was because the school year had just started, or because of something else. Zhang Panpan's physical education class taught about the theory of imperial beasts. Sure, the students in the second class, nevertheless, took notes very carefully. It was only after 20 minutes had come down that Zhang Panpan allowed everyone to enter their imperial beast space in practice. Then, Zhang Panpan took 3 steps to Fong Xiu's side. Take me one. Seeing this, Li Qingqing also immediately came up. What's the situation? Shi Zhanhong saw that the gym teacher and Li Qingqing both came over to Fong Xiu's side, and with curiosity, he too was not willing to lag behind. There's nothing going on, my alien might mutate, so I asked Brother Pan Pan to help protect the magic. Fong Xiu smiled and explained to Shi Zhanhong, want to come visit? Upon hearing the word visit, Zhang Pan Pan's pupils instantly dilated up. Fong Xiu, this guy should not be trying to. It won't. Zhang Pan Pan shook her head slightly. No matter what, it's not like every student in Heching No. 1 middle school has a family as outstanding as Li Qingqing and Chen Fan. Shi Zhanhong's parents are both ordinary white-collar workers. Although belonging to the middle class, they are not considered rich. Okay, Shi Zhanhong nodded his head in a hurry. Of course it's not free. Let's charge you $20. The upturned corners of Fong Xiu's mouth were like the devil's smile, interpreting the geese in the best possible way. Fong Xiu? Qingqing Li? Wait, why does you charge 20 and I charge 500? Zhang Pan Pan couldn't help but spit it out. That's right, for what we are here is 500. Bullying. Li Qingqing followed suit and complained. Do you guys think he can take out 500? Fong Xiu pointed at Shi Zhanhong and said with a sense of entitlement. He had inquired long ago. The physical education teacher is the teacher with the most oil and water in Heching No. 1 middle school. Just that Chen Fan. I don't know how many times he sent gifts to Zhang Pan Pan. Li Qingqing's family situation was even more needless to say. She had more than 20,000 yuan of pocket money a week. A proper rich white beauty. Who are they if you don't eat them? Plus, Brother Pan Pan, Sister Cheng Cheng, the exchange is coming up, so we're in this together. If I shine in the exchange tournament, it would be an honor for our second class, wouldn't it? Pay up. While saying that, Fong Xiu took out his resource card and asked the two of them to directly put money into his card. Good. Zhang Pan Pan did not say much. As Fong Xiu had said, if they could achieve good results in this freshman exchange match, he, as a physical education teacher, could also follow in the glory. Money and everything is secondary. Performance is what makes it real. Thinking of this, Zhang Pan Pan paid the money cheerfully. Although Li Qingqing was unhappy in her heart, she was not yet in a position to get involved with Fong Xiu for $500. It was only when she was paying that she glared viciously at Fong Xiu. If her eyes could kill, she would definitely be able to break Fong Xiu into pieces. Only Shi Zhanhong looked confused the entire time. Seeing that Zhang Pan Pan and Li Qingqing both paid, he could only pay obediently. Fong Xiu looked at the resource card in his hand and nodded contentedly before taking out his Imperial Beast space card and inviting Zhang Pan Pan and the others to enter his Imperial Beast space. As the three pressed consent, a faint light flickered from Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space card and quickly engulfed them. When Fong Xiu opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the entrance of Thelian's underground kingdom. Is this your Imperial Beast space? Li Qingqing stood at the entrance of the underground cavern and looked in. A pitch-black environment. Out of reach. Strange hissing noises kept coming from inside, and one could hear the hairs on one's back. Chapter 35, Zhang Pan Pan's Royal Beast, Hellfire. Fong Xiu, what did you mean by protector just now? Shi Zhanhong had already, on more than one occasion, been shocked by Fong Xiu's alien form. Now that he had the opportunity to visit the Imperial Beast space, he naturally had no reason to miss it. However, when he really entered Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space and stood at the entrance of the Alien Queen's underground kingdom, he felt the coldness that gushed out from inside, and the hissing sound of the strange screams. The hairs on his body stood up one after another. A bad feeling grew inside him. Even though he was a freshman in high school, he would surf the internet and search for study materials at home after school. But do you still need a protector when you're in the middle of a mutation? That's something he's not really sure about. It's literally Zhang Pan Pan, who was at the side, said without thinking. Fong Xiu-san's Imperial Beast progress is overly exaggerated. According to the normal process, the students of Crane City's first high school would not be exposed to the mutation until after they entered their sophomore year. But Fong Xiu's face-hugging worm possessed the characteristics of parasitizing and assimilating the genes of Imperial Beasts. It might make the mutation happen earlier. No matter what, the essence of the Imperial Beast is the beast. They will see the Imperial Beastmaster as one of their own kind, and then submit. This situation is similar to having a dog. A good owner can train a dog to be very obedient, but once they don't think you're strong enough to take the initiative, their actions become scattered and they ignore the Imperator's orders. In the worst-case scenario, there's also the possibility of attacking the Imperial Beastmaster. Based on this and that, the Imperial Beastmaster and the Imperial Beast, to progress together. Although Fong Xiu's alien had a bug nest consciousness, it was after all a phantom beast species with no previous experience. In order to ensure that this process did not lead to any accidents, Zhang Pan Pan chose to act as a protector. Let me be clear, although this exchange tournament is crucial, if your Imperial Beast shows aggression, I will snuff it out here. Zhang Pan Pan's voice became icy cold. although he felt that Fong Xiu was a rare genius imperial beast master. But for the sake of safety, when it was time to give up, it was still necessary to give up. Aha! Fong Xiu nodded, though he felt that his facehugger, after parasitizing Maman's werewolf, would give birth to a very powerful imperial beast, but he didn't want a bunch of foster kids either. If it was really as Zhang Pan had said, it would be better to solve it as soon as possible. Even without them, with just the alien Triceratops, I can definitely win this exchange tournament. Fong Xiu thought in his heart. An exchange match? A freshman exchange match? Shi Zhanhong was stunned at his words. Although he was a senior, he had heard about the freshman exchange tournament, not to mention the fact that you can bring your own imperial beasts to manifest in front of you. Just the tens of thousands of dollars in prize money is calling for a lot of eyeballs. But on second thought, Shi Zhanhong's heart was relieved. At the end of the day, Fong Xiu was the #1 freshman. 3-minute speed test for mapping. The mutation that he should have been exposed to in his sophomore year of high school. He's touching it now. If they don't let him, a genius royal beast master, participate in the freshman exchange tournament, who will they let participate? Lightning eel. Zhang Pan whirled around and released her own imperial beast. Only a few electric eels were seen floating in the air as if they were taking a dip. When they entered the cave, their bodies emitted hot white light, illuminating the dark cave as if it was bright day. Li Qingqing looked around and carefully observed Fong Xiu's imperial beast space. The space of this underground cavern was exaggerated. From the ground to the ceiling, there was a height of 7 or 8 meters, and the hall of the school building was more spacious. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the gusts of an overcast wind. If she hadn't known that this was Fong Xiu's imperial beast space, she would definitely have been deterred. Hiss! Shi Zhanhong's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although he knew that Fong Xiu was the master of this place, and those aliens of his would never mess around, he still couldn't stop the hair from rising in his heart. After all, fear is the most primal emotion in the human heart. It's not restrained at all. It's changed. On the contrary, it was Fong Xiu, who had long since gotten used to such an environment. He basically stays here except for classes. Fong Xiu, can you feel the face-hugging worm? And has it completed its parasitization? Zhang Pan thought for a moment and inquired about Fong Xiu. Not yet. Fong Xiu shook his head. Aha! Zhang Pan responded. As he had been here once, he had a rough idea of the environment. In order to be prepared, he also released his imperial beast, Hellfire. Along with Zhang Pan's low roar, only a green flame appeared from in front of the four. A wave of heat swept in all directions, forcing back the chill that permeated everywhere from the underground caverns. Then, the spreading fire began to contract as if it were a tornado, trapping over large and small rocks from the cavern's rocky walls and piling them up. Arms, legs, body, head. Not long after, a 6-meter-tall giant of fire came alive and stood in front of several people. Fong Xiu? Shi Zhanhong instantly drew a breath of cold air. Ha! Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Phantom beast seed? When she first met Zhang Pan, she thought the gym teacher was too young and questioned his teaching ability. Even his name, Li Qingqing, felt a bit funny. Why would a guy in his 20s call himself Pan? It wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Pan's imperial beast with her own eyes that Li Qingqing realized that she had underestimated him. This is the imperial beast? Fong Xiu blinked. As far as he knew, the so-called imperial beasts were some creatures only. Where does this thing meet the definition of a living creature? Who said that imperial beasts must be creatures? Zhang Pan raised the corners of her mouth upwards and smiled smugly. That's just because you students, your bodies and minds aren't strong enough, so you're allowed to use the most common imperial beasts to exercise your imperial beast abilities. It's only when you get to college that you really get started. Zhang Pan said smugly. It had to be said that Zhang Pan's imperial beasts had really opened Fong Xiu's eyes somewhat. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that there would be such imperial beasts in this world. Kind of interesting. However, Fong Xiu was more than a little curious in his heart. Can one's own face-hugging bug parasitize Zhang Pan's hellfire? I wish I could try it. Follow him. Zhang Pan continued. And with every step forward this hellfire took, the ground shook with it. You can see the power of it. At the same time, Fong Xiu felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Not only was there Zhang Pan's hellfire to act as a protector this time, he also gave himself a visiting fee. Zhang Pan is really a good teacher. Most importantly, I don't know what kind of imperial beasts this Pan can still come up with. Fong Xiu had a strong premonition in his heart. This hellfire was not the most powerful imperial beast in Zhang Pan's hands. Is it only when you get to college that you are truly initiated? Fong Xiu muttered up. Chapter 36, The Alien is so terrifying. Looking at Zhang Pan's hellfire, Fong Xiu's heart was filled with longing for the future. You must get into the top 10 yourself. Within a short time, Fong Xiu's group arrived at the depths of the underground cavern. The alien queen was still curled up on her legs, with a giant spawner attached to the end of her body, and at a glance, it looked as if she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, the body of this alien queen was 5 or 6 meters, taller than the alien triceratops that Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong had seen. This is the imperial beast? Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like cow's eyes as he looked around with an unbelievable expression, only to see the face-hugging insect eggs, spitting out of the alien queen's spawner from time to time, densely packed as if they were a square formation. If all of these insect eggs were to hatch, the aliens that would be born would, I'm afraid, easily exceed 3 digits. No wonder when Fong Xiu fought with Ma Ming, his aliens were blackened. This unreasonable rate of reproduction is the root of the aliens' awesomeness. Is this the gap between geniuses and mortals? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but see his eyes redden for a moment. According to the way Alien is going, it feels like Fong Xiu doesn't even have to take the college entrance exams to be guaranteed in by the top 10. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing's pupils couldn't help but quake slightly. She has always been the bully in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Not only are your grades excellent, but your path to the royal beasts is also very smooth. A proper life winner. But now that she saw Fong Xiu's alien army, she immediately felt the gap. Who can beat Fong Xiu in this? Would your alien breeding speed be too fast? Zhang Pan, on the other hand, saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Although aliens are silicon-based organisms that don't suffer too much even if they don't eat for a few days, the alien queen creates a very large energy drain when she lays her eggs. Coupled with the fact that the alien queen was unable to move due to the limitations of the trap spawner, Fong Xiu's alien, therefore, needed to take on the job of feeding the queen. The ever-increasing number of aliens has in turn made the space here crowded. Yeah, Fong Xiu nodded. It only takes 48 hours for the facehugger to parasitize and then for the alien to grow into an adult body. And the alien queen spawn is done once every 2 or 3 hours. And in the alien community, the alien queen is nothing less than a birthing machine. At first, Fong Xiu felt elated, thinks that the alien race just needs to keep growing and he can become the strongest sentinel. But when you really cultivate it, you realize that food, space, all of it costs money. This underground cave was still the result of Fong Xiu's expansion, make it the size of a soccer field. But even so, such a space was still too small for the ever-proliferating aliens. Even because of the lack of food resources, some aliens even went directly into hibernation as a way to reduce energy consumption. Hiss! The corner of Zhang Pan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the whole person could not help but feel his scalp tingling up. Such a huge scale. Not to mention that Fong Xiu was just an ordinary high school student. Even he, the physical education teacher, was also very headstrong. But, if you think about it from a different perspective, how many Imperial Beast Masters would hate to be able to breed Imperial Beasts like aliens? It's also hard for you. Zhang Pan sensed the pressure Fong Xiu was facing and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If he could have a family like Chen Fan's, this Fong Xiu would really have to be invincible. It's a shame. It's a shame. And just then, the face-hugging bugs that had parasitized the werewolf's face began to fall off. These werewolves also seemed to have regained their self-awareness and climbed up from the ground. It's on. Fong Xiu's gaze slightly condensed as he exchanged the money he had just snubbed from Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing into food and threw it in front of these 5 werewolves. This. Shi Zhanhong only took one look, and the whole person was dumbfounded, because Fong Xiu's way of feeding was very simple and rough. He directly customized the food into pork. A large number of them can even be piled up into a small mountain. It was worth mentioning that when Fong Xiu first started Imperial Beasts, there were resources given by the school. The food that Fong Xiu fed to the aliens were all living cows and sheep. It was only when he had consumed all the resources allocated by the school and needed to spend his own money that Fong Xiu realized the problem of waste. A pound of beef or lamb, almost 34. The cheaper pork was only $11. If I had known, I should have fed the aliens pork from the beginning. What a miscalculation. Good lord. Fong Xiu, your alien is too edible, isn't it? All this food is enough to feed my Imperial Beasts for half a month. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but spit it out. Not only him, Li Qingqing was also taken aback. Fong Xiu, can you afford to raise so many aliens? From the initial shock, both of them couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fong Xiu in their hearts. So you guys now know why I'm so poor, right? Fong Xiu smiled helplessly. The food issue is still secondary, because space has not been able to be expanded, so much so that my alien queen is not so willing to have little babies. As Fong Xiu spoke, he didn't forget to take a look at Zhang Pan. The implication is that you should think of something, Pan. And the pork that Fong Xiu took out was quickly winded up by the werewolf, swallowing even the bone crumbs. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. You call this thing a baby? Fong Xiu, here is 20,000. Li Qingqing hesitated slightly, and then took out her resource card. And with that, she transferred 20,000 to Fong Xiu. While her Imperial Beasts weren't as edible, There were plenty of places where she needed to use her money. Plus the family has a limit on how much she can live on. She doesn't have a lot of pocket money either. It was Fong Xiu who was a bit surprised, not expecting Li Qingqing to be so generous, worthy of being the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li. Fong Xiu whirled around and arched his hand. Don't forget what I told you. Think of it as an investment. I hope you have a day when you don't badger me, Li Qingqing said with a serious demeanor. It was true that she had treated Fong Xiu badly at first, but there was no grudge between them, just a momentary imbalance in her own mind. After that energy, she also realized that the fault was not with Fong Xiu, sort of a compensation. Next, it was Fong Xiu's strength. He was the most talented imperial beast master that Li Qingqing had ever seen. If that day really came after entering the top 10 in the future, she at least did not want Fong Xiu to become her opponent. Your business? Fong Xiu raised his eyebrows for a moment, and then he thought of what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I'll finish off Chu Xinghe. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as Miss Li. Fong Xiu quickly regained his smile. Although he had no grudges against Chu Xinghe, the student council had suffered the students of the first middle school for a long time. He himself didn't intend to work in tandem with Chu Xinghe. Zhang Panpan silently watched the conversation between Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing, and a pleased smile emerged with it. Chapter 37, The Birth of a Higher Alien. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing were not only the most powerful imperial beast masters in Class 2, but also the future hopes of the first high school entrance exam. Zhang Panpan naturally hoped that they could get along and help each other. Just like that, Fong Xiu and the others were next in this imperial beast space waiting for the alien to break out of the chest from the werewolf's body. When he thought of what Zhang Panpan had said, Fong Xiu's heart was more or less nervous. Although with Zhang Panpan's hellfire here to protect me, I don't have to worry too much about safety. But, Fong Xiu looked at the werewolves, not to mention that in order to parasitize them, he himself had consumed several face-hugging worms. The food fed to them pretty much spent the balance of the resource card. If it wasn't for the $20,000 that Li Qingqing had transferred to him, his next feeding would have been a problem. Don't ever fail, Fong Xiu thought in his heart. And Fong Xiu also realized that he was not the only one who was waiting apprehensively. The alien queen also seemed to be able to sense the baby aliens in the werewolves' bodies, and its production slowed down, keeping its attention focused on those werewolves. The alien triceratops, and some of the male aliens, were in full gear. Alien queen, could it be unsettling? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. According to the alien setting, the queen not only possessed a super high IQ of 175, the fan-shaped crown on its head could also release special pheromones that could be used to sense the location of all the aliens and give orders. Maybe the alien queen sensed something special from the alien in the werewolf's stomach. Wouldn't really let Zhang Panpan hit the nail on the head, Fong Xiu thought in his heart. Sure, Zhanhong even subconsciously retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Although there was Zhang Panpan and his hellfire, sure Zhanhong's heart always felt creepy. A bad feeling grew inside him. Qingqing Li, on the other hand, was fully focused on the werewolf. Zhang Panpan even gave direct orders to Hellfire. If the alien that came out of the werewolf's body later attacked them, then they would just finish each other off. Alien Triceratops, protect the queen. Fong Xiu hesitated slightly. On his side, he had Zhang Panpan's Hellfire, so he didn't have to worry too much. But in case these aliens really rebelled against their orders, or even attacked the alien queen, that would be a problem. With Fong Xiu's order, the alien Triceratops quickly stepped in front of the alien queen and stared at the werewolf with a wary expression. The good news is that the wait didn't last long, only to see one of the werewolves suddenly fall to the ground, its body twitching up unceasingly, and its expression becoming twisted with pain. Ow! Wails erupted from the werewolf's throat, and its convulsions became more and more intense. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan followed suit and tensed up. Pust! Only sharp nails were seen, cutting through the werewolf's abdomen and sticking out of it, blood splattering in all directions. Fong Xiu stared at the palm with all his concentration. Identical in appearance to the other xenomorphs, the fusion of werewolf genes is characterized by the same bone-over-flesh traits, with a pitch-black exoskeleton that in turn protects its muscles. Combined with the werewolf's massive size, the chest-breaker shifter that burrowed out of his abdomen was 1.5 meters long, and its palms are different from normal aliens. Its palms are not only wider, but also more finely boned, more like a human hand than any other alien. Closer to human? Fong Xiu thought in his heart. Soon, the alien, which had fused the werewolf genes, emerged from its body, and it shook its head. It also had a shorter head than the alien Triceratops, and a more human-like stance when fully standing, rather than dinosaur-like. It also had a relatively shorter tail than the other aliens, and an extra piece of joint in the elbow. In Fong Xiu's opinion, the alien looked more like what a werewolf would look like after skinning and deboning it. Fizzle. However, this alien's vocalizer was no different from the other aliens, still hissing in a strange manner. It scanned Fong Xiu and the others, and although it didn't show any malice, It made Shi Zhanhong feel a chill. Fong Hua, Zhang Panpan was highly nervous. He never dreamed that he would feel so much pressure in the senior's Imperial Beast space. Can you command it? Although this alien was still an immature body, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong. Sit down. Fong Xiu sniffed and tentatively ordered up the alien. However, this alien did not act after hearing Fong Xiu's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a crisis. Hiss, hiss, only to see the alien queen's mood become a bit grumpy, constantly rebuking the little guy who had just broken out of his chest in the language of the aliens. No matter what, in the alien queen's perception, Fong Xiu was the king of this world, and to give birth to an alien who dared to ignore the king's orders was simply a capital offense. What's wrong? Qingqingli noticed this and couldn't help but ask Fong Xiu. The aliens are a nesting society with a hierarchy of top and bottom. The alien queen's orders are absolute, and as king of the aliens, I am the absolute of absolutes. So this alien didn't sit down as I ordered, no doubt challenging the authority of the alien queen. Fong Xiu casually explained up. His heart was also more or less nervous. He could sense that the alien was different. The joints on its elbows, in particular, are organs that no other alien possesses. This indicated that the alien had only completed a higher stage of evolution after absorbing the werewolf gene. If possible, Fong Xiu really couldn't afford to let Zhang Panpan's hellfire finish him off. Brother Panpan, is there any way to boost my power? It suddenly occurred to Fong Xiu that Zhang Panpan had said that if the power of the Imperial Beast Master was too weak, the orders given would be ignored by the Imperial Beasts. So in turn, if you get stronger, you'll be able to suppress the aliens again, right? So, there is no way to make yourself stronger. There is. Zhang Panpan hesitated slightly. The method was still there. After all, human technology was very advanced, and methods to boost the spiritual power of Imperial Beastmasters for a short period of time had already been found. Only, this method is not free, and it was as if Fong Xiu's alien queen had lost her patience all of a sudden. Its fan-shaped crown then releases pheromones that give orders to the male aliens here. In a flash, two 2-meter-tall aliens suddenly darted up and towards the one that came out of the werewolf's body. The delusion is to use power and make it subservient. However, when it was too late, just as the two aliens were approaching the werewolf alien, a black blade popped out of the joint on its elbow. Chapter 38, Altered Skills? Gale Steps? It wasn't until the alien queen ordered the two male aliens to charge up towards the werewolf alien that Fong Xiu realized what the joints growing on the werewolf alien's elbows were. Only a slight flick of the front wrist of the werewolf shifter was seen, and a black knife protruded directly out of the joint before being grasped by this werewolf shifter. Almost as a subconscious reaction, as soon as it gripped the black blade, it swept it towards the charging alien. Next, this werewolf shifter flashed directly behind the two shifters, and along with a flash of cold light, those two shifters were directly severed across the waist. Acidic blood splattered in all directions. This sudden scene made even Fong Xiu unexpected. He subconsciously blinked his starry eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but suck up a mouthful of cold air. It's important to realize that aliens are not only silicon-based creatures, but also bone-covered life forms. They have exoskeletons that are stronger than steel alloys. The result was a slash to the waist? How sharp is this werewolf alien's black blade? Could this be the power of the mutation? Fong Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. To say you're not excited at all is obviously impossible. After all, this werewolf shifter was his own Imperial Beast. Stop. Seeing that those male aliens were stupid and wanted to rush over to fight for their lives, Fong Xiu hastily drank them back. In his opinion, his own werewolf shifter may not have a backbone. Perhaps the breast had just been broken and was still in a state of ignorance about the world. Sensing hostility from the two male aliens, he was forced to fight back. Is this big brother Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast? Shi Zhanhong on the side looked dumbfounded. How strong Fong Xiu's alien strength was, he had not only seen it in the footage of the mapping exam, but also on the short video platform. He had also seen the process of an alien defeating a werewolf that someone had recorded. Based on such and such, in Shi Zhanhong's perception, Fong Xiu's alien was the strongest Imperial Beast amongst the upperclassmen. However, it was such a terrifying Imperial Beast that had been slashed in a second. Invincible. Shi Zhanhong's two eyes stared like the eyes of an ox, and a trace of envy and jealousy arose in his heart. Why are the Imperial Beasts so different when they're both freshmen? So strong. Not only Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also felt unbelievable and incredible. The moment the werewolf shifter struck just now, she didn't even see the guy move. Is this really the strength that a senior freshman should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong back to the real world from the shock. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing subconsciously looked at Zhang Panpan. Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast, what should we do with it? In her opinion, The alien parasitized from the werewolf's corpse had transcended Fong Xiu's control, and had also decapitated its own kind without authorization. If he continued to let it go, not only would the aliens here be slaughtered, but perhaps Fong Xiu's life would be in danger as well. Although it was somewhat of a pity to take out such a powerful imperial beast here, it couldn't be helped. After all, with Fong Xiu's current power, he was still unable to harness such a powerful imperial beast. Only, Zhang Pan spoke, but also deliberately looked at Fong Xiu. No matter what, this alien was Fong Xiu's imperial beast. Even if he could understand what was at stake, it wasn't that easy to accept. Finish him off here. Zhang Pan's eyes revealed a touch of murderous aura, and he immediately gave orders to Hellfire. Wait a moment, brother Pan. Fong Xiu didn't expect Zhang Pan to make a move so quickly. His heart was also startled. He quickly waved his hand and asked Zhang Pan to wait a little longer. But who knew that Zhang Pan's Hellfire had already taken action? Only to see Hellfire charging at the werewolf alien with quick steps, 5 fingers grasping into fists in the air, each step forward of his massive body causing the entire underground cavern to vibrate. The werewolf alien was even smaller in front of Hellfire. Fong Xiu, when you make a break, you will suffer. Zhang Pan had absolutely no intention of stopping and instead advised Fong Xiu. But just as Hellfire's fist was about to land on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly disappeared. The large fist, which continued downward, eventually smashed into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, and a green shockwave swept in all directions along with a heat wave. Li Qingqing and Zhang Pan were even forced back a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. Hiss! Li Qingqing's mouth drew a mouthful of cold air backwards, her heart horrified. On the one hand, Zhang Pan's Hellfire, just an ordinary punch, had set off such a huge impact that it was simply more powerful than a hot weapon. On the other hand, Fong Xiu's werewolf shifter, why was it gone again? Where did it go? Li Qingqing racked her brain and couldn't figure out how the werewolf alien had dodged it. Even as she looked around, she didn't see this werewolf shifter. At the same time, Fong Xiu's ears resounded with the beeps of the Imperial Beast space system. Congratulations to the Imperial Beastmaster. The alien has undergone a mutation, giving birth to the skill, sneaking. Fong Xiu was first stunned. Mutation? And skills? Does it mean that? Fong Xiu's heart suddenly came to a realization. It was assumed that his own werewolf shifter, who had used a sneaking technique, had dodged the Hellfire's attack. Gale steps? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows and thought of a single-player game called Warcraft that he had played before he crossed over. One of the unit heroes in there is called Sword Saint, and one of his skills, called Gale Step, is to go into a state of invisibility and increase his movement speed. When attacking the target again, it also causes exposure to the target. Although he didn't know what this sneaking technique was, from the manifestation, Fong Xiu felt that his werewolf shifter seemed to have mastered a Gale Step type of skill. It's gone. Zhang Pan frowned, a bad premonition arising in her heart. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Fong Xiu's alien was still able to hide his whereabouts. This guy Fong Xiu, he's a freshman in high school, right? For a while, Zhang Pan couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. He himself is a teacher in the first middle school of Crane City, graduated from a proper university. By all accounts, dealing with a senior's imperial beast would be as simple as an adult brutally beating a kindergarten class. Why does it look like a college animal competition? It's not scientific. Even as soon as Zhang Pan had just ventured this thought, the wolf alien that had disappeared, reappeared. It stood on the right side of Hellfire, its knees slightly bent, and with the strength of its entire body, it catapulted itself out, holding the black blade in both hands, and made a slash at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom! Chapter 39, I am the alien god. Boom! Only to see the black blade of the werewolf shifter slash directly at Hellfire's arm, colliding with a deafening sound. A terrifying air current spread in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Pan hurriedly shielded Li Qingqing behind herself to shield her from this wave of air, and the entire ceiling, walls, and floor of the underground cavern were all cracked by this impact. Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Pan, Shi Zhanhong, all held their breath at this moment, not even blinking their eyes. Hey, just kidding, Zhang Pan quickly marveled. He hears the black blade of the werewolf shifter set into Hellfire's arm bit by bit. 2 breaths later, the werewolf alien black blade went straight through Hellfire's arm and chopped it down hard. Rumble! Hellfire's arm fell heavily to the ground. Ha! Shi Zhanhong's mouth grew into a big O shape. He never dreamed that Fong Xiu's werewolf shifter would be able to suppress Zhang Pan's Hellfire. You should know that Zhang Pan is not a high school student. He's a gym teacher, with close to 10 years of experience in the royal beast. As a result, he was suppressed miserably by a Fong Xiu who had just come into contact with the imperial beasts not more than a few days ago. Is this really not some kind of pipe dream? What kind of demon is Fong Xiu in the end? Shi Zhanhong sneaked a look at Fong Xiu's side face, and a cold breath fell out of his mouth. In fact, not only Shi Zhanhong, but even in Li Qingqing's heart, she was somewhat skeptical if she was dreaming. What kind of monster is this Fong Xiu's alien, brother Pan Pan? At this time, on the contrary, it was Fong Xiu who was the most calm. As he slowly opened his mouth, "Have your hellfire stopped striking?" "Ha!" Zhang Pan Pan could not help but be stunned. "What did you say?" Although his hellfire had an arm cut off by the werewolf shifter, it was not considered a fatal wound. At the end of the day, the heart of hellfire is fire. The arms that fell were just rocks that absorbed over. Hellfire was seen turning his body, a greenish flame surging towards the ground, curling up the fallen arm and reattaching it. The werewolf shifter took a quick step back and regained some distance. "Fong Xiu, I know you can't let go of this imperial beast, but a disobedient imperial beast will bring great trouble. Not only will your life be in danger, but your imperial beast, too, will be harmed." As she spoke, Zhang Pan Pan also hinted with her eyes at the 2 aliens that had been wasted by the werewolf alien. What's worse, there are 4 more aliens like this one that haven't hatched. If he didn't thoroughly help Fong Xiu solve the problem here, his efforts during this period of time would most likely go down the drain. "No, brother Pan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I asked you to stop, not out of any reluctance," Fong Xiu said in a calm tone. Although his body was only a high school freshman, his mind was an adult. "You just said that as long as the Imperial Beast Master is strong enough, the Imperial Beasts won't rebel against his or her orders, right?" Fong Xiu asked Zhang Pan Pan rhetorically. The 2 sides looked at each other in all directions. Zhang Pan Pan also saw unprecedented determination in Fong Xiu's starry eyes. This guy, not bluffing. "You?" Zhang Pan Pan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a student like Fong Xiu. First, they bred rare phantom beast species, and then used just a few days to reproduce like crazy. Now it's even breeding mutant imperial beasts. The most crucial thing was Fong Xiu's mindset. He wasn't frightened by what the werewolf shifter was doing. Perhaps. Zhang Pan Pan looked at Fong Xiu and then at his werewolf shifter. After a brief hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Fong Xiu. Well, eventually, Zhang Pan Pan's tone loosened and ordered Hellfire to stop, and made Hellfire take a few steps back. "I'm counting on you, Fong Xiu." In fact, Zhang Pan Pan's mood was also very excited, although he knew it was a risk. What if, in case Fong Xiu really was able to suppress the werewolf order, what about getting it to recognize Fong Xiu's identity as a royal beast master? "Mr. Zhang, will this be too dangerous?" When Li Qingqing saw this, she only felt incomprehensible. Although Fong Xiu's werewolf shifter was, indeed, excessively powerful, it was Fong Xiu who was able to cultivate this imperial beast, who was the most crucial being. In other words, as long as Fong Xiu exercised himself more, sooner or later, he would be able to breed another imperial beast as powerful as this, and at that time, he would not have to take the risks he was taking now. Fong Xiu was only a senior in high school. There was no need to take risks at this time. "Fong Xiu, we're only in our first year of high school now, so it won't matter if we lose 1 or 2 of our imperial beasts. By the time you're a sophomore, I'm sure you'll be able to breed even more powerful imperial beasts than you have now, and that you'll be able to control them by the time you get to that point." For a while, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Fong Xiu. But how could Fong Xiu possibly give up on the werewolf alien here just because of Li Qingqing's words? Let's not talk about the power of this werewolf shifter. Most importantly, I bred this alien. I'm the one who gave them a chance to survive in this world. I'm the one who owns them, Fong Xiu said in a loud voice. In his mind, it wasn't a trade-off or a rush at all. He himself is the alien god. For a while, even Li Qingqing was taken aback by Fong Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth to speak. "Teacher Zhang, is this possible?" Shi Zhanhong didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He cautiously walked over and stood behind Zhang Pan Pan, unable to resist asking. "It's not impossible." Zhang Pan Pan thought about it. No matter how strong a human was, it was impossible for them to go into a physical fight with a royal beast. So essentially, it's about suppressing one's imperial beast in the spiritual realm. In other words, some imperial beasts do rebel against their imperial masters, but that was because these imperial beasts were not like humans. They had no language, no words, but were observant enough to be able to judge whether or not the imperial beastmasters were afraid of them from their reactions. After all, fear is an innate emotion in all life. Once the imperial beasts realized that their imperial beastmasters had developed fear, they would feel that their imperial beastmasters were too weak. That's why there were incidents of rebelling against orders and even attacking imperial beastmasters. What Fong Xiu had to do was to erase the fear of the werewolf alien, overcome each other on a spiritual level. Originally, Zhang Pan Pan thought that this was impossible until he saw Fong Xiu's eyes. That didn't even look like a high school student should look, more like an adult. Only Fong Xiu was seen taking one step towards the werewolf alien. Had enough? Fong Xiu lowered his voice as he gazed at the werewolf alien, and with that, he exuded a powerful aura that crushed towards the other party. The werewolf alien looked at Fong Xiu. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Chapter 40, 2 Skills from Mutations? Fong Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and took one step forward, eventually stopping at a position less than 5 meters away from the werewolf alien. Zhang Pan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong held their breath on the spot, not even daring to blink as they stared at Fong Xiu, especially Zhang Pan. Although he chose to believe in Fong Xiu and expected a miracle to happen, he didn't dare to do any gambling. Hellfire slowly approached Fong Xiu, staring stupidly at the werewolf alien. As soon as this werewolf alien made any excessive moves, it would immediately strike. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were all nervous to the extreme, bean-sized beads of sweat emerging from the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing recited Fong Xiu's name in her heart. Had enough? Fong Xiu gazed at the werewolf alien and lowered his voice. As for this werewolf alien, it didn't respond and just observed Fong Xiu. It seemed to be judging whether Fong Xiu would fear itself, just as Zhang Pan said. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It took a step forward and tried to shorten the distance between them, trying to force Fong Xiu back by doing so. Once Fong Xiu retreated, then it could potentially take advantage of the situation. But Fong Xiu knew very well in his heart, it was himself who created the aliens. Without themselves, they could never have been born in this world. He himself is the alien god. Instead of running away, did you approach me? Might as well get a little closer then, Fong Xiu said in an icy tone before taking a step forward. In Fong Xiu's opinion, his behavior was not reckless. The aliens are a nesting society, and the hierarchy is deeply embedded in their genes. And while wolves are also class animals, a powerful wolf can challenge the wolf king. In Fong Xiu's opinion, it was possible that it was this kind of behavior that affected the judgment of the werewolf alien. But what makes the aliens perfect is their genes, which can suppress the assimilated genes, making them aliens and not another species. Of course, these were just Fong Xiu's guesses. His approach to the werewolf shifter was done with calculation. If the werewolf shifter really attacked himself, then Zhang Pan's hellfire would be able to instantly annihilate this guy. In other words, Fong Xiu's heart had a great bottom. That bottom line translates into his aura. For a moment, in turn, the werewolf shifter was confused, watching Fong Xiu approach over on his own initiative. It instead became uneasy. Take the sword back, Fong Xiu continued, and at this command, the werewolf alien, in fact, really put away the black blade and slowly bent his knees, kneeling on one knee in front of Fong Xiu before lowering his head. That guy gave in? Shi Zhanhong rubbed his eyes with his hand and murmured softly. He had thought that the werewolf shifter would take a shot at Fong Xiu. As a result, he didn't expect that Fong Xiu really suppressed the alien with just his aura. And it wasn't just suppression. It even made the other party submit to it. Li Qingqing's heart also let out a long sigh of relief. Although the matter of Fong Xiu stealing her first place had nagged at her, but after these 2 days of contact, she did feel that Fong Xiu's temperament was good, very much to my own liking. If she could, she wouldn't want Fong Xiu to give up this werewolf shifter. Mr. Chang? However, Li Qingqing was still a bit uneasy as she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan. Is this considered a success for Fong Xiu? However, when she turned her head to look at Zhang Pan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Pan's pupils were crazily quaking, and the corners of her mouth even involuntarily drew a large mouthful of cold air. Shocked, Zhang Pan was shocked by Fong Xiu's behavior. It's incredible. Although Zhang Pan had given Fong Xiu the opportunity to try, in his heart he did not feel that Fong Xiu could succeed. It was because this werewolf alien had already surpassed Fong Xiu's imperial beast progress. It's usually not until sophomore year that you're exposed to mutations. Even in Zhang Pan's opinion, imperial beasts like the werewolf shifter were even more powerful than those of some senior students. With this level of imperial beasts, you can take the entrance exam now, even if you can't get into the top 10, 985 or 211. Getting a normal undergraduate degree is a breeze. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Although my teaching career is not long, but at least I have gone to school for more than 10 years, and I have seen a lot of geniuses from all walks of life. But this is the first time I've seen a guy like Fong Xiu. After the shock, Zhang Pan's heart was bursting with joy. Happy for Fong Xiu. Very good. Fong Xiu looked at the werewolf alien that had completely submitted to him, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. Just then, however, the other 4 aliens, too, all broke out of the werewolf's body through his chest. Blood splattered in all directions, and an eerie hissing echoed through the underground cavern. Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing's nerves, which had only relaxed with great difficulty, once again tightened up. Broken. I almost forgot. Fong Xiu's imperial beasts have 5. Shi Zhanhong's face instantly became as pale as paper and hurriedly hid behind Zhang Pan. One werewolf shifter alone gave them a thrill. This came 4 more at once. Really scared Shi Zhanhong enough. Mr. Zhang, Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 chest breakers as if they were enemies. But who knew? These 4 aliens, unlike the first one, didn't ignore Fong Xiu's orders, and even made a move to decapitate their own kind. As soon as they came out, they all knelt down on one knee and offered their loyalty to Fong Xiu. Congratulations, Mr. Fong Xiu, for completing the mutation. Your alien gains a new skill, synchronization. Synchronization? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, not quite understanding what synchronization meant, but after he subconsciously murmured out a synchronization, the 4 aliens that were kneeling on one knee were suddenly pulled up by a force, only to see their bodies quickly leave the ground and fly as if they were kites with broken strings. And the direction it flew out was the very same werewolf shifter from the very beginning. What the hell? Shi Zhanhong was startled by this scene, and thought that something had gone wrong, and almost instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Panpan's arm, a look as if he would be done for if he let go. He even somewhat regretted following to Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space. These aliens are too scary, aren't they? Teacher Zhang, what's going on here? On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing, although she also had a puzzled look on her face. At least she wasn't in as much of a mess as Shi Zhanhong. Mutant skill. The corners of Zhang Panpan's mouth once again sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He could see that this was Fong Xiu's alien form, and in the process of mutation, skills were born. But does that make sense? Normal mutation, just changing the form of the Imperial Beast. Only in rare cases will the Imperial Beast skill be mutated. And that alien just disappeared into thin air would be using a skill, right? Fong Xiu's alien, mutating 2 skills? Are you kidding me? Chapter 41, I feel terribly strong. Hiss. Zhang Panpan looked at Fong Xiu, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that this guy was just too demonic. Not only did he make such a royal beast submit to himself, but he also mutated 2 skills. Fong Xiu naturally wasn't clear about what Zhang Panpan was thinking. His attention at this moment was all focused on his alien. Only a faint glow emanated from the 4 aliens that flew past. The body seemed to turn into a liquid and entered the body of the first werewolf shifter. Along with the disappearance of the light, the 4 aliens, too, all disappeared. Ha! Fong Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 5 became 1? What the hell is this synchronization skill? 5 of your own aliens into 1? Isn't that a loss? Where could Fong Xiu accept such a thing? He hesitated a little and tried to pronounce separation. As Fong Xiu's words fell, he only saw the werewolf alien in front of him, shaking rapidly. What's even more unexpected is the way the wobble is not the body wobbling. It's more like a cell phone screen shaking because of a bad signal. Next, 4 aliens split from the body of this werewolf alien, landing in 4 directions in front of, behind, and to the right of it. A hint of joy flashed in Fong Xiu's eyes. Does it mean that? A bold idea was born in Fong Xiu's heart. Synchronize. As soon as his words fell, the separated aliens, once again, synchronized into a single unit. Separation. Synchronize. Fong Xiu tried several times in a row, and each time, he was able to make this werewolf alien split and synchronize. Isn't that a mirror image? For a moment, Fong Xiu's heart once again thought of the hero unit Sword Saint from Warcraft 3, the sneaking technique, which corresponds to the blast step, synchronized separation, corresponding to mirroring. Is it possible that this werewolf shifter is so developed that he can still make a blade storm? Fong Xiu, how did you do it? Although Shi Zhanhong wasn't clear about what had happened, he felt that Fong Xiu's alien form was simply handsome. Li Qingqing was also very curious as she surveyed Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast. Brother Pan Pan, seeing that his alien was no longer a threat, Fong Xiu then returned to Zhang Pan Pan's side and inquired with curiosity, does every Imperial Beast gain skills when it mutates? Because Fong Xiu remembered that when Ma Ming fought with himself, he didn't seem to use any skills. Not really. Zhang Pan Pan shook her head. Most Imperial Beasts only change their forms when they mutate, making them into something more suitable for fighting. Strength, speed, all of it will increase dramatically. Only a very small percentage of Imperial Beasts will gain skills during the process of mutation. Of course, when you say skill, it looks more like some sort of psychic ability. Neither the hiding of the werewolf shifter nor the synchronized separation can be easily explained by science. Even, the mutations and skills in question have always been the focus of researchers. It's just a shame that mankind is currently unable to answer questions in this area. The only thing that could be known was that there were only a very small number of genius Imperial Beast Masters who could make the Imperial Beasts give birth to a skill during a mutation. Sure, although most Imperial Beasts do not acquire innate skills, they can create their own skills out later, relying on their own efforts and those of the Imperial Beast Master. Fong Xiu nodded in sudden realization. Still, he didn't quite understand why his own alien form would be born with a skill similar to the Wraith Sword Saint. Could it be that the Imperial Beast skill is related to the perception of the Imperial Beast Master? Brother Pan Pan, the skill of the Imperial Beast, would it be related to the perception of the Imperial Beast Master? Like if I subconsciously wish for my imperial beast to gain a certain skill, it could be born? Fong Xiu inquired. Shi Zhanhong and Xingqing Li quickly recorded this question as a point of knowledge. There is indeed this possibility. Zhang Pan nodded. This kind of theory was not the first to be put forward by Fong Xiu. There have been imperial beast scientists cognizant of the imperial beast alteration skill before, and it is likely that it is a reflection of the mind of the imperial beast master. Or maybe it's a materialization of spiritual energy. There is, however, a problem. If it's true that it relies on things like subconsciousness, mind writing, and mental energy to give the imperial beast skills, then why is it that only a very small portion of imperial beast masters are able to make their imperial beasts gain innate skills? Although some people have tried to answer them, these kinds of questions are like drilling into a dead end. It is difficult to have hypotheses that convince others. Over time, the key to innate skills is something that no one can figure out. But, Zhang Pan took a deep breath. Although this hypothesis has no scientific support, I do think it is right, because my imperial beast has also given birth to an innate skill too, and that skill, an ability I always wanted to have when I was a child. What is it? Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes radiating the spirit of gossip. Knock, knock. However, Zhang Pan directly flicked a melon crash at both of their heads, and the expression written on her face also seemed to be saying, don't pry blindly. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, stood in place thoughtfully. In other words, my alien form, which can materialize the skills I have deep in my memory. Is that why you got the blast step and mirror image? And again, because this world doesn't have a game like Warcraft, my sentinel space, which doesn't know the correct name for blast steps, calls it sneaking technique? Fong Xiu thought in his heart. When he used to play Warcraft, Sword Saint was indeed his favorite hero. After all, what boy wouldn't love this violent Chop King? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen. If only the skills of the Wraith Sword Saint could appear in this world. That, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kazunatri Realm Descent, the Law of Heaven, Smash Varuto, *******. For a while, Fong Xiu's heart couldn't help but marvel. You're a traveler yourself. You're a modern man. What you know about yourself, put in this world, is a downward spiral. Silicon-based creatures that are already powerful and immortal, plus those super sick abilities. Just thinking about it made Fong Xiu feel terrible. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu? Seeing that Fong Xiu was somewhat lost in thought, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her volume over and over again. Are you alright? No, it's fine. Fong Xiu shook his head. I just feel powerful and scary right now. I want to fight with the student council. Again. For a while, Fong Xiu couldn't wait to single-handedly take on the entire student council and then let his face-hugging bugs frantically parasitize their imperial beasts. Hell, I don't know what kind of skills I can give birth to with my own alien. With the next mutation. Chapter 42, Methods and Credits of Alteration. The sneak technique will be renamed Blast Step, and synchronization will be renamed Mirror Split. Fong Xiu ordered towards the Imperial Beast Space System. After all, sneak art and synchronization sounded a bit weird, so Fong Xiu simply modified it. Skill renaming has been completed. Feedback from the system is also very quick. Blistering wind steps and mirror image split. It feels like it sounds a bit handsome. Shi Zhanhong, who was on the side, was envious in his heart. When would one's imperial beasts be able to mutate and mutate skills as well? Fong Xiu, you can also design a name for this imperial beast. 2. Zhang Pan saw that Fong Xiu had completely subdued this alien, and she was also very happy in her heart. In his mind, alien was a generic term for a race. Just like all dogs are called dogs, but as pet dogs they can often have names such as Wanted, Blackie, and Eat Nana. As the most powerful individual in the alien community, it was entirely worthwhile for Fong Xiu to be given a distinctive name. Name? Fong Xiu hadn't thought about it in detail, like when he had parasitized Chen Fan's Triceratops before. He had just combined the alien and the Triceratops and called it the Alien Triceratops. Then let's call the alien Sword Saint. Fong Xiu briefly thought for a few seconds and simply used fetishism, naming his alien as Sword Saint. Sword Saint? Li Qingqing was stunned. That's so middle of the road. While spitting, Li Qingqing also surveyed Fong Xiu's imperial beast. Although the strength of this imperial beast is indeed terrifying, calling the Sword Saint, how dare he? Alien Sword Saint? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, had his eyes glowing, and in his heart, he called out that Fong Hua was simply naming a ghost talent. Alien Sword Saint, Blast Step, Mirror Split, all feel like pretty dominant names. Zhang Pan just smiled at this. In terms of the degree of sophistication, his Hellfire, too, was no stronger than the Alien Sword Saint. Right, Brother Pan. Fong Xiu thought a little. Although the Alien Sword Saint had evolved through parasitizing Mamon's werewolf, in Fong Xiu's heart, the Alien Queen was the most powerful one. If it was allowed to mutate, There was no telling what kind of skills could be born. If I want the alien queen to mutate, how do I do it? Alien queen? Zhang Pan glanced at Fong Xiu's alien queen. As long as you have enough credits, you can make your mutation choice. Credits? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that the mutation only needed to cost money. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong also came over and perked up their ears. Although this aspect of knowledge wait until the second year of high school, there will be a teacher to specifically explain. But as a Huching first middle school bully, how will they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge? Exactly. Generally speaking, you don't come to class late or leave early. You don't get bad grades on midterms, finals, and you don't get into any trouble while you're in school. It's all possible to accumulate enough credits in sophomore year to make a mutation choice. Zhang Pan explained. Didn't Ma Ming complete his mutation in the first semester of senior year? How did he do it? Fong Xiu hurriedly inquired. Since Ma Ming can make the mutation early, that means the credits have something to work with. Additional credits. Zhang Pan knew that Fong Hua would ask this, and he wanted Fong Hua to ask this. As a beast master, if you don't fight or grab, then what kind of beasts are there? Just graduate early and find a class. Additional credits? Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison. That's right. The so-called additional credits are a reward mechanism in Crane City First High School. For example, you can be rewarded with credits for participating in competitions, or for being a hero in the community, like this freshman exchange tournament. If you can do well, the school will reward you with credits. Zhang Pan paused slightly and continued. Don't look less at this credits. Besides allowing you to make mutation choices, you can also use this credits to customize equipment for Imperial Beasts, or even exchange it for various Imperial Beast resources, cash, and so on. And to make the mutation choice, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you do get first place in these freshman exchanges, that's 10 credits. Second place also gets 5 credits. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing looked at each other. I thought the freshman exchange was just a way to make money, but I didn't realize there was such a good thing as credits. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but smile, already prepared to shine at the freshman exchange tournament. Instead, the light in Shi Zhanhong's eyes quickly dimmed. With his grades, he naturally didn't have a chance to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Not only the freshman exchange competition, but I'm afraid that it will be hard to have a chance for myself in other competitions as well. But, do you get credits for bravery, too? This kind of thing happened off campus. Aren't you worried that someone might fake it? Fong Xiu hadn't thought that it was possible to see righteousness. After all, in his original world, the word righteousness was on the verge of becoming a derogatory term. How can it be that easy? Zhang Pan couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays, the streets are filled with surveillance cameras, and whether or not the two people have crossed paths and recognize each other can be found out in a single check. As for why colleges have this system, I'm sure it's also to try to set a culture. Personally, I don't see anything wrong with that. You should be rewarded for doing good things. It's the only way to get more people willing to lend a hand. It's wrong to do a good deed and get nothing in return. Of course, I'm just my personal opinion. No need to agree with me. Although Zhang Pan has his own sense of right and wrong in his heart, he does not force others to agree with him. Fong Xiu, however, nodded thoughtfully and then looked to his alien queen. Now that the mutation method was known, the next thing to do was to accumulate credits. That's it. Fong Xiu took out the Imperial Beast space and returned to the real world with Zhang Pan and the others. The other students also came out from their Imperial Beast space one after another. Under Zhang Pan's guidance, their efficiency in guarding the beasts had all improved significantly, and Zhang Pan didn't favor one over the other. In the following time, he went to each of his classmates' Royal Beast space separately and gave them one-on-one instructions. Without realizing it, Zhang Pan's gym class ended. Fong Xiu and the others returned to their class, and Zhang Pan also went back to her office. However, just as he made his way up the stairs to the floor where his office was located, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The visitor was no one else but the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to come over to look for Zhang Pan during the gym class, but he felt that it would affect the students' classes. So after weighing his options, he came to the door of Zhang Pan's office and waited for him to come back. What can I do for you, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Pan inquired while striding towards Zhang Yu. Chapter 43, Zhang Yu shocked again. What's a genius? Zhang Pan did not have much interaction with Zhang Yu, and now that he saw him waiting for his return in front of his office, the only situation he could think of was Fong Xiu. Is it for Fong Xiu's matter? Zhang Pan smiled. Fong Xiu's name as the strongest senior freshman in Huching No. 1 Middle School had long spread to every teacher's ears. Zhang Yu, as the class teacher of the second class, naturally could not be concerned about Fong Xiu. Aha! Zhang Yu heaved his head. You've heard about it, right? Fong Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming from the student council. Although that guy Ma Ming doesn't have much of a background, This matter has messed with the student council after all. I'm worried that the student body will turn against Fong Xiu, and, in addition to worrying about the student council finding trouble with Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu was also worried about one more thing. That was Fong Xiu's imperial beast. He, along with Zhang Pan Pan and Li Guosheng, had all been to Fong Xiu's imperial beast space. In addition to knowing that xenomorphs are silicon-based creatures, he also knows that facehugger worms can parasitize other people's imperial beasts and assimilate the genes of the other imperial beasts. Chen Fan's Triceratops is a good example, but Ma Ming's imperial beast was mutated. Even though he wasn't as demonic as Fong Xiu, he had at least eaten some of the resources of the student union. His imperial beasts are not ordinary. Based on this and that, Zhang Yu was worried that Fong Hu would be in a hurry and instead lose control of his alien form. Ha ha ha. Zhang Pan Pan could understand Zhang Yu's mood, but she still couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was talking to him about this matter in a very serious manner. How can he even laugh? Fong Xiu was also his student. In case something did go wrong, he, as the physical education teacher, was also jointly and severally liable. You're being overly concerned, Mr. Zhang. Just now in gym class, Fong Xiu's face-hugging bug has completed its parasitization, and the xenomorph that was born has completed its mutation. As he spoke, the corners of Zhang Pan Pan's mouth could hardly be suppressed. Ha, what did you say? Zhang Yu blinked. Really? Typically, the only way to accumulate enough credits for mutation selection is to be a sophomore. Even with extra credit, the earliest you need to wait is the second semester of your senior year. The reason why the school did this was, for one, to cultivate a sense of competition among the students, and only in this way could the Imperial Beastmasters continue to become stronger. Secondly, there is the risk of mutation. If the mind of the Imperial Beastmaster is not strong enough, it will make the Imperial Beast uncontrollable, and in serious cases, it will also injure the Imperial Beastmaster. That's why the school didn't dare to let upperclassmen easily try the mutation. As a result, this Pan Pan said that Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast, through parasitism, had forced a mutation? Wouldn't that mean that Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast had directly risen several levels? You don't mean to say, Fong Hu controlled the mutated alien? The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils became wildly seismic. Although he wasn't a gym teacher, he had at least been a homeroom teacher for a few years, and he knew more about mutations and such. A freshman in high school who just started school not even a month ago and completed the mutation? Would anyone really dare to believe such a thing when it is said? Not only that, Zhang Pan Pan smiled and shook his head. Fong Xiu's alien has also awakened 2 skills. What? The moment these words came out, Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. Just being able to control a mutated Imperial Beast was already a very amazing deed. As a result, Zhang Pan Pan said that Fong Xiu was more than simply controlling his alien, and 2 skills were born? Are you kidding me? Is this guy Fong Xiu a human being? This is simply demonic. Honestly, I haven't been a teacher for very long, but I went to school for at least a decade, and our university, in particular, has never had a shortage of geniuses. Zhang Pan Pan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, but as far as those geniuses I've heard of, they can't be compared to Fong Xiu at all. He's a natural top 10 prospect. Even his future accomplishments may shake this world. As she spoke these words, Zhang Pan Pan's tone revealed a strong sense of pride. No matter what, he himself was a teacher who had helped Fong Xiu. If Fong Xiu really had the day to leave a mark in history, he himself might also be written down a few times. Seriously, I feel like I'm witnessing a legend. Now, Zhang Yu's mouth opened into a big O shape. He wanted to say something, but in this moment it felt like words were pale. It wasn't that he didn't know that Fong Xiu was a demon. The first time the Imperial Beasts were created, the Phantom Beast species was created. The first time he took the mapping exam, he set a new record for Crane City First High School. It was the first time in his teaching career that he had seen such a student. But, in less than a month after starting school, he let his Imperial Beast successfully mutate and also awaken 2 skills? Hiss. Zhang Yu stayed for half a day, only to feel his mouth dry before he drew in a breath of cold air. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Although I don't know much about the situation over at the student council, a student like Fong Xiu, I'm sure he'll work it out. Zhang Pan Pan continued to give Zhang Yu a peace of mind. He had heard a bit about how overbearing the student council of Heching No. 1 middle school was, but in his opinion, unless the student council president, the vice president himself came down, otherwise, with just those few ministers, they shouldn't be able to deal with Fong Xiu. The student council president, Ma Wanfeng, and vice president, Wu Mingjian, are now in their senior year of high school and need to deal with the college entrance exam. There shouldn't be much energy to deal with Fong Xiu. Sure, the premise was that Fong Xiu would no longer cause any more chaos out of it. Zhang Yu nodded. That's true. Soldiers come, water comes, Water covers earth? Fong Xiu is such a good seedling. I don't believe that the student council really dares to do anything to him. Zheng Yu put his heart on the line. In the past, when his students were suppressed by the student council, he had never said anything due to choosing his dominance. But this time, for Fong Xiu's sake, one's big deal was to explode with them. Meanwhile, student union activity room. Qian Feng came to the door of the activity room with an iron color. And even the hand that knocked on the door was a bit trembling. Didn't get Fong Xiu this time and got punched in the face by a senior. What's worse, the story has gone viral on short video platforms. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from inside the activity room, Qian Feng swallowed nervously. Woo, woo. Qian Feng squeezed out an awkward smile on his face, and even his volume was very tiny. He stood in the doorway position, scanning the classroom out of the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you to call it a position when you're at school? The person called Wu was currently sitting in a corner of the activity room, a book on the postpartum care of imperial beasts being held up in his hands. This person was no other than the vice president of this term's student council, Wu Mingjian. It was also the fourth strongest person in Crane City 1. In terms of ranking, Chapter 44, New Student Exchange Competition. In the next few days, none of the people from the student council came to find Fong Xiu again, and his campus life returned to calm. Every day 2 o'clock in one line. Except for going to the school for classes, the rest of the time was spent inside his Imperial Beast space to perform Imperial Beasts, especially after receiving financial support from Qingqingli. His feeding pressure was relieved. The alien Kensei also went into his adult body as he fed on it. Not only had his height skyrocketed to 4 meters, his movements were also more flexible, and just by standing still, he was able to give people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Fong Xiu could be said to be full of confidence for this freshman exchange match. It wasn't until a week later that the physical education teacher, Zhang Panpan, came to the door of his classroom. Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment. Yes. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, then stood up from their seats, greeted the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Looking at Fong Xiu's back as he left, Shi Zhanhong's heart was even more envious. Freshman exchange competition. Do we still have to attend classes? After coming to the corridor, Fong Xiu asked curiously. He had thought that the freshman exchange tournament would be the same as the games in his own world. The class is free to move around and watch the freshman exchange game. The results were unexpected. The freshman exchange game is neither a vacation nor does it allow students to attend the game. Well, Zhang Panpan pushed her glasses. After all, for the loser, there will always be some face to lose. In any case, the freshman exchange tournament, which is about the face of the school, would not be a public execution if it were held in the school, in order to maintain the face of these schools, so every freshman exchange match was held at the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city. Plus, of the 4 students who participated in the freshman exchange tournament this time, 3 of them were all students of Zhang Panpan. The school also let him lead Fong Xiu and the others to the Imperial Beast Stadium to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. Why does it feel like you're a primitive? Li Qingqing on the side couldn't help but spit at Fong Xiu. Although it was their first time participating in the freshman exchange competition, this competition, too, was considered a signature event of Crane City. This guy Fong Xiu doesn't even understand the process at all. Obviously a schoolteacher too. Well, Fong Xiu shrugged his shoulders. I spend all my time on the Imperial Beasts, so I don't pay much attention to these. How could he, who had traveled across the world and hadn't gained many memories of his predecessor, have access to, and know about, these things? What's more, is it even necessary to go online and ask for such minutiae? Wouldn't it be better to do what the school arranges and what you do? When these words came out, it was Li Qingqing who smacked her lips a little, although she wanted to say something to refute Fong Xiu, but Fong Xiu's aliens all slammed a batch of them, so she couldn't refute them at all. Knock knock. Luckily, Zhang Panpan knocked on the door of Class 3 even faster and called Zhang Shuren, who was participating in these freshman exchange matches, out of the classroom. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Only Zhang Shuren was seen wearing a blue punching jacket with brown and green work pants, looking very trendy. Fong Xiu student, Qingqing student. Noticing Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing who were following Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shuren also greeted them very warmly. Only, this Zhang Shuren site was basically focused on Li Qingqing's body, and even his address was more intimate. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, clasped her hands on her chest and didn't buy it. You guys know each other? Seeing this, Fong Xiu could not help but be a little curious. More than knowing each other, Zhang Shuren smiled awkwardly. In the 3 years of junior high school, I was pushed down by Qingqing's classmates at every turn, and being nicknamed Zhang Laoer. Ha ha ha. Once he heard the nickname Zhang Laoer, Fong Xiu almost laughed out loud. But when you think about it, it's really because Li Qingqing was first everywhere. This guy's grade could only be the second in a million years. It's alright, classmate Zhang. In this first middle school, No one will treat you like a dick. Fong Xiu smiled, then deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. You! Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Fong Xiu. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, pushed his glasses. The corners of his mouth rose, surfacing a bitter smile. Yes, I thought that when I went to high school, I could make a counterattack by virtue of the imperial beasts, but it turned out that I didn't expect. Not only am I being pushed down by Qingqing's classmates, but now I'm also being pushed down by Fong Xiu's classmates. Zhang Shuren desperately studied and desperately tried his best to imperious beasts in the hope that he could buck the trend in high school and become the number one in everyone's mouth. But after he saw Fong Xiu's alien form, his entire being was suddenly disheartened. When really understand what is outside the sky, there are people outside the people. Zhang Panpan didn't bother them and just walked ahead to lead the way. After all, these freshman exchanges have team races. It wouldn't hurt to let Fong Xiu and the others familiarize themselves with each other. After that, Zhang Panpan brought someone to class 6 and called up Chen Fan before leaving the school building and driving to the Imperial Beast Stadium in the city center. However, what Fong Xiu did not expect was, when he heard Zhang Panpan say that the face of the loser would be bad, Fong Xiu had thought that these freshman exchange matches would be small. The Imperial Beast Stadium would be devoid of spectators except for the leaders of the various schools. But who knows? When Fong Xiu walked into the Imperial Beast Gymnasium, he realized that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as big as 4 soccer fields combined. Even the audience was full. Brother Pan Pan, are you sure that after this arrangement, the face of the losing family will be able to hang on? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit. This is clearly more of a hangover, isn't it? Well, it's better than a student from your own school seeing a freshman from your school lose again and again. Plus, it generates revenue for the school. Zhang Panpan was not impressed. Revenue generation? And Fong Xiu caught the point at once. What's all this talk about worrying about losing face? These guys, they just want to make money. Come to think of it, if you invite students from your own school over to watch the game, can you charge them? Even if we charge, can we charge more? If you priced the tickets at 500, 1,000, that group of parents, they'd have to jointly complain. This is consumer kidnapping at your school. But what if it's an off-campus person? Then it doesn't matter. I'm not forcing you to buy a ticket. It feels like although fellow student Fong Xiu is very powerful in Imperial Beasts, he seems to know nothing about the human world. Ever since he was defeated by Fong Xiu, Chen Fan had admired him. Now that they had met once again, Chen Fan's attitude towards Fong Xiu was respectful. The tickets for this freshman exchange tournament are 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000. That's still just the school offer. The real situation, on the other hand, is that it's hard to find a ticket. See over there? Chen Fan said while pointing to a nook and cranny. The tickets over there have all been speculated to 8,000 apiece. Ha? That expensive? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. 8,000 for one ticket? That's for sure. This Crane City First High School's freshman exchange tournament is only once a year. Chapter 45, the number 1 in the third form, Li Jin. Even a spot like that can be speculated to 8,000. So for a good spot, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands? Fong Xiu was truly amazed, not expecting a freshman exchange match to create such a big battle. In terms of ability to roll in money, it's still the guys. More than that, Zhang Shuren smiled. Last year this even made the news on Huqing Station. There were a few security guards buying tickets for the freshman exchange tournament, and the audience thought they were scalpers. But who knows? As soon as they came in, they were taken backstage by the security guards and told to pretend to be security guards. It was only when the venue finally dispersed that I realized that there were more than 200 security guards at the Royal Beast Stadium. Ha! Fong Xiu couldn't help but have a black line on his face. But when you think about it, it's not hard to understand. After all, it was fighting with imperial beasts, and it was truly a fist-to-flesh violent duel. It will attract eyeballs and rightfully so. It's just that it's still too expensive a ticket. Brother Pan Pan, don't we have any benefits as participants of the freshman exchange tournament? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, or something like that? For a while, Fong Xiu couldn't help but be a bit moved. If he could get the tickets and sell them out, wouldn't he be rich? Don't think about it. Zhang Panpan glanced at Fong Xiu. Not even me. Plus, it's not advocated. Do you think scalpers are any good? It's going to get caught. I am resolute with such behavior, and am at odds with it, Zhang Panpan said in a loud voice, but the result was Zhang Shuren's blank stare. Although he didn't say anything, the blank stare was as if he was spitting out. You're saying that because you don't have a ticket yourself. However, this interlude also ended very quickly, and under Zhang Panpan's leadership, Fong Xiu and the others quickly arrived backstage, and teachers from other schools, as well as participating freshmen, are taking a break here. Unlike Huqing First Middle School, these freshmen all wore neat uniforms and looked quite united. 4 of the freshmen from Yucai High School are even more bald. Fellow student Fong Xiu, You must be wondering why all of Yutsai students are bald. Chen Fan came over to Fong Xiu's side and muttered in a low voice. You know? Fong Xiu glanced at Chen Fan, and then he thought about the way he had troubled himself in front of the cafeteria. It always feels like this guy has a change of temperament. I still like you untamed. Aha! Chen Fan nodded. There are a total of 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange tournament. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, and 8th middle schools are the key high schools in Crane City. There's only this Yutsai High School, which is a private high school, and the principal who started Yutsai Middle School, named Lu Zilong, is more than 100 years old, and when he was young, he was not only the principal of the Qingpu Military School, but is also said to have gone to war. Fong Xiu? In fact, after Fong Xiu had traveled to this world, he had also googled the general history of this world, the cultural background. In the 1913 years, the Sakura country next door had waged the Imperial Beast War in order to seize the Imperial Beast resources of China. Although it was finally routed, it killed many of China's Imperial Beast masters. Even to this day, 80 to 90 years had passed, and there was still a strong rivalry between the Imperial Beast masters of the two countries. Now I hear that the principal of Yutsai was from the Qingpu Military Academy and fought in the Imperial Beasts War. Fong Xiu instantly understood why all of Yutsai's students were bald. Good lord! The principal of Yukai is treating his high school like a military academy. By the way, Fong Xiu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan's ability to gather intelligence was very strong. When he had just entered Heching No. 1 middle school, he had recognized him at the entrance of the cafeteria, not to mention that he had accurately stated the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuran and the rest of them. There are freshmen you recognize in here, right? Fong Xiu asked curiously. The students in the top 10 of the midterm exams were as good as a treasure in Chen Fan's place. Those students who went to other schools. Chen Fan might have done his research as well. Aha! Chen Fan nodded, then casually pointed. That person is probably our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin and he ranked 4th in the city in the midterm. I thought at that time that he would choose the 1st middle school, but I didn't realize that he went to the 3rd middle school. And at that time I was more curious about why he had to give up the 1st middle school. And then I realized that his mother was the vice principal of the 3rd middle school. Chen Fan spoke through gritted teeth. You have a problem with him? Even Fong Xiu could feel Chen Fan's hatred for Li Jin. I can't talk about the holidays. I just can't look at the guy who depends on his family. Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu looked at Chen Fan with a black line on his face. Nice guy. How did you participate in the freshman exchange game? You don't have any numbers in your heart. If it weren't for your family's willingness to pay, you wouldn't even be eligible, okay? If it wasn't for his family's connections, he wouldn't have been able to get a phantom beast species of Imperial Beast. Fong Xiu? What do you think he has? Fong Xiu's eyes instantly glowed. It's a phantom beast species just like you. And I heard that his family used their connections to copy the data of the phantom beast species from someone else and then forcefully bred it. To put it bluntly, it's a guy who relies on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his Imperial Beast be so good? That's what got him the 1st place in the 3rd grade touch test. Although the 3rd school is not as good as the 1st school, in terms of ranking, it's not the same when you have connections. Students like Li Jin, who went to the 3rd grade, would in turn be better off, and not only that, over the years, the 3rd form has been trying to surpass the 1st form, so it has been more willing to spend money on the education of its students. I even heard a rumor that the 3rd middle school was just waiting for Li Jin, and that his mom had made connections up and down the line before he took his midterm exams, just waiting for this one, to overtake our school. Chen Fan told Fong Xiu the information he had investigated, one by one. Although he had the self-confidence to challenge the top 10 freshmen in the midterm exams, he had also sobered up a lot after being defeated by Fong Xiu. With his own qualifications, he would not be able to defeat someone like Li Jin at all. Fellow student Fong Xiu, this exchange tournament is counting on you. And just as soon as Chen Fan's words fell, Li Jin also noticed their side. Only Li Jin stood up from his class area and walked towards Fong Xiu with his hands in his pockets. You're that Fong Xiu, aren't you? The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose and a contemptuous smile surfaced as he said to Fong Xiu. Either way, Fong Xiu had been in the wind for a while. Short video platforms are littered with slices of him. Aha! Fong Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin looked down at Fong Xiu who was sitting on the chair, the strongest senior in the 3rd form. This time, I'll defeat all of you in the 1st middle school and make the 3rd middle school ascend to the apex of Crane City. After saying that, Li Jin then directly turned around and walked backwards without looking back. Was he this middle-aged when he was in middle school? The corner of Fong Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How come it felt like the high school students in this world were not quite normal? Chapter 46, Battle against Yukjoy High School. Fong Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation to heart in the slightest. To him, the so-called freshman exchange tournament was nothing more than coming to go through the process and then bring home the credits and prizes. Soon, the staff came over to notify Zhang Pan and told them to get ready. Before this freshman exchange can begin, they need to enter the venue and be introduced by the host to the viewing audience. Fong Xiu, as the strongest freshman in Hucheng First Middle School, naturally became the captain of this team. And the flow of the exchange game is simple. There are 2 sessions in total. The first part of the tournament is the ring, where lots are drawn to determine the order of engagement, and each team can arrange their own order of appearance. When all the freshmen on that side are eliminated, that team is considered to have lost. Fong Xiu entered the venue under the leadership of Zhang Pan. The entire Imperial Beast Stadium, which was a semi-closed design, and the site of the competition, which was an open-air design. In Fong Xiu's opinion, it was similar to the ancient gladiator arena. The difference is that the ground here is covered with green grass, so even if you step on it without shoes, you won't feel uncomfortable. Even in Fong Xiu's opinion, the environment here was simply better than a soccer field. Soon, the host's voice, through the stadium's sound, surrounded the entire arena. Let's start by welcoming the first team of this freshman exchange tournament, the freshmen of Crane City First High School. When it comes to Hucheng First High School, you have to mention Fong Xiu. There were a total of 2 hosts responsible for the commentary, and as one of them mentioned Fong Xiu, the other one also hastened to play the joke. Oh, who is Fong Xiu? Don't you know? He's the man of the hour in this first middle school. Not only does he have a Phantom Beast seat Imperial Beast, he also set the record for the first middle school's mapping exam. What's more, this Manhwa has sword eyebrows and starry eyes, a face of heroic vigor, a robust and upright body. In ancient times, it was really the posture of the dragon and phoenix, the table of the sun and the moon. For a while, the conversation between the 2 hosts continued to come out of the stereo and spread throughout the Imperial Beast Stadium, and that introduction quickly fired up the scene. Many audience members stood up from their seats and took out their cell phones to take pictures of Fong Xiu. That's Fong Xiu, right? So handsome indeed. Would love to marry my daughter to him. I'm determined. I'm Fong Xiu's mommy fan from today. No dude, you're a guy, right? Male moms are moms too. All of a sudden, there was a constant buzz around them. Fong Xiu didn't expect that he would be so popular, though usually in school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or in class, there would be students coming over to watch him, but compared to the atmosphere of the Imperial Beast Stadium, the fervor of those students was really nothing. Is Fong Xiu's student not used to it? Li Qingqing was used to this. After all, she had been the center of attention since middle school. However, just as Li Qingqing wanted to teach Fong Xiu some ways to adjust his mind, the host of the scene happened to talk about her. The girl following Fong Xiu is really Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing, I know. It said that she was number 1 in all 3 years of junior high school, the top student in Crane City's middle school exams, a proper school bully. That's right, and I think everyone who's heard of Qingqing Li should think that with her talent, she'll definitely be number 1 all the time once she enters high school as well. It's just a pity that she ran into an even more demonic genius in the first middle school. Fong Xiu. In a flash, Li Qingqing, who originally still had a smile on her face, her expression instantly froze. She glanced viciously at the host, itching to rush right up and punch him in the face. Reserved. Seeing this, Fong Xiu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Soon, freshmen from other schools entered the venue and were then introduced one by the host. Most of the freshmen, however, were not very well known, and the host skimmed over them hastily, until, as a high school second only to the first high school, the third high school had produced many outstanding Imperial Beast Masters, and even 4 years ago, it was a freshman from the third high school that broke the first high school's reign and got the first place in the freshman exchange tournament. It's just a pity that since then, the freshmen in the third grade haven't had any students who shine too brightly. That's right, except for this one time, Li Jin. His ranking in the city's midterm exams was 4th. Only 4th? Well, even though it's said to be 4th, Li Jin actually wasn't very talented in general studies until after he entered high school, when his talents were tapped into, and is the big favorite to win this freshman exchange tournament. There's even a folk rumor about how this third middle school discovered Li Jin's talent long ago, just to wait for him to be promoted to third middle school. A showdown between the number 1 in the third grade and the number 1 in the first grade? It feels like a sense of destiny. The hosts didn't forget to compare Li Kim to Fong Xiu when he was introduced. It had to be said that many people were looking forward to this freshman exchange tournament after the host's words. Fong Xiu was guided by the staff to the venue for the draw. In addition to him, Li Jin from the third middle school, Wang Daolong from Yucai, and Su Mengmeng from the 8th middle school also came to the draw table. The results also appeared quickly. It consists of the first high school playing Yucai and the third high school playing the 8th high school. The first battle is first high school versus Yucai. Please teach me more. Student Fong Xiu. Wang Daolong took the initiative to shake hands towards Fong Xiu. He knew very well in his heart that although Yutsai was one of the 4 most prestigious schools in Crane City, there were only 1 or 2 students who could be promoted to the top 10 every year, and sometimes not even that. They came to the freshman exchange game, basically to accompany them. There is no psychological pressure. Hello. Fong Xiu smiled politely before leaving the drawing table with Wang Delong back to back. Next, a referee came onto the field and then had first grade in Yukon. Set the order of play. I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered and wanted to take the lead. In his heart, he knew very well that his own imperial beasts were naturally no match for Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, the several true school masters. His own ranking in the first school was, at best, the 4th person. In this case, it was only right that he should be allowed to go first, both to test the strength of Yuk Choi and to exhaust the opponent's stamina. Most importantly, they are aiming for the title this time. Yukon is nothing more than a stepping stone on the way to a championship. It's Li Jin, from the 3rd form, who is the biggest challenger. The reason why Chen Fan did this was also so that Fong Xiu could conserve his physical strength. Full power to battle Li Jin. This is the tactic I came up with, Chen Fan said with a serious face. It's not hard to see that he's really coming for this team. When Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren heard this, they nodded their heads and both felt that it was feasible as well. What do you think? However, just as Zhang Shuren turned around, he suddenly realized that Fong Xiu had already disappeared. He looked around and suddenly realized that Fong Xiu had already gotten into the ring. Chapter 47, once the aliens are out, the other side just abandons the game? Holy, when did this guy go up? Zhang Shuren burst out when he turned around and realized that Fong Xiu was already standing in the ring. No, what happened to the talk about discussing tactics? As the number 1 freshman in Crane City 1, shouldn't Fong Xiu be their bottom card? There's no reason to be the first one up there anyhow. This guy, he really loves the limelight. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest and couldn't help but spit up Fong Xiu. In her opinion, Fong Xiu just didn't want to give up the opportunity to be in the limelight. Chen Fan opened his mouth to speak. No matter how you put it, this Fong Xiu was the captain of the 1st grade freshman team. Although they were shocked, there was always no reason for them to run over and pull Fong Xiu back. Zhang Pan, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. In the end, Yutsai High School was only a private high school, and if it wasn't for the fact that their principal was still alive, this high school would have long since died out. Many parents send their students to Yutsai simply because of Lu Zilong's reputation and management style. If you really want to talk about the quality of teaching, it's still the 1st and 3rd centers. Zhang Pan thought in her heart, thinking that it would be good if Fong Xiu could end this garbage time quickly. On the other side, it says ring, but the entire venue is a fighting area. After all, the 2 sides were competing against the imperial beasts. For humans, a field the size of 4 soccer fields is indeed an exaggeration. But even the senior freshmen's imperial beasts are immobile behemoths that are several meters tall, and if they don't make the battlegrounds a little bigger, I'm afraid that the audience, if not the spectators, are going to suffer. Hello, 2 students. I'm the referee this time. Wang Wei. The referee signaled Fong Xiu and Yutsai's classmates to come forward, and then had them take their imperial beast space cards, insert them into the machines on the venue, and then recounted the rules of the match. After all, it was the freshman exchange tournament, and the focus was on communication, not killing. There was basically only one rule, and that was not to harm the life of the Imperial Beastmaster. After all, this was the freshman exchange tournament. It wasn't like it was some kind of tussle. It would be bad if someone got killed. Good. Yutsai's classmate nodded politely before looking at Fong Xiu with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that I could have the opportunity to challenge the number 1 person in the 1st middle school. Hello fellow Fong Xiu, my name is Gao Han. It's a student from the 6th class of Yukai's senior year. I would also like to ask Mr. Fong Xiu to be able to give me more guidance. Although Gao Han felt that his grades were good and his imperial beasts were also very good, he was still very self-aware in his heart when facing the strongest freshman in Hecheng First Middle School. The idea was just to drain Fong Xiu's stamina. Hello, let's begin. Fong Xiu nodded, then took a few steps back as the referee requested. Before anticipating Gao Han's imperial beast, it didn't matter what Mikado he was. It didn't matter if the Mikado was strong or not. The key is what kind of imperial beast. Fong Xiu's starry eyes were slightly condensed, and he couldn't wait to parasitize. But who knew that the imperial beast that was released by Gao Han was a gray wolf? Although this gray wolf's body length was around 2 meters, proper wolf king level, in Fong Xiu's eyes, this kind of imperial beast was simply unimpressive. Do you have any other imperial beasts? Fong Xiu's starry eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If you have any other imperial beasts, just let them out with a brain. Other imperial beasts? Gohan couldn't help but be stunned. No, can a student from Crane City First High School breed several imperial beasts at once? Just this one imperial beast alone had already cost himself a lot of effort. No? Fong Xiu looked at Gao Han's reaction and understood everything in his heart. Yeah, this time, the participants were all freshmen from various schools, just getting started with imperial beasts. Not to mention them, even schoolmasters like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one imperial beast. Not to mention an ordinary freshman like Gao Han. Then let's make it quick. Fong Xiu thought for a little while and directly released the alien sword saint. For one thing, the alien sword saint, as the strongest monolith among the alien race, should have his battle spirit honed. Secondly, there was a good crowd at this freshman exchange, and it was live-streamed. By displaying the majesty of the alien sword saint himself, he might also be able to receive praise from Crane City No. 1 Middle School and obtain more resources. Chop it up. Fong Xiu's voice was low and cold. The alien sword saint, which stood up to about 3 meters, slightly shook its wrist, and a black blade emitting a metallic luster protruded from the joint of its elbow, which was then grasped in its hand. The aura that emanated from it even caused Gao Han's gray wolf to tremble and spin around, pinning his tail. Ha! Both of Gao Han's eyes stared as wide as a cow's eyes. Although he had long heard that Fong Xiu was a genius and a demon in the first middle school, he had never dreamed that Fong Xiu's imperial beasts would be so outrageous. What kind of imperial beast is that blackish fellow? Even the entire stadium became silent. These people, when have they ever seen such a royal beast? What's the situation? Fong Xiu's imperial beast can use equipment? The host rolled his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The imperial beast equipment, isn't it all customized? And it needs to be redeemed for credits. But the school year just started. Where do you get the credits for the equipment? Based on this and that, for the freshman exchange tournament, there would basically be no imperial beasts using equipment. No, it's not equipment. Another presenter realized upon closer inspection. Although Fong Xiu's imperial beast held a black blade in its hand in a majestic manner, that blade, instead of being an equipment, was a piece of bone knuckle protruding from its elbow. Hiss, is this the phantom beast species? The height is 3 meters and the body, is that a skeleton? The host half squinted his eyes, carefully observing Fong Xiu's imperial beast. From Fong Xiu's alien sword saint, the presenter couldn't see half a bit of muscle, skin, and only felt that the body of this ferocious beast was filled with bones all over. When he thought of the rumor that Fong Xiu had cultivated a phantom beast species, the host immediately felt his scalp tingle. It's not the first time he's hosted a freshman exchange. All kinds of geniuses, all have seen some, but it was the first time he had seen one as outrageous as Fong Xiu. No, that kind of imperial beast, is it really something that a high school freshman can breed? Look, Gohan's imperial beasts, they've all been scared to death. With the host's commentary, the audience on the auditorium only suddenly realized that Gao Han's gray wolf not only was scared to clamp his tail, but also could not control the spraying of urine. The wolf hairs on his body also stood on end, and it looked like he was stressed out. Gohan was as pale as paper. What the hell is this? Fong Xiu's imperial beasts were practically like Gundam in his eyes. Wait a minute. In fear, Gao Han hastily raised his hands, and even his voice couldn't stop trembling as he spoke. Referee, I abstain, Gao Han said in a small voice. The whole person aggrieved as if on the verge of crying. Fong Xiu didn't expect this. With a waiver? Chapter 48, Wang Dalong. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Looking at Gao Han raising his right hand and announcing to the referee that he had abstained, Fong Xiu could not help but be stunned. No dude, freshman exchange with a waiver? Seeing this, referee Wang Wei took 3 steps to the center of the playing field and announced the result to the whole audience through a microphone hanging on his ear. Round 1. Fong Xiu wins. In a flash, the audience was also silent. They came to watch the Imperial Beast tournament for the visual stimulation. As a result, I didn't expect Gohan to surrender directly, even though they could see the gap between Fong Xiu and Gohan, and that skinny gray wolf simply didn't have the qualifications to compete with the alien sword saint. The fact that they simply gave up without even engaging in a fight still caused them to be upset. The host also laughed awkwardly and could only defend Gohan. Although it's a common occurrence for Imperial Beasts to get injured and die, and as long as the data of the Imperial Beasts is recorded, new Imperial Beasts can be bred quickly. This process, however, will consume a lot of resources. Students like Gohan, who come from average families of origin, often can't afford to spend this kind of money. It's not unwise to choose to abstain when you know you're outmatched. This host's name was Zhao Di. When he was in high school, he was also full of hope for the Imperial Beasts, but after meeting those talented and rich classmates, he really saw the gap and understood that the world did not revolve around people like him. So when he saw that Gao Han had to choose to abstain, it resonated in his heart. I have to say, student Fong Xiu is indeed a rare genius. The other host's name was Du Liyao, a female. When she saw Fong Xiu's extremely high face value, her heart of love couldn't help but flutter a little, only feeling that she was born at the wrong time. If I could have been a dozen years younger, I could have gone to the same high school as Fong Xiu. With each other, there might even be a spark of love rubbing off. Yeah, even after seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that that gut-wrenching creature could be an imperial beast bred by an upperclassman. Zhao Di nodded approvingly. I even suspect that even if Fong Xiu were to be directly compared to senior students, his imperial beasts would still be at the top of the list. It seems that another Chu Xingha has been born in Crane City No. 1 Middle School. Chu Xingha was undoubtedly a household name as a genius who walked out from Crane City. From Fong Xiu's body, Zhao Di could even see Chu Xingha's figure. No, Zhao Di shook his head slightly. If we were to talk about the degree of demonic, this Fong Xiu might be even stronger than Chu Xingha. It seems that other than Li Jin from the 3rd middle school, no one will be Fong Xiu's opponent. Zhao Di took a deep breath and began to hype up the atmosphere of the scene. After all, Gohan's abstention was so unexpected that he simply brought up Li Jin in order not to get the audience in the mood. Let's put our attention back on the playing field. There seems to be some problems on the Yukon side. Du Liao noticed that the students of Yutsai, it seemed, were communicating with the referee. About half a minute or so later, referee Wang Wei announced the results of the exchange. Yukon's other 2 freshmen, likewise, declared a forfeit. Abstaining again, Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, but she did feel that she could understand the Yutsai freshman's feelings. Fong Xiu's imperial beasts are as terrifying as monsters. Take the head and hit it? It seems that there's still one more person that hasn't forfeited. Zhao Di noticed that after the 2 freshmen had forfeited one after another, the last freshman of the Yutsai team actually walked slowly onto the playing field. He's the captain of Yutsai High School, Wang Dalong. Verily, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Even after seeing how powerful Fong Xiu is, he still chose to challenge him. Even if we lose in the end, such courage is worthy of our admiration. Zhao Di did not sneer at Wang Dalong, thinking that he was out of his depth to challenge Fong Xiu at this time. On the contrary, in his opinion, Wang Dalong at least had the courage to challenge. This spirit alone is already too much stronger than ordinary people. Not bad. Fong Xiu originally thought that the Yutsai squad would surrender en masse, but he didn't expect that there was really one that dared to challenge himself. Don't get me wrong, Wang Dalong also didn't expect Zhao Di to praise himself so much, and even after his words fell, the audience directly erupted in thunderous applause. Honestly, I wouldn't want my imperial beasts to fight a monster like that, but there's no way. If even I, the captain, abstained, then Yukari would have lost too badly. Wang Dalong smiled helplessly and bitterly. He knew very well in his heart that Yutsai, as a private high school in Crane City, hadn't been criticized much by the students of the 1st and 3rd middle schools. Even his junior high school classmates, at their summer vacation party, were teasing him about how he had gone to a high school like Yutsai, which was simply condescending. However, Wang Dalong had his own considerations. If they were to go to the 1st or 3rd grade, their not-so-impressive grades would only be mediocre, combined with the fact that the family offers little in the way of resources to help. Once you enter your sophomore and junior year of high school, there is a good chance that you will be obliterated and end up attending an undergraduate college. When you come back from college, join a company and live your life from 9 to 5. And although Yutsai was not as good as the 1st and 3rd schools, they were willing to train themselves and help them solve the problem of imperial beast resources. Chicken head, or phoenix tail. Wang Dalong gave his answer. He did not regret such a choice. On the contrary, he was grateful to Yutsai for giving him such an opportunity. Based on such and such relationship, even after seeing Fong Xiu's power, and knowing that he would fail, Big Brother Wang still chose to stand up and defend Yutsai's dignity. A genius like you must think my ideas are ridiculous, right? Ha ha ha. Wang Dalong smiled, and with that, he released his royal beast. With a faint flash of light, a standing Nile crocodile appeared on the playing field. It was 4 meters tall, quite a bit stouter than Fong Xiu's alien sword saint, and its claws had evolved into human-like by living thumbs that could accomplish difficult actions such as clenching fists and grasping. The tail behind him was thicker than Fong Xiu's waist. The ghostly red eyes exuded an extremely strong sense of terror. Desert Butcher Recton? Looking at Wang Dalong's imperial beast, Fong Xiu couldn't help but think of a MOBA-type game he had once played, League of Legends. There's a hero in there called Reacton, which is similar to Wang Dalong's imperial beast. That's not right. Isn't this kind of change of form imperial beast something that only appears after a mutation? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. Could it be that Yutsai had forcibly helped Wang Dalong mutate in order to gain results in this freshman exchange tournament? Kind of. Chapter 49, there's a gap between the firsts. A mutated imperial beast? Fong Xiu sized up Wang Dalong's imperial beast and instantly felt that it was a bit interesting. Since Wang Dalong could be the captain of the Yutsai squad, he must be the number 1 person in the senior class just like himself. Plus, Yutsai, as the only private high school in Crane City to enter the freshman exchange tournament, naturally wanted to do something in the exchange tournament as well. There was nothing strange about using a large amount of resources to help Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast mutate. Sure, it wasn't enough to have resources, but also needed Wang Dalong's own heart to be strong enough to make the Imperial Beast submit to him. And this aspect is exactly where Wang Dalong is strong. He was able to resist the temptation to choose his own path in the first and third centers, still choosing to fight in defense of Yukon after his peers have abandoned him one after another. Such an Imperial Beastmaster was bound to have a bright future. Then, let me be the first to attack. Dalong, let's go. Ow. Wang Dalong directly named his Imperial Beast Big Dragon, and with his command, the Crocodile Man also violently charged towards the alien Sword Saint. It shook the playing field with every step forward. Wang Dalong held his breath and pinned his hopes on his Imperial Beast. Next, the Crocodile Man grasped his fist with 5 fingers and blasted it up at the alien Sword Saint's head. However, it's too late. Just as its fist was about to pour onto the alien Sword Saint, the latter magically disappeared. Gone. Wang Dalong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he hurriedly looked around for the location of the alien Sword Saint. The Crocodile Man's fist went straight for the air, and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. It's not just him and his sentinel. The audience, too, didn't react to what was happening. Only Fong Xiu understood that this was the alien Sword Saint's blistering wind steps. It can use light and hide itself, appearing as if it has vanished into thin air. Immediately after that, the alien Sword Saint reappeared. It circled around behind the Crocodile Man, and with its black blade in hand, it made a sweeping motion. That didn't count. After the horizontal sweep, the alien Sword Saint backhanded another vertical slash. The 2 chopping blows were so fast that it looked as if they were done at the same time. Phew! Phew! The sharp blade set off a wind-breaking sound, and the chopping blow even set off a translucent impact that landed on the Crocodile Man's body. The crocodile's skin, which looked sturdy and incomparable, was unbeatable under the alien Sword Saint's chopping attack. Pust! Only blood splattered from the incision, waving in the air like a dancing red butterfly. The sword blade impacted and even propelled the Crocodile Man's body to tumble out. Ow ho! This was followed by miserable cries of grief echoing in this Imperial Beast Stadium. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over. But how could the speed of the alien Sword Saint be comparable to that of a high school student? The moment Wang Dalong ran up, the alien Sword Saint had already appeared beside the Crocodile Man. It stomped the Crocodile Man on the ground, and its sharp black blade, pointing straight at the other party's throat, stabbed down violently. Enough! Seeing this, Fong Xiu hurriedly shouted. In a flash, the tip of the alien Sword Saint's blade hovered down, almost against the Crocodile Man's throat, and a splash of blood flowed out from where the tip of the blade had been. It could be seen that if Fong Xiu hadn't been merciful, the alien Sword Saint would definitely have run his sword through. And the reason it didn't choose to cut off the Crocodile Man's head was because of the nature of the alien race. While the alien queen can reproduce indefinitely and expand the population, the facehuggers that hatch need to be parasitized in order to grow into aliens. For this reason, the aliens usually hit their prey hard before allowing the facehuggers to parasitize them. Although Fong Xiu's alien Sword Saint chose to show mercy, in the eyes of the audience, this battle was simply a power crush. The host, Zhao Di, and Du Liao could not help but fall silent. No, not silence. Rather, it was shock. Both of them had their eyes wide open in shock, their mouths incredibly wide open into an O shape. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange tournament were also dumbfounded, especially Gohan and the others. Wang Dalong is the first person in Yuksai. One could even say that Yukon is pouring in the first one. This freshman exchange match is to let Wang Dalong shine. But who knows? Facing Fong was Imperial Beast. This Wang Dalong's Imperial Beast was unexpectedly killed in an instant. Did I read that right? This is the end? Seconds. Is this the strength of the number 1 person in Crane City 1? No. Is this guy really a senior? I'm afraid it's not a senior coming down to impersonate him. Gao Han and the others couldn't help but spit it out. In their eyes, Fong Xiu's strength, compared to them, the freshman, was simply not in the same dimension. Even if they said he was a senior, they believed it. It's not just them, it's also the 8th and 3rd graders. This is too sick. This is what we're still playing. The Phantom Beast species is not on the same level as us at all. It's fine, we still have Li Jin. His Imperial Beast is also a Phantom Beast species. Compared to the desperation of the 8th grade, the 3rd grade students are still slightly better off. Although they didn't feel that their Imperial Beasts could defeat Fong Xiu's alien Sword Saint, they knew very well in their hearts. Li Kim Choi is the ace of the 3rd grade. He not only also got the Phantom Beast species Imperial Beast, his mom is also the vice principal of the 3rd middle school. Hand and eye. In his hands, he would surely have many undercurrents. Fong Xiu. Li Jin's gaze slightly condensed as he looked Fong Xiu up and down. I had thought that this freshman exchange tournament would be the stage for my own big kill. As a result, I didn't expect that a Chang Bite Gene would come out halfway. Ho ho ho. Is it a phantom beast species like me? No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if they are both phantom beast species, my imperial beast is still more noble than you. That ugliness doesn't even enter the picture. A flicker of contempt flashed in Li Jin's eyes. The number one freshman in Crane City will definitely be himself. He would definitely be able to defeat Fong Xiu himself. And at this moment, Fong Xiu did not notice Li Jin's glare. He was fully focused on Wang Dalong. I admit defeat. Wang Dalong clenched his teeth and a hot tear flowed unwillingly from the corner of his eye. As much as he wanted his crocodile man to get up and fight again, the tip of the alien swordsman's blade aimed at its throat. Once the crocodile man made any move, it was able to stab the crocodile man's throat first with its terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides is simply a difference between clouds and mud. Themselves. No chance of winning. Is this the strength of Crane City 1? The number one person. While already determined to make a run at the nation's top 10 as a Yukon chicken head, but I didn't realize that the phoenix head between me and the first school was so disparate. Wang Dalong clenched his fists unwillingly. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless. Chapter 50, Fong Xiu is the MVP. Li Qingqing is a lying dog. Looking at Wang Dalong's unwilling appearance, Fong Xiu whirled around and retrieved his alien sword saint before walking towards him. Don't doubt yourself. Your imperial beasts are strong. It's just a shame that you met me. Try harder next time. Although this Wang Dalong was a freshman from Yutsai, he showed no humility, which made Fong Xiu have some admiration. Moreover, this Wang Dalong's imperial beast was indeed very powerful, making Fong Xiu think of Lexington. 3 years in high school. If Yutsai's full support, this Wang Dalong will definitely take the imperial beasts and cultivate them to a very powerful level. Even Fong Xiu suspected that if Wang Dalong met the opponent is not himself, but Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing's words, he might have a good chance of winning. As for that Gaichin fan, in Fong Xiu's eyes, he wasn't even a match for Wang Dalong. Aha! Wang Dalong also didn't expect Fong Xiu to say such words to himself. He thought that Fong Xiu walked over to him because he wanted to ruthlessly humiliate himself. It's myself that's taking the small man's heart for the gentleman's heart. Fong Xiu, after I go back this time, I will sharpen myself, and one day, I will challenge you again. Wang Dalong gathered some emotions and threw himself at Fong Xiu. The two sides looked at each other, then guffawed and went their separate ways. The host, Zhao Di, couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. Although in this match, it was Fong Xiu who won, Wang Dalong's imperial beast is also really good, worthy of the title of Yukon's number one freshman. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Wang Dalong, please. Under Zhao Di's encouragement, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although Yutsai's top 3 freshmen all chose to abstain, judging from the final result, Mr. Fong Xiu is fully capable of picking 4 and 1. Du Liyao also felt that Wang Dalong's performance was good, but in her heart she preferred Fong Xiu. In her opinion, even if Gao Han and the others hadn't abstained, she was afraid that they wouldn't be Fong Xiu's opponents. Truly the strongest in Crane City 1. I feel like I'm witnessing a legend, Du Liyao said in an agitated tone. Yes, it's really been a long time since there's been a royal beast master like Fong Xiu in Crane City. However, the game continues, and next up is the battle between the 3rd and 8th grade schools. Zhao Di changed the topic to the next match and then introduced the students of the 3rd grade one by one. Meanwhile, as soon as Fong Xiu returned to the lounge, he saw Li Qingqing puffing up. You've made a name for yourself this time. Next game, you are not allowed to be the first one on the field. Qingqing Li didn't come to participate in this freshman exchange match to be a green leaf. No, even if they are green, at least they have a chance to play. It's only the ones like Wang Dalong who are called green leaves. Good lord. He sat in the lounge by himself until the Yukon freshmen were eliminated en masse. And, Fong Xiu's alien sword saint also shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent. She remembered now that she had been there when the alien sword saint had hatched. The alien sword saint at that time was just a little more than 1 meter 8, not much taller than Fong Xiu. However, after being released, she realized that Fong Xiu's alien sword saint had skyrocketed to double its size. When standing upright, it was over 3 meters tall. How long has it been? Did Fong Xiu's alien sword saint grow up on pig feed? At this level of his battle power, let alone a Yukari that was only a private high school, even if it was the 2 key high schools, the 8th and the 3rd, I'm afraid that they could still be picked for by Hefeng. If the next match continued to let Fong Xiu play the lead, all of them, the freshmen, were afraid that none of them would have the chance to appear. Fong Xiu is the MVP and Li Qingqing is the lying dog. Li Qingqing could even imagine what the school confession wall would say about herself. Qingqing classmate. Chen Fan saw this and hurriedly walked up to awkwardly compensate for the smile, but before he could finish his words, he was met with a blank stare from Li Qingqing. Is Qingqing also what you called her? Li Qingqing herself didn't have much favor with Chen Fan. If he hadn't used his family's connections, he wouldn't have been qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Li Qingqing's student. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'd like to say, Fong Xiu, we know that you are very strong. In fact, when Fong Xiu released the alien sword saint, Chen Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. As the person who made a move with Fong Xiu on the first day of school, he had some knowledge of Fong Xiu's aliens, especially the shock brought by the alien queen. Until now, he would have nightmares when he woke up at night. As for the alien sword saint just now, although its size was not as exaggerated as the alien queen's, its speed and strength all made Chen Fan feel that it was more than enough. Such a tough imperial beast. In Chen Fan's eyes, no one would be Fong Xiu's opponent. If they continued to let Fong Xiu play the lead, they really didn't have to do anything. Fellow Fong Xiu, it's about time you let us, the freshmen, get on the field and perform. Zhang Shuren, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He wasn't very expressive, and we were all on the same team anyway. Why work hard when you can just lie down and win? Li Qingqing and Chen Fan are right. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan also said in a serious tone, you're a team, you're a whole, maybe all three middle schools. UConn's freshmen are weak. You can easily defeat them with your power alone, but the world is big. Sooner or later you will meet a powerful opponent. When that time comes, you will realize the powerlessness of individual strength in the face of the collective. Fong Xiu, in the next match, you'll go last. As the words fell, Zhang Panpan pushed up her glasses. The Kingdom of China had 34 large states and 667 cities. Crane City was nothing more than a small 18th-tier city. Fong Xiu was perhaps the strongest and hopeful of Crane City. However, if he were to look at the entire Hejiang prefecture, he wouldn't necessarily be the strongest imperial beast master. If he wasn't here to make Fong Xiu realize the importance of teamwork, he would sooner or later suffer a big loss. Especially, when it came to bumping into an imperial beast master who was just as demonic as he was. However, Fong Xiu didn't think that much about it. He originally just wanted to parasitize as many of the new students' imperial beasts as possible. I didn't realize UConn's top 3 would abstain. As for Wang Dalong, although he himself could let the face-hugging insects go parasitic, once he saw Wang Dalong's eyes, he always had a feeling of sympathy. Good. Fong Xiu nodded and let Zhang Panpan decide the order of appearance for the next match. Then, Fong Xiu watched the match between the 3rd and 8th middle schools through the live screen in the lounge. However, although this 8th middle school is also a key high school, its overall quality is far inferior to that of the 3rd middle school. Without even waiting for Li Jin to come out, the 4 freshmen in the 8th grade had already been wiped out? Sure enough, Zhang Panpan is not surprised by this result, although there are quite a few high schools in Crane City, but the only ones that can really be called the dual Sky Supreme are the 1st and 3rd middle schools. Chapter 51, the 1st versus the 3rd high school. Although the 8th middle school is also a key high school in Hacheng, but in the eyes of Zhang Panpan, the 8th middle school is not very strong teachers. The school's resources are also very limited. None of the top 10 students in the city's midterm exams, moreover, chose a school like number 8 middle school. They come over for the freshman exchange every year and go through the motions. With a little bit of luck, you can bump UConn in the draw and then make it to the finals and take 2nd place. But most of the time, the 8th grade and Yutsai, they're both hard to get along with. Watching the 3rd middle school eliminate the 8th middle school so easily, Zhang Panpan naturally did not feel surprised. Chen Fan took the lead, followed by Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and most of all, Fong Xiu to wrap up. Zhang Panpan takes the order from weakest to strongest, so that every freshman has a chance to play. Sure, in Zhang Panpan's heart, doing so was not as simple as showing everyone's face. Rather, it's about gaining experience. The freshman exchange is just the beginning, not the end. Fong Xiu and the others will definitely participate in various competitions in these 3 years of high school. There was naturally no harm in letting them accumulate combat experience early. Yes, Chen Fan clenched his fists in excitement. He had long been impatient. Although he knew in his heart that he was the weakest Imperial Beastmaster in the team, he didn't care. It's nice just to have the opportunity to play. Fong Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge and watched the live broadcast on the screen. Only Chen Fan was seen hurrying to the venue with quick steps. The host, Zhou Di, narrated along with it. The freshman that 1st middle school sent up this time is called Chen Fan. I remember he was ranked 11th in the city on the midterm. The mapping exams after entering Crane 1 were also very good. And instrumented. I think it will also be a top 10 seedling. As soon as Zhao Di saw Chen Fan, he couldn't help but praise him. Du Liyao also understood. Let's look forward to Chen Fan's performance together. I wonder what kind of imperial beast he is bred. For no other reason, this Chen Fan's family owns a chain of supermarkets. The biggest supermarket in Crane City is owned by their family. Naturally, I won't say anything bad. The freshman sent out from the 3rd grade this time is Han Bing. He was also the one who stepped up to play the lead in the battle against the 8th form just now, and he also defeated 2 of his 8th form classmates with his own strength. Du Liao said as such. Yeah, and against the third challenger, Han Bing has a chance to take the match. It's just a shame that it's so close. I wonder if Chen Fan will be able to defeat this Han Bing this time. The playing field. You're that Chen Fan? Han Bing followed the referee's instructions and went to the center of the tournament arena, then inserted the Imperial Beast space card into the machine. The corners of his mouth turned up and a contemptuous smile emerged. On the first day of school, the scum of the earth was ed by Fong Xiu. You, guy. Chen Fan glared fiercely at Han Bing. He didn't remember the name Han Bing being in the top 10 of the midterm, and one is 11th. In other words, except for the top 10 people, he or she is the strongest in the midterm. A mere Han Bing, how dare he taunt himself? Are you worthy? Chen Fan resumed his old high and cold demeanor. In front of Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing was just that. What gives you the right to an in front of me? You guy with no name? Han Bing did not expect Chen Fan to speak so directly, and his expression then stiffened. But immediately afterward, he laughed anew. In the past, the first high school was perhaps the strongest high school, but not this year. This time, third middle school has not only poured in a lot of resources, but also ushered in a genius like Li Jin. It's time for the name of the strongest high school in Crane City to change owners. Han Bing released his Imperial Beast as he spoke. His Imperial Beast was clearly a rhinoceros. However, the horn of this rhinoceros was not an unusual white bone rhinoceros horn. At a glance, Chen Fan saw that this rhinoceros horn not only appeared black, but also had a metallic luster on it. It can be seen as a reinforcement of the process of nurturing. If you believe Li Jin, you might as well go back to dreaming about everything. When Chen Fan was in junior high school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The guy he hated the most was a connected person like Li Jin. Although, he didn't think that he would be Li Jin's opponent. As long as Fong Xiu was around, Li Jin wouldn't have any chance. As long as Fong Xiu was around, there's no way first form will lose. As Chen Fan's words fell, he also released his Imperial Beast. Ouch! Only a roar could be heard, echoing throughout the playing field. The Imperial Beast that was released by Chen Fan was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, for his second Imperial Beast, not only did he still choose the ancient species, even after learning from his failure, Chen Fan became even more aggressive and bred a Tyrannosaurus Rex, even though Han Bing's rhino was more than 2 meters tall. However, in front of Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, it still appeared a bit weak. You guys? Han Bing also didn't expect Chen Fan's Imperial Beast to be a rare ancient species. It wasn't even until he saw Chen Fan's Imperial Beast that he remembered that this Chen Fan was not just as simple as the 11th in the city's midterm. This guy's family, they run a supermarket. Even in the system, there are contacts. There is no shortage of resources at all, although he had the resources of the third middle school to help him. But no matter how much help he had, it was impossible to compare him to a rich second generation like Chen Fan. He subconsciously turned back and glanced at Li Jin. Upon realizing that his royal beast was not as good as Chen Fan, Han Bing also had the thought of abandoning the game. However, Li Jin just glanced at him. It felt as if it was saying, if you guys should abstain, then drop out. Beads of sweat broke out on Han Bing's forehead. For a while, it had to be hard. Finish it. Along with Han Bing's order, the black-horned rhinoceros could only let out a low chirp before running wildly towards Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let me show you how far apart we really are. Facing Han Bing's first attack, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose, only to see his Tyrannosaurus Rex turn violently, flinging his tail behind him and sweeping it out. In a moment, Chill's black-horned rhino was directly balanced by Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was knocked over by its tail. Rumble, accompanied by a loud sound, the black-horned rhino fell heavily to the ground, setting off a terrifying air current that swept out in all directions. Stand up. Han Bing clenched his teeth and urged his black-horned rhinoceros to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of these two imperial beasts was not even on the same level. Without waiting for the chilling black-horned rhino to stand up again, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had already opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard on its neck. With the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it hardened and tore off a piece of meat from the chilling black-horned rhinoceros. The blood soared. The audience even erupted in screams. Frenzied screaming. Chapter 52, Adam the Upright. Only to see Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex bite the head of the black-horned rhinoceros, and then forcefully fling it, hardening the big guy, which weighed a few tons, and flinging it to Han Bing's feet. Go down. Chen Fan's voice was low and cold. You. Han Bing's forehead veins rippled. If his eyes could kill, he hated to break Chen Fan into pieces. Winner of this round, first middle school Chen Fan. The referee quickly stepped forward and declared the result of the match. First form lounge. Chen Fan, he's quite capable. Although Li Qingqing couldn't look at a related person like Chen Fan in her heart, she had to admit that his imperial beasts were indeed not as weak as she had imagined. Chen Fan was able to participate in this freshman exchange tournament. Although he had his family's operation, he is not that bad himself. Zhang Panpan stood behind Li Qingqing and said. He had tutored Chen Fan before the start of his senior year of high school. Although Chen Fan's talent was not that outstanding, he was willing to work hard for it, and with the help of his family, he was able to get to where he was today. In terms of strength, even when looking at the entire Crane City number 1 middle school, it was an existence that could be ranked in the top 10. Aha! Li Qingqing nodded, thinking that what Zhang Panpan said made sense. Soon after, the third school sent its second player. The man was wearing the uniform of the third middle school. With a short inch, his face was not outstanding, but he had a good figure, and he applauded as he walked onto the playing field. What a nice imperial beast. Chen Fan. Chen Fan sized up the visitor. Are you Gung Guangwei? In general, Chen Fan seldom memorized the names of students with poor academic performance, but this Gung Guangwei is an exception. His grades were moderate, not outstanding, but because his father left his family a settlement after he was killed on the job, with this money, Gung Guangwei pulled up a force in the school. This would have been nothing to Chen Fan. However, after getting a taste of the sweetness, Gung Guangwei became more and more aggressive. Not only would he bully his classmates, but also from time to time, he brought someone to touch the buttocks of his female classmates. It even robs underclassmen on their way out of school. As Gung Guangwei's classmate, Chen Fan naturally disliked this kind of behavior, so he initiated a conflict with him. Gung Guangwei had thought that he had collected a group of minions by money and could beat Chen Fan violently. As a result, he didn't expect that in the face of a true second generation like Chen Fan, none of this little brother he raised would dare to make a move. Both sides ended up in a big fight that alerted the school. The principal didn't dare mess with your family, and only fired me. What is to be done with this account? Gung Guangwei clenched his hands into fists, and to this day, he was haunted by this incident. Ha! Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. How? What's going to happen to those students you bullied? Those underclassmen deserve to have you rob them of their money? Your father died in the line of duty and was quite a character, so how did he end up with a child as ungrateful as you? It's okay for you to bully others, but not when you're bullied yourself? Chen Fan didn't feel like he had any problems at all. Maybe that incident did have its own family intervention in the end, but if Gung Guangwei hadn't bullied him first, he wouldn't have clashed with him himself. Good. Gung Guangwei said 3 good things in one breath. I hope you don't regret it. As soon as the words fell, Gung Guangwei directly released his imperial beast. Chen Fan's gaze slightly condensed as he looked toward the light. However, what he never dreamed of was that the imperial beast that was released by Gung Guangwei was actually a human. The man was more than 2 meters tall. All of his body was solidly muscled. His clenched fists were the size of Chen Fan's head. His waist was surrounded by a tiger's skin, and behind him was a hammer on his back. No, not human. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pupils were wildly seismic. Even though the imperial beasts released by Gung Guangwei resembled humans, he, who had studied the ancient species, quickly saw the difference. This imperial beast has a flattened face, with a reduced structure of the dental bed and lower jawbone, and instead a much expanded upper jawbone. Upright? Your imperial beast is an upright man? Chen Fan instantly came to a sudden realization. The emergence of Homo erectus had been a milestone in the evolution of mankind, laying the foundation for the later emergence and development of Homo sapiens. Because Homo erectus eventually went extinct, it is also not an ancestor of modern humans. According to the laws of the imperial beasts, a Homo erectus can serve as an imperial beast. But, because of the uniqueness of Homo erectus, it is rare for anyone to breed this imperial beast. This Gung Guangwei guy is really nasty. Ha. Gung Guangwei noticed that Chen Fan's eyes were full of contempt for himself and laughed coldly instead. Ever since I got kicked out of school, there's not a moment that goes by that I don't want to beat you, but it's also thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to change schools and I wouldn't have met Li Jin-sama. Just as well, won't gain the power to defeat you and defeat the first school. Although Gung Guangwei's father, who was killed in the line of duty, left a compensation, but over the years, all of it was used to protect his life. School fees. So much so that there was no sizable wealth left behind at all for his imperial beasts. The reason why he was able to cultivate this upright human imperial beast was still because of the help he received from Li Jin. A dog's leg. Chen Fan scoffed at Gung Guangwei. One would have thought that he would have learned from that incident. Now look, this Gung Guangwei has not changed at all. Cut the crap. Let's see if your Tyrannosaurus Rex is better or my Adam. Gung Guangwei ordered Adam to strike as soon as he clenched his fists. Adam. This name made Chen Fan frown. This Gung Guangwei. He really dared to name his imperial beast. But, even though Chen Fan couldn't see Gung Guangwei's behavior from the bottom of his heart, but Homo erectus, as creatures that survived on the blue planet for millions of years before going extinct, were predatory and very good at what they did. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus Rex dashed forward furiously, then spun himself around and swept his tail across the room. But in the face of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack, Adam's face was devoid of fear, and he slid a sliding shovel under the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail. When he stood up again, he had come to the side of the Tyrannosaurus's leg, while grabbing for the hammer behind him and delivering a heavy blow to the Tyrannosaurus's knee. Perhaps the primitive strength of Homo erectus was limited, but the tools in his hands were the product of industrialization. Not only is the head of the hammer high-quality steel, but the handle has also been treated, no longer traditional solid wood, but random copolymerized polypropylene, which not only withstands the terrifying impact, but also increases the rebound force, taking the power of the blow even further. Boo! Only a loud sound was heard, and Tyrannosaurus' knees clicked and folded directly. The huge body, too, instantly lost its balance and fell to one side with a loud crash. Gung Wangwei's eyes became frenzied. Kill him. Chapter 53, Who says I only have one beast? Gung Wangwei looked at Chun Fan ferociously. Not only was he going to defeat Chen Fan this time, he was going to humiliate him severely. Kill him. Accompanied by Gung Wangwei's order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it down hard against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Boo! A terrifying air current swept out in all directions, and Tyrannosaurus Rex's body trembled under the force. But what no one expected was, Adam had clearly defeated the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't stop. Instead, he turned around violently, his fierce gaze focusing directly on Chen Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chen Fan's heart. You guys? Chen Fan glanced at Gung Wangwei out of the corner of his eye. He knew that this guy's character had always been questionable, but he didn't think that he would dare to mess around at the freshman exchange tournament. After all, they are upright people with insufficient brain capacity, so it's nothing strange that they sometimes don't understand the orders of the Imperial Beast Master, right? The corner of Gung Wangwei's mouth rose and he deliberately lowered his voice so that Chen Fan could hear this alone. In the next second, Adam's knees bent slightly, then he pushed hard and charged straight at Chen Fan, only to see his 5 fingers grasping his fist. He ruthlessly slammed it towards Chen Fan's face. When it was too late, Chen Fan fully deflected his center of gravity to the side and managed to dodge Adam's punch, but immediately after that, another frontal kick came and kicked Chen Fan hard in the small of his back. Boo! In an instant, Chen Fan flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. His body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood that stained the grass of the competition field. His body rolled several more times in a row before he was able to stop. Stop! Seeing that the situation was not right, referee Wang Wei then rushed to stop it. The freshman exchange tournament is just an exchange of Imperial Beasts. Do not attack the Imperial Beast Master. Wang Wei glared at Gung Wangwei before pulling out a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry, my Imperial Beasts aren't too smart in the brain. Sometimes they don't quite understand my commands. Gung Wangwei didn't care about this and just shrugged. Adam retreated to his side with it. In the lounge of the first middle school, Li Qingqing angrily stood up from her chair. This guy, he definitely did it on purpose. In her opinion, if this upright really couldn't understand instructions like Gung Wangwei said, then he should use the weapon in his hand. As a result, after rushing to Chen Fan's side, he switched to punching and kicking. It showed that he knew that he couldn't hit Chen Fan hard. This was clearly Gung Wangwei's intentional act. Zhang Shuren, be careful. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan first reminded Zhang Shuren to be careful of Gung Wangwei's tactics during the next match, then hurriedly rushed out from the restroom. Taking the medical staff with him, he went over to check Chen Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan braced himself for the pain, stood up from the grass, and retrieved his Tyrannosaurus Rex, then unwillingly lay down on the stretcher. Sorry, Teacher Zhang, I blame my Imperial Beasts. Gung Wangwei saw this and even deliberately came up to discuss Chen Fan, only to be glared back directly by Zhang Panpan's eyes. The conflict between Chen Fan and Gung Wangwei was a big deal at first. He'd heard some of it. It's just that I didn't expect that this Gung Wangwei, not only did he enter the third middle school, but he also bred Imperial Beasts like the upright man. Although there was no explicit rule, it was sort of a consensus not to breed uprights into Imperial Beasts. But this Gung Wangwei will do anything to win. Poof! Zhang Panpan gave a heavy cold snort. As Chen Fan's teacher, he didn't even bother to say anything more to this Gung Wangwei. Even the host, Zhao Di, was a little upset with this Gung Wangwei, but it can't do anything to him. The game continues. Zhang Shuren came from the lounge to the playing field, and brushed shoulders with Chen Fan on the way. Be careful, his Imperial Beast is strong. Aha! Zhang Shuren shook Gung Wangwei's hand before continuing forward and releasing his Imperial Beast. Just a Black Panther, summoned directly to the field. Zhang Shuren put his hands in his pockets. Gung Wangwei, you're the guy who fought with Chen Fan and then got expelled, right? What? Are you here to teach? Gung Wangwei was disdainful of Zhang Shuren as he snorted coldly. Even his eyes were filled with contempt as he looked at Zhang Shuren. The top 3 ranked academics in the city. The Imperial Beasts that were bred were surprisingly only regular breed Black Panthers. This guy, he really doesn't have any talent at all in the royal beasts. High school isn't like middle school. Your grades, they don't mean anything. Zhang Shuren, our third middle school will definitely beat your first middle school this year. As he spoke, Deng Guangwei gestured. His atom charged violently towards the Black Panther, and his 2-meter-tall body made even Zhang Shuren's Black Panther look a bit thin. However, Zhang Shuren just pushed his glasses. His imperial beasts were never about power. Only Zhang Shuren's Black Panther was seen constantly dodging and avoiding Adam's hammer, as nimble as a black lightning bolt. After a few false starts, this Black Panther even saw the opportunity to open its bloody mouth and bit down hard on Adam's wrist. Ah! With a scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground. Next, it's time to fight back. The corner of Zhang Shuren's mouth rose. In his eyes, Deng Guangwei's upright man was nothing more than that. Only the Black Panther showed his sharp nails and grabbed at Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam backed up on his feet and could only swing his fists wildly, but they were dodged one by the Panther and seized the opportunity to bite up 3 times. But just when Zhang Shuren thought that Deng Guangwei would turn pale, the other party laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha. In a flash, a faint light flashed past Deng Guangwei, only to see 2 upright men, whose bodies were not similar to Adam's, appear beside Deng Guangwei. One of them held a spear in his hand, while the other carried a bow and arrow. Adam 2, 3, finish off that Black Panther for me. Deng Guangwei lowered his voice. If it's just about single combat, an unarmed Homo erectus is weaker than more imperial beasts. Even compared to modern people, their advantages weren't much more tremendous. But, 2 of the greatest characteristics of Homo erectus, besides their ability to use tools, is their ability to live in groups. With Li Jin's financial support, Deng Guangwei raised the number of uprights to 3, not long after school started. With the cooperation of each other, they could hunt any imperial beast. What Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, they're all nothing more than that in my eyes. Deng Guangwei thought in his heart. I only saw Adam 3 take his bow and shoot in quick succession, although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sensed something bad and tried to dodge. Adam 1 seized the opportunity as he grabbed a fist with 5 fingers and ruthlessly smashed it on the Black Panther's head. The powerful force set the panther directly into the grass. Adam 2, on the other hand, saw the opportunity to throw the spear in his hand, piercing the panther's abdomen viciously. Chapter 54, What? First grade school is being picked off by 1 and 2? What? This guy actually has 3 imperial beasts. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that he would be able to defeat Deng Guangwei and avenge Chen Fan. As a result, he didn't expect that Deng Guangwei had only been enrolled in school for a short while before he had raised the number of his royal beasts to 3. Isn't this the freshman exchange game? Ha ha ha. Didn't expect it. Zhang Shuren. Deng Guangwei spread his hands. This is the resource. It's true that I'm no match for you in terms of grades, but I'm Lord Li Jin's beloved, and with the help of his resources, I've not only tripled the number of uprights, but I've tripled the number of uprights. Even the weapons that Adam and the others use are very fine imperial beast equipment. That hammer alone costs $50,000. Deng Guangwei said smugly. It was as if the one with unlimited resources was him. Zhang Shuren was a little angry, but his Black Panther, however, was pierced through the abdomen by Adam 2's spear, ruthlessly nailed to the grass, unable to move. Go down, weakling. Deng Guangwei had already received a yellow card once, and if he did anything excessive again, he would be red-carded. There are 2 more in the first school. No, the really tricky guy is that freshman named Fong Xiu. Deng Guangwei thought in his heart. That alien sword saint's strength, speed, were all monsters, and even with 3 uprights, he wasn't much of a sure thing. However, the 3rd grade has its sights set on winning the freshman exchange this time around. It's even more of a downer. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to exhaust the Fong Xiu Imperial Beast stamina as much as possible so that Lord Li Jin can finish it off. This will not only give 3rd form the title, but it will also ensure that Lord Li Jin makes a name for himself. As Li Jin's little brother, Deng Guangwei naturally knew the difference between light and heavy. Get lost, he said towards Zhang Shuren, as if the strong were about to humiliate the weak. And although referee Wang Wei couldn't stand the sight of Deng Guangwei's behavior, he had to announce the result. Deng Guangwei of the 3rd form, won by 1-2. Zhang Shuren's face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything more as he retrieved the Black Panther and turned around to go back to the restroom. Sorry, Zhang Shuren hung his head. I had wanted to do it for Chen Fan's student. There's no need to say anymore. Zhang Pan patted his shoulder. You've already done a good job. If it wasn't for Deng Guangwei's superiority in the number of imperial beasts, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren, but it can't be helped. Let's just say that the 3rd form has really put their neck on the line for this freshman exchange championship. Deng Guangwei, Li Qingqing's anger, even more so, was completely ignited. Her hands clenched her fists. I won't let him go. If Deng Guangwei had released 3 imperial beasts from the start, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely, but he favored a single upright man to fool Zhang Shuren, and then at the critical moment, shot a cold arrow. It's not even a fair matchup. I'll do it. Seeing this, Fong Xiu directly asked Zhang Pan to go on the field himself. Although he didn't have much to do with Chen Fan or Zhang Shuren, Deng Guangwei's methods were indeed a bit sinister. Li Qingqing's imperial beast. He had seen it before and remembered that it was a small gray bird. It's good speed, but it's not suitable for fighting at all. If he were to force his way out, this Li Qingqing might lose the battle as well. Don't worry about it. However, Li Qingqing did not appreciate Fong Xiu's favor as she directly walked out of the lounge. Zhang Pan didn't say anything about it. Although he felt that Fong Xiu had been able to defeat Deng Guangwei, the first school is not the first school of Fong Xiu. Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, and Zhang Shuren, they are all students of the first middle school. They need to grow. The other side. Li Qingqing came to the playing field in a rage. Yo, little beauty. Deng Guangwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's name, but he just didn't expect to run into her at the freshman exchange tournament. Well, want to transfer to our third grade? I'm going to love you. Scram! Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Deng Guangwei before releasing her imperial beast, only to see her imperial beast, which was a strange gray bird, not much bigger than a goose. Even Deng Guangwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment when Li Qingqing released her own imperial beast. Ah, that's it? Ha 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 ha. Deng Guangwei whirled around and covered his stomach, unable to hold back his laughter. Is this your Li Qingqing's imperial beast? This is too weak, isn't it? Ha ha ha, a bird. It was important to know that Li Qingqing was very much a haloed school bully during her junior high school days. Not only were they first in general studies all 3 years, but they scored a perfect score on their midterm exams in all but language. It was even called the most powerful brain at one point. I had thought that this Li Qingqing's imperial beast would probably be a phantom beast species, or even worse, an ancient species. The results were not expected. This little gray bird is so weak. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Li Qingqing, you guys are afraid that you only know how to read and can't control beasts. Ha 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 ha. Adam 3, take her out. Even in Deng Guangwei's opinion, against Li Qingqing's imperial beast, he didn't even need Adam 1, 2, and 3 to join forces. Adam 3's archery alone could easily take him out. The faces of the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, turned ironic. Am I right? That's Li Qingqing's imperial beast? If it wasn't for Fong Xiu's sudden rise, Li Qingqing would have been the number 1 person in Crane City number 1. Would this imperial beast of hers be too weak? Zhao Di frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this Li Qingqing's imperial beasts didn't look like they were very powerful. It even gives the impression of being weak. Could it be true that Li Qingqing is only good at reading, as rumored, and has no talent at all for imperial beasts? Du Liyao couldn't help but feel pity. She was really not used to seeing Deng Guangwei's face, but this Li Qingqing's imperial beast, again, really wasn't very capable of fighting. It's not uncommon to see students who are good at general studies and not good at imperial beasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that high school is the turning point of life. Zhao Di sighed. It seems that the pressure on Fong Xiu's classmates will become great. Yeah, Du Liyao nodded. Let's not talk about Li Jin's gold, Deng Guangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts. They're both very strong. With student Fong Xiu's imperial beasts, if you want to do a 1-on-3, you must think that it's a very difficult thing to do. Could it be that the amp ion of this session of the freshman exchange tournament is really going to change hands? The corner of Zhao Di's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The resources of the third middle school has always been not much worse than the first middle school. In previous years, the freshman exchange match, it's not like they didn't win. It's just going to be a little bit of an ugly loss for the first school this year. Deng Guangwei made a move, accompanied by Zhao Di's cry of alarm. Adam 3, directly resting his bow, shot a precise arrow, directly at the chest of the little gray bird. The heartstrings of the entire audience also tightened at this moment. Chapter 55, Li Qingqing's Secret. Mirage Beast Seed. Before Qingqing Li appeared on the stage, many people were full of anticipation for her, a young girl who was the top student in the secondary school exams. In particular, Deng Guangwei's arrogant attitude caused many viewers to be dissatisfied. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could violently beat Deng Guangwei, but I didn't expect. The moment she released the imperial beast, none of the spectators at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, were all dumbfounded. Humph, go to hell. Deng Guangwei clasped his hands to his chest, and Adam 3 drew his compound bow directly at his command. Phew! Sharp arrows sped toward the little gray bird. The audience at the scene held their breath. Even their hands were in a cold sweat for Li Qingqing. However, just when Deng Guangwei thought that he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird instantly disappeared into thin air, and the arrow that was shot out directly hit the ground before drawing a parabola in the air and landing on the ground. What? Deng Guangwei's heart shook. Not only was Adam 3 a great swordsman, the weapon he used, a masterpiece of modern technology, was impossible to be easily dodged. But Gung Wangwei quickly calmed down. Although Li Qingqing's little gray bird, its speed was indeed somewhat astonishing. All it had was just speed. Your imperial beasts are not even comparable to the poultry in the countryside. Even if you can dodge Adam 3's attack, you can't threaten my Adam. Gung Wangwei once again mocked Li Qingqing. Is that so? The corner of Li Qingqing's mouth rose. Then let me show you, my imperial beast. As Li Qingqing's words fell, the little gray bird, which had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Adam 3. Adam 3. Seeing this, Gung Wangwei hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Though Homo erectus has little to do with modern humans, they are at least a fellow genus of humans, and their intelligence far exceeds that of the average imperial beast. Under Gung Wangwei's nurturing, they can also understand human language. Only Adam 3 whirled around, sharp arrow, resting on top of the bowstring. As he jerked his head up, his eyes focused on the little gray bird. It's over. At this distance, there's no escape for your imperial beast. Gung Wangwei didn't forget to interfere with Li Qingqing with his words. Who said my imperial beast will escape? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gung Wangwei's tricks. In a flash, her little gray bird opened its modest beak. The next second, a light erupted from the beak of the little gray bird and set off a wave of heat. Adam 3 tried desperately to see where the little gray bird was, but his eyes stung with pain from the hot glow. Ah! In a flash, Adam 3 let out a scream and backed up on his feet as he blocked his vision with his arms. Ha! Gung Wangwei blinked hard, unable to believe the image he saw. Only Li Qingqing's little gray bird spewed out hot tongues of fire and poured them towards Adam 3. In less than 2 short breaths, Adam 3 was on fire all over. The miserable screams were numbing. The compound bow and arrows fell out of his hands, and his whole body flopped down and rolled up directly on the grass. Immediately followed by the smell of burnt meat filled the air. However, Qingqing Li's little gray bird did not have the slightest intention of letting go of Adam 3, and continued to pour its tongues of fire at him, until the blazing fire covered Adam 3's entire body. Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gung Wangwei's scalp tingle. Gollum! Gung Wangwei rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. It was the first time he had seen an imperial beast that could breathe fire. He was not the only one, as the entire audience shrieked in shock as if a pot had exploded when the little gray bird spewed out blazing fire. The hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liyao, all stared at each other with eyes as wide as bronze bells. The moment before, they had all felt that Li Qingqing's imperial beasts were not very lethal. Even with the speed advantage, it was hard to beat Gung Wangwei's uprights. But who knows, Qingqing Li's little gray bird, surprisingly, could breathe fire. Even in moments, Adam 3 was silenced. This is a mirage beast species, right? Du Liyao's eyes were glowing. In her opinion, only the illusory beast species imperial beast could achieve this level. And if you think about it, the way this little gray bird looked, it was indeed uncommon. She hadn't seen a royal beast like this, at least not that she could remember. Phantom species? It's not that it's not possible. Although the innate phantom beast species imperial beasts are very rare, claiming that only one will be born out of millions of people. But, what is Li Qingqing? First in all 3 years of middle school in general studies, the presence of perfect scores in all the midterm exams except language. I wouldn't be surprised to say that she has awakened a phantom beast seed imperial beast. But despite the words, Zhao Di's heart was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast species, then this Gung Wangwei has no chance of winning. Du Liyao felt refreshed. She didn't like guys like Gung Wangwei in the first place. Now that he saw that Qingqing Li's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, she didn't know how this Gung Wangwei was going to win. First form lounge. Zhang Shuren stood up from the bench with a loud bang, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing her imperial beast, it's actually a phantom beast species? All of a sudden, Zhang Shuren had the feeling of a bolt from the blue. It was important to know that since the first year, he had regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to catch up with. He had always fantasized about defeating Qingli and taking the title of number 1. Even now, he regarded Li Qingqing as his archenemy. Results: 3 years of general studies in middle school were crushed by Qingqing Li. Midterm competence is finished. Right now, even Li Qingqing's imperial beast was a phantom beast species, and his own imperial beast, not even an ancient species, was just a normal regular species. Although, under his own efforts, the strength of his royal beasts had skyrocketed. Compared to the phantom beast species royal beasts that possessed an infinitely high ceiling, it was simply a heaven and a hell. For a while, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists with both hands as a sense of frustration arose in his heart. Intense frustration. When he was defeated by Gung Wangwei, he didn't even have such emotions as he did now. Phantom beast species? Fong Xiu gazed at the screen. I didn't realize that this Li Qingqing was hiding quite deeply. If it wasn't for the sudden fire breathing of her imperial beast, She herself wouldn't have realized that her imperial beast was a phantom beast species, but it also means that the phantom species has supernatural powers. The playing field. I'm not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said in a loud voice. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Shen Fan sickened her, she would not use that kind of dirty tactics. After seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing spoke while asking the little gray bird to deal with Adam 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the Imperial Beast Master, she intended to regiment Gung Guangwei's Imperial Beasts. Chapter 56, The Despicable Gung Guangwei. Out of the 3 uprights, only Adam 3 had the most skillful archery skills, and as a result, in a single glance, he was sprayed into flames by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when Adam 1 looked directly at the little gray bird, his eyes were filled with fear of the Imperial Beast. Gung Guangwei's face also turned iron blue all of a sudden. Damn! He gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the third form common room. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he was really worried about was Lil Kim. The third grade school has its sights set on the title this time around. No matter what, I have to make Lord Li Jin ascend to the top. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. If he was eliminated by Qing Chengli here, then the first middle school, the third middle school would become a 2v2 situation. If Li Sega loses to Li Qingqing again, then Li Jin will have to face 2 people alone. Li Qingqing and Fong Xiu were both illusory beast species Imperial Beast Masters again. No, Gung Guangwei shook his head. He wouldn't allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Li Qingqing. Adam 1 is desperately trying to avoid the little gray bird's tongue of fire. Only the next best thing. Gung Guangwei put his heart on the line. As long as he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would not be allowed to withdraw from the match. Although he himself would have been red-carded or even punished more severely, it would at least have kept the third form in the ascendancy. Adam 2. Gung Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Adam 2 followed suit. His grip on his spear tightened and his fierce eyes focused on Li Qingqing's body. In a flash, Li Qingqing also felt this overpowering killing aura. Ha! Only Li Qingqing's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as she looked at Adam 2 in disbelief. Although she knew that this Gung Guangwei wasn't a good person, she still underestimated his lower limits. Adam 2 boosted forward a few steps, the veins on his arms bursting out, his whole body's strength being concentrated in one point, and with a very terrifying force, he threw the spear. Phew! The silver-colored spear set off a wind-breaking sound and stabbed straight towards Li Qingqing. Such an appalling scene made the referee's face turn as pale as paper. Host Zhao Di and Du Liyao were even more astonished. Their mouths involuntarily opened wide into an O shape. Crazy! This Gung Guangwei is absolutely crazy. He actually instructed his Imperial Beast to attack the Imperial Beast Master. Qingqing Li's little gray bird, noticing the speeding spear, hurriedly threw down the Adam 1 and crashed into the spear. This was also boosted to a very impressive level of explosiveness after a burst of boosts from Adam 2. The little gray bird hit the ground directly. Li Qingqing retreated back and forth, but it was too late to dodge. Pust! Only to see the spear thrown by Adam 2 directly stabbing Li Qingqing's thigh, piercing through its flesh, with the spiked end viciously nailed to the grass, blood waving into the air like a fluttering red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face suddenly turned snow white, her eyes glazed over, and bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from her forehead. The unprecedented pain made Li Qingqing nearly faint. On the contrary, it was Gung Guangwei who instantly felt relieved. Let's not talk about the pain generated by being pierced through the thigh by a spear. It was simply not something that a little girl could withstand. If not sent to the hospital in time to deal with, Li Qingqing will not take long. Is blood loss shock? Phew! Beads of sweat also broke out on Gung Guangwei's forehead, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although this was a serious violation of the rules, at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange tournament don't matter to me at all. Gung Guangwei thought in his heart. He stood still, waiting for the referee to come over and announce the result. You guy, what do you take the freshman exchange match for? Referee Wang Wei rushed up with great strides as he pulled out a red card from his pocket. If it weren't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to give this Gung Guangwei a punch in the face. I don't know what you're talking about. Gung Guangwei shrugged. I was just trying to defeat Miss Li Qingqing. It's just that my Imperial Beast brain wasn't working too well, so there was an accident. That's right, that spear was originally aimed at Qing Li's Imperial Beast. She's the one who didn't duck. Although Gung Guangwei had already anticipated the consequences of doing so, it was impossible for him to admit it openly no matter what. Even if he would have been red-carded, he balked at the idea that it was an accident. It's not your own subjective consciousness. It was an accident. Gung Guangwei purposely raised his own volume and tried his best to defend himself. However, this shameless behavior drew a burst of boos from the audience. There were even some viewers who could hardly restrain their emotions and threw down the coke in their hands. No, But what Gung Wangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. No? Gung Wangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant by this. Can't forgive yourself? In the end, Li Qingqing was a student of the first middle school, and she herself was a student of the third middle school. Even if she was disgruntled, she couldn't do anything to herself. Don't red card him. Li Qingqing pressed her thigh with one hand, trying to slow down the flow of blood as she struggled to squeeze out a complete sentence. Referee, since it was an accident, we should have to let the fight continue. No? Even though Li Qingqing's heart was furious to the extreme, she didn't want to end it in such a way. He hadn't taught this Gung Wangwei fellow a hard lesson himself. Gung Wangwei couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that this Li Qingqing wouldn't let herself go, but he didn't expect that she would still want to fight with him, and even asked the referee not to give him a red card? This guy, is he out of his mind? Student Li Qingqing. Referee Wangwei also didn't expect Li Qingqing's spirit to be so resilient. If you don't hurry to deal with your injuries, I'm afraid it will have an impact on your recovery later on. Regardless, Adam 2's spear directly penetrated Qing Li's thigh. It's better to stop the game and rush her to the hospital. No, I am Li Qingqing. How can I admit defeat so easily? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, yet her vision was becoming a little blurry. Phew. Suddenly, Li Qingqing only felt two wind-breaking sounds coming from her ears, and her thighs, which had been nailed to the ground, suddenly recovered. Only the intense pain made it difficult for her to keep her balance, and her body fell to the other side. Puff! But what Li Qingqing didn't expect was that she didn't fall to the ground and fall down, but directly jumped into someone's arms. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, and with her blurred vision, she could only make out a rough outline. Are you the captain of the first middle school? Fong Xiu. Referee Wang Wei instantly recognized the teenager who hugged Li Qingqing, the very man who eliminated the entire Yukon. Fong Hua. Also, Crane City won, the final ace in the hole. Chapter 57, Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Fong Hua, let go of me. Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't see clearly, the moment she heard Fong Xiu's name, she also instinctively struggled. Only, her strength was already smaller than Fong Xiu's, and now that she was injured, she would feel intense pain if she moved a little. Being held in Fong Xiu's arms, he was even less able to use his strength. Zheng Panpan and Zheng Shuren also brought their medical staff and came to the playing field. Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much? Zheng Shuren pushed up his glasses and looked at Gung Guangwei angrily. If his eyes could kill, he would hate to break Gung Guangwei into pieces. It was a surprise to see that he was sophomoric about the poor intelligence of his imperial beasts, and that it was an accident, a misadventure. Do you really think these people don't have eyes? Adam 2 was simply aiming at Qing Li on purpose. Do whatever it takes to win. In this world, how could there be a guy like Gung Guangwei? It's really all about the face. Don't be bloody-minded. I didn't. Gung Guangwei sniffed, still trying his best to argue. I really didn't do it on purpose. This way, I voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange tournament, and my results are directly nullified. I'm also willing to cover all the medical bills. So, always good? Gung Guangwei said softly, indicating that he was willing to take it all on. But one definitely doesn't do it on purpose. Fong Xiu, let me fight him. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, still wanted to fight Gung Guangwei, but her voice was getting smaller and smaller, and even the little gray bird couldn't maintain it and was forced into the Imperial Beast space card. Brother Pan Pan, I'll leave Li Qingqing to you. Fong Xiu picked up Li Qingqing in a hug, then turned towards the stretcher and placed her on it. Don't worry, Fong Xiu, I won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Pan Pan heavily emphasized her head. Although he had only been a gym teacher for a short while and it was the first time he had encountered such a thing, it was not the first time he had seen an Imperial Beastmaster as bad as Gung Guangwei. Fong Xiu, I'll leave the freshman exchange tournament to you. Don't lose. Yet after something like this match is no longer considered an exchange match. I know, Fong Xiu responded. Next, it's personal. First it was Chen Fan, then it was Li Qingqing. Although his relationship with these two people could not be described as good, he was at least the captain of this squadron. Most importantly, can a man not roll when he is round and stop when he is square? Mr. Referee, you just heard it too, didn't you? The guy said he didn't mean it. It was an accident. A red card just because of an accident doesn't make sense to me. And, as he spoke, Fong Xiu glanced back at Li Qingqing. I don't think student Li Qingqing would accept this either, so also please can you get out of the way and let us get on with the game. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. After all, when something like this happened, everyone felt that Gung Guangwei was guilty. As a result, he didn't expect that Fong Xiu would want him to continue the match. This, referee Wang Wei is also difficult in his heart. He believed that Fong Xiu wasn't trying to forgive Gung Guangwei out of the idea of being a saintly mother. On the contrary, He absolutely had to deal with Gung Guangwei in his own way. You guy, you don't have a problem with your brain, do you? Gung Guangwei couldn't help but be stunned. The moment he decided to do it, he was ready to be eliminated and have his results cancelled. As a result, I didn't expect this guy, Fong Xiu, to request the referee not to eliminate himself. Does he even know what he's saying? Even if he had absolute confidence in his imperial beast. But it wasn't as if he himself had to fight his imperial beasts to the death. With a repeat of the same trick, he could even eliminate him himself. Don't hit too hard. Looking at Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, referee Wang Wei ultimately chose to turn a blind eye as he backed away repeatedly while reminding Fong Xiu, don't strike too hard. The referee withdrew the red card. The host, Zhao Di's expression became grave. If it had been a normal match, he believed Fong Xiu could have won. But the 3 matches just now were enough to prove that this Gung Guangwei was no good. Fong Xiu, give me a hard beat on him. Du Liu, on the other hand, didn't care that much and directly grabbed the microphone and shouted at Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu, Fong Xiu, Fong Xiu. In a flash, the entire audience began to chant Fong Xiu's name. The scene was completely ignited. No one could stand Gung Guangwei's behavior, and they all hoped that Fong Xiu would be able to ruthlessly fix this guy. Have I become a villain? Gung Guangwei looked around, not expecting the atmosphere of the scene to turn out like this. However, he didn't care. His heart was happy instead. At the very least, one stays on this playing field again. Fong Xiu, do you like Li Qingqing? Ho ho ho, you must think you're handsome as hell, the way you look right now, but I'm telling you, it's no use. The winner of this freshman exchange will definitely be our 3rd grade. I exploded with you. As things stand, Gung Guangwei is no longer pretending. After all, the only freshman left in the 1st grade was Fong Xiu. As long as you finish him off here yourself, explode each other with him, and victory is the 3rd center. Even Gung Guangwei doesn't even act anymore. His Adam No. 1, Adam No. 2, simultaneously charged towards Fong Xiu, didn't care about Fong Xiu's imperial beast at all. Yet the next moment, 2 black figures appeared directly behind Adam 1, and Adam 2. It was clearly Fun was alien. These 2 xenomorphs, although they were just ordinary male xenomorphs, were 2.5 meters tall, a head taller than Gung Guangwei's upright man. As soon as they appeared behind Adam 1 and 2, they whipped their tails and wrapped them up towards their necks. One restrains their movement. At Fong Xiu's side, on the other hand, stood the alien sword saint, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade popped out of the joint of his elbow. Then, there was the white face-hugging insect, which fell to the ground from Fong Xiu's side, and then flew up to climb on the face of Adam No. 1 and No. 2, hugging it to death. Even Adam 3, who was charred by the fire. Fong Xiu did not let go. Seeing that he was dying, he still released the face-hugging bugs to go over and parasitize him. In less than 2 short breaths, Gung Guangwei's 3 imperial beasts were all taken care of by Fong Xiu. Next, it's you. Fong Xiu lowered his voice. The alien sword saint stepped away, the sharp tip of his blade slicing through the gently green grass of the playing field. Wherever it went, the green grass broke in two. This, coupled with its huge body, instantly caused Gung Guangwei to snort. What do you want? A bad feeling came over him. I forgot to tell you, my imperial beasts don't have much of a brain either, and they sometimes ignore my orders. Fong Xiu said word for word. Chapter 58, Whoever insults others will be insulted. Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't have any compassion for people like Gung Guangwei. The alien sword saint took large strides forward, constantly approaching Gung Guangwei, and referee Wang Wei noticed the alien sword saint's demeanor and instantly understood Fong Xiu's intentions. Fong Xiu, after a slight hesitation, referee Wang Wei still couldn't help but open his mouth. Although he could understand Fong Xiu's feelings, if he really caused a death here, then Fong Xiu's future would end here. As the strongest and hopeful of Huqing No. 1 middle school, he really didn't want to see Fong Xiu fall into the wrong path due to his momentary anger. However, Fong Xiu didn't care about referee Wang Wei's discouragement. The distance between the alien sword saint and Gung Guangwei quickly shortened. No, don't! With a fluttering sound, Gung Guangwei dropped to the ground and looked at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils quaking madly. Fong Xiu, do you know what you're doing? That's willful injury. That's willful injury. Gung Guangwei hysterically yelled at Fong Xiu, hoping that he would stop here. But whether it was referee Wang Wei's persuasion or Gung Guangwei's pleas for mercy, he was indifferent. Those who dishonor others are dishonored by all. In a flash, the alien sword saint's hand rose up and slashed down towards Gung Guangwei. When it was too late, Gung Guangwei instinctively raised his arms, and his mouth continuously begged for mercy towards Fong Xiu. Stop! Make your imperial beast stop! I know it's wrong. Fong Xiu, don't Gung Guangwei's miserable screams echoed throughout the imperial beast stadium, and some of the spectators even subconsciously turned their heads. not daring to look. Referee Wang Wei stared with wide eyes, only to see a flash of cold light as the alien sword saint's black blade directly cut through Gung Wangwei's arm. Next, bright red gushed out of the break like an open faucet. Ah! Gung Wangwei's entire face was ashen. He never dreamed that Fong Xiu would be so ruthless. Even when the alien sword saint's black blade fell, he still held a trace of fantasy, fantasizing that Fong Xiu was just scaring himself and didn't dare to really let the imperial beast cut himself. No matter how you put it, Fong Xiu was the first or the last player in Crane City 1. If you foul up here, it's a lose-lose situation any way you look at it. As it turned out, I didn't expect this guy to really get off on it. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose outward from Gung Wangwei's forehead, and he gripped his arm in death, rolling around on the grass continuously in pain. However, not long after, this Gung Wangwei's consciousness reached its limit. His eyes went black, and his entire body fainted on the spot. Doctor! Doctor! Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly called out on the field and quickly came to Fong Xiu's side, grabbing his wrist. That's enough, Fong Xiu. Just cutting off one of Gung Wangwei's hands. Huching First Middle School could still find a way to help smooth things over. If he really killed someone in a public place like this, then Fong Xiu would be facing a criminal problem. As a matter of fact, Fong Xiu was not overwhelmed by anger. The first was Gung Wangwei's 3 imperial beasts that he had pocketed, and also had a hand cut off by his own alien sword saint. Even if Gung Wangwei could be helped to connect his broken limbs with the treatment methods of this world, his future life would still be affected. Most importantly, with such a loss of form in the game, the third form will inevitably not provide Gung Wangwei with any more resources. His career as a royal beast came to an end. Only when he thought of this did Fong Xiu call the alien sword saint to come back, and at the same time, he took the face-hugging bud-parasitized upright man and put it into his imperial beast's face. The winner of this bout is... Referee Wang Wei grabbed Fong Xiu's wrist and raised his arm as soon as he did, announcing loudly towards the audience. All of a sudden, the whole room was boiling, like thunderous applause, one wave after another. Sure, Fong Xiu was given a yellow card by referee Wang Wei for not being able to control the actions of the alien swordsman. Pay attention next time, Fong Xiu. It was only after a flash of yellow that referee Wang Wei stepped back from Fong Xiu, and the medical staff came onto the field, picked up Gung Wangwei's broken hand, and took him off the field in a blaze of glory. What a treat, watching Gung Wangwei end up in such a state. Zhao Di's heart called out for pleasure, but in this way, student Fong Xiu has also been given a yellow card warning. Du Liao heartily recognized Fong Xiu's daring love and hatred. In her opinion, a guy with a corrupt character like Gung Wangwei was not qualified to become a royal beast master at all. If he was a teacher in the 3rd grade, he would have fired this guy. Yes, how dare you go so far as to strike out at students from other schools for the sake of victory? We're the freshman exchange tournament. It's not like we're both splitting the difference between the best and the worst as well as deciding life and death. I just hope that Miss Li Qingqing will be safe and sound. So said Zhou Di. Meanwhile, Gung Wangwei passed by the restroom of the 3rd grade before being taken to the hospital. Looking at Gung Wangwei, who had completely fainted, Li Jin couldn't help but frown as well. Although this Gung Wangwei is indeed loyal and helped him clear Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, but his tactics are just too hard to watch. Even if we win the game, it will still have an impact on the reputation of the 3rd grade. Truly the shame of our 3rd middle school. Li Jin lowered his voice. Even his eyes were filled with contempt for Gung Wangwei. This scene caused Li Shijiao's expression to become subtle as well. As far as I can remember, this Li Jin and Gung Wangwei were on good terms, and they were all known as brothers in private. Even those equipment used by Gung Wangwei's imperial beasts were all sponsored by Li Jin. Results, that look of disdain was like trying to send Gung Wangwei to hell. Li Shijia, don't be like someone like Gung Wangwei and disgrace our 3rd middle school. Li Jin whirled around to look at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The whole person immediately felt a huge amount of pressure. He subconsciously glanced at the physical education teacher Wang Ying, hoping that she could say something to ease the atmosphere of the scene. Ugh, Wang Ying sighed. This freshman exchange is a very crucial game indeed for the 3rd grade, but now that it's come to this, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to wrap up. Are we going to fire Gung Wangwei? Wang Ying hesitated slightly and confirmed towards Li Jin. Although she was only the physical education teacher who was leading, she was in her prime, not much older than Li Jin, and she had to consult with Li Jin even on such a matter as deciding. That's good. Li Jin nodded a bit. The reputation of the 3rd middle school is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation that guy walked out of the 3rd middle school. Once the freshman exchange tournament is over, let's have a press conference and then cut with Gung Wangwei. Upon hearing that Gung Wangwei was going to be fired, Li Shijia's heart couldn't help but thump. In his opinion, if it were not for Li Jin, Gung Wangwei would never have fought to such an extent, and as a result, in the end, just fired? even the others haven't woken up yet. Chapter 59, Another Mirage Beast Breeder. Hiss. Li Shijia's mouth fell back and he didn't dare to continue in the restroom. When he arrived at the tournament venue, the host, Zhao Di, took the initiative to introduce him. Okay, the contestant who will now come out is the third contestant from Crane City 3rd Middle School, Li Shijia. It's said that his ranking in the midterm exam, ranked third, is second only to Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren as a school bully. It's a genius who was poached by the 3rd grade school at the expense of a lot of resources. Du Liao nodded. Perhaps everyone? On a normal day. Here's more of Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren's names, but this Li Shijia is also a very powerful freshman. You can see that just from the fact that the 3rd form has spared no resources in scooping him up. Just don't know. Will this Li Shijia's character be the same as Gung Guangwei's? Who will do anything to win? Even though Gung Guangwei had already gone down, Du Liao still didn't give up the chance to diss Gung Guangwei. On the one hand, Gung Guangwei's behavior is really egregious. It even triggered shock and anger in the audience. On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to use some despicable tactics like that Gung Guangwei guy. And naturally, her words reached Li Shijia's ears. Ho ho ho. The corners of Li Shijia's mouth rose and a bitter smile surfaced. Honestly, he couldn't stand the sight of Gung Guangwei's kind of behavior either. But in his heart, he felt able to understand why he did that. This freshman exchange match was very different from the past. Let's not even talk about the fact that Crane 3 has been suppressed for several years, and this year a lot of resources have been put into it. Li Jin is a much anticipated student, but also gives hope to the 3 middle schools. It was based on this relationship that Gung Guangwei wanted to make sure that the 3rd form took first place, even if the means are not honorable. Only he must not have thought. His loyalty to Li Jin was rewarded not by the others' forceful protection, but by cutting. Fong Xiu. Li Shijia chanted Fong Xiu's name. Then after adjusting his mind, he took the Imperial Beast space card and inserted it into the machine. If you're ready, release the Imperial Beasts and start fighting. Referee Wang Wei lowered his voice. Because of Gung Guangwei's relationship, his entire being had nothing good to say about 3rd middle school. Aha! Li Shijia didn't say anything more, just cleanly released his Imperial Beast. Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, and with just one glance, he was attracted by Li Shijia's Imperial Beast. The Imperial Beast released by Li Shijia was seen to be over 2 meters tall, with a stout figure, with a light blue skin all over its body, long ears and elephant-like tusks, a tiger skin skirt around its lower body, and a string of the animal's skulls hanging on its waist. He had a wooden stick in his hand. Instead of a wooden stick, though, it was more of a staff, at least in Fong Xiu's eyes. The weapons used by Li Shijia's Imperial Beasts resembled the staffs used by those wizards in the online game. And Fong Xiu could be certain that this Li Shijia's Imperial Beast was by no means some ancient species. What with Homo erectus and Peking apes, none of them had much to do with Li Shijia's Imperial Beasts. Is this a troll? Fong Xiu looked Li Shijia's Imperial Beast up and down. No matter how you look at it, this thing looks like a race of trolls from a Western magic novel. That's right, Li Shijia nodded. Because Gung Guangwei had behaved in a very despicable manner, he naturally couldn't smear the reputation of the 3rd middle school anymore. And at this moment, he behaved brightly as if he were a knight, and before starting the fight, he formally introduced his royal beast to Fong Xiu. My Imperial Beast is none other than a troll, a phantom beast species just like you. I named him Shadow Wizard. As for why it's a sorcerer, the reason is also simple. While my Imperial Beast possesses the raw power of a troll, he's more adept at using sorcery. He's strong, very strong, Li Shijia said with a serious face. It had to be said that after Li Sega released his royal beast, the entire auditorium burst into high gear. This was the freshman exchange match they were looking forward to, a battle between geniuses and geniuses, genius versus genius. Even Du Liao, who couldn't look at Li Shijia, was brightened up. Another phantom beast species. After Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the 3rd genius to display the fantasy beast seed Imperial Beast. Moreover, there were quite a few rumors that Li Jin's Imperial Beast was also a phantom beast species. Doesn't that mean that there are 4 illusory beast breed Imperial Beast masters in the 1st and 3rd middle schools? It's clearly a rare Imperial Beast that only appears among millions of people. Du Liao couldn't help but let out a gasp. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Zhou Di had seen this coming for a long time. In previous years, Imperial Beasts of the fantasy beast species had also appeared in the freshman exchange tournament, even though it said that it's a rare species that only appears out of millions. Think about it. What kind of freshmen are the ones who can come over and participate in the freshman exchange tournament? Geniuses from every school, the pride of heaven. Is it any surprise that it's a true human jade, and that they possess the phantom beast species? It's like a top 10. Like us in Crane City, only a few dozen people make it to the top 10 every year. Looking at Crane City, which has a population of several million, These people are pretty much one of the hundreds of thousands of phoenixes, but what if they were in the top 10? You'll be amazed at how every single student, every single one of them, is a genius who can get into the top 10. Zhao Di used a very simple and crude analogy. It's said to be the freshman exchange, but it's actually the talented freshman exchange. What's all the fuss about having a couple of phantom beast breed royals? On the contrary, this Li Shijia, his character, looks much brighter than Gung Wangwei. I don't know if that's the kind of student he was meant to be, or is it? After Gung Wangwei did what he did, this Li Shijia has also tightened up, but no matter what, Zhao Di and Du Liyao were still looking forward to this match in their hearts. Sorcery? Fong Xiu's eyes instantly glowed, although he didn't know what the sorcery was that Li Shijia was talking about. It sounded like it was something extraordinary, and there weren't any witches in his own alien colony. Wanted. Heartwarming. Fong Xiu, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Li Shijia had a black face. He always felt that Fong Xiu's starry eyes were a bit wild. No, this is no longer some fanaticism. This is clearly overzealousness. The feeling was like the look of a child who sees a favorite toy and wants it at all costs. Your shadow wizard. I'll take it, Fong Xiu said in a loud voice. The two male aliens, moreover, darted directly towards Li Shijia's shadow wizard. Either way, it's still unclear what the other side's sorcery is. It was not a wise tactic to rush the alien Kensei. Coming. Li Sega rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Shadow wizard. Jia jia jia. The shadow sorcerer sniffed and then laughed grimly. Chapter 60 10,000 Snakes Massacre Formation. Plus one more. GGG. The shadow sorcerer saw the two aliens rushing towards him at the same time, and was in no hurry, just smiling grimly while reaching out and grabbing for the skull at his waist. Seeing this, Fong Xiu subconsciously confirmed the number of its skulls. From the shape of the skulls, it looks like puppies. Counting the one held in the shadow wizard's hands, there are 5. However, Fong Xiu was not worried in his heart. His aliens had expanded to hundreds. Even if he piled them up here, he could still pile up Li Shijia's shadow wizard. Click, click. As the shadow wizard continued to increase his force, the skull shattered on the spot, and the remnants drifted down from his hands. At the same time, the shadow wizard raised the staff in his hand and aimed it at one of the aliens. Shackles. With just a vague command coming from the shadow wizard's mouth, an orange energy flew out from his staff, transforming into a string of iron cords that wrapped around the charging alien. Boo! With a loud bang, the iron cable wrapped directly around the alien, binding its arms and legs, causing its body to lose balance and crash headfirst into the grass. The other continued forward, opening its bloody mouth and spitting out a second mouth. However, the remnants of the skull that was crushed by the shadow wizard did not all float away to the ground, but instead rolled up in a gust of ghastly wind, spinning up continuously in the air and transforming into a serpentine spirit. Snake spirit guards. The shadow wizard lowered his voice. Although the snake spirit wasn't big, standing upright was only about 1 meter too. It was able to spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth, and the flying needles weren't solid, more like a spiritual body. 1, 2 roots, 3 roots. The serpent spirit, summoned by the shadow wizard, kept repeating the stuttering motion, a flying needle, bursting towards the alien. Although the alien sensed this, it made no move to dodge. It still ran quickly and charged towards the shadow wizard. Li Shijia's face suddenly changed. It was reasonable to say that every Imperial Beast Master would love their Imperial Beasts immensely. There is a painful change in expression when they see their Imperial Beasts at risk of death. But what he never expected was, countless flying needles exploded out, almost turning Fong Xiu's alien into a hedgehog, and this guy didn't even blink his eyelids. It felt as if the alien was his dead soldier, not worth the heartache at all. Hiss. Li Shijia's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and in his heart, he only felt that Fong Xiu was really a bit cold-blooded. What he didn't expect, however, was, although Fong Xiu's alien was shot into a hedgehog by the shadow wizard's snake spirit, and green mucus continued to spew out from its wounds, the alien's movements were not slowed down in any way. There was quite a realization that there was a tiger on the mountain. Even after the alien kept getting closer to the shadow wizard, the blood that spewed from it soared right into the shadow wizard's body. Ah! In the next second, the shadow wizard erupted into a miserable scream, and with a hard stomp of his feet, he flew back out. Li Shijia didn't realize until then that his shadow wizard had been burned with one bloody hole after another. Not only are the wounds extremely difficult to heal, but the bleeding is also difficult to stop. Even the grass that was stained by the alien blood began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Acid blood. Fong Xiu appreciated Li Shijia's incomparably shocked expression before explaining. My alien not only has exoskeletal armor as hard as iron, it has blood with a strong acid effect, not to mention flesh and blood. It can dissolve even steel plates several meters thick, layer by layer. So, be careful, Li Sega-san. Fong Xiu reminded Li Shijia that he must stay away from his alien. Otherwise, Once touched by the alien's acidic blood, one can be disfigured or killed. What a vicious ability. Li Shijia spat with a black face, trotting away from Fong Xiu's alien. Shadow Wizard. Finish it off. Use all the snake spirits. For every snake spirit created, a dog is killed and raised on its flesh and blood. This evil sorcery sometimes left Li Sega helpless. He also didn't know how his imperial beast, for that matter, was able to awaken such an ability. But now, in order to defeat Fong Xiu, he couldn't care about anything else. One could only look toward the end of the tournament and find a way to replenish their imperial beasts. GGG. The Shadow Wizard nodded, forcing a grim smile on his body despite the pain of the acidic blood corroding his body, and then crushed all the skulls on his belt one after the other to create snake spirits. In a flash, 5 snake spirits, forming a pentagram pattern, trapped Fong Xiu's alien in the center. A flying needle exploded out towards Fong Xiu's alien like a blizzard. Soon his alien was beaten to a pulp. Fong Xiu, admit defeat. Your aliens are indeed tricky, but are not destined to win against my Shadow Wizard, especially after the serpent spirit guards are molded. Any flesh and blood will be easily shot through by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Shijia warns Fong Xiu to surrender quickly, no matter what. This Fong Xiu's imperial beast was also a phantom beast species. There was no need to put the lives of the imperial beasts on the line just because of a freshman exchange match. And, second is good enough. It seems like you know nothing about my alien. The corner of Fong Xiu's mouth rose. The serpent spirit formation of the Shadow Wizard is indeed good, but it's precisely because his phantom species is great that he wants it for himself. How powerful would a new alien parasitized by alien plus witchcraft be? Just thinking about it, Fong Xiu felt incomparably excited in his heart. Go! But Fong Xiu didn't directly allow the alien sword saint to attack the snake spirit formation. After all, the alien sword saint was the ace alien in his hand. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu directly released a large number of male aliens. 1, 2. In less than 1 or 2 short breaths, 24 aliens directly appeared on the playing field. Such a staggering amount made Li Shijia's brain just feel a buzz. It wasn't until in this moment that he fully realized it. Why didn't Fong Xiu's expression change when he saw his alien being attacked, or even killed, anymore? Hoping it was because he had too many aliens. It wouldn't even hurt to lose 1 or 2 of them. In a flash, Fong Xiu's aliens stomped their feet hard and charged towards the snake spirit formation. Kensei, use the mirror image. Accompanied by Fong Xiu's low roar, his alien sword saint instantly split into 4 doppelgangers and ran up with his main body, charging towards the shadow sorcerer's serpent spirit formation. In particular, the number of aliens was so staggering that the shadow sorcerer's serpent spirit formation, for a time, could only attack frantically without any regard, and could not concentrate its firepower at all. Chapter 61, Capture the Shadow Wizard. This can't be. Li Shijia looked at the sight in front of him, his pupils quaking madly. Although he didn't have the same origin as Li Jin, as one of the very few phantom beast species imperial beast masters, he was discovered by the 3rd middle school during the mapping exam. In the matter of the imperial beast, Sanjiang was even more helpful. Before his shadow sorcerer obtained this 10,000 serpent massacre formation, I thought I could crush Fong Xiu's alien and take the win. No, even if he really couldn't defeat Fong Xiu, then he could at least heavily damage his imperial beast. But who knew? Fong Xiu's aliens were as if they were endless. Even if he was shot through the body by his snake spirit, a new alien would immediately replenish it, going forward and back, hardening the firepower of this 10,000 snakes massacre formation. Not only that, Fong Xiu's alien sword saint even split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers on the spot. They strided forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit, and the black blade in their hand swept forward, cutting the shadow wizard snake spirit to pieces on the spot. In the face of this sudden scene, a hint of fear also flashed in the shadow wizard's eyes. Zhao Di and Du Liao, who were the hosts, were all speechless for a moment. It's so shocking. They never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful battle in this freshman exchange tournament, especially Fong Xiu's alien. It directly impacted Zhao Di's perception. Not this Fong Xiu. Is he really just a high school freshman? Long before he became a host, he followed high school leagues. In previous years, the freshman exchange tournament had often featured geniuses from all walks of life. However, in Zhao Di's perception, even though so-called geniuses possessed imperial beasts that were far inferior to Fong Xiu's alien, Du Liao even made a point of picking up the document beside her for confirmation. It was discovered that this Fong Xiu was indeed a senior. How the hell did he do that? High school has only started for a month, right? In such a short period of time, it's already tough just to be able to train an imperial beast. As a result, Fong Xiu was actually able to harness dozens of imperial beasts at the same time? Du Liao let out a gasp. Coupled with Fong Xiu's sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, she felt more and more pity in her heart. Why weren't you born a few years later yourself? Maybe even rubbing love with Fong Xiu. It's more than that. Zhou Di rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. There are some imperial beasts that will sacrifice their individual strength to expand their advantage. In some specific situations, it can be surprisingly useful, but with this kind of imperial beast, the individual fighting strength is often not particularly strong. But look at Fong Xiu's alien. Not only does he master exquisite sword skills, his body is as hard as iron, and even his blood carries strong corrosive properties. Even without the advantage of numbers, this alien is not an existence that any imperial beast can touch. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fong Xiu's imperial beast. Du Liao followed suit and nodded in agreement. Along with the alien sword saint, destroying the Shadow Wizard's 10,000 Serpents Massacre formation, Li Shijia's imperial beasts, too, completely lost their means. He looked in horror at the pouncing alien and turned to escape. Referee Wan Wei takes in the scene. Once the imperial beast produced such behavior, it could basically be declared a failure. However, the image in front of him was so shocking that he was frozen on the spot for a moment, forgetting to stop Fong Xiu. Soon enough, Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard was pounced upon by the catching up aliens. However, the aliens didn't directly tear apart the Shadow Wizard's body. After all, without the orders of Fong Xiu, the king of aliens, they had no qualifications to kill their targets. Go ahead, face-hugging bug. Fong Xiu's eyes revealed a fervor, and seeing that the Shadow Wizard was being controlled by his own army of aliens, he hurriedly released the white face-hugging insects, only to see the face-hugging worm as if it was a white lightning bolt, charging towards the Shadow Wizard. Since everyone's eyes were focused on the alien, no one would even pay attention to the face-hugging insects Fong Xiu had released. Even Li Shijia did not realize that the face-hugging insect was approaching his imperial beast. Still, Li Shijia reacted quickly. The Shadow Sorcerer's 10,000 Serpents Massacre formation was broken, so naturally, he had no means of countering it. If he didn't stop Fong Xiu's alien, his Shadow Sorcerer, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here. Although his Imperial Beast Space, which recorded the Shadow Wizard's cultivation data, could be hatched again when he went back, after pouring so much effort and resources into it, he didn't want to start all over again. Referee, I concede. Quickly make Fong Xiu stop. Li Shijia yelled hysterically while taking out his Imperial Beast Space card to retrieve his Shadow Wizard, but he was still a step too slow. Just as he roared out these words, the face-hugging insect Fong Xiu released had already pounced on the Shadow Wizard's face. Warning! The Shadow Sorcerer was parasitized, and if it were to be housed in the Imperial Beast Space, it might pose a danger to the Imperial Beast Master. The warning sound of the Imperial Beast Space card resounded in Li Shijia's mind. The moment it was grabbed by the facehugger, it plunged the parasite right into the Shadow Wizard's mouth. What? Li Shijia only felt his entire brain buzzing. It wasn't until then that he hunched his attention to the fact that his Shadow Sorcerer was being held in a death grip by something ugly. Parasitic? What the hell is a parasite? Li Shijia's two eyes stared like bull's eyes as he looked at his Shadow Wizard and then at Fong Xiu. It was very different from his unbelievable, incredulous expression. At this time, Fong Xiu could be said to be in a springtime mood. It worked. Fong Xiu clenched his fists in excitement. Referee Wan Wei also reacted at this time. As an afterthought, I declare the winner of this bout to be Founder. Referee Wan Wei shouts out the result of the fight. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, hastily activated the Imperial Beast Space and retrieved the parasitized Shadow Sorcerer into the Imperial Beast Space first. Then there were the aliens that he had released, which were also disappearing in large swathes. Fong Xiu. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled up at Fong Xiu. Give me back my Imperial Beast. What's your Imperial Beast? Fong Xiu glanced at Li Shijia. It's mine now. Since you've come to participate in the freshman exchange tournament, how can you not even have this awareness? The corners of Fong Xiu's mouth rose, completely unaware that he had any problems. In fact, Fong Xiu had gone through the rules of the competition when he participated in the freshman exchange tournament. While it was forbidden to attack the Imperial Beast Master, it was permitted for the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast to kill the opponent's Imperial Beast. And there was no mention in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that it was not allowed to parasitize someone else's Imperial Beast. Nothing is prohibited by law. Let Li Jin come. Fong Xiu lowered his voice and told Li Shijia to hurry down. He couldn't wait to see this Li Jin's Imperial Beast. Chapter 62, shocking the whole scene. The Imperial Beast that can parasitize and take over. Fong Xiu, I'll fight you. Seeing that his Shadow Wizard had been collected by Fong Xiu into the Imperial Beast Space, Li Shijia could no longer restrain his emotions and rushed towards Fong Xiu with his eyes wide open, reddened eyes, as if he had seen his father's murderer. Are you sure? Fong Xiu coldly glanced at Li Shijia, and with that, the alien sword saint took a step forward, his terrifying aura crushing towards Li Shijia. With a plopping sound, Li Shizhia's legs went limp and he directly sat down on the grass. Referee Wang Wei also hurriedly gestured for the security guards at the scene to take Li Shizhia back to the restroom. It wasn't like there was a rule in the rules of the freshman exchange tournament that you couldn't parasitize your opponent's imperial beast. Only, referee Wang Wei looked at Fong Xiu. The strength of the aliens alone was exaggerated, and I didn't realize that it was also possible to take over the opponent's imperial beasts through parasitism. There was also the alien sword saint, which had a completely different appearance from the other aliens if you looked closely. Not only does he have a much taller stance, but he can also pop his weapon out of his elbow joints. Aside from all having black exoskeletons, it was not the same kind of creature as the other aliens. Literally, could it be that Fong Xiu's alien sword saint, did he evolve by parasitizing other people's imperial beasts? If that's really the case, Fong Xiu's alien simply possesses unlimited potential. It wasn't just referee Wang Wei who saw this. Yukai School's lounge. Wang Dalong was sitting in his chair, observing the battle, and when he noticed Fong Xiu's face-hugging insect, dragging Li Shizhia's shadow wizard into his royal beast space, his brain only felt a buzzing sound. Parasite. Fong Xiu's alien form that can parasitize other people's imperial beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils were wildly seismic. Gao Han and the others felt even more grateful in their hearts. It's a good thing I chose to abstain, or else being parasitized by Fong Xiu's classmates would have been too unbearable. Gao Han sucked in a breath of cool air and spat out. Damn, is this the monster from Crane City 1? This is too perverted. Who can beat him here? If I were Li Jin, I would have just forfeited. Losing is a small matter. If the imperial beasts were parasitized and taken over, that would be too hard to bear. The celebration of Gao Han and the others was in stark contrast to Wang Dalong's grimy face. You guys think that Fong Xiu looks at your imperial beasts? Wang Dalong turned his head and lowered his voice. Although Gao Han and the others had chosen to abstain, they themselves were fighting Fong Xiu, head on. Facing the attack of the alien sword saint, his own crocodile, the great dragon, was completely powerless to fight. In less than 2 rounds, he was stepped on by the alien sword saint. Moreover, at that time, Fong Xiu had not yet exposed the face-hugging insect. In other words, if Fong Xiu were to parasitize his imperial beast with a face-hugging insect, he would not be able to react at all. But Fong Xiu didn't do that, for one's own imperial beasts are neither of the phantom species nor of the ancient species. Damn! Wang Dalong grabbed his fist with 5 fingers and hit the chair heavily. Not only did he not have a feeling of celebration, he instead felt that his imperial beast was being underestimated. Gao Han and the others looked at each other in dismay, and the emotions that were still celebrated were lost. Yeah, what the hell is there to be happy about yourself? It was because his own imperial beast was too weak. That's why he wasn't looked at by Fong Xiu. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire Youthside lounge lowered to freezing point. The other side, third form lounge. Li Shizhia was forcibly dragged back by the security guard, his eyes red and his bangs wet with sweat. Get off me! Get off me! As soon as the security guard let go, Li Shizhia was about to run out and argue with Fong Xiu. Results. Snap. Li Jin raises his right hand and hits Li Sega's face hard. The fiery pain instantly calmed him down. Li Shizhia looked at Li Jin dumbfounded. Rubbish. Li Jin lowered his voice. Why didn't you just rush up and let Fong Xiu's alien directly kill you? Although he didn't hold much hope for Li Shizhia, thinking that he could defeat Fong Xiu, he would have to consume Fong Xiu's strength no matter what, right? This was good. Not only did it not consume Fong Xiu's strength, but instead it gave away an imperial beast to Fong Xiu. And then there's the end, where the guy is clearly washed up and wants to go Fong Xiu, only to have the alien sword saint make him sit on the ground. At that time, why didn't you just charge up and force the alien sword saint to make a move? That would have probably gotten the referee to red card Hugh. Victory is also the 3rd grade. It's better now. Surprisingly, he had to face Fong Xiu, who could parasitize other people's imperial beasts, by himself. What a waste. The more he thought about it, the more angry Li Jin was. He couldn't help but raise his fist and set it hard into Li Shizhia's face. Knock! Only to see Li Shizhia staggering back, tripping over a chair. The entire person directly fell to the ground, blood continuously flowing out of his nose, and the entire person looking at Li Jin with a horrified face. Li Jin, physical education teacher Wang Ying saw this and hurriedly walked over to say peace. Mr. Li Shizhia also worked hard, at least forcing out Fong Xiu's bottom card, though he has a lot of aliens. Without waiting for Wang Ying to finish her sentence, she was viciously glared back by Li Jin. A lot of aliens? I didn't know there were a lot of aliens? It's not like I have that many imperial beasts. If Fong Xiu was shameless and really used a sea of men against him, how was he going to win? Because of that Gung Guangwei guy, the public opinion of the 3rd middle school has become very bad. If he could get this championship and cut with Gung Guangwei, he might be able to save some face. But now, Fong Xiu's alien was simply strong beyond reason. If this is lost, should the third form be ridiculed for a whole year? This, Wang Ying also became a little difficult. Honestly, she didn't know what to do about this situation. Forget it. Li Jin shook his head. You have someone from the organizing committee. Go inform the referee. Tell him to warn Fong Xiu not to release that many imperial beasts again. Calmly, Li Jin rearranged his tactics. To him, this freshman exchange is like a game of chess. Sometimes the strength of the chess player is crucial, but there are times when victory is not on the board, but can be off the board as well. Just limit the number of imperial beasts. Then Fong Xiu's alien. It's no big deal. Go, Li Jin said in a commanding tone to Wang Ying. Ah, yes. Wang Ying hurriedly nodded her head before turning around and leaving the restroom. When she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then took 3 steps forward. To think that I should use such dishonorable means. While saying that, Li Jin raised his foot and kicked it down hard towards Li Shijia's head. In no time at all, Li Shijia's face was covered in red. The security guards who saw him back couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 63, Unfair Treatment, +1. Something seems to have gone wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Di was anticipating what kind of collision would arise between Li Jin and Fong Xiu, he noticed that several men in black suits had arrived on the match field. It seems to be exchanging something with Fong Xiu. The referee Wang Wei. Could it be to punish Fong Xiu? Du Liao couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Fong Xiu. His aliens, not only were they very impressive in terms of numbers, but the speed of the alien sword saint, and his sword skills were equally so. But Fong Xiu's final means of parasitizing the shadow sorcerer with a face-hugging worm would indeed create a controversial issue, especially this Li Jin. Not only is he known as the #1 freshman in the 3rd grade, but his mother is the vice principal of the 3rd grade and has her hands full. I just don't know if Li Jin's mother will use her connections to force a negative sentence on Fong Xiu. I don't think so. Zhao Di shook his head. The illusory beast species imperial beasts would have had all sorts of supernatural abilities, and although the ability to parasitize is rare, it is not without precedent. It's just that it's the first time I've seen a method of parasitization like the aliens. But in any case, in the rules of the tournament, there is no limit. Even if new rules were to be introduced to prohibit the parasitic taking of another's imperial beast in a tournament, that shouldn't nullify the last game score. As for the problem Ms. Du just mentioned, Zhao Di laughed. The leaders on the side of the first middle school, they are not vegetarians either. Fong Xiu and Li Jin, both illusory beast species imperial beast masters, both representatives of various schools, both the last of the freshman squad. The victory or defeat of the two of them was related to who the champion of this year's freshman exchange tournament would be. If the third form can use tactics, can't the first form? At best, in the opinion of Zodi, it is just a temporary addition of some regulations. In fact, the real situation was similar to what Zhao Di had imagined. The organizing committee staff came to the playing field. You must be student Fong Xiu. We have just communicated unanimously. Regarding your imperial beast, we would like to propose 2 restrictions. The staff wearing a suit said with a serious face. 2 points? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, not realizing that it was still possible to add rules on a temporary basis. First, there's the issue of parasitism. For the rest of the tournament, you're not allowed to parasitize anyone else's imperial beasts anymore. Otherwise, we will simply disqualify your competition results and qualifications. Any objections? The staff member wearing a suit said to Fong Xiu with a serious face. What if I have an objection? Fong Xiu frowned. You can protest by forfeiting the race. The staff member in the suit said softly, as if it was all a matter of course. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu had a question mark on his face. What do you mean by a waiver protest? So, if you don't agree to your demands, you can't continue the game? Although I heard Xin Fan say that this Li Jin's mom is the vice principal of the 3rd middle school and knows a lot of people. But changing the rules temporarily was really out of Fong Xiu's expectation. Ming. Li Jin's imperial beast was also of the phantom beast species. If the facehugger was allowed to parasitize and assimilate its genes, it could breed very powerful aliens. Then there's the second requirement. Quantity. Mr. Fong Xiu, you have too many aliens. That's unfair to the competition. After our unanimous discussion, absolutely the number of aliens you have, forbidding limitations. While saying this, the staff held out 2 fingers, warning Fong Xiu that he could only use 2 imperial beasts in the end. No, just now Gung Guangwei even used 3 imperial beasts. How come when it comes to me, there are at most 2? Fong Xiu was speechless. Even if you want to limit the number, you should limit it to 3, right? If Mr. Fong Xiu has any objections to our rules. Without waiting for the staff member to finish, Fong Xiu directly interrupted with his words. Abandonment protest? Or should the grade be voided? Don't you guys think it's too shameless to do that? He'd stumbled into some backroom deals before he crossed over to this world. As a result, I didn't expect to run into it when I came to the world of all imperial beasts. That said, Where are the leaders of the first school? Just let your students be bullied? Although he knew that this might have something to do with Li Jin's mother's operation, Fong Xiu still felt unhappy in his heart. Fong Xiu, continue the match. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such a restriction was not very reasonable. Parasitic is still saying something. However, the number of Imperial Beasts would have depended on the strength of the Imperial Beast Master. The stronger the Royal Beast Master, the more Royal Beasts he possessed. Why should Fong Xiu be restricted in such a way? You really don't want him to be the winner? But sometimes the power of the individual is just so powerless. Even he, the referee, could not interfere with the organizing committee's restrictions. And, even if we were to contact the leaders of the first school now and ask them to intervene, it would be too late. The match naturally didn't give Fong Xiu that much time. The only thing to do at the moment is to accept the rules and get on with the game. I know that in your heart you may be disconcerted, but that's the way the world works sometimes. To not have a good family of origin is to be treated unfairly. But, with your talent, Mr. Fong Xiu, I believe that one day, you will be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei relieved Fong Xiu and helped him adjust his mindset. Forget it. Fong Xiu waved his hand, telling the referee and the staff to stop talking. Let the guy named Li King come up and fight. Even if I don't use parasitism and human warfare, there's no way my aliens would lose to someone like Li Jin. Seeing that Fong Xiu didn't make any more trouble, the staff member then nodded with satisfaction before turning around and leaving the place. Soon, the result was transmitted into Zhao Di, Du Liao's ears through the Bluetooth headset. They looked at each other in disbelief and were a little surprised at the organizing committee's decision, especially Du Liao, who was already biased in favor of Fong Xiu, and now that she had heard such a way of ruling, she also felt extremely upset in her heart. That's just bullying. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, itching to punch those staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notice from the organizing committee that especially Fong Xiu's students' ability to control beasts is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness and equity of the competition. That's why the organizing committee has temporarily decided to limit the Imperial Beasts of Fong Xiu's classmates. First is the ability to parasitize, disabled. Then there's the quantity. Student Fong Xiu can only send out a maximum of 2 aliens to fight. At these words, a hush came over the room. Parasitic or not, numerical superiority or not, they were all abilities of Fong Xiu's Imperial Beasts. It's not like it's a platter. What's so unfair about it? It even seemed to them that the organizing committee was clearly favoring Li Jin of the 3rd middle school by making such a temporary restriction. But, even if some viewers carried discontent, it still couldn't affect the outcome. Lil Kim walks out onto the playing field to a chorus of boos. Chapter 64, Li Jin's Fake Race Seduction. Who is the strongest senior in Crane City? Zhao Di said slowly as he gazed at Li Jin, who walked onto the playing field. Although he felt that the tactics of Hucheng 3rd middle school were really a bit low level, he had to admit that both Li Jin and Fong Xiu were the strongest freshmen in their respective high schools. The battle between them will determine the winner. Fong Xiu. Li Jin took 3 steps and arrived in front of Fong Xiu. The two sides looked at each other in all directions, and Fong Xiu's alien sword saint stood beside him. Release your Imperial Beast. Fong Xiu lowered his voice, urging Li Jin to fight quickly. Don't be so hasty. Li Jin had his hands in his pockets, not caring about the boos coming from the audience, and he was in no hurry to release his Imperial Beasts. Want to make a deal? Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice. Trade? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right. Li Jin spread out his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange tournament, it's only a $200,000 prize, and it's going to be split equally with the others. There's no point at all except to defend the honor of the first school. Individual then collective. I'm willing to pay you $300,000 as long as you lose this match. Well, that's almost 6 times the bonus you can share. And my terms are more than that. As long as you nod your head in agreement, I can use my connections to transfer you to our 3rd grade school. The corners of Li Jin's mouth rose, revealing a sense of confidence. It was as if he was recruiting Fong Xiu. Coupled with the fact that the audience was all booing Li Jin, there was no 4th person who could hear what they were saying to each other, except for referee Wang Wei. And referee Wang Wei deliberately turned his head away, pretending not to hear those words. Although he couldn't see this kind of behavior from Li Jin in his heart, he was in the way of the connections behind Li Jin and couldn't say anything here. Fong Xiu also didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh, for a moment, Fong Xiu surfaced an expression of interest. Are you trying to get me to fight a fake match? Don't be so blunt. Fong Xiu, I've just gotten someone to investigate your situation. Li Jin laughed. Your parents are ordinary laborers, and with the pressure of a car loan and a mortgage every month, they can't offer you much help in this matter of Imperial Beasts. And with your aliens, the advantage is in numbers. But likewise, the number of Imperial Beasts has both advantages and disadvantages. and a huge Imperial Beast group requires all sorts of resources. If you had the same origin as me, you might have become the most powerful Imperial Beast Master that Crane City has ever seen. Unfortunately, with your family, once you get to sophomore and junior year, you'll be dragged down by the alien population instead. Even if First Middle School is the key high school in Crane City, but you don't have the connections, First Middle School's care for you will be very limited. So now, I can give you a bright future, Li Jin said with a serious look on his face. As long as you lose this match, you can have everything. Although he had used his family's connections to get the organizing committee to temporarily restrict Fong Xiu's Imperial Beasts. However, when he thought of the alien Sword Saint's sword skills and amazing speed, Li Jin still didn't have full certainty that he could defeat Fong Xiu. And once he was defeated by Fong Xiu here, the expectations of the third middle school were small, and if he messed up, his old mom would also be targeted. In order to make sure, Li Jinchoi had to ask Fong Xiu for a fake match. As long as he loses to himself, what's a mere $300,000? The deal was well worth it for Li King. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a great temptation was simply not something a high school freshman could refuse. You've proved your talent by defeating Li Sega. An unexpected loss to me. The number one in the third form is human. Most importantly, you've also seen the equipment used by Gung Wangwei, Li Shijia's Imperial Beast, right? As long as you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me, the Imperial Beast equipment, I can give it to you. Li Jin further draws Fong Xiu in. If he could really get Fong Xiu to transfer to the third middle school, not only could he fill Gung Wangwei's position, it could also be this and that, so that this first grade, there is no chance of turning over again. Think about yourself. Sometimes people should be selfish, Li Jin continued. It seemed to him that Fong Xiu's heart had begun to hesitate and even flutter. What a good condition. The corners of Fong Xiu's mouth rose and a smile emerged. Compared to the 50,000 in bonuses, 300,000 would help me more with my Imperial Beasts, and it would even take care of the cost of my Imperial Beasts for the first half of the semester. It can be a big help for students like me who come from a bad family of origin. Fong Xiu nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also revealed a satisfied smile, truly worthy of being the number one person in the first middle school, the one who recognizes the time is the best. Yet the next moment, however, I refuse. The smile on Fong Xiu's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Li Jin, what did you say? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. One of my Fong Xiu's favorite things to do is to tell the guy who thinks he's nobler than me not to come and reject him. Fong Xiu had his hands in his pockets, and the alien sword saint beside him even exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, crushing towards Li Jin. Better family of origin? More resources? More connections? Don't make me laugh. If you're really capable, release your Imperial Beast and fight me for real. If you don't have the guts, get your ass home to your mama. Li Jin sniffed, and his entire body froze in place. Not only him, even the referee, Wang Wei, could not help but admire Fong Xiu. You know, that's $300,000. Even if you don't use it for the Imperial Beast, you can buy a C260L. Even if you can't see $300,000 per capita on the internet. In the real world, $300,000 is really not something that the average family can afford to take out, especially for someone like Fong Xiu. $300,000 was definitely considered a huge sum of money, but his refusal was so overbearing. You this guy. Li Jin's face was even more green, and he clenched his hands into fists. Ever since I was a child, I have always been the center of attention in other people's eyes, whether I was going to school or attending any event. Not to mention that he himself took the initiative to open his mouth. He would have countless people coming up to him and flattering him just by sitting there. As a result, this Fong Xiu actually dared to actively reject himself. This guy, does he really think his Imperial Beast is invincible? Seek death. In a flash, Li Jin could no longer restrain himself and released his Imperial Beast. A ghastly wind pressure swept out in all directions, hardening the grass under his feet, uprooting it and sending it flying. Even the referee, Wang Wei, was forced back in his footsteps by the wave of air. Chapter 65, Li Jin's royal beast is a half-dragon? So strong. The referee, Wang Wei, raised his arm to fend off the waves of air coming at him, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he almost couldn't believe that it would be a senior's royal beast. That's... Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he observed towards Li Jin's Imperial Beast. Only Li Jin's Imperial Beast was similarly around 3 meters tall, and was on par with his alien Sword Saint, and in stark contrast to the alien Sword Saint, Li Jin's Imperial Beast had a snow-white body, contrasting sharply with the alien's black exoskeleton. What makes Fong Xiu feel even more incredible is, Li Jin's Imperial Beast not only had solid muscles and held a steel fork in its hand, Its head looked more like a dragon from the west. Half-dragon man? Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Although the third and eighth forms battled it out, the eighth form put up a good fight and couldn't force Li King off the field. So it was only until now that Li Jin's Imperial Beast had appeared on this tournament field for the first time. The crowd, which was still booing, became silent. It was evident that everyone, all of them, were shocked by Li Jin's half-dragon man. Even Zhao Di and Du Liao, the two hosts, blinked in disbelief. A half-dragon man? Li Jin's Imperial Beast is actually a half-dragon man? Hiss. And the weapon it's using in its hand. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary steel fork either. The corner of Du Liao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Pay attention. The symbol on that steel fork. Zhao Di whirled around and widened his eyes as he suddenly realized that on top of the steel fork, there was a symbol of a crossed sword printed on it. That logo is, quite literally, the logo of Longquan Industries. It was rumored that the Imperial Beast equipment they created was the top of the line in China, and the deposits alone often reached 6 figures. It's more than he makes in a year. So rich. Zhao Di couldn't help but get a little red-eyed for a moment. The rarest phantom beast species, the half-dragon, plus the top-notch equipment. How is this Fong Xiu going to fight? If we were to rely on a sea of men, Fong Xiu's army of aliens, we might still have a chance. But the organizing committee's temporary rule change prohibits Fong Xiu from having more than 2 aliens. Du Liao clenched her fists, once again feeling injustice for Fong Xiu. It's amazing that this match was won by a guy like Li King. She was really a little upset. This is rich people. Zhao Di couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, Fong Xiu's talent was superior to Li Jin's. But that's how the world tends to work. Talent doesn't always lose out to effort, but it definitely loses out to resources. What's the point of being talented? The steel fork in the half-dragon's hand alone was almost enough food and drink for a family of 3. For 10 years. Ha. Looking at the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, the corners of Li Jin's mouth rose. See, Fong Xiu, I am what I was before you. In Li Jin's opinion, after seeing his own imperial beasts, and the weapons they used, Fong Xiu must have felt a sense of falling. Although he was the most powerful freshman in Crane City First Middle School couldn't afford to pour so many resources into him. At the end of the day, the world is still about family. If you're really that confident in your imperial beasts, then why did you limit the number of my aliens? In the end, you still lack confidence in your bones. Fong Xiu sniffed and immediately retorted back. What a pity. If only I could parasitize Li Jin's imperial beast with a face-hugging worm. Fong Xiu thought in his heart. What did you say? Li Jin's expression, which was still arrogant, became somewhat embarrassed. After all, Fong Xiu's aliens were too numerous, and each one possessed the unreasonable setting of acid blood. Even if his half-dragons were strong, they would probably run out of stamina by the endless army of aliens. Although he had the upper hand now, being caught by Fong Xiu's pain point in one go still made Li Jin's face a bit untenable. Finish him, Lucas. Li Jin clenched his hands into fists and instantly ordered the half-dragon. Blistering wind step. Fong Xiu was no longer polite, only to see the alien sword saint disappear on the spot, as one footprint after another continued to appear on the grass. Invisible? Li Jin's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, obviously not expecting the alien sword saint to be invisible. But, facing the alien sword saint who was pressing forward at every step, Lucas didn't panic. As a half-dragon, it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human. Even because of the data that was copied over, this Lucas's combat experience, too, was quite rich. It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the alien sword saint's aura. In the next second, it opened its arms, and a thunderous light blossomed from it, expanding around it. A moment in time, the light of thunder released by Lucas then protected it due to a knot seal. Fong Xiu's alien sword saint manifested at this moment as it grasped the black blade with both hands and raised it above its own head before slashing down towards Lucas' head. After all, the rules have banned parasitism. It also doesn't need to give face-hugging worms a chance to parasitize. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword saint black blade collided strongly with Ruka's thunder light boundary. The latter's eyes snapped open, releasing an even more majestic current. Rumble! The thunderous roar was deafening, and Fong Xiu's alien sword saint was hardened by the force. However, the thunder light boundary protecting Lucas also dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alien sword saint flipped around in the air, landed on one knee, and skidded out 8 feet across the grass. Only a wisp of gray smoke drifted from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the electric current that Rukas had just released produced a heat of thousands of degrees. This was the fact that aliens belong to silicon-based organisms. If it was a normal carbon-based organism, the terrifying electric current alone would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. When Li Jin saw Fong Xiu's alien sword saint being forced back, the corners of his mouth lifted once again. How about Fong Xiu? Now do you understand the gap between you and me? The weapon in Lucas's hand, called the electric fork, not only possesses a very exaggerated hardness, but also strengthens Lucas's power. The move you just saw is the effect of the electric fork after it has been strengthened. You're aliens. They can't hurt my Lucas. Li Jin's smile became maniacal. Lucas stomped its feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, the electric fork flying continuously in its hand. Crackle! The electric fork rubbed out purple electricity with every swing, and its flexibility was even more like Lucas's hands and feet. Bam! Facing the oncoming guy, the alien sword saint hastily raised the black blade in his hand and intersected with Ruka's electric fork cross, and the two weapons, moreover, rubbed out a piece of sparks. But Lucas's power, however, was much greater, pushing the alien sword saint hard. Its feet stomped on the ground once again, utilizing the resulting reaction force to catapult itself out, and the electric fork in its hand swung, continuously chopping at the alien sword saint. Chapter 66, Fong Xiu to lose? Plus one more. Fong Xiu's alien has been completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed Fong Xiu's alien sword saint. Whether it was his size, strength, or speed, the alien sword saint was the most powerful one among the aliens Fong Xiu had released. Yet now it was being suppressed by Li Jin's half-dragons, making it difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the organizing committee's temporary change in the rules, Fong Xiu's alien army would definitely be able to defeat Li Jin's half-dragons. Du Liyao still felt a sense of injustice in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good and his family still had a lot of resources, compared to him, Du Liyao was still more favorable to Fong Xiu. Yeah, Zhou Di clenched her fists. If there had been that blackened army of aliens, how could Li Jin have been as relaxed as he was now? It even seemed to him that changing the rules on the fly would have been an unreasonable thing to do. Do you think that if Fong Xiu releases another alien to feint for the alien sword saint, that there is a chance to turn defeat into victory? In the heat of the moment, Du Liyao had already begun to make plans for Fong Xiu. This is difficult. However, Zhao Di didn't look at the program well. He had just observed Fong was other aliens. Compared to this alien sword saint, it was simply like two aliens. Strength, speed, all far less than the alien sword saint. Even if it was allowed to feint, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The spectators in the audience also pinched a cold sweat for Fong Xiu. It seems that Fong Xiu can only go so far. It can't be helped. Li Jin's imperial beast is too strong, especially the weapon it uses. Longquan Industry. Yeah, I guess an electric fork like that. At least a few million. Really rich. Is this the gold of the young master of the third grade? There was a lot of talk in the audience. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have an electric fork, Fong Xiu's alien sword saint might have had some chance. Mirror image split. Fong Xiu stood in place. He also saw the alien sword saint's decline. I didn't realize that the equipment's boost to the imperial beasts would be so great. Thinking back to the hatching process of the alien sword saint, it was a mutant born after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf. When it was just hatched, it even developed a rebellious streak. It was only after his own mental suppression that he finally became obedient. At that time, Zhang Panpan was still excitedly certain that her alien sword saint would be the strongest existence in the entire Crane City freshman. As it turned out, I didn't expect that Li Jin, who was in this third form, would be even more unreasonable. In a flash, at Fong Xiu's command, the alien sword saint split into 4 mirror image doppelgangers, jumping and slashing towards Lucas from different directions. However, the power of this mirror image doppelganger depended on the state of the main body. After a great battle, the alien sword saint also became weak, and its mirror image detachments, none of them were as swift as before. Looking at the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas once again opened his hands and electricity stirred out from its body. Instantly, a boundary of thunder and light was opened. Rumble, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. The mirror image detachments of the alien sword saint were all sent flying out. Lucas even seized this break, violently flinging his tail behind him and sweeping it forward, with a terrifying force that directly sent the alien sword saint flying out. Ha. Watching the alien sword saint being completely suppressed by his own Rukas, Li Jin sneered once again. Let me tell you one more thing, Fong Xiu, even though my Lucas has only been bred for a month, Lucas was not my original imperial beast. My very first imperial beast was nothing more than a regular species. Although the power is also okay, it's still too weak compared to the upper limit of the phantom beast species. So much for. My mother used some of her contacts to copy various data on Lucas from students in the top 10. It's what gave me this phantom beast species of half-dragon. As he spoke, Li Jin approached Fong Xiu, his attitude becoming more and more arrogant. That's the difference between the rich and the common man. Or rather, golly, what can you do even if you have more talent? Even if you innately possess a phantom beast seed imperial beast, what can you do? As long as I have the resources and background, I can just as easily solve the problem of not having a phantom beast species. My equipment, too, is better than yours. What are you comparing me to? In copying the data of the incoming fantasy beast species, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain a wealth of combat experience. Combined with the electric fork, it can bring its combat power to 600%. Inside the lounge of the first school, after sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Panpan contacted the second-class teacher, Zhang Yu, and asked him to go over to take care of him, while she herself turned back. Unexpectedly, the alien sword saint that he had high hopes for was suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas. Zhang Shuren's face also turned ironic. When he was in middle school, he had heard about Li Jin. I thought that Fong Xiu could rely on his talent and defeat this Li Jin. The results were not expected. It's amazing how sharply the combat situation can take a turn for the worse. If this goes on, I'm afraid Fong Xiu will lose. Zhang Shuren's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His heart naturally hoped that Fong Xiu would be able to defeat Fong Xiu and lead the first middle school to take the first place. But now, no matter if it was the alien sword saint's blistering wind steps or his mirror image split, all of them were restrained by Rukask. Moreover, after several exchanges, the raging electric current released by Lucas was disintegrating the alien sword saint's exoskeleton a little bit. If the fight went on like this, Fong Xiu would definitely lose. Zhang Panpan also nervously gnawed on her nails. It can't be helped. Longquan Industries' customized equipment is just too strong. Without the electric fork, Lucas would never have been able to wreak that much havoc on the heterosexual sword saint. Is this really as far as it goes? The students of Yutsai, the 8th grade, also felt despair after seeing the power of Lucas. Lucas used an electric fork that even if their parents had worked hard all their lives, they would never have been able to afford. And even if you have the money, you can't always customize it without connections. Even a genius like Fong Xiu couldn't fight against Li Jin's financial power. What capital did they, ordinary people, have to be the opponents of someone like Li Jin? What made them even more desperate was that this Li Jin was nothing more than a local snake in Crane City. In this world, there must be many people with more resources and connections than Li Jin, even if they played well in the college entrance exams and went to a good Imperial Beasts university. In the end, they would still have to work as bulls and horses for people like Li Jin. Thinking of this, Wang Dalong and the others' eyes all dimmed at once. The playing field. Fong Xiu looked at the alien sword saint, who had fallen into the wind, and Li Jin sneering, and finally sighed. Ha ha ha. Li Jin sneered even louder. Regret? Fong Xiu, if you had just accepted my conditions, you would still be able to end it decently. But now, it's too late. Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my Imperial Beasts to 2. If you were more ruthless and directly limited it to 1, you might actually have a chance to defeat me. A trace of contempt flashed through Fong Xiu's starry eyes. If you're going to be bad, why not be bad to the end? Chapter 67, The Alien Queen Appears. What do you mean by that? Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Fong Xiu's calm and collected appearance, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead, and his eyes subconsciously looked towards Lucas. His own half-dragon had customized equipment from Dragon Spring Industries, and clearly suppressed Fong Xiu's alien sword saint. Where the hell does this guy get his confidence from? Humph. Scared silly by my Lucas? Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fong Xiu was just bluffing. Moreover, because Fong Xiu was the last person in the one, he couldn't directly strike at himself. Once he is eliminated, the winner is himself. Humph. Did you think that your alien could hold my half-dragon in check and then use another alien against me? It's no use. Fong Xiu, Li Jin threw in his voice, leaving aside the fact that Fong Xiu had already received a yellow card. The organizing committee of this freshman exchange match was on their side. But who knows? In the face of Li Jin's gusty roar, Fong Xiu just turned around as he looked towards Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and said in a low and icy voice, "Just let you see it. Real aliens." As he spoke, a faint light flickered from Fong Xiu's side, and a blackened behemoth was instantly arrived behind Lucas. Fizzle. A low, guttural chirping sound sent chills straight through Ruka's. It subconsciously turned around, only to see a big guy with curled up legs looking down at it. Alien Queen. Among all of Fong Xiu's Imperial Beasts, the most powerful existed. The posture of curling up his legs was as if he was sitting on top of a throne, and the huge fan-shaped crown of his head was creating a huge shadow that enveloped Lucas' entire body. The robust body of more than 3 meters tall was like a baby standing in front of an adult in front of this alien queen. Li Jin's 2 eyes immediately widened like the eyes of an ox, and the corners of his mouth could not help but draw a breath of cold air backward on their own. Not only him, but the referee Wang Wei, the host Zhao Di, Du Liyou, the freshmen from the other schools, the leading teachers, and the spectators who filled the Royal Beast Stadium. Without exception, they drew a cold breath. Zhao Di and Du Liyou even rubbed their eyes hard. And the crazy seismic pupils seemed to be saying, "I didn't see anything wrong, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is that thing? An Imperial Beast? It's too much. Not. This was bred by upperclassmen? Hiss. This is too scary." Is this the strength of the number one person in Crane City 1? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. Murmurs erupted from the audience. Just a moment ago, they had thought that Fong Xiu's alien sword saint had been pushed to the brink of extinction by Lucas. But in the twinkling of an eye, Fong Xiu had released such a terrifying alien queen. Has this Fong Xiu not been serious all this time? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't know anything about aliens, he could see that this alien queen and alien sword saint were simply not imperial beasts of the same magnitude. It's unbelievable that our Crane City has such a demonic beast royal master. Du Liao's hands danced with excitement. Li Jin on the playing field. His mouth opened wide into an O shape, frozen on the spot, until the saliva that flowed out from the corner of his mouth dripped onto the back of his hand. He came back to his senses, and Fong Xiu's alien queen, having raised her wide palm, slammed it down towards Lucas. It's too late. Sensing that the situation was not good, Lucas quickly opened his hands, and raging electric currents erupted from its body, once again forming a boundary of thunder and light to fend off the alien queen's attack. Results next. Rumble. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and at the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The alien sword saint returned to Fong Xiu's side by virtue of his blistering wind steps, using his own body to withstand this wind pressure for him. Li Jin, on the other hand, had his feet leave the ground, and his entire body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The alien queen's palm, hard and fast, tore an opening in Ruka's thunder light boundary. Such a violent and primal power that a half-dragon like Ruka's was shocked and dumbfounded. Boo! Only to see the alien queen slap Ruka's in the face, knocking it directly to the ground. The open lightning boundary dissipated on the spot, and the electric fork, worth millions, spun and flew out. The upper half of Lucas the half-dragon's body set right into the grass. Looking again at the alien queen's arm piercing into the lightning, a mere wisp of black smoke billowed up. The audience chatter came to a screeching halt. The entire playing field instantly set off a dead silence. Fong Xiu stuck his hands in his pockets, still with a breezy face. It's still the alien queen, the most primitive aesthetics of violence. Fong Xiu glanced at Lucas, who had been slapped unconscious, and murmured softly, although the alien sword saint assimilated the werewolf's genes and also mutated its genes. Its alien genes, however, were the lowest level male aliens, far less violent than this alien queen. Referee, can you announce the results now? Fong Xiu whirled around, looked at referee Wang Wei, and said softly, in his opinion, Li Jin's imperial beast had already lost its ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but be stunned. The whole process happened too quickly, not even 2 breaths of time before and after. It took him a moment to react. Li Jin's half-dragon human imperial beast had been killed with a slap? Gollum! Wang Wei nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva before slowly announcing to the audience, the winner of this game is Huching First Middle School, Fong Xiu. Accompanied by Wang Da's great voice roaring out these words, the entire audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause. Fong Xiu! Fong Xiu! Fong Xiu! Immediately after that, there was a wave of shouting. Everyone was excitedly cheering Fong Xiu's name, because to them, Fong Xiu was not only the winner of this match, he proved one thing more to everyone. Even an ordinary person like Fong Xiu could defeat a rich man like Li Jin. Let's congratulate Fong Xiu for leading Crane City No. 1 middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange match. Du Liao applauded excitedly. Crane City 1 is the champion. Crane City 1 is the champion again. Congratulations to Crane City No. 1 middle school for taking the 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Di stopped pretending and roared at the top of his voice. Congratulations, Fong Xiu. Zheng Panpan also brought Zhang Shuren to run onto the competition field and hugged Fong Xiu. Is it necessary to be so excited? Fong Xiu looked at Zhang Panpan, who was so moved that she was close to tears. Didn't you decide from the beginning that you would definitely win the freshman exchange? What's all the fuss about? But Fong Xiu sneaked a glance at Li Jin's half-dragon Ruka's. It's a bit of a shame that it can't be used to parasitize. Chapter 68, letting you be interviewed. Why are you selling classes? Fong Xiu still recognized Li Jin's half-dragon man in his heart, but the organizing committee temporarily added rules, and he left it at that. Soon after, Fong Xiu retrieved the alien sword saint and alien queen into the imperial beast space, and then saluted the audience as requested by the staff. Li Jin dusted himself off and got up from the playing field, hands clenched into fists. When he watched everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fong Xiu, his heart became furious. These are honors that should have been their own. Li Jin, Wang Ying, the physical education teacher of the 3rd middle school, came to Li Jin in 3 steps, then pulled his arm in one hand. It's already over. It's not over yet. Li Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. This Fong Xiu fellow is just an ordinary person. What makes him capable of having a royal beast like that? It must have been the first school that cheated. Yes, They must have cheated. That wasn't even a royal beast that Fong Xiu bred himself. Li Jin yelled hysterically, with no regard for his image. Or rather, at this time, he was completely swept away and couldn't care less about the so-called image. I'm the veritable number one in the 3rd grade, and I have customized equipment built by Dragon Springs Industries. What does this guy Fanghua have? What makes him beat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists and raised his arms, stating that he would definitely use all his connections to track down Fong Xiu's cheating behavior. Security! Security! Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly greeted the security personnel at the competition venue and pulled Li Jin back. Phew! Only after Li Jin's voice faded away did Wang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Then, a well-dressed young lady in a white suit dress walked quickly onto the playing field, with a cameraman right behind her. Hello fellow student Fong Xiu, I'm a reporter from the Huqing TV station, Kong Xiangmei, and I want to do an exclusive interview for you. Is that okay? Seeing this, Zhang Shurun and Zhang Panpan took a few steps back. An interview with the winner of the freshman exchange is also an old tradition. Even as he was backing up, Zhang Panpan purposely patted Fong Xiu's shoulder, signaling him to perform well, no matter what. Fong Xiu represented Crane City No. 1 Middle School. Hello reporter Kong. Fong Xiu nodded his head and smiled in greeting. It was his first interview, but he was at least an adult at heart and didn't have that much stage fright. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Fong Xiu for taking the title of this freshman exchange tournament. You must be feeling very excited at this moment, right? Excited is not very exciting. Fong Xiu smiled. Not very excited? It seems like Fong Xiu-san was aiming for victory from the very beginning. Then, may I ask, are there any tips on how to control beasts that you can share with us? Imperial Beast Insights? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. If it's a webcomic protagonist, at this time, he should say something to pretend to be X, and show his sainthood in front of people, right? Like, not much insight, and I don't know why other people's imperial beasts are so weak, but, a flash of thought suddenly arose in Fong Xiu's heart. Well, I actually have a lot of insights regarding the imperial beasts, but it feels like it's not something that can be said in just a few words. If any of you are interested, you can follow my Douyin account, and I'll be updating my videos frequently to explain the aspects of the imperial beasts. For example, how to awaken the phantom beast species, how to mutate, and what to feed. Of course, if it's a student who wants to add my Tenshin friend and consult the details of the imperial beasts individually, he or she can add the friend on the airplane. Fong Xiu said with a smile on his face. The so-called airplane friending is the sending of gifts on doujinshi. An airplane is about $200, and after the platform takes a cut, Fong Xiu can get half. Kong Xiangmei? Only Kong Xiangmei froze in place with a face full of questions. It wasn't the first time she had interviewed the winner of the freshman exchange tournament as a reporter from Crane City TV. Even in previous years, the most outrageous championship freshman, but only in Versailles. Oops, where is the inside law? I just casually cultivated. I did not expect to get the championship. Nice guy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Fong Xiu was selling lessons. Nope, that's selling the class, isn't it? And using their TV station to advertise themselves. Mr. Fanghua, are you? However, without waiting for Kong Xiangmei to spit, Fong Xiu directly took out his cell phone, then opened his Douyin account. Though he hadn't officially released the video yet, he flashed a follow QR code by pointing at the screen. He also changed his account ID to Fong Xiu of the board Sentinel Beast in passing, and then cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account on the entire platform, so please click and follow. Kong Xiangmei, Zhang Panpan, Zhang Shurun, Referee Wang Wei, Host Zhou Di. It is important to realize that the interview with Kong Xiangmei was conducted as a live broadcast. Even around this Imperial Beast Stadium, there were big screens hanging right here that were playing this interview. The moment Fong Xiu took out his cell phone, the large QR code directly occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned. Then they hurriedly took out their cell phones to scan the code. Even the host, Du Liu, couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and scan it against the QR code. In fact, it wasn't the first time that either she or Zhou Di had hosted the commentary for a freshman exchange game, but it was the first time they'd stumbled upon a champion like Fong Xiu who was messing with QR codes. What are you doing? Zhou Di looked at Du Liu, who had taken out her cell phone, and both of her eyes instantly doubled in size. Tap to follow, Du Liu said without thinking, then tapped Douyin's recharge system and directly sent Fong Xiu an airplane, then sent his Tencent friend QR code by private message. This line of operation, watching Zhou Di froze. You're reserved. Zhou Di couldn't help but spit it out. This is not still on the commentary stage. He absolutely want to ruthlessly spit out. You are 30 years old. Do you still want to eat Fong Xiu's tender grasses not? What are you thinking? With Fong Xiu's talent and beast royalty, Sooner or later he'll be a legend coming out of Crane City. No. 1 Middle School. Of course we have to take advantage of the fact that we can have a crossover now and hurry up to contact our feelings, so that in the future when Fong Xiu soars to greatness, I can also rub off on him, Du Leo said in a serious manner. Sis is the one who wants the old cow to eat the young grass. Sister, that was prescient. What you said seems to make sense. Zhao Di thought about it and felt that there really wasn't anything wrong with what Du Leo said, so he also sent an airplane out, then carefully tapped on Fong Xiu's Douyin avatar and sent his QR code. Chapter 69 Black River State League. Plus one more. The corners of Kong Shangmei's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, trying hard to snatch back the topic, but as a result, Fong Xiu hardened himself and couldn't get away from Douyin for 3 sentences, coupled with the fact that the interview time was already limited. Fong Xiu's operation was even more so that Kong Shangmei had a black line on his face. However, Fong Xiu didn't care what Kong Shangmei thought, and after finishing the interview, Fong Xiu was still focusing on his Douyin account, only to see the number of fans rise wildly, and in just a few minutes, it broke through 10,000 fans. Fong Xiu. Zhang Panpan led Fong Xiu in the direction of the restroom, her mouth still not forgetting to spit. What the hell are you thinking? You should thank the school and the teachers for that interview just now. Nice guy. Never mentioned first grade the whole time. Hard to promote your Douyo account there now. Zhang Shuren sniffed and also felt a bit embarrassed. The live broadcast of the Huqing TV station is facing the whole city, and if this is seen by the school leaders of the first high school, they are afraid that their faces will not be able to hang on. If you don't get it right, it will have a negative impact on the first school. Brother Pan Pan, it's wrong for you to say that. There's a saying that one honor is as good as the other. If I'm famous enough, won't it be a feather in the cap of the first grade? Instead, it's all the painless mumbo-jumbo that school leaders are probably tired of hearing. And Fong Xiu put down his cell phone and his expression became serious. As long as my fame is big enough, the student council side won't dare to mess around. Zhang Panpan could not help but be stunned. If Fong Xiu hadn't mentioned it himself, he'd almost forgotten about the student council. Yeah, Fong Xiu had not only scrapped Ma Ming, the student council fighter, but he had also directly rejected the contract offered by Qian Feng. The other side will definitely not stop. So all of this was in Fong Wu's calculations? Freshmen who won the freshman exchange tournament tended to be overwhelmed with joy, and some would even float for a while before returning to reality. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, did not show this aspect at all, and was still able to calmly think about his future path. Though it sounds like Fong Xiu's use of the interview to advertise his account is a bit unkempt, but on second thought, what's the one thing the Imperial Beast lacks the most? Resources. Douyin platform. 10,000 plays have about $15 in earnings, and gifts can also be split in half. If Fong Xiu really made the Douyin account bigger and stronger, it would not only be able to generate income and solve the problem of Imperial Beast resources, there's even the possibility of getting the favor of an e-commerce company, with all kinds of bandwagons, business orders, and a steady stream of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan's heart could not help but admire Fong Xiu's mind. Compared to those freshman champions from previous years, Fong Xiu was the true genius. For a while, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but look at Fong Xiu a few more times in her heart. And what happened next was simpler. Li Qingqing and Chen Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. That's why the awarding session was limited to Fong Xiu and Zhang Shuren. Meanwhile, Crane City First High School, Class 2 class teacher Zhang Yu's office. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't run to the Imperial Beast gym to watch the offline exchange match, so he could only take his cell phone and sneak a peek in his office. Li Guosheng, the teacher of Class 6, and Jiang Chao, the teacher of Class 3, also came over. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured, in the hearts of the three of them, they all pinched a cold sweat. It wasn't until Fong Xiu's alien queen slapped Li Jin's half-dragon man unconscious that their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Good man, Zhang Yu, you really picked up a treasure this time. The third-class teacher, Jiang Chao, could not help but spit out his words. How come such a good student wasn't assigned to his class? If Fong Xiu could come to his class, he would hate to offer him up. You can't say that. Zhang Shuren from your class, his performance is pretty good too. It's just that the freshman over there named Gung Guanwei is just too much. The corners of Zhang Yu's upturned mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. If it wasn't for Fong Xiu, the championship of this freshman exchange tournament might have gone to the head of the third middle school. However, this Li Jin of the third middle school is really a nobody. Li Guosheng couldn't help but lament. Although on the side of the first middle school, students could use their credits to customize their Imperial Beast equipment, but any more customization would be a small workshop's equipment. There's no comparison to a big corporation like Longquan Industries. After all, there are roughly 1,000 students in just one year group. That's almost 4,000 or 5,000 for the whole school combined. Add to that the various expenses of the school, the teachers' salaries, and you simply can't afford too expensive equipment. Imperial beasts are originally something that requires resources. Zhang Chao couldn't help but feel emotional as well. If your family is average, you might be able to go to 985 or 211, so you don't have to come back to Crane City to be a teacher. However, this Fong Xiu's imperial beasts are really exaggerated, and I was taken aback when that alien queen came out. Zhang Yu, this time in the Black River State League, we might have a chance. Zhang Chao's gaze slightly condensed, and his expression became serious all of a sudden. Although Fong Xiu was not his student, Fong Xiu represented the first middle school. Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren's grades were second only to Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing. Black River State League. Shuren Zhang had the opportunity to attend. Black River State League? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. What? Did you forget? Zhang Chao glanced at Li Guosheng. How could I forget? Li Guosheng also immediately glanced back. The Black River State League. That's a state exchange tournament. Daxing City, River City, Kizil City, Qing City, Ha City, Crane City, Jia City. The Imperial Beast competition that only the top high schools of each city in the Black River State are qualified to participate in. Once you get a top 3 finish, you can even take advantage of extra points in your high school grades. The corner of Li Guosheng's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although the first high school is the brand name of Crane City, and can even be said to be the strongest high school, but looking at the whole of China, the first high school of Crane City, the ranking of the end of the top 100, it has also always been one of the bottom 2 existences in the Black River State. In past years, the state tournament was also basically a walk in the park, not even making it to the group stage, especially Hasan High School, the strongest existence in the Black River State. It is said that the key class of Hasan Middle School, per capita phantom beast species, even the bottom students get 211 guaranteed. More than half the students, even, get into the Big Ten. No, Li Guosheng shook his head. The key class students of Hasan Middle School never aim for the top 10. They're aiming for the top of the top 10, even though the top 10 are the 10 strongest universities in China. But Titus University, Mordor University, and Hagi Beast Engineering University are the top 3 of the top 10. Even the key class in Hasan Middle School, there has been a rumor going around. If you get in and don't demoha, then just pick a random top 10 and forget about it. Just the mere thought of the monsters in Hasan Zhong. Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chapter 70, A Call from Imperial University. Crane City First High School. Student Council. What a rare occasion. President. As soon as Wu Mingjian, who was the vice president of the student union, pushed open the door of the student union's conference room, he saw that Ma Wanfeng was standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside. Since entering his senior year of high school, Ma Wanfeng has asked very little about student government, and has gone all out to sprint for his grades. Although with his royal beast results, getting into the top 10 was already a foregone conclusion. It was not as if there was no one who could compete with him for the top spot in Crane City, especially on the side of the third middle school. This year, it has poured in a lot of resources, wanting to pocket the top student of this session of the college entrance examination. Based on this and that relationship, Ma Wanfeng hadn't been over to the student council side for a long time. The big and small matters of the student union naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that he was suddenly approached by this Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian's heart was more or less apprehensive. There's a call from the Imperial Capital University side. Ma Wanfeng whirled around and swept a glance at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be stunned. Imperial Capital University? Hiss. Immediately afterward, Wu Mingjian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a man's name then surfaced in his mind. Xu Xinghe, the top student of Heijiang State who came out from Huqingno, one high school that year. Also the legendary man who took the plunge and built what is now the student council. Not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's change in expression, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed lightly. Although Chu Xinghe had paid some attention to Crane City No. 1 middle school over the years, he had more important things to do at the Imperial Capital University, and for the most part, it was conveyed by the schoolmates who had gone out from Crane City No. 1 middle school. This one is no exception. Fong Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange tournament this time was quite good, and it's rumored that he even caught the attention of Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng explained. Fong Hua. Wu Mingjian frowned slightly. As early as the freshman mapping exam, he had noticed Fong Xiu, and had specially explained to Qin Feng that he should pull Fong Xiu into the student union. As a result, that guy made a mistake. Not only did he fail to convince Fong Xiu, but instead he made things very stagnant. I heard about Ma Ming. Ma Wanfeng continued. Although his energies, during this time, were focused on the imperial beasts, he was not ignorant of what was happening at the school. In particular, Fong Xiu and Ma Ming's fight on the playground had not only been filmed, but also spread everywhere. Although the student council's face had suffered a bit, it had to be said that Fong Xiu's imperial beasts were, indeed, formidable, especially this freshman exchange game. Fong Xiu's alien sword saint has shades of Mamon's imperial beast. Combined with the fact that his alien possessed the ability to parasitize hosts, it allowed Ma Wanfeng to quickly understand where that alien sword saint came from, and the alien queen. With brute force alone, he defeated Li Jin's half-dragon. According to his investigation, that half-dragon man wasn't Li Jin's imperial beast, it was the imperial beast data that his mother had used her connections to copy from a genius of the top 10. But even so, he was still killed by Fong Xiu's alien queen with a single strike. You should understand that too, shouldn't you? That alien queen is much more powerful than the alien sword saint. Aside from her own terrifying power, that alien queen didn't undergo a mutation. This meant that Fong Xiu's alien queen could continue to get stronger. It's no wonder that over at Tudor University, someone called. How could such a good prospect not be absorbed into the student council? Even talents like Fong Xiu were worthy of being cultivated according to the standards of a future student council president. Although in Crane City no. 1. We can be said to be a party of the great and powerful, controlling the promotion rate of no. 1. But in the top 10, those of us who are here are just unruly people who have come into the city from the poor countryside. Compared to those who are really in town, our eyes are but sitting ducks. If it wasn't for Senior Chu, who integrated everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would be nothing more than a drop of water falling into the ocean. Sooner or later, you're going to have a college career and die out, Ma Wanfeng said in a serious tone. In this world, if you want to accomplish something and stand high enough on a mountain peak, it is never by personal power. Even if one person's power is strong, can it be stronger than a collective? The saying that a strong dragon does not suppress a snake is not without merit. I understand. Wu Mingjian sighed. I'll personally talk to Fong Xiu and convince him to enter the student council. No. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. I'll have that guy Qian Feng apologize to Fong Xiu. Well, that's good. Seeing Wu Mingjian show his attitude, Ma Wanfeng nodded his head in satisfaction before walking over to his side, lifting his hand to pat his shoulder, and finally disappeared into the student union's activity room. Only after Ma Wanfeng left did Wu Mingjian sit down as if he was relieved. Although he and Ma Wanfeng were only the difference between the head and deputy, the power they possessed was a world of difference. Sometimes Wu Mingjian felt like he, more than anything else, was one of Ma Wanfeng's little brothers, including this incident as well. Surprisingly, for Fong Xiu's sake, he directly pressured himself as the vice president. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth and slapped one hand hard on the table. If it wasn't for that Qian Feng guy screwing things up, why would he have been reprimanded by Ma Wanfeng? Forget it. Although Fong Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming, which in turn affected his view of the student council. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian stood up from his chair again and left the place in 3 steps. Meanwhile, Crane City Royal Beast Gym, with Fong Xiu leading the first middle school to take the title of this freshman exchange tournament, the organizing committee was also personally presenting him with a trophy and prize money. Taking the $50,000 that had been divided into his hands, Fong Xiu's heart was also very happy. However, once he thought of the injuries that Li Qingqing and Chen Fan had sustained, he waited until the freshman exchange competition was completely over. Then he followed Zhang Panpan and headed directly to the hospital. I had thought that Li Qingqing's injury would require a month or 2 of recuperation. The result that Fong Xiu did not expect is, in this world, not only could all the people be able to imperialize the beasts, even the level of medical care was more developed than in his original world. There were even imperial beasts that specialized in healing the injured. In only half a day's time, the injury on Li Qingqing's leg had completely healed. Mr. Zhang and Fong Hua. Li Qingqing was lying on the bed in the ward. As soon as she saw Fong Xiu, she was furious. The face of the first middle school. It's kind of letting you lose all your face. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. This little girl said the opposite, didn't she? If he hadn't ed over Li Jin, would first middle school have won this freshman exchange tournament? However, very soon, Fong Xiu understood why Li Qingqing had spat on himself so much, because Qingqing Li directly took out her cell phone and played out the interview video of Fong Xiu promoting his Douyin account now. Chapter 71, Extra Credit for College Entrance Exams. Li Qingqing was half recumbent on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her cell phone, looking at Fong Xiu with a look of contempt, as if she was blaming Fong Xiu for being too unproductive. Such a good opportunity to show his sainthood in front of people. He favored to use it to promote his Douyin account. It's so humiliating. What's in this? Fong Xiu snorted coldly, then took out his own cell phone. Through this interview, Fong Xiu's Douyin account had accumulated 250,000 fans, and countless others had even taken the initiative to send him gifts just to beg for a friend spot. Fong Xiu roughly estimated that these gifts alone were almost $10,000, and it's only the first day. If you run it properly yourself, you can get rich in no time. When he said this, Fong Xiu's face was even more full of complacency. The poor man. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, really unable to understand Fong Xiu. This guy clearly has a royal beast as powerful as the alien queen, and he's not bad looking either. Why do you favor a miserly performance? Make it sound like you've never seen money before. But trolling is trolling. While being brought to the hospital, Li Qingqing didn't forget to use her cell phone and watch the final match. Li Sega goes without saying. Li Jin's half-dragon man was really out of Li Qingqing's expectation. There was also the electric fork, which Cheng Li instantly recognized as a custom-made piece of equipment from Longquan Industries. Although his own family was well off, he had never customized his Imperial Beast equipment from Longquan Industries. In terms of connections, resources, Li Jin was better than himself. At that moment, she also pinched a cold sweat for Fong Xiu. As a result, he didn't expect the alien queen to kill Li Jin's half-dragon with just one strike. If we really start fighting, my little gray bird, I'm afraid it's no match for the half-dragon. Qingqing Li thought in her heart. Soon, the way she looked at Fong Xiu's eyes also changed, no longer with a hint of contempt, but rather, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Fong Xiu. Her vermilion lips rose lightly. Thank you, Fong Xiu. If you really want to thank me, you can give me money, Fong Xiu said lightly. Qingqing Li? No, man, are you really in the money? Just kidding, who knows? Fong Xiu snorted. You have nothing to thank me for. After all, defeating Li Jin was also for my own sake. Li Qingqing didn't expect Fong Xiu to tease her like this, and she was first stunned before she smiled. It appears that you don't know anything yet. What do you mean? A trace of surprise flashed through Fong Xiu's starry eyes. Phew, did you forget? The man I'm going to take out. Li Qingqing clenched her fists as soon as she did so, and within her beautiful eyes, a murderous aura was revealed. Chu Xinghe. The name flashed through Fong Xiu's mind. He was the only one who could make Li Qingqing so angry. It was just that Fong Xiu didn't understand what this Chu Xinghe had to do with the freshman exchange tournament. Looking at Fong Xiu's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned to look at Zhang Panpan. Teacher Zhang, didn't you talk to Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu sniffed, and with that, he also looked at Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to open her mouth, a dull knock came from outside the hospital bed. Is it Li Qingqing's ward? This voice is, Mr. Zhang Yu? Fong Xiu, who felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, subconsciously asked, Fong Xiu? Zhang Yu pushed open the door of the room and realized that not only was Fong Xiu here, Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren had also rushed over. You didn't go to the event? Zhang Yu was under the impression that after the freshman exchange tournament, there would often be some more activities, which was why he rushed to the hospital, not realizing that Fong Xiu and the others were all there. I have little interest in that kind of activity, so I declined, Fong Xiu said without thinking. Oh, like this. Zhang Yu nodded and smoothly brought the door with him before coming to Li Qingqing's bedside and asking how her condition was. Li Qingqing didn't shy away from it either, as she lifted the quilt with one hand, revealing her bandaged thighs. The doctor said it's nothing more, but it needs to be watched. If there's nothing serious, you can be discharged tomorrow, Li Qingqing said with a smile. It's good that it's fine. Zhang Yu sniffed and then let out a long sigh of relief. You came just in time. Zhang Panpan, on the other hand, looked as if she had thought of something. You'll be the one to speak about the league. League? What league? Fong Xiu instantly became interested. League ah. Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come over to see Li Qingqing about the league. He had planned to find another time and tell Fong Xiu. I didn't expect to be asked directly, and this ward is filled with Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fong Xiu, all outstanding students of the first middle school. Okay, actually, the so-called freshman exchange tournament isn't just about exchanging which college's freshman imperial beasts are better. The main reason is to elect a representative for Crane City, and then play in the Black River State League. Black River State League? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. That's right, Zhang Yu nodded. The Black River State League, as the name suggests, is a state-level tournament. It's held every year, and the best high school in each town gets to send 4 students to battle. The rankings are decided through a group stage knockout tournament. If you can get a top 3 score, you can also make extra points on the college entrance exam. The scores were 30, 20, and 10. Zhang Yu continued. Then if the high school got the championship in all 3 leagues, wouldn't that add up to 90 points? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be taken aback. Nice guy. 90 points. It is important to realize that today's high school exams are divided into general knowledge points and imperial beast points. The general studies score is divided into math, language, and science, arts, each of which is worth 100 points, for a total of 300 points. The imperial beast score is 700 points, 1000 points total. And for the state tournament, it adds right up to 90 points. It's equivalent to getting a grade in one more general education course than anyone else. That's too much. Don't think too much. Zhang Yu raised his hand and flicked a mouthful of brain crash directly at Zhang Shuren. First place in the league. It's not like it has anything to do with us at Crane City 1. Crane City 1 can get first place? What kind of results did Huqing know? One middle school have in previous years? Fong Xiu instantly became interested and asked curiously. Previous years. Zhang Yu glanced at Fong Xiu. He couldn't even kill his way out of the group stage. Fong Xiu? Can't even kill it in the group stage? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Li Qingqing's face also became subtle. Although she knew that Crane City First High School was not strong in the league, she was still a little hard to strain herself once she heard that she couldn't even kill her way out of the group stage. What about the best score ever? Fong Xiu asked again. Best result? Zhang Yu thought about it for a little while. Once, it was a runner-up instead. Fong Xiu? Cap runner-up and no group stage? This gap. It's too outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 72, Chuxing has passed, plus one more. Fong Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu said that Huqing no, one middle school had taken the second place once. Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. Her hands gripped the covers and her head subconsciously lowered. On the contrary, Zhang Shuren's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard that Huqing no, one middle school had taken second place once. Although nothing was said on his lips, it was written all over his face that he really deserved to be in Crane City's first high school. It's so cool to take second place in a league with so many strong players in the Black River State. The reactions of the two are worlds apart. And as far as Fong Xiu knew, this Li Qingqing was not someone without a sense of collective honor. Conversely, she also has a sense of pride when she states that she is a student of the first high school. But the only way to behave is to hear about the results taken by the first school. Mr. Zhang Yu. Fong Xiu instantly understood. That runner-up you're talking about. It can't be Chu Xinghe, right? Ever since he had gone to Huqing First High School, Fong Xiu felt that he could hear Chu Xinghe's name from time to time. That's right. Zhang Yu looked at Fong Xiu before nodding his head. Sure enough, just as I suspected. Chu Xinghe? Is that the top scorer from the Black River State? NB? Zhang Shuren directly gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to? But immediately afterward, Zhang Shuren muttered. Since Chu Xinghe was able to take the top prize in Hejiang Prefecture, that meant that he was the number one person in Hejiang Prefecture, right? His imperial beasts must be incomparably powerful. To whom would such a being lose? It was important to realize that Chu Xinghe was in the league and didn't win the championship, which meant that he had fewer bonus points than others, and the general education classes have rolled to a head. In addition to language and composition, what with math, science, and literature, perfect scores are the foundation for them as academics. So in the case of having fewer extra points than others and still being awarded the top prize, that meant that Chu Xinghe had countered by relying on the Imperial Beast essay. And there was only one measure of the Imperial Beast text, and that was battle prowess. Chu Xinghe did not lose. Zhang Yu shook his head. Although he did not have a good opinion of Chu Xinghe in his heart either, he had to admit that Chu Xinghe was indeed a beast royalty genius. Didn't lose? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. There was no loss, so why was it the runner-up? Fong Xiu was also instantly interested. That year, Chu Xinghe was a sophomore. As the genius Imperial Beast Master of Crane City's first high school, he naturally received a lot of attention. He led his team in the group stage and came out strong as if he were a true dark horse. And in the Elite 8 elimination game, beat K2 and Blue that year out of the water. You should know that Ha-San Middle School, Qing 2nd Middle School, Kizil 4th Middle School, and Jia 1st Middle School are the four major colleges in Hejiang State. Chu Xinghe being able to defeat Qing 2nd Middle School is already a feat that changed the history of Crane City. When he said this, Zhang Yu's eyes were bright with light. Instead, it's the big four colleges, Hacienda, Jiangyi, and Zizil, to be even more distinctive. Huqing is the state capital city of Hejiang State today, and it is the best in the whole of Hejiang State in terms of education, healthcare, and whatever else. Zizur City, on the other hand, was selected as the state sink city at the beginning of the founding of the state of China due to its strongest overall strength, and as a result, for a number of reasons, Zizur City ended up falling short of the selection process before the present-day Hacienda City was forged. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and although some opportunities were lost because of the fallout, Zizil City continues to thrive on its own combination of skills. Xinjiang was originally just a small, uneventful city, but in the last century, it was discovered that the city was actually connected to an entrance to the Imperial Beast realm. The army, bigwigs from all sides, began to move into the city in droves, thus causing Xinjiang to begin to develop at a high rate, especially in the field of Imperial Beasts. Qing City had, in the last few years, even surpassed its big brother, Zizil City, and gradually gained the power to arm wrestle with Ha City. Some experts have even predicted that Qingcheng is the future of Hejian State. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation in Hejiang Prefecture, so you should understand how difficult it was for Chu Xinghe to defeat Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, right? But God did not favor us. When Chu Xinghe led No. 1 Middle School and killed his way into the quarterfinals, the opponents he encountered were the heavenly pride of Hasan Middle School. Hiss! As soon as he heard Hasan Zhong, Zhang Shuren sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. The strongest high school in the Black River State, HSS. I've heard that there's a key class in Hasan Middle School, called what's called the Heaven's Pride class, and every student in it, even the worst student at the bottom of the list, is a Phantom Beast Species Imperial Beast Master. Fong Xiu? Hearing Zhang Shuren's words, Fong Xiu could not help but be stunned. One should know that in this freshman exchange tournament, only 4 people, him, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia, had imperial beasts that were of the phantom beast species. One of them, Li Jin, is still a pseudo-fantasy beast species, because his imperial beasts, instead of being trained by himself, were copied at a cost. The 4 major colleges in Crane City had only barely managed to come up with 4 illusory beast breed imperial beast masters. Results: a heavenly class in Hasan Middle School with phantom species per capita? Can this be played? Wait, Mr. Zhang, you just said that Chu Xinghe took second place, but he met Hasan Zhong in the quarterfinals, so doesn't that mean? Fong Xiu reacted violently. That's right, Zhang Yu said with a loud voice. Chu Xinghe picked 4 and toppled Hasan Middle School. In a flash, Fong Xiu and Zhang Shuren's eyes widened in shock at the same time. 1 against 4. Zhang Shuren's mouth opened into a large O shape. He only knew that Chu Xinghe was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. But who knows? Zhang Yu was laughing bitterly. In fact, Chu Xinghe didn't want to take on 4 in 1. It's really because the students from Hasan Middle School were too demonic, coming up to take on 3 in 1, eliminating all of Chu Xinghe's team members. Chu Xinghe was forced to take 1 on 4. Even that game, it was called an impossible miracle. Nothing but. Zhang Yu sighed. Even though Chu Xinghe beat Hasan Zhong in a 1-on-4 fight, he took half of his own life, so much so that he was not able to participate in the finals. That's why first grade stopped as runner-up and lost to Good City. That's why I said that Chu Xinghe didn't lose. Hearing this, Fong Xiu couldn't help but fall silent. Although he was dissatisfied with those things in his student union, he had to admit that this Chu Xinghe was indeed a very powerful character. It's amazing that they were able to forcefully carry the first school into the final in that desperate situation. What about senior year? Fong Xiu turned his thoughts. Since Chu Xinghe was halfway to the championship in his sophomore year, what about his senior year? Did it stop at runner-up as a senior as well? In his senior year, Zhang Yu sighed. In his senior year, Chu Xinghe didn't participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student council at the time. Fong Xiu? Giving up a league that can give you extra points on the college entrance exams in order to reorganize the student government? Chu Xinghe, what have you been through? For a while, Fong Xiu could not help but be a little interested in Chu Xinghe's past. Chapter 73, The Student Council is here again. After understanding the situation of the Black River State League, Fong Xiu returned to the school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Fong Xiu had a few interests in Chu Xinghe, and when he returned to the dormitory, he opened his computer and searched for reports about Chu Xinghe on the internet. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ringing outside the dormitory door. Zhang Panpan? Fong Xiu muttered, then stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. In this freshman exchange tournament, his face-hugging bug parasitized Deng Guangwei and Li Shijia's imperial beasts, and he was able to give birth to chest breakers in a few hours. In particular, Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer is a phantom beast species of imperial beast created after the trolls in Western stories, combined with the genes of the aliens. There was no telling what kind of monster could be born. Fong Xiu didn't find it strange when Zhang Panpan paid a visit to his door, but who knew that when Fong Xiu pushed open the door, what met his eyes was an unfamiliar face. He looked up and down. The visitor was wearing a white short sleeve and dark blue jeans. His hair was a crisp short inch, his eyes were a bit squinty, and his height was comparable to Fong Xiu. You're Fong Xiu's classmate, aren't you? Introduce yourself. My name is Wu Mingjin. I'm in the 3rd class of senior year, and I'm also the vice president of the student council. The corners of Wu Mingjin's mouth rose as he smiled and introduced himself to Fong Xiu, and as soon as he heard the title of vice president of the student council, Fong Xiu's starry eyes instantly became wary. I don't know what Vice President Wu is here for, Fong Xiu said rhetorically. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Qianfeng, and as the Vice President of the Student Council, I think we should give an explanation to student Fong Xiu. As he spoke, Wu Mingjin gestured. Fong Xiu followed the gesture and saw that Qianfeng was standing at the stairway, with a look of fear between his eyes. His face was even more blue and purple, and he was even limping as he walked. Fong Xiu student. Qian Feng covered his swollen face with one hand and said towards Fong Xiu, "Last time, it was my unauthorized act. I still hope that you will be generous and don't see eye to eye with me. I'm sorry." After speaking, Qian Feng directly bent over, and his bangs were wet with sweat. Fong Xiu could see at a glance that the injuries on Qian Feng's face were all new. It must have been after he got himself the champion of the freshman exchange tournament. Wu Mingjian beat Qian Feng severely. On the contrary, the fear in Qian Feng's eyes just now was not because he saw himself. Rather, it's because of Wu Mingjian. Although the matter of Qian Feng bringing Ma Ming over to find trouble for himself had made Fong Xiu very upset, the real villain was obviously this Wu Mingjian. Don't I look too smart? Fong Xiu's eyes retracted from Qian Feng before focusing on Wu Mingjian's eyes. The two sides looked at each other, but it was Wu Mingjian who froze for a moment. What does student Fong Xiu mean by that? It's literally about the signing of the contract. It's true that Qian Feng came over to me, but he wouldn't have brought someone over to me without an explanation from above, right? In the end, Qian Feng is just a pawn. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have chosen to forgive Qian Feng when they saw the scene. At least on the surface, it would also give Wu Mingjian a step to turn this matter over. But man is not like grass or wood. Can he roll when he is round and stop when he is square? Obviously it's the student council's problem. And now they're going to blame it on Qian Feng and beat him up again. And they're going to pretend nothing happened? The credit goes all to the OP. The fault is all inferior. This student council. It's awful. Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian also froze on the spot for a moment. He had also investigated about Fong Xiu, and had thought that by doing this, he could at least ease Fong Xiu's attitude towards the student council. The results were not expected. This Fong Xiu, he really doesn't give any face at all. Qian Feng, who was on the side, was even more frightened by Fong Xiu's words, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of Fong Xiu. "Senior Qian, the conflict between us has already passed. There is no need to be like this." Looking at Qian Feng, who had long since lost his previous arrogance, and instead had a few moments of pity, Fong Xiu looked at him with a bit more subtlety. "There's nothing more for you to do here. Go do whatever you need to do." Wu Mingjian glanced at Qian Feng and said in a low voice, "This." Qian Feng froze for a moment, looking a little overwhelmed. "Don't get out yet." Only when Wu Mingjian raised his voice did he run away trembling. "If Vice President Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll go back to the Imperial Beasts." Fong Xiu didn't want to get involved with the student council and said that he was about to close the door. Boo! At the critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and pressed it against the door. "Fong Xiu student, don't be so hasty to give an expulsion order. Besides wanting to resolve the conflict between you and Qian Feng student, there is one more thing that I want to talk to Fong Xiu student about." Wu Mingjian raised a smile on his face once again, but in his heart, he wanted to give Fong Xiu 2 punches, except for the need to bow down in front of Ma Wanfeng. When had he ever been so humble? In front of the other students, he or she has always been a first-grade superstar. Everywhere you go, you're a front and center presence. Only this Fong Xiu dared to give himself an expulsion order. What's even harder for him to accept is that one's face licked at the door when one has clearly been given an eviction order. If it weren't for the call from the Imperial University, why would I have to suffer such aggravation? Damn it! So angry. But no way. The other party was from the Imperial University, and when one day he advanced to the Imperial University, he would still need those seniors to take care of him. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian forced down his anger in his heart, and cheerfully pulled out a bank card from his body and waved it in front of Fong Xiu, as if to say that even for the sake of this thing, he should invite himself in, right? What do you mean? Trying to bribe me? Fong Xiu, with money? Fong Xiu smiled. It's not what you think, student Fong Xiu. This is a little bit of our student union's intention. Wu Mingjian casually found a reason. After all, you deserve some reward for leading the first form this time and winning the freshman exchange tournament, for bringing honor to our school. How much is this mind? Fong Xiu inquired simply and roughly. It's a bit more than the prize money shared this time, Wu Mingjian said with a smile. Come in. Fong Xiu looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand before taking a step back and inviting Wu Mingjian in. This Fong Xiu. Although it made Fong Xiu make a concession, Wu Mingjian's face became even worse. He himself, the vice president of the student council of Huqing One High School, had to rely on giving money to people to get into someone else's dormitory. If this gets out, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at for a whole year. ******************************************************** Wu Mingjian resented Qian Feng resented Qian Feng even more in his heart. If he hadn't screwed up the contract thing, where would he have needed to stoop so low? Chapter 74 An Invitation. Senior Fong Xiu, I know that you have a misunderstanding about our student union. Wu Mingjian came to the dormitory's living room and took a seat on the sofa, and the bank card that he had pulled out at the door was also placed on the coffee table. In reality, Our student council isn't what Senior Fong Xiu thinks it is. The essence of what we do is to unlock as much potential as possible in every student so that they can go to a better college in the future. Not only will we help with resource issues, but we will also instruct our students on how to be better imperator, Wu Mingjian said gushingly, as if he was a good senior who loved his schoolmate. Fong Xiu wasn't interested in what he said. He just picked up the bank card on the table. What's the password? Wu Mingjian had a black line on his face, but still immediately squeezed out a smile. The password is 368464. There's a total of $80,000 in this card. It's considered our student council's reward for Fong Xiu's classmates. You want to use $80,000 to ease my conflict with the student council? Fong Xiu nodded slightly. Let's get down to business. Vice President Wu made a special visit. It shouldn't be just to send me money, right? No matter what. Fong Xiu was not a brat who had just started high school. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If we don't make it clear here, who knows what Wu Mingjian will do afterwards? What's more, he himself wanted to know just what the student council was doing to him now. Wu Mingjian hesitated slightly. His original plan was to first get closer to Fong Xiu before inviting him into the student council. But now, looking at it, this Fong Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. Truthfully, the current president, Ma Wanfeng, and I, both seniors, will be taking the college entrance exams next year and leaving no one middle school. Although Qian Feng and his imperial beasts are very good, being a minister is okay. It's difficult to hold up the operation of the entire student council. On the contrary, student Fong Xiu's performance on the mapping exam screams of amazement, not to mention that this freshman exchange tournament is even more brilliant. I don't think anyone would object to saying that Senior Fong Xiu is unrivaled in his first year of high school. And Wu Mingjian's eyes became serious. It's only been less than a month since the start of the school year. Letting the imperial beasts complete their mutation, and also controlling the mutated imperial beasts. Even those veteran students in the second year of high school are nowhere near as good as you, Fong Xiu Sr., and most importantly, the power of that alien queen. Wu Mingjian praised Fong Xiu without mincing words before his words changed. So now, I sincerely hope that student Fong Xiu can join our student union. Join the student union? To Wu Mingjian's invitation, Fong Xiu didn't feel surprised in his heart. After all, his own performance at the freshman exchange was indeed not bad. Instead of continuing to make an enemy of this genius of his, it would be better to take it for himself. But, thank you Vice President Wu for your kind words, but nah, I'm used to being free, and most of my time is spent on imperial beasts, so I really don't have any thoughts of joining the student union. Fong Xiu politely declined. School brother Fong Xiu doesn't have to refuse so dryly. This matter is something you should reconsider. By the way, suddenly, as if he suddenly thought of something, Wu Mingjian pulled out another invitation from his pocket. I don't know if student Fong Xiu is interested. Wu Mingjian placed the invitation on the coffee table and pushed it forward. What is this? Fong Xiu asked while picking up the invitation that Wu Mingjian took out. There wasn't much on it, just an invitation to some painting show. I don't know if schoolmate Fong Xiu, has he ever heard of Master Che Xin? No. Fong Xiu shook his head without thinking. Who is it? He was originally a traveler and did not get all the memories of his predecessor, spending most of his time above the imperial beasts, and did not know much about the celebrities of this world. Wu Mingjian directly surfaced with an expression of speechlessness. Nice guy, himself was just being polite. I didn't think Fong Xiu could really ask that's Master Che Xin. Hiss. Wu Mingjian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and could only patiently explain to Fong Xiu. This Grandmaster Che Xin was a master of the imperial beast that had gone out from Crane City. During his high school years, his imperial beasts were unrivaled in Crane City, and he entered one of the Big Ten, Mordor University, with honors. After that, he even participated in several important imperial beast battles and became famous, successfully entering the Sunflower Imperial Beast Enterprise, with his highest position rising to vice president. It can be described as a master of the imperial beasts who has accomplished a great deal. It is only now, in retirement, that he chose to return to Crane City and organize this exhibition of paintings. Rumor has it that the intent of the exhibition was to select a student of choice and then sponsor him or her. Student Fong Xiu has extraordinary talent in the field of imperial beasts, so if he can be spotted by Master Che Xin, he will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Fong Xiu also gained an understanding of this painting exhibition. To put it bluntly, it's just a random excuse to invite geniuses from various schools, then pick one that makes you happy and nurture it. Only, I don't know what the criteria are for selecting people for this so-called Master Che Xin. If it were only about talent, wouldn't it be nice to just focus on the freshman exchange? In Fong Xiu's opinion, if he really only looked at talent, there was no reason why this Master Che Xin wouldn't send someone to contact him. After all, nowadays, technology is so advanced. A little bit of anything. Short video platforms can be spread 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Even if Master Che Xin doesn't swipe short videos on weekdays, there's always someone around him who does, right? Well, seeing that Fong Xiu had accepted both the bank card and the invitation, Wu Mingjian then stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants. There's a time and place on it, so student Fong Xiu can just go there directly when he arrives. There will be a special treat for you. I'll just head back. There's also the matter of joining the student council. I hope that senior Fong Xiu will reconsider. Knock knock. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn around and leave, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it again? Fong Xiu put down the invitation, his sword brows slightly raised. Why did it feel like after I won the freshman exchange tournament, the house became lively all of a sudden? Fong Xiu took 3 steps to the door, and with that, he pushed the door open. The person who came was no other than Zhang Panpan. Fong Xiu. Zhang Panpan smiled and greeted Fong Xiu. Considering that the shadow wizard was a phantom beast species, after Zhang Panpan returned to school, she was more or less relieved to see how Fong Xiu's imperial beast progress was. Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian also politely greeted Zhang Panpan. Only then did Zhang Panpan notice him. You are the vice president of the student council, Wu Mingjian. Zhang Panpan frowned. Obviously he didn't have a good feeling about the people from the student council. Chapter 75, Traveling to the Alien Kingdom. Senior Fong Xiu made a big splash at the freshman exchange competition this time. As the vice president of the student council, I should pay a visit. Wu Mingjian replied with a leathery smile. After all, Fong Xiu is the future of our Huching First Middle School. Zhang Panpan looked at Wu Mingjian. Although he didn't have a good impression of the student council, he wouldn't have a seizure in Fong Xiu's house. Alright. Zhang Panpan nodded his head a bit. Then he stopped looking at Wu Mingjian as he turned his head to look at Fong Xiu. Old rules? Fong Xiu put away the bank card sent by Wu Mingjian, the invitation, and asked with a smile on his face while rubbing his thumb and index finger on his hand against each other. Good you Fong Xiu. The prize money from this freshman exchange tournament and the gifts received from the Douyin account. How come it's more than 100,000, right? Surprisingly, he still misses these 3 melons and 2 jujubes of mine? Zhang Panpan spat viciously. You can't say that. Brother Panpan, you also know the situation of my imperial beasts. And the weapon used by that half-dragon in this freshman exchange tournament was really a bit powerful. If it wasn't for the alien queen's power crushing the other party, I might have lost this time. Fong Xiu defended himself. So I'd like to customize a better outfit for my aliens, too. $100,000 won't take long at all. The path of the imperial beasts is just burning money like crazy. Not to mention a mere 100,000. Even if it was 1 million, 10 million, all thrown in, it wouldn't make much of a splash. How could Zhang Panpan not know such reasoning? It was also because of this that he felt that Fong Xiu running a Douyin account was a good way to go. Okay. Zhang Panpan didn't argue with Fong Xiu and directly transferred $500 over to him. What are you doing here? Wu Mingjian came to be interested for a moment. As far as he knows, physical education teachers have the highest gold value, and during the New Year's holidays, parents of students will try to give gifts by all means. There is also a large fee to pay if you want to be instructed by a gym teacher in private time. As a result, Zhang Panpan's situation with Fong Xiu was completely reversed. This made Wu Mingjian, indeed, a little curious. The cost of visiting my Imperial Beast space is also of interest to Vice President Wu? Fong Xiu gestured with his hand. Although he didn't have much goodwill towards the student union, but why not pull the wool of the student union if he could? How much? Wu Mingjian spoke without thinking. In fact, this Wu Mingjian was originally very interested in Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast space. It was only because the Imperial Beast was a very private matter, coupled with Fong Xiu's resistance to himself, that he did not open his mouth. If I had known that it could be fixed with money, why would I have worried about it? 2,000. Fong Xiu tentatively set a price. Good. Looking at Wu Mingjian's transfer of money without hesitation, Fong Xiu also froze for a moment. Dry. Be less. Then, welcome to my Imperial Beast space. The moment Fong Xiu opened his arms and activated the Imperial Beast space card, once the light engulfed towards Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian and the two of them, the hot white light made them instinctively close their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, the scene around them changed drastically. The walls, tiles, furniture and appliances all disappeared, and in their place was the entrance to a huge underground cavern. Inside, a cloudy wind keeps blowing out. Looking again at the high end of the cave from the ground to the top, it was at least 10 meters high. Alien. Wu Mingjian mouthed Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast, then silently followed behind Fong Xiu. After passing through a long hyperbolic passage, the space inside became open. The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 to 30 meters. Rows and rows of milky white eggs were as neat as an army formation. It's just that it's a bit cold and damp. and he'd been able to see the alien every now and then since he'd come in. And these aliens all worship Fong Xiu as their king. Everywhere they went, the aliens who noticed them fell to their knees. School disciple Fong Xiu's imperial beast space is truly remarkable. Wu Mingjian sighed. This statement is not meant as a compliment. No matter what, he's also the hall vice president and a senior veteran. During these 2 years or so in the first middle school, he had been to all the large and small imperial beast spaces. However, even Wu Mingjian, the vice president, was the first time he had seen such an eerie imperial beast space, and Fong Xiu's imperial beast. Just walking from the entrance of the cave to the inside, he had encountered dozens of aliens along the way. Moreover, the size of these aliens, generally around 2 meters, was much weaker than an elite like the alien sword saint. Senior Fong Xiu, just how many aliens did you breed? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask. Just so far then, there's probably more than 300 of them. Fong Xiu made a rough estimate. Much? How much? Wu Mingjian's 2 eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. His brain only felt a buzzing sound, seriously doubting if he had heard something wrong. Nice guy. 300 or so? What about you, Sentinel? Or are you wholesaling here? It could also be 400. I didn't count carefully. Fong Xiu shook his head slightly. Once this alien queen finds a safe spot, she transforms into a fertility machine, and at her craziest, she can lay a dozen or more eggs in an hour. With enough food, those facehuggers will continue to parasitize and grow the alien population. The male aliens, meanwhile, would act as diggers, expanding the scope of this cave. Previously, because of the lack of money, Fong Xiu's imperial beast space was only a few hundred square feet in size, causing the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit the air wall. The alien queen's spawning rate, too, decreased. With Fong Xiu getting the prize money from the freshman exchange competition, he directly used that 50,000 yuan to expand the space here, expanding the several hundred square meters to tens of thousands of square meters. Male aliens, expanding this underground kingdom. The alien queen also sold out and began the birthing process. Listening to Fong Xiu's description, Wu Mingjian's mouth fell back with a cold breath. Before, he only knew that Fong Xiu's alien was exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. If there was a big enough space and the food source was guaranteed, then you alien, wouldn't it be thousands? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be shocked by Fong Xiu's explanation. Where is this imperial beast? This is clearly breeding a race. This guy Fong Xiu, what kind of monster is he? That's right, in theory. Fong Xiu nodded, indicating that it was indeed true. But there's a problem. Ordinary male aliens with limited fighting ability. Only those that parasitize other imperial beasts and give birth to mutants are the future of the aliens. So, the amount, it's not that exaggerated. Fong Xiu explained in a serious manner. After all, food was a major problem for him after the surge in alien numbers. But, the alien queen cannot evolve into an alien queen if the alien population does not reach a certain base. And the genetically more powerful royal facehugger can only be produced down by the alien queen. Chapter 76, Evolution, Alien Queen. Listening to Fong Xiu's serious explanation, and then taking a look at the eggs that could not be seen, Wu Mingjian's heart only thought of 2 words. Tough guy. This guy Fong Xiu, he's really a tough guy. Zhang Pan, on the other hand, frowned a little as he rested his chin with one hand. Fong Xiu, your method of royalties, there is something wrong with it. Zhang Pan recognized Fong Xiu's talent very much in his heart. No matter if it was a student he had seen or heard of, the talent was not as demonic as Fong Xiu. It's not even an exaggeration to say that Fong Xiu is the seedling of the future top 10. But, it doesn't make sense to go after the number of imperial beasts. You should be able to feel it, right? The combat power of these ordinary aliens is no more powerful than Li Jin's half-dragons, or Li Shizhe's shadow wizards. Even at the freshman exchange tournament, Li Shizhe's shadow sorcerer had used the 10,000 serpent massacre formation to take out several male aliens. Li Jin's half-dragon man was even suppressing Fong Xiu's alien sword saint. If it had been a more common male alien, it might have been one at a time for the half-dragon. On the contrary, the consumption of these aliens, because of their excessive base, food-wise, can be very exaggerated. So much so that a number of the eggs, of their own accord, went dormant. Once the number of these aliens reached 4 digits, Fong Xiu would definitely be dragged down by them. More is better than less. If we can spare the alien population, you wouldn't need to be consuming a lot of resources when it comes to food. The extra portion can even be used to customize nice equipment for these elite imperial beasts like the alien sword saint. Zhang Pan said with a serious face. No matter what, he could be Fong Xiu's physical education teacher. And when he encountered problems, he naturally had to point them out for Fong Xiu to improve. Teacher Zhang has a good point. Wu Mingjian also chimed in. At first, when he was called over by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Fong Xiu and the student council, his heart was still a bit reluctant. He himself is at least the vice president. In the entire Crane City no. One middle school. It was almost a one-man, 10,000-man existence. As a result, he let himself come over to please Fong Xiu. It's almost humiliating. However, when he came to this Imperial Beast space and saw Fong Xiu's alien form, he understood everything. A person like Fong Xiu was worthy of pulling himself together. Once he went to college, he might become Chu Xinghe's help. Based on such a relationship, Wu Mingjian also unified his front with Zhang Panpan. He pinched his waist with one hand. If I were you, I would clear out these aliens, leaving behind the alien sword saint, the queen, these more powerful individuals. Pour your heart and soul into these aliens. Listening to the words of Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian, how could Fong Xiu not understand this simple truth? Just, alien doesn't belong in this world. They lacked sufficient knowledge of the aliens. Only when the alien community grows to the size of a nation will an alien queen be born. After that, the alien queen will continue to spawn royal face-hugging bugs, not to mention the queen's mother of alien extreme lifeforms. If the alien community is to give birth to the queen mother, further expansion of alien territory will be necessary. Fong Xiu wouldn't have wanted so many aliens if it wasn't for the fact that aliens existed in this setting. Wouldn't it be better to just go the elite route? But no way. The alien queen and the alien queen are simply two different creatures. Alien queens are much more one-dimensional in their thinking and will only reproduce savagely. Only a queen can have strategic intent and be better able to maintain the stable development of the species. It is only when the queen's control extends further that she can evolve into the mother of queens. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu looked imploringly at the alien queen who was in labor. In this small Crane City, his alien queen could definitely topple all his enemies. Even if it was the Black River State League in Zhang Yu's words, Fong Xiu had full certainty that he would go to the top. But after that, the world is big. Top 10. Mikado in the top 10. If the alien queen's evolution stops, sooner or later, one day, one's own imperial beast will not be the strongest in this world. What if I say that my alien queen can continue to evolve? Fong Xiu's starry eyes focused on Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian and the two of them. What did you say? Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian's hearts were shaken, and their two eyes widened as they turned their heads to look at the alien queen. That behemoth, still evolving? Wait, Senior Fong Xiu, you want to talk about the mutation, right? Wu Mingjian reacted furiously. Fong Xiu was only in high school and hadn't been exposed to knowledge like mutation. It was assumed that he had seen Mamon's imperial beast and that was why he felt that his alien queen could evolve further. While it's true to say that, it doesn't have anything to do with the number of aliens that are out there. Fong was senior brother. That mutation. But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjian opened his mouth, Fong Xiu directly interrupted him. Not a mutation. Fong Xiu shook his head. Although I also really want my alien queen to complete her mutation and gain even more power. But when I say evolution, I don't mean mutation. I am referring to the fact that when the aliens, as a group, expand to a certain size, my alien queen can evolve into a higher-ranking queen. Now, Wu Mingjian completely froze in place. His wide-open mouth drew a huge breath of cold air, his pupils staring at the alien queen behind him in a frantic earthquake. This huge guy just curled up on his legs and looked down at them. The giant spawner behind him, on the other hand, kept spitting out one worm egg after another. Evolution. Alien queen? This alien queen alone is outrageous enough, isn't it? A half-dragon who had slapped Li Jin unconscious with just a slap in the freshman exchange tournament. If this were to advance and evolve and turn into an alien queen, wouldn't its power be heavenly? Fong Xiu, who told you such things? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of this type of evolution. No one has ever told me. Fong Xiu shook his head. This idea arose when I created the aliens. As to why that thought came to me I don't know, but I can assure you, it's true. It's a feeling like when a person is born breathing. It's an idea that exists in the genes. Fong Xiu snubbed Zhang Panpan with a serious face. Zhang Panpan looked at Fong Xiu. The phantom beast species, the imperial beasts, would have possessed all sorts of strange and bizarre abilities. Looking at Fong Xiu's appearance again, he also didn't look like he was lying yet. So, how many aliens does it take to make your queen evolve into a queen? However, just as soon as Zhang Panpan's words fell, a hiss of pain resounded throughout the underground cavern. What the bee movement? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but spit out, his sight subconsciously searching for where the sound was coming from. A quick glance showed a troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77, The New Alien Breaks the Chest. That one is Li Shijia's imperial beast? Wu Mingjian searched for the sound and looked, only to see a blue-skinned troll, which was convulsing madly on the ground, with a whimpering and wailing sound constantly coming out of its mouth. As the freshman exchange tournament was a rather grand event in Crane City, Wu Mingjian had paid some attention to it, and with a glance, he recognized the troll. which was none other than third middle school Li Shijia's imperial beast, and a phantom beast species at that, parasitic, plundering someone else's imperial beast. Wu Mingjian's heart stuttered. Is it finally time to break the chest? Fong Xiu's eyes also focused on the troll. At the freshman exchange tournament, he had captured a total of 4 imperial beasts. In addition to Li Shijia's trolls, there were also Gung Guangwei's 3 uprights. Because of the first captured Homo erectus and the ancient species, the aliens had broken their chests by the time they got to the hospital. After a feeding frenzy, the 3 aliens, who had assimilated the genes of the Homo erectus, also turned into adult bodies. They are not much different in appearance from a normal male xenomorph, only more massive in bone structure. Each alien was over 4 meters tall, and compared to ordinary male aliens, it was simply the difference between an adult and a child. Fong Xiu named them alien guards and put them in charge of defending the alien queen. On the contrary, Li Shijia's troll, I don't know if it's because the genes are more difficult to assimilate, has been parasitized until now, and only now is it starting to show signs of wanting to break its chest. The alien sword saint quickly came to Fong Xiu's side, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade ejected from his elbow joint and was grasped in one hand. Seeing this, Zhang Pan Pan also immediately released her hellfire, staring at the troll as if it was a formidable enemy. What are you doing, Teacher Zhang? Wu Mingjian raised his eyebrows for a moment and quickly reacted that Zhang Pan Pan was worried that Fong Xiu's imperial beast would be out of control. However, he didn't release his imperial beast, but instead took a step back and came behind hellfire. Pust! Only blood sprayed out from the troll's chest like a dancing red butterfly. Then there was a flat, elongated head drilling out from the troll's body. It opened its mouth. Its teeth were much more enormous than ordinary aliens, especially the 2 tiger teeth in the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fong Xiu's arm. Apparently a mutation from assimilating troll genes. Saliva with corrosive properties dripped from the corners of his mouth and dissolved a crater in the ground. It also had a much wider palm, easily holding the troll's body in 2 and then standing out. Its standing posture, also very similar to this troll. It clenched its fists, as if it felt that something was missing, and then turned around, looked at the troll corpse on the ground, and finally reached out its hand, and gripped the troll's spine, and with a forceful jerk, it hardened the troll's entire spine, and gripped it in its hand. However, this alien didn't attack its own kind like the alien Kinsei did. It stood in place, seemingly thinking for a while, before finally kneeling down on one knee towards Fong Xiu and lowering its head. Very good. Seeing this, Fong Xiu nodded with satisfaction. It looks like the power in your heart was enhanced after suppressing the alien sword saint, which is why you were able to make this alien submit to you. Zhang Pan Pan said as such. Fong Xiu nodded his head a bit, thinking that it was the same, then consumed his resources and released a 500-pound fat pig out. Either way, the busting of the chest was the beginning of the alien. They need to eat a lot in order for their bodies to grow to full size, and as soon as they lack food, they go into a dormant state. Ordinary aliens would be fine, but an elite like the one in front of him, the sufficiency of food still needed to be guaranteed. Hunt it down. Fong Xiu lowered his voice. Although he could create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fong Xiu still wanted to see how powerful it would be after assimilating the troll. Just in the chest-breaking state, it's close to 2 meters tall. If this enters its full body, I'm afraid it won't be as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. Fong Xiu made an estimation based on his past experience. Wu Mingjian subconsciously held his breath. Imperial beasts like the alien, not to mention having seen them, he had never even heard of them. But what Fong Xiu and the 3 of them didn't expect was that the alien didn't directly pounce on the domestic pig that Fong Xiu had released. It instead turned around, stretched out its wide palm, and grabbed towards the troll's head. What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked in disbelief. Didn't you have the aliens hunt that pig? Could it be that it couldn't understand Fong Xiu's order, so it misunderstood the hunting target? If that's the case, then Fong Xiu's alien, his intelligence is a bit low. Fong Xiu silently watched, only to see this alien, ripping off the troll's head with one hand, and then using the most primitive brute force, crushing it to smithereens. Boo! All sorts of white, red liquids, like bursting watermelons, were ejected from it, creating a sound that even made Wu Mingjian freeze for a moment. But as the alien crushed the troll's head, a faint glow, changing to red energy, swirled around its feet. Is this a snake stick? Fong Xiu muttered, his eyes moving. Li Shijia's trolls, known as shadow sorcerers, attacked by crushing the skulls of animals and summoning snake spirits with sorcery as their main means of attack. Now see, his own alien gained the power to use sorcery even after assimilating the shadow wizard. That's really nice. Fong Xiu's eyes glowed in anticipation of this alien's hunting performance. One must know that the last thing Fong Xiu's underground kingdom lacked was skulls. So many common aliens, all of which can be used to act as props for the use of sorcery, only to see the mass of energy transformed into the appearance of an alien, and then opened its mouth. from which it spat out a bright red flying needle that sped out towards the house pig. What happened before this pig had time to react? No. To be precise, the family pig noticed nothing. In just a blink of an eye, this flying needle shot straight into its body and flew out from the other end, finally sticking on the ground, and where it was crossed, it dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked as if it had been melted by a strong acid. Acid blood. This alien created the alien rod with sorcery to take the corrosive effects of acidic blood and fuse it into an energy needle. Poof! In less than half a breath, the house pig fell heavily to the ground, its mouth emitting a pig-killing scream. Numbing. And where the needle went through, it dissolved a fist-sized cavity, translucent front and back. Fong Xiu's alien was not surprised by this, as if everything was a matter of course, and walked over in 3 steps and began to feast. Wu Mingjian took this scene in, and his entire body directly drew in a breath of cold air. Fong was schoolmate's alien. It's really unique. If he remembered correctly, that sorcery was originally the ability of Li Shijia's imperial beasts, but he didn't expect it to be copied by the alien. Chapter 78, A Whole Year of Shocking Ma Wanfeng. Since you can use sorcery, let's call you Alien Sorcerer from now on. Fong Xiu looked at the newly hatched alien, nodded in satisfaction, and gave it a new name. The aliens are the base. There is no need to change them, and in order to differentiate them from the normal aliens, they are simply differentiated by their abilities. Alien Sword Saint Melee Hold. Alien Sorcerer Long Range Cooperation. Looking for an opportunity to kill in one hit, especially the flying needles with the acidic blood nature could definitely reverse the situation at the critical moment. Fong Xiu looked at his Alien Sorcerer and Alien Sword Saint and couldn't wait to participate in the Black River State League. Speaking of which, the Black River State League, when will it be held? Fong Xiu calmed his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exams, I guess. Zhang Panpan pushed up her glasses. The first half of the first semester of high school starts at the end of August, and winter break is in late December, which is only 4 months before and after the opening mapping exams, then the freshman exchange game a month later, then midterms. By the time we get back from the Black River State League, it's basically almost time for finals. Needless to say, just the first half of the first semester of senior year is quite a tight schedule. Midterm exam? If it wasn't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, Fong Xiu had forgotten that there was still the matter of midterm exams. Yes, Zhang Panpan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult. With Fong Xiu's strength, there was basically no problem in stabilizing the number 1 ranking. Do well, and if you get first in the school, you'll get a scholarship. It's still very lucrative. Zhang Panpan smiled. In a key high school like First High School, if you can get into the top 10, not only can you get a scholarship, but you can also get credits. If Fong Xiu really did well in the Black River State League, these credits alone would have allowed Fong Xiu to, last semester, undergo a mutation. So far, no one has been able to take this many credits in the first semester of their senior year. Even with the operation of the student council, those so-called geniuses were all mutated in the second half of the senior's second semester. I'll work hard. Fong Xiu nodded, stating that he would definitely shine in the Black River State League. Well, the future of first grade depends on you, Fong Xiu. In this way, Fong Xiu left a large amount of food for the alien sorcerer, allowing it to grow to its full size, and then sent Zhang Panpan, Wu Mingjian, and the 2 of them, away from his imperial beast space. Alright, I should go back too. Zhang Panpan waved his hand towards Fong Xiu, allowing him to continue imperializing the beasts. Wu Mingjian also took his leave at this point. Only, after seeing Fong Xiu's alien form, Wu Mingjian didn't go back to the imperial beasts, or rest, but hurriedly ran to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in the senior class of the first middle school, and the president of the student council, his dormitory was heck of a 500-square-foot villa. A living room alone is lavishly decorated. How are things being handled? Ma Wanfeng wasn't surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited him in and asked his cooking aunt to help make a pot of tea. Wu Mingjian's face was a little embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although getting along with Fong Xiu wasn't bad, at least eliminating the conflict between him and Qianfeng. Fong Xiu didn't agree about joining the student union, but, I went to his royal beast space, worried that Ma Wansheng would accuse him of not doing his job well. Wu Mingjian turned his words around and directly chatted about the imperial beast space. Oh, upon hearing these words, Ma Wanfeng's frowning brows suddenly stretched. It was important to know that the royal beast space had always been relatively private, and unless the relationship between 2 people was extremely good, otherwise, they would generally not invite each other into their own royal beast space. From this point of view, Fong Xiu was shaken inwardly even if he didn't directly join the student council. Tell me, Ma Wanfeng said as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjian. This is the tea that Senior Chu sent. It tastes good. Wu Mingjian hurriedly received the tea with both hands, and despite the fact that the teacup was a bit hot, he took a stiff sip, while hiding the part that it was only possible to visit because of the money spent. Fong Xiu's aliens, there are more than 400 of them. When these words came out, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. The pupils vibrated slightly, and the expression written on his face was as if to say, "Are you kidding me? 400 aliens? Didn't Fong Xiu just start his first year of high school? He's got a background that he's investigated himself. Both parents are average workers with mortgage and car payments. There weren't any higher status relatives either. Just a very ordinary family. 400 or so imperial beasts? Are you kidding me? If insects, like the hornet type of imperial beasts, had hundreds of them, he could understand. But Fong Xiu's alien was clearly a giant imperial beast. Each one's fighting strength was extremely strong. That's right. Wu Mingjian nodded, stating that he had definitely not misread the situation and was not joking. President, you should remember that behemoth that Fong Xiu released at the end when he was fighting Li Jin, right? Aha. Ma Wanfeng responded sharply. Honestly, the moment he saw the alien queen come out, he was taken aback as well. Compared to the other aliens, this queen's power, it's not even on the same level. With just one slap, the half-dragon was slapped into unconsciousness. Truly amazing. Only, what does this have to do with the number of aliens in Fong Xiu? According to Manhwa, that imperial beast is called the alien queen, and when the aliens community grows to a certain size, the alien queen will be able to advance and evolve to become the alien queen. Whether it's power, or anything else, it can be dramatically increased. Wu Mingjian said with a serious face. At first there was some disbelief in his heart when he heard this. However, Fong Xiu's talent for royalty beasts was simply too demonic, especially that alien sorcerer, who was able to take the sorcery of Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. This kind of thing really turned his perception upside down. There's still such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils quaked madly. Although he didn't convince Fong Xiu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjian did manage to extract good information. Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng pursued without thinking. In his opinion, Fong Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. He should record his imperial beast situation and send it to Chu Xinghe and the others. This, Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly. In Fong Xiu's imperial beast space, he was just shocked, totally forgot about being able to videotape this. Forget it. Ma Wanfeng waved his hand, but he didn't blame Wu Mingjian for not doing his job well. He lifted his chin and thought carefully. Fong Xiu is after all a student of our first middle school. There will be plenty of time to get in touch with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to think of ways to get Fong Xiu to join our student union. Chapter 79, Fong Xiu's Pink Lady. The freshman exchange match came to an end, and Fong Xiu returned to campus life. Just as soon as Fong Xiu walked into the campus, he became the center of attention. Is that man Fong Xiu? Ah, it feels so handsome, even more so than on the video. Would love to get an autograph from him. For a while, all sorts of voices entered Fong Xiu's ears, but there weren't many students who really came together. Although Fong Xiu's family of origin was average, his sword brows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, as well as his play in the freshman exchange competition made many students think that Fong Xiu came from a famous family. The light that shone like a star, on the contrary, gave people a feeling that it was difficult to approach. It feels like if this continues, I'll have to wear a hat with sunglasses in school in the future. Fong Xiu pretended to be calm on the surface, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. No wonder those celebrities travel with hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities. This intense sighting and murmuring was really a little bit of a shy one. Fong Xiu, however, soon, a voice familiar to Fong Xiu stood out from the noisy chatter. Fong Xiu subconsciously turned around and realized that the visitor was no one else but his deskmate, Shi Zhanhong. Congratulations, you've managed to take the freshman exchange championship. It was really stressful at the time. Say, that alien queen of yours, how on earth did you breed it? It's too strong. Shi Zhanhong was dancing with excitement, and those who didn't know thought that he had won the match. Just so cultivated, Fong Xiu said lightly. This Shi Zhanhong's grades were not outstanding, but the first impression he gave Fong Xiu was not bad, and he was interested in gossip. Speaking of which, do you know who Master Che Xin is? Fong Xiu and Shi Zhanhong walked side by side on the boulevard, heading to the classroom, having a chat on the way. Master Che Xin? That must be known. Shi Zhanhong nodded repeatedly. That's the pride of our Crane City. It is said to be one of the earliest batch of genius Imperial Beast Masters to take the Imperial Beast High School examination, and shortly after entering the university, he made a name for himself and participated in the Imperial Beast War. Then the military reform. He was discharged from the army and went to the Five Flowers Group, but it was still a smooth ride, and in a few years he was promoted to vice president. It can be said to be in existence among men. When telling about Master Che Xin, Shi Zhanhong's eyes glowed with the kind of pride that leaps off the page. I know that some people may think that a vice president of a big factory is nothing special, but for a small 18th tier city like ours, it's already a feat to come out with one such figure. Although Shi Zhanhong does not feel that there is anything wrong with Crane City, but this is after all a small frontier city in China. Education, resources are not very developed. It's also hard for people who go out from Crane City to achieve too much, especially after entering the Imperial Beast era. The Hejiang Prefecture had united with the Ji Prefecture, Liao Prefecture, and parts of the Mengdong Prefecture to create the Imperial Beast 4 Prefecture's General Bureau. In its heyday, the Imperial Beast's 4 states' general administration was more than capable of directly contending with its neighbors. Such an approach has naturally aroused the discontent of some people. In the end, a group of people came down from above and not only disbanded the Imperial Beast's General Bureau, but also overhauled the personnel arrangements in the Black River State. Since then, the entire Black River State has been in a state of disarray and has suffered a great loss of vitality. Ugh, Shi Zhanhong recounted the past while waving his fist. Otherwise, our Crane City can also break bread with those second and third tier cities in the south as well. So you see how rare and valuable it is to have someone like Master Che Xin, don't you? Surprisingly, there has been such a thing. Fong Xiu nodded. Yes, but Master Che Xin is older after all. Plus the 5 flowers infighting is powerful. And finally ended up in an early retirement. Shi Zhanhong said. His eyes couldn't help but darken a lot. Obviously for what happened to Che Xin. Feel injustice. However, he quickly reacted. There was no reason why Fong Xiu would suddenly ask about such a thing. It's not like he likes to gossip as much as he does. Fong Xiu, you couldn't have gotten the invitation, right? Shi Zhanhong suddenly froze in place, both of his eyes glaring like the eyes of an ox, staring at Fong Xiu in death, and his mouth couldn't help but open wide into an O shape. Dumbstruck, Master Che Xin, so to speak, was his idol. Over the years, he hadn't missed following each other online. He investigated the painting exhibition when he learned that the other man had retired and returned to Crane City. Not only that, Shi Zhanhong tried everything to get an invitation to the painting exhibition. However, the tickets for the invitations, which were speculated by scalpers to 100,000 apiece, were unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even scalpers have very limited invitations in their hands, and just having money without connections doesn't work. Unexpectedly, the invitation that he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fong Xiu. 100,000 ah, you're really rich. Shi Zhanhong spat with a very red-eyed look. In his opinion, Fong Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament to buy the invitation. No someone else gave it to me, Fong Xiu said lightly. Ha, sent? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned. Who sent you this? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian? Isn't that the vice president of the student council? Shi Zhanhong was stunned again. What the hell? Didn't Fong Xiu beat Ma Ming violently? Even though the other party was just a student council fighter, they were at least student council members. If Fong Xiu hit him, wasn't that like hitting the student council in the face? Why would Wu Mingjian still want to give Fong Xiu an invitation? It's not the right script, is it? Yeah, what other reason could there be? Wanting to pull me in, Fong Xiu said with a light smile. He could feel Wu Mingjian's importance to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qian Feng over to apologize at his door and give himself money. Just what Fong Hua did not expect is, the invitation to this painting exhibition would have such a high gold content. That's a really heavy gift. Pulling in? That's right, after all, your performance in the freshman exchange tournament was too amazing, and I've also heard that there are quite a few female fans of yours in our school, and they've even built groups and stuff. Shi Zhanhong spat out. You also know about this kind of thing? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, although he knew that this Shi Zhanhong liked to gossip. But would it be too outrageous to even know about the female powder group? My cousin is the head of your female fans. I found out when she built the group. And, after hearing that I am your tablemate, she also wants to cooperate with me a little. Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. This matter was related to Fong Xiu after all, and he was too embarrassed to hide it. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed. It's her hopeful class that she'll steal a few pictures of you, preferably when you're sleeping, and print them out and sell them to the schoolgirls in the group. Fong Xiu? Chapter 80. You've thought of a name for the baby, haven't you? But don't worry, Fong Xiu, how could I possibly do something so classless? So I righteously rejected her. Shi Zhanhong said forcefully. This is Fong Xiu, the first person in the Crane City First School. Just being at the same table with him is something you can blow off for the rest of your life. How can one steal a picture? It's not impossible. Fong Xiu's eyes moved. Shi Zhanhong, did your sister give you an idea of how much to sell a photo for? Fong Xiu thought for a moment. He hadn't realized that his female fans could be so outrageous. And then there's Shi Zhanhong's sister, who's practically the head of female fans. But then again, What people make the best money? Of course it's these female fans. Celebrities online endorse just about any product and they are buying it. It doesn't matter for a moment if what I bought works or not, if I can use it myself. What matters is that I can support my brother. This she did not say. Sure, Zhanhong a black line. Not buddy. What is this? It's possible to work together. Selling my photos is fine, but I want a cut. The expenses of his own imperial beasts were huge, and although he had the prize money from the freshman exchange tournament and Wu Mingjian's gift, it was only a burning issue. Now that there was this easy way to make money, Fong Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. Are you serious? Sure, Zhanhong asked incredulously. Well, you do realize that imperial beasts can cost a lot of money, right? As long as the pricing isn't too outrageous. It's not bad if you sell at a thin profit. Fong Xiu spoke his thoughts. If a photo sells for $5, that's $1,000 assuming there are 200 people in the group. And $5 doesn't impose much of a burden on a little girl in high school. In a way, it's kind of a win-win. After receiving Fong Xiu's permission, Sure Zhanhong's eyes also lit up. He sort of understood why Fong Xiu's imperial beasts were so powerful. Fong Xiu's business acumen was indeed strong. Just something like selling photos could be applied to imperial beasts. With that, Sure Zhanhong took out his cell phone and directly sent a text message to his sister Sure Yonglin, sending the points Fong Xiu said he wanted directly over. Selling photos is fine, but the pricing can't be too high, and Fong Xiu is going to take a 50% cut. Buzz. Sure Zhanhong's cell phone swirled and vibrated, and Sure Yonglin messaged back in seconds. Really? Please make sure to take a picture of old sister me first. Sure Zhanhong looked at the text message with a black line on his face. Nice guy. The proximity of the water is the first thing to go, isn't it? But no matter what, Sure Zhanhong and Sure Yonglin have always been on good terms, as good as brother and sister. In the end, he raised his cell phone and took a picture of Fong Xiu's back and sent it over. So handsome. Just the back is so handsome. Truly worthy of being our Fong Xiu. Sure Zhanhong looked at the text message on his cell phone and had a black line on his face. No sis, what do you mean by our Fong Xiu? You don't think you want me to have a CP with Fong Xiu, do you? We're in a normal table relationship. Please don't kowtow. What are you thinking about all day long? Don't you think that old sister and I are a good match for Manhwa? He's a talented man. I'm a beautiful woman. And besides, I'm your sister. I'm the one who's ing with you. If Manhwa and I managed to get together, then he'd be your brother-in-law. Crane City 1. No. The future #1 person of the Imperial Capital University as your brother-in-law. Doesn't that smell good? Say, what do you think of the names Fong Yuan Fong Zhang? In less than half a breath, Sure Yonglin sent a series of text messages over, allowing Sure Zhanhong to instantly see what it was like to have a female powder head on fire. Nice guy, obviously. We haven't even met, and you've even figured out what to call the baby, right? And it's still a second child. What are you doing here in response to national policy? For a while, Sure Zhanhong felt that his old sister was full of sluts. But, when he put down his CELL phone and looked up at Fong Xiu again, brother-in-law? If he could really be Fong Xiu's brother-in-law, did he count himself as one person's success and his whole family's ascension to heaven? What's wrong? Fong Xiu saw that Sure Zhanhong didn't follow. If we don't go, we'll be late. Coming. Sure Zhanhong quickly followed. Speaking of which, do you have a girlfriend? Fong Xiu? No. Why did it feel like the whole school had become unhinged after he won the freshman exchange tournament? With that, the duo made their way to the second classroom. Without waiting for Fong Xiu to react, the classroom resounded with thunderous applause. There were even people with gift tubes setting off fireworks. For those who don't know, whose birthday is being celebrated. Not only that, even the blackboards of the classes were filled with boards celebrating Fong Xiu's victory in the freshman exchange tournament. Congratulations to Mr. Fong Xiu. Do not forget each other if you are rich. Fong Xiu. Looking at one fawning-looking classmate after another, Fong Xiu took a lot of effort to return to his seat. It was only when passing by Li Qingqing's seat that Li Qingqing made a point of saying, "The freshman exchange tournament. Thanks to you, if IHS doesn't win the freshman exchange, it will not be in this year's Black River State tournament." And as someone who wanted to defeat Chu Xinghe, Li Qingqing placed extra importance on this Black River State League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's phantom beast species were also not expected by Li Qingqing, plus the nasty tactics. If it wasn't for Fong Xiu, then this year's first high school would really be out of the Black River State League. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Fong Xiu smiled towards Qingqing. Rather, it's Qingqing's student who still needs to work hard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back during the Black River State League. Li Qingqing lowered her voice, although she was grateful to Fong Xiu. When facing him, Li Qingqing was still in a high-strung manner. Fong Xiu didn't care. He just returned to his seat and prepared to start today's study. However, not waiting for the teacher of the first general studies class to come over, the teacher of the second class, Zhang Yu, had already come to the door, and the classroom, which was still laughing and joking, suddenly quieted down. Zhang Yu looked at the blackboard report and didn't say much, but only swept his eyes around before settling on Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu, come out here. Coming. Before Fong Xiu's but was even warm, he stood up and walked towards the door. The other students, at once, cast envious looks, although he didn't know what Zhang Yu was looking for Fong Xiu for. But considering Fong Xiu's performance in this freshman exchange tournament, he thought that there must be no less benefits. In the future, the gap between them and Fong Xiu would only grow wider. At the same time, there were quite a few students who subconsciously looked at Li Qingqing after Fong Xiu left. The strongest student in Crane City Junior High School, the top-ranked genius girl in the midterm. Her radiance was now being overshadowed by Fong Xiu in all aspects. Alas, both are born clear. So what is the rest? The class didn't know which student spat out a sentence. Li Qingqing violently broke the pen in her hand, and the crisp breaking sound instantly silenced the classroom. Fong Xiu, Chapter 81, Principal Ren's Favor. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fong Xiu and Zhang Yu left the classroom together. I'm not very clear on what exactly is going on. I just know that Principal Ren wants to see you, so pay attention when you're there. Zhang Yu didn't forget to remind Fong Xiu, usually with him, and Zhang Pan, cheek to cheek, collect a visit fee is also even so. But don't be so big-headed in front of the principal of the first middle school, asking to see me by name? Fong Xiu then realized. No wonder today's Zhang Yu looked much more serious than usual. I didn't expect a handful of people from the first high school to take the initiative and ask to see themselves. Before Fong Xiu crossed over, he also went to high school, and at that time, his grades were not to say that he was a school god or a school bully, but he was also at the top of the list. But after 3 years of high school, he had never met the principal. Be more spirited. Don't disgrace our second class, Zhang Yu said in Fong Xiu's ear. At the thought of Fong Xiu also meeting the principal, he, the homeroom teacher, was more or less nervous. However, compared to those students who had made a big mistake and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than good. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fong Xiu to the front of the principal's office and raised his hand to gently knock twice on it. Come in. The voice that came from inside was a rather gentle one, a very different vocal line than the one heard during the mapping exam. Hello, Principal Ren. Zhang Yu pushed the door and walked in, forcing himself to greet the principal and not forgetting to raise his hand to slap Fong Xiu on the shoulder. Oh, good day Principal Ren. I'm Fong Xiu from year first class 2. Fong Xiu introduced himself while looking around and observing this office. There is a lot of space here. Not only can you place a 60-inch TV, but Principal Ren's desk is 3 meters long, looking both atmospheric and luxurious, and behind it are rows and rows of bookcases. Only, Fong Xiu didn't feel any flavor of a bookish family, only feeling that this office was only used to display the broad-mindedness. There's a cheesiness to it. As for the Principal Ren that Zhang Yu was talking about, she was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a black one-piece dress and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, ruffling her hair in the face of a smile. Ren Xiuyu. Fong Xiu's line of sight focused on the desk in front of Ren Xiuyu. A woman's name was engraved under an ornament with a Chinese flag. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yu called him Principal Ren, Fong Xiu instantly realized that Ren Xiuyu was most likely the name of this principal. It was just that what puzzled Fong Xiu was that he hadn't seen this headmaster Ren during the mapping exam. Fellow student Fong Xiu is really strange. You didn't see me during the mapping exams, and the freshman exchange tournament, right? Ren Xiuyu said smilingly, as if she possessed mind-reading skills. Seeing through Fong Xiu's doubts, my benefactor returned home some time ago, just in time, so all the big and small matters of the first middle school were handed over to the other principal, the one you met. This freshman exchange tournament is thanks to Mr. Fong Xiu, or else this year's laurels would have gone to the third middle school. Fong Xiu didn't expect Ren Xiuyu to take the initiative to explain all this, as well as her image looked more like a sister full of knowledge. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw her in this office, it would be hard for Fong Xiu to associate her identity with the title of the principal of the first middle school. Where are the words? I am originally a student of the first school, and it is incumbent upon my generation to fight for the honor of the first school. Fong Xiu held his head high and said with a serious face. Even Zhang Yu could not help but stare. No, is that your line? Since when do you have such a sense of collective honor? Although Zhang Yu wanted to ruthlessly spit on Fong Xiu, he swallowed the words in front of Ren Xiuyu. Very good. Ren Xiuyu sized up Fong Xiu and nodded in satisfaction. Even though this was their first meeting, she had heard quite a bit about Fong Xiu before this, especially shining in the freshman exchange game. If it's Fong Xiu, he might really shine in the Black River State League. Thinking of this, Ren Xiuyu's hand reached under the desk and pulled open the bottom drawer, then took out an invitation and a bank card from it, placed them on the desk, and pushed them forward again. The password for this card is 123,456. There's about $200,000 in there, and it's our first school's way of honoring you for this. For a good seedling like Fong Xiu, Ren Xiu naturally had no reason not to cultivate him. Only, Fong Xiu was different from Li Jin. The latter is the real son of the vice principal of the third high school, and although he got a lot of resources, most of them were funded in his personal name. If he helped Fong Xiu that way as well, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble once it was used as a pretext. As opposed to being united and helping each other, there have always been dark currents within the first high school. 200,000. As soon as he heard this figure, Fong Xiu's starry eyes also flashed with a brilliant light. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money in all the time he had been a royal beast. In this way, not only could the size of one's xenomorph expand again, along with the next feeding problem, it was also solved. However, compared to that bank card, Fong Xiu's sight, instead, was attracted by the invitation on the table. Because that invitation gave Fong Xiu a sense of familiarity. An exhibition of paintings by Master Chasen? Fong Xiu raised his eyebrows for a moment. Then he remembered that the student council had Chu Xinghe's backing and had erupted into conflict with the physical education teachers. Nowadays, the tailspin is causing some headaches for the principals. What Wu Mingjian did in private, naturally he would not report to Ren Xiuyue, the principal. So here's the question. It was to tell Ren Xiuyu that she had gotten the invitation and asked her to give it to someone else. Or, pretend you don't know anything about it and turn around and out the invitation? It's not like I'm some kind of Madonna. Fong Xiu murmured in his heart, then took both the invitation and the bank card in his hands. Thank you. Then, Principal Run. Looking forward to your performance in the Black River State League. Ren Xiuyue smiled. Then as if she suddenly thought of something. By the way, midterm exams are coming up. Fong has to work harder. If he can get a good rank this time, I would like to personally sponsor a piece of equipment for Mr. Fong. Really? Fong Xiu's starry eyes twitched. Through the freshman exchange tournament, Fong Xiu had a clear perception of the Imperial Beast equipment. If Li Jin's half-dragon didn't have that electric fork, his own alien sword saint wouldn't necessarily lose to him. You can see how much the equipment enhances the Imperial Beasts. This was especially true of Fong's alien sorcerer, which had to pass itself off as a shadow sorcerer's spine because it didn't have a staff at its disposal. If we could build a piece of equipment for it, it would be a great help for the Black River State League. 2. It's a deal. Principal Run. It's a deal. Chapter 82. If you don't abandon me, I'll be your father. After receiving Ren Xiuyu's bank card and invitation, Fong Xiu exited the office with Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu's eyes kept focusing on the invitation in Fong Xiu's hand. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fong Xiu shook the invitation, always feeling that there was something wrong with him since just now. Nothing, just some envy. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of loss. It is evident that he is not lying. Envious? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation Principal Ren gave you is? It was an exhibition of Master Che Xian's paintings. Moreover, it's said to be a painting exhibition, but in reality, it's a desire to select an Imperial Beast Master to take as his close disciple. Not only can you get personal guidance from Master Che Xian, the resources needed for the Imperial Beasts, as well as the future equipment issues, don't worry about any of them. Most importantly, with Master Che Xian's connections, once you graduate in the future, you'll have the opportunity to enter a major factory. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more agitated he became. He couldn't wait for Master Che Xian to retire a decade or so earlier, so that he might also have a chance. Of course, this kind of thing was only in Zhang Yu's mind. With his own talent, even if he did get an invitation and went to the exhibition, he probably wouldn't have a chance of being selected. Fong Xiu was different. He was the #1 freshman in Heching First High School. If it's him, he might actually have a chance of being selected. So powerful. Fong Xiu nodded. Why don't you ask Li Qingqing to come along? Although he knew that this invitation was something unexceptional, Fong Xiu also felt strange in his heart. If he was the first person of the freshmen, then Qingqing Li was the second person of the freshmen. Her middle school grades, moreover, are very impressive. It's reasonable to qualify for an invitation. 2. Do you think that Master Che Xian's painting exhibition is something that you can go and see just by spending money? Zhang Yu blankly looked at Fong Xiu. Although there are some kind of scalpers online, those are nothing but scams. Real invitations only circulate internally. Invitations, as the name suggests, are only available to you if I invite you. It was only after hearing this explanation from Zhang Yu that Fong Xiu reacted. You mean it's a done deal as to who gets to go to the painting show? Principal Ren gave me an invitation because I was on the list of those invited? The child is teachable. Zhang Yu nodded. It's not the past. Information is not developed. If you want to check that student's information, you can do it with your cell phone. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian. Chen Bing, and you. All of these famous students of Crane City know. One middle school are naturally on the list. The same goes for Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing from the 3rd middle school, and Wang Daolong from Yucai. The sophomores, the juniors will also go? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, grasping the point of Zhang Yu's words. I had thought the only people invited were upperclassmen. I didn't realize that even sophomores and juniors were invited. But that's not right. If only the people on the list were invited. What would Wu Mingjian say? Could it be that the invitation he gave was also naming himself? Thinking of this, Fong Xiu directly took out another one. And what is this? Zhang Yu couldn't help but stare. How did you get two? From Wu Mingjian, Fong Xiu said lightly. So it is. The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly disappeared. With Fong Xiu's qualifications, it wasn't much of a surprise for him to be pulled in by the student council. After all, some of the parents of the children in Crane City are people of honor, and it wouldn't be good to turn them away outright. So they prepared more invitations. I guess that's how it should be. No matter what, Zhang Yu was just a high school teacher. Naturally he couldn't come into contact with people in Che Xian's position, and he only partially understood about the painting exhibition. If you're interested in this matter, you can ask Qingli instead. Her family's connections, after all, are pretty strong. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had been said, Zhang Yu parted ways with Fong Xiu at the location of the stairway and went back to his office to get busy. When Fong Xiu returned to the classroom, it was just after class, plus the next class was physical education class. There were not many people in the classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both there. Say, what is it that Mr. Zhang Yu is looking for you for? Li Qingqing turned her body around and crossed her legs in a questioning tone. It was as if he was blaming Fong Xiu if he was doing something bad behind his back. Nothing much. Fong Xiu shook his head. If it were normal, he would have spat out whether Li Qingqing had taken the wrong medication. I, Fong Xiu, have acted all my life. Why do I need to explain to you? However, right now, he did have something he wanted to ask Li Qingqing. Do you know about Master Che Xian's exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this. While speaking, Fong Xiu took out the invitation to the painting exhibition. The other students saw this and were jealous. An invitation to Master Che Xian's painting exhibition? So envious. Damn it, I even looked online today and the scalp tickets went up to 200,000 apiece. Really want to go. Due to Li Qingqing's aura, the other students were all shredding from a distance and no one dared to come up. Only Shi Zhanhong, who had violently remembered that Fong Xiu had talked about this matter in the morning, said Wu Mingjian gave him one. Now the principal has given another one away. So doesn't that mean Fong Xiu now has two invitations? Righteous father. In a flash, Shi Zhanhong quickly rushed to Fong Xiu and bowed his head. His voice was loud and covered the entire classroom. Fong Xiu? Qingqing Li? What's your business here? Still shouldn't do what you're doing? Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Shi Zhanhong. But how could Shi Zhanhong be afraid of Li Qingqing? He went out on a limb for the invitation. Righteous father, as long as you give me the invitation, I'll be willing to work for you as an ox for 3 years in high school. Li Qingqing sniffed and couldn't help but have a black line on her face. Even if Fong Xiu was a saint, he couldn't possibly give away Master Che Xian's invitation. Could he? Don't dream. Li Qingqing spat out without a trace of anger. Fong Xiu looked at Shi Zhanhong, who had taken this invitation with the intention of selling it. Who wouldn't sell it to? Fong Xiu whirled around and sat on the chair. It's not impossible. Just do you have that much money? This. Shi Zhanhong could not help but freeze. It was because of the lack of money that he would worship Fong Hua as his righteous father. Fong Xiu, are you really planning to sell? Li Qingqing was also startled by this statement. Even though Master Che Xian has retired, he is at least a 5-star Imperial Beast Master. As expected, this Li Qingqing had some knowledge of Che Xian. You're also interested? As Fong Xiu spoke, he held out both invitations. Why don't you guys bid on them? You have two? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. She never dreamed that Fong Xiu would have two invitations. Where did you get that? Chapter 83, Times Square. As the brightest star of Crane City Junior High School, Li Qingqing naturally wouldn't lack channels, and the second invitation in Fong Hua's hand was of little interest. Although Chen Fan's talent was a bit worse than a few of them, his family was at least considered rich, and apart from them, Fong Xiu was not familiar with the others, and seeing that Shi Zhanhong was very interested in this painting exhibition, he simply sold it to him at the low price of $100,000, with an IOU. Of course, for the rest of the time, Fong Xiu's energy was spent on the Imperial Beasts, relying on the huge amount of money given by Rin Xiuyue, and the gift money from Wu Mingjian. Fong Xiu expanded the number of aliens to 1,000. It was expected to allow the alien queen to advance and evolve. Yet nothing happened. It wasn't until the weekend 3 days later that Fong Xiu and Shi Zhanhong agreed to meet at Times Square in Crane City. No matter what, Fong Xiu was a traveler. and after coming to this world, he had focused on the imperial beasts, and had little chance to go shopping at all, rather feeling like he was unfamiliar with the world. Righteous father. Upon seeing Fong Xiu, Shi Zhanhong's emotions were also very excited. I thought that I was not going to be able to attend this painting exhibition, but I didn't expect Fong Xiu to be able to get an extra invitation. It's better to call me Fong Hua. Fong Xiu spat out with a black line on his face. Although he knew that Shi Zhanhong's righteous father was just playing a stunt, there was still some shame in doing so in public. Yes, Shi Zhanhong nodded his head with a smile. However, if Master Che Xian wants to choose a disciple, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Although he had the opportunity to come over with Fong Xiu to see the world, Shi Zhanhong didn't feel that he would be the lucky one. In his opinion, Fong Xiu's talent was the strongest. You can't say that either. Fong Xiu shook his head slightly. He didn't think so. If it's really about talent, then there's no need for Che Xian to pull such a stunt. Wouldn't it be better to just pick people based on merit? Moreover, short videos are so advanced nowadays that the live video of my fight with Li Jin has been repeatedly edited and posted online. Even though the influence is only limited to Crane City, it's enough to let Che Xian know about it. But he didn't contact me, which means he has his own set of selection criteria. Fong Xiu analyzed. Is that so? Shi Zhanhong's eyes glowed, and with that, a fighting spirit arose. However, right at this moment, a high and cold female voice slowly floated in from behind Fong Xiu. Shi Zhanhong and the two of them. But don't get too happy. Shi Zhanhong subconsciously turned back and realized that the person standing behind them was no other than Li Qingqing, who was in the same class. Classmate Qingqing? What a coincidence. Shi Zhanhong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, not expecting to run into Li Qingqing here. But the next second, he was met with a big blank stare from Li Qingqing. It felt as if it was spitting in the face. We're all here for a painting show. It's only strange that we can't bump into each other, isn't it? Shi Zhanhong scratched his head awkwardly. Li Qingqing did not look at him more than once, but instead, she quickened her pace and came to Fong Xiu's side. Now that it's nearing November and the weather is cooling down, Qingqing Li has also changed into black leggings and a punchy jacket, which looks very warm and emphasizes her long legs. With her hands in her pockets, she lightly opened her vermilion lips beside Fong Xiu. I advise you not to pay too much attention to this matter. How? Fong Xiu was momentarily interested, and Shi Zhanhong followed suit and perked up his ears. I heard from my family that this time, Master Che Xian came back without bringing a single imperial beast. Qingqing Li walked towards the imperial mansion in Times Square, then shared the information she had with Fong Xiu. Didn't bring back a single imperial beast? Why? Shi Zhanhong pursued in doubt. For imperial beast masters, imperial beasts are not only the result of their years of hard work, but also partners who fight side by side. A lot of the time, the bond between the imperial beast master and the imperial beast was stronger than the bond between human beings. I heard that it was 5 flowers that seized all of Master Che Xian's imperial beasts on the grounds that they were group property. So you guys get it, right? Instead of Master Che Xian returning to his hometown with his clothes on his back, he was forced to return to his hometown after failing in a power struggle. This time's acceptance of an apprentice might as well be for revenge. Qingqing Li analyzed. In her opinion, it was unlikely that someone like Che Xian would bow down easily. This time, with great fanfare, he released the news that he wanted to take on an apprentice in Crane City. Maybe it was to train his successor so that he could avenge himself in the future. So be careful of being used as a gun. As he spoke, Li Qingqing glanced meaningfully at Fong Xiu. There's nothing wrong with being used as a gun, right? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. According to Li Qingqing, Che Xian's enemies were most likely the executives of the 5 Flowers group. If Che Xian really wanted to take revenge or something, then he would have to send his own disciple to the 5 Flowers group first. That's one of the 3 strongest factories in China, along with Remy and Penguin. They are known as the existence of the Royal Three. Is there really nothing wrong with it? Li Qingqing glanced at Shi Zhanhong. The feeling was as if she was speechless as to how Shi Zhanhong could be so naive. But Shi Zhanhong still looks confused. What is wrong? If even Che Xian can't struggle, why should we be able to struggle? Seeing this, Fong Xiu casually stated his thoughts. If you pick an upperclassman, 3 years of high school, 4 years of college, even if you don't go to graduate school, that's 7 years. 7 years is enough time for a person to become entrenched in a field. Even now that the internet is so advanced, in case the other party is a decimator and finds out that Che Xian has such a disciple, do you think the other party will do nothing? If you take Master Che Xian's cause, you have to take his effect. Hearing Fong Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanhong then came to a sudden realization. Qingqing Li also felt a light in her eyes. Her own family had strong connections, and much of the intelligence and analysis she had heard from her family. Even before she came out, her family reminded her that she didn't need to be too concerned about it. but Fong Xiu's family is just very ordinary laborers. Car loan and mortgage are not paid off. Even if he was gifted in the sentinel beasts, surely no one could explain this kind of thing to him. This meant that Fong Xiu had thought the whole thing through instantly after he had reminded him. This guy's ability to cite one thing for another is stronger than he thought. I thought that this Fong Wu fellow only knew about imperial beasts, but now he's not that kind of nerd, Li Qingqing thought in her heart, and when she looked at the side of Fong Xiu's face again, she couldn't help but feel that his starry eyes were radiating light. What's wrong? Fong Xiu subconsciously asked when he sensed Li Qingqing's line of sight. Ah, it's nothing. Li Qingqing's cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she hurriedly turned her head to look the other way, stammering, no, I mean, that, if you weren't chosen as a disciple by Che Xin, you don't have to. Too lost. Chapter 84, Lu Yuanhui of the 3rd Middle School. Oh, you are concerned about me? Fong Xiu snickered, only to be met with one big blank stare from Li Qingqing. The hell would care about you? Don't be a stinker, Li Qingqing said while puffing up and speeding up her steps. Looking at Li Qingqing's back, Fong Xiu couldn't help but smile. Although Li Qingqing had been a heavenly daughter in the eyes of others since junior high school, possessing all sorts of halos, in the end, she was nothing more than a high school student. The mind is simply too good to guess. Let's go too, Fong Xiu said towards Shi Zhanhong. But just as Fong Xiu quickened his pace, another familiar voice came from his side. Who do I think it is? If it isn't Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu sniffed and turned his head to look. The visitor was no other than the number 1 senior in the 3rd grade, Li Jin. After the freshman exchange match, the 3rd middle school cut a fiery deal with Gung Guangwei and expelled him from the 3rd middle school on the grounds that he was of low character. Although this Gung Guangwei deserved his crime, Li Jin's methods were not as honorable as they should have been. This kind of double standard was detestable in Fong Xiu's heart. Li Jin's side there is another. Taller than Li Jin is also half a head taller. Strong body, eyebrows with a trace of Ying Qi. You are Fong Xiu. My name is Lu Yuanhui, senior in the 3rd middle school. Lu Yuanhui lowered his voice and took the initiative to introduce himself to Fong Xiu. Li Jin's face was smiling badly, having expected Fong Xiu to be startled by Lu Yuanhui's words, but who knew that Fong Xiu's expression remained unperturbed, the same as it was during the freshman exchange tournament. Cut! Li Jin smacked his tongue. What Grandmaster Che Xin sees is not just the ability to control beasts, rather, it's a combination of talent, family situation, and origin, all of which are also measured. If you're trying to hug Master Che Xin's thighs, I advise you to stop dreaming. Li Jin snorted coldly and ruthlessly mocked Fong Xiu's origin. If I remember correctly, you're half dragon man. It's a copy of someone else's imperial beast data, isn't it? Can that be considered having talent? Fong Xiu cocked his head. If you didn't have someone else's data, I'm afraid that at your level, you wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the freshman exchange tournament. Oh, just lie to others. It would be a shame to lie even to yourself. Fong Xiu did not show any weakness and directly disliked Li Jin. Except that lies don't hurt, the truth is the quicksword. As Fong Xiu's words fell, Li Jin's expression turned grim. At the critical moment, it was Lu Yuanhui who stopped him with a hand. Ha. Fong Xiu student right. Lu Yuanhui smiled. It seems that you are confident in your talent, but there's one thing you may not be too aware of. This exhibition of paintings isn't just for senior citizens, sophomores, juniors, the same opportunity to become Master Che Xin's close disciple. You are not special. Although he didn't know who this Lu Yuanhui was, from the situation of the two of them, he thought that this Lu Yuanhui hadn't hugged the Li Jin family's thighs much. You can't speak to me yourself, so you're starting to let the dog bite? Fong Xiu directly ignored Lu Yuanhui and directly spat at Li Jin. This sudden scene gave Shi Zhanhong a fright, and he hurriedly pulled up Fong Xiu's arm. His imperial beasts were indeed great in his senior year, but it wasn't to the extent that they could call the shots with senior. In case they really fought here, they were going to be at a big disadvantage. Fong Xiu, let's hurry and go in. Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat came down in anxiety. Very good. Lu Yuanhui smiled grimly, his footsteps stepping forward, his somewhat reddened eyes causing Shi Zhanhong's heart to grow a little hairy. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, was completely unafraid. His face-hugging insect could already parasitize other people's imperial beasts. Although he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's imperial beast was, it would be an opportunity for himself if he fought. Enough. Li Jin gritted his teeth, although his heart was also furious. But this was Times Square. Not only was there a lot of foot traffic, but there was also surveillance everywhere. Most importantly, they were here for the painting exhibition, not to fight with Fong Xiu. Despite his heart's displeasure, Li Jin tried his best to restrain himself. Fong Xiu, don't be complacent. One of these days, there's going to be a reckoning between us. Let's go. After saying that, Li Jin directly turned around and walked towards the imperial mansion. Before Lu Yuanhui left, he didn't forget to give Fong Xiu a hard glare. only to be glared back by Fong Xiu. Phew, Shi Zhanhong covered his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Li Qingqing, who had originally left, also turned back when she saw that Fong Xiu did not follow her. What's wrong? Looking at Shi Zhanhong's cold sweat, Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked suspiciously. Ran into Li Jin. Fong Xiu said lightly. It's not just Li Jin. You really don't know who that person is? Shi Zhanhong, on the other hand, exclaimed with a surprised look on his face. That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 guardians of the 3rd form. Not only is he a genius with a phantom beast species, but his battle power can be described as terrifying. It's a good thing he didn't take a shot at you. Even now, Shi Zhanhong felt his heart thumping. Lu Yuanhui? What's the situation? Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. It could be seen how loud this Lu Yuanhui's name was. Is it very powerful? Fong Xiu frowned slightly. That's even with this skits and macro. Qingqing Li had been to her own imperial beast space and had seen the alien kingdom. It turned out to be the same expression. Is the gap between senior year and freshman year really big? It can't be said to be very impressive. Li Qingqing sighed. If we wait until we are in our senior year of high school, the kind of goods like Lu Yuanhui is not even worth mentioning. But, after all, he led the race for 2 years to our. No. Li Qingqing shook her head slightly. Even your alien queen is still a bit of a gap compared to the strongest among the seniors. I know, you're going to have to say that you beat sophomore Maman before, but the school year had just started at that time, and Maman hadn't been baptized as a sophomore yet, and was a late freshman at best. There is a gulf, so to speak, between him and Lu Yuanhui, so don't get into conflict with the seniors, you hear me? With your current power, it's not enough. Worried that Fong Xiu might not hear his words, Li Qingqing directly stood on her tiptoes and shouted in Fong Xiu's ear. But the next second, her cheeks reddened once again and she turned around in a hurry. Ahem. After some light coughing tactics, Li Qingqing leisurely added. Anyway, we're here to participate in the painting exhibition, not to do battle with the 3rd middle school. Good. Fong Xiu said 3 good things in a single breath. But what he was thinking in his heart was a different matter. Senior year. If Lu Yuanhui was considered very powerful, then what level was Wu Mingjian, who was also a senior? At Chapter 85, the strongest high school student in Surigakudo, Crane City Times Square, Empire Tower, 59th floor. Fong Xiu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Times Square. This was the first time since he came to this world that he was in such a high position to overlook the city. Although Crane City was only a small city in the 18th line of this world, but with the imperial beasts pulling under the technological tree, the infrastructure of this world had completely surpassed that of his previous world. Looking from this height, half of Crane City was in full view, making Fong Xiu unable to help but reach out and grab towards the front. What are you doing? Qingqing Li walked back from a short distance away with an extra cup of Coke in her hand. The exhibition of paintings, this time, took up the entire flat floor, and the security personnel had a post every 10 meters or so to maintain order in the place. However, it was said that they had come to participate in the painting exhibition, but most of the people were running towards Master Che Xian's conditions for accepting disciples, and there were not many people who were willing to spend time at all, appreciating the paintings here. Instead, they were gathering in 2s and 3s, discussing what kind of methods Che Xian would use to conduct the examination. And Shi Zhanhong was even simpler and rougher. He came back with Li Qingqing with a big lobster in his hand, looking at Fong Xiu in a daze. Is this seafood? Looking at the individual head, Fong Xiu only felt that the lobster in Shi Zhanhong's hand looked like a Boston lobster from his previous life. He just didn't know if there was such a place as Boston in this world, so he wasn't sure where this lobster came from. But one thing he's sure of, this Shi Zhanhong didn't seem to be here to participate in the painting exhibition, more like running to a buffet. His mouth has not stopped since just now. What sirloin steak, black truffle, French foie gras, plus the lobster that he got back now, basically all the higher ingredients. Compared to the other students who came to the exhibition, Shi Zhanhong's bravado was an anomaly. It should be. Whatever. Shi Zhanhong shrugged indifferently, and then he felt his eyes light up. Don't move, Fong Xiu. This angle of yours, it feels a bit handsome. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong directly took out his cell phone and helped Fong Xiu take a picture. In particular, Fong Xiu raised his hand as if he was trying to hold the entire Crane City in his hands, adding to a domineering aura. After taking the photo with satisfaction, Shi Zhanhong sent it directly to his sister. After some negotiation, Shi Zhanhong also got a 10% bonus from the photo business. This also gives you a chance to pay off the invitations early. Fong Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. A trace of contempt flashed across Li Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes. Qingqing student, words can't be said like that. You are all the pride of Crane City. If you're seen by Master Che Xian, although there's a chance that you'll be targeted by the Five Flowers group, you'll at least have a chance to level the playing field. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I not be chosen? I'm not. Of course I have to eat more. Shi Zhanhong replied in a serious manner, swallowing a whole lobster into his stomach in 3 or 2 strokes. Worthy of being a rich man's painting exhibition. The stuff is really delicious. Just as Shi Zhanhong was getting his fill, 2 high school students approached the 3 of them. Finally, I found you. Fong Xiu sniffed and looked towards the comers, realizing that one of them was none other than Wu Mingjian, who had sent him the invitation. His costume was obviously elaborate and had a very small gesture to it. Only, when he was side by side with the person next to him, Wu Mingjian intentionally gave up half a body position. It is evident how he treats another person. Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed as he sized up the other party. He only saw that this person was not close to Wu Mingjian's height, and was wearing a white Zhongshan suit, much like the protagonist inside the novels Fong Xiu had read in his previous life. Hello, Mr. Fong Xiu. My name is Ma Wanfeng. I'm the president of the first high school student council, and I'm also the strongest high school student in Crane City at the moment, Ma Wanfeng said lightly. And these words were like a time bomb that immediately detonated the entire painting exhibition. A number of people cast glances and stopped discussing the speculation about the painting show. The hot debates all started with the theme of Ma Wanfeng. That guy is Ma Wanfeng? The strongest high school student in Crane City? It does seem, indeed, to be well instrumented. Why is he here? Even without Master Che Xian's funding, with his grades he can still get into God's capital university. Damn it, why should the seniors be allowed to come? Ma Wanfeng, I heard that in his 3 years in junior high school, he never got second place in exams. He was always number 1, and in the first middle school's mapping exam, it even took him only 4 minutes to pass. In the freshman exchange tournament, he thwarted the 4 great protectors of the 3rd middle school with just his own strength. He's a true beast sentinel genius. It's just a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck wasn't too good. In the Black River State League, just after killing the top 8, he bumped into Ha Sunjong. If he had a little bit more luck, he might have been able to break through to the top 4. Wait, did he just say Fong Xiu? That newcomer who's all the rage in first form? Seems like it, and I've been paying attention to Fong Xiu's fighting voice. It's really him, my husband, Fong Xiu. Husband? Sister, be reserved. Then, in that case, wouldn't the strongest current member and the strongest newcomer of the first form be competing on the same stage? Various voices came from all directions, and from the initial heated discussion about Ma Wanfeng, it gradually spread to Fong Xiu here as well. It even triggered some screams from the female students. Only, according to the gossip they had, Master Che Xian, this time, only wanted to take in 1 student. This made the relationship between Ma Wanfeng and Fong Xiu a direct competitor. Ma Wanfeng didn't care about these murmurs, and only lowered his head and laughed slightly and softly. It seems that you and I, the 2 of us, have become the center of attention of this painting exhibition. Li Qingqing threw the coke in her hand to Shi Zhanhong and stood in front of Fong Xiu with her hands clasped to her chest. So, are you here to use your student council president status to force Fong Xiu not to compete with you? Senior Ma really has a big rack. Li Qingqing was considered taller among the girls, but in front of Fong Xiu, Ma Wanfeng and these boys, she was still half a head shorter. It was a moment's work, and all one could do was look up at the other side. Ma Wanfeng couldn't help but be stunned, but he didn't expect Li Qingqing to come out and speak for Fong Xiu. In fact, even Fong Xiu hadn't expected it. Even at this time, Fong Xiu was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although I understand why people would call Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Crane City, it still feels so middle-aged. No, how did this dude say that with a calm face? Fong Xiu secretly spat in his heart. Ma Wanfeng then guffawed. You're Li Qingqing's student, aren't you? The strongest female Imperial Beastmaster in senior year. That's really nice, but there's one thing you've misunderstood. I'm not here to persuade Mr. Fong Xiu not to compete with me. On the contrary, whether Master Che Xian chooses me or fellow student Fong Xiu, both are the pride of our first middle school. Chapter 86, Tactics of the Student Council. Ma Wanfeng said gently, as if the matter of Master Che Xian accepting a disciple was not attractive to him. Although Master Che Xian is indeed powerful, Senior Chu has also enlisted quite a few connections and resources through his efforts over the years. The corners of Wu Mingjian's mouth rose as a smug smile surfaced. These words were not just words from him. Nowadays, Chu Xinghe was as powerful as ever in the Imperial Capital University. As long as they, the rising stars, firmly held onto Chu Xinghe's thigh, sooner or later they would be able to soar one day. Even if there was no favor from Master Chaishan, it didn't matter. It's Chu Xinghe again. Li Qingqing clearly had a strong resistance to this name as she glared at Wu Mingjian. If the student council has offended Qingqing's student in any way before, I, the president, am willing to apologize for it. Ma Wanfeng was not annoyed when he heard Li Qingqing's words. Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, You're both the best of the upperclassmen. You're bound to achieve something in the future. There is a truth that I want you to understand. In this world, there is no eternal right or wrong, nor is there an eternal enemy, there are only interests. Especially in this age of universal imperial beasts. Connections, resources, these are the things that will allow the imperial beast master to go far. That's why I was hoping that you guys would join the student council. Wouldn't it be better if we all helped each other? Ma Wanfeng said in a sincere tone. These words caused even Shi Zhanhong to be a little heartbroken. If Ma Wanfeng had invited himself, he definitely wouldn't have refused. We appreciate Senior Ma's good intentions, but forget about joining the student union. We're not interested. Li Qingqing blocked in front of Fong Xiu, like a human boundary, preventing Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from approaching Fong Xiu. Shi Zhanhong was also taken aback by Li Qingqing's reaction. Is that what student Fong Xiu thinks too? Ma Wanfeng didn't care about Li Qingqing. Instead, he directly confirmed to Fong Xiu. Is Qingqing Li's point of view also Fong was? Hey! Li Qingqing glanced back at Fong Xiu with a look of fear that his heart would be moved. Well, I'm just here to participate in the painting exhibition. I didn't really think about anything else. Fong Xiu shook his head slightly and didn't give Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's opinion, not giving a reply to something like joining the student council was a reply of sorts. Since Fong Xiu-san has no interest in the student council, then I won't force myself. But we're all students in the first grade. At least, as a senior, it's only right for me to help my junior. Let's just tell you the information I've investigated. Intelligence? Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, and the students who had gathered nearby also pricked up their ears. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the way of Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, they would have wanted to get together. That's right. Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is rumored that the scroll that Master Che Xin brought back is a product of the Five Flowers group. It can be used to test the qualifications of the Imperial Beast Master. It's generally used to dig up Imperial Beast Masters who are highly qualified but don't have the chance to show it. So now, this painting exhibition, it's not just us geniuses that have a chance to be seen by Master Che Xin. After all, we geniuses, sometimes we just have more favorable resources than others. As he uttered these words, Ma Wanfeng swept a glance at Li Qingqing intentionally or unintentionally, as if it was reminding Li Qingqing that those halos or achievements of hers were more of the advantages of her family of origin and did not mean that she was a true genius. So now, with this painting show, there's a chance that none of them will be chosen. Ha! Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but be stunned, although he didn't think he would be chosen, so he relaxed his mind and started eating. But when he heard Ma Wanfeng say that, he was still not shocked, and immediately felt that the things in his hand didn't smell good anymore. To know, this exhibition has attracted all the best of the best in Crane City. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shen Bing, Fong Xiu, and Li Qingqing of No. 1 Middle School, Yucai's Wang Dalong, Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia, etc. From the third form, all stars in his eyes. As a result, when it comes to Ma Wanfeng, there may not be a single person selected. Even that comment struck the students who wanted to eavesdrop on the information. A lot of people were immediately discouraged. Don't listen to him, Li Qingqing then suddenly shouted. In her opinion, Ma Wanfeng said that he was providing information, but in reality, he was trying to hit others. This will not only reduce the competition, but even promote a wave of student government, getting students who were already wavering to join his student government. After all, as a key high school in Crane City, many of the people who came to this painting exhibition were students of the first high school. There was no shortage of them. Some of them, who were seen by the student body but failed to be absorbed into the warren. What other people think I don't know, but I have heard from my family that the truly powerful force is the heart of the Imperial Beastmaster. This is where we humans have the advantage of being able to control the Imperial Beasts. As a result, Ma-senpai, however, let out such words at this time. It's not supposed to be to blow the minds of the other students, is it? After all, the mind is affected, and the test in a while is likely to shake the mind. Students who would have had a chance to be selected by Master Che Xian would also have lost their chance because of their afflicted mindset. And, it seems to me that even the way Ma-senpai came out was deliberate, Li Qingqing said in a conspiratorial manner. What kind of person introduces themselves by saying they're the strongest high school student in Crane City at a volume they're afraid people won't hear? Originally, I thought it was Ma Wanfeng's pretentiousness. Now that I think about it, maybe that was a means of attracting attention too. First, in a nice way, put out information, to strike out at others. On the flip side, Ma Wanfeng could be considered quite high on this selection yet. Qingqing students' thoughts are really refreshing. Ma Wanfeng sniffed and was not annoyed, but only smiled amiably. After all, everyone thinks differently, and it's not unusual to have disagreements. Just as Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing were gazing at each other, the crowd in the distance suddenly became tumultuous. It seems like Master Che Xian is here. this painting exhibition is about to officially begin. Wu Mingjian reminded in a low voice beside Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng nodded. Then, we'll go ahead. After saying that, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side, in the direction of the crowd commotion, leaving Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong behind. That Li Qingqing is still a bit tricky. Wu Mingjian waited until he was far away and couldn't help but spit. It would have all had some effect already. Chapter 87, The Beast Refining the Heart. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly. In his heart, he quite felt some pity. If not for Li Qingqing killing halfway, Ma Wanfeng's attack of words was enough to shake the hearts of many students. Ma Wanfeng didn't care too much about it, striding towards the location of the crowd commotion. Seeing this, Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong quickly followed them and ran into Zhang Shuren and Shen Fan, who had come in pairs. On their way, a few people exchanged a few pleasantries before picking up their pace, and as the many guests watched, a tall woman walked slowly, surrounded by the crowd. The other guests retreated to the sides as if it were a tidal wave. Fong Xiu's pair of starry eyes focused over, only to see that the visitor was wearing a bright red gown, with a head of shiny black hair, which emphasized a noble temperament. However, in Fong Xiu's opinion, this person looked to be in his 30s. Master Che Xin, so young? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows and spat out in light color. This person is not Master Che Xin. Li Qingqing, on the other hand, hummed softly. What a big stance, obviously inviting all of Crane City's outstanding students to this painting exhibition, yet he refuses to even show his face. And who is this man? She is Master Che Xin's daughter, Che Yu, Li Qingqing said casually. Che Yu did not exchange pleasantries with the people who came up to her. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tinged with a bit of coldness. She just swept a glance at the crowd and walked to a curtain. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to this exhibition. After saying that, Che Yu deliberately paused for a moment so that the guests at the scene could offer their applause. Although many of the people who came to the painting exhibition were the top students of various colleges and universities, there were also some people from the upper class who attended the event. My father's entire life can be said to have been dedicated to the imperial beast, but unfortunately, his old man's requirements for students are extremely high, and even after so many years have passed, no suitable candidate has been found. Now that I am honorably retired and idle, I have moved to find a successor to pass on my life's work. That's why I personally drew this imperial beast refining heart diagram. I'm sure you schoolchildren have heard your gym teachers talk about imperial beasts. It's the beasts that are imperial, and it's the heart that is refined. Che Yuki gave a colorful speech, catching the eyes of the crowd. We humans don't have sharp teeth, sharp claws, so much so that our ancestors had to hide in dark caves when faced with ferocious predators. It was only through intelligence and the use of tools that they eventually grew to become the higher creatures of this continent. However, 100 years ago, the imperial beast realm suddenly appeared in our world. Humanity is in a precarious position. In the end, it was our forefathers who found a way to defeat the imperial beasts with the imperial beasts. The era of the national imperial beasts has also begun since then. And what kind of power do we rely on to drive these imperial beasts to fight for us humans? It's the power of the mind. It only takes a strong mind to suppress those imperial beasts and make them work for us humans. So now, my father's test is also simple. This is a picture of the imperial beasts refining the heart that can map out the power of the mind. If there is a youngster under the age of 20 who is able to fight against the power of this painting and pass its test, my father is willing to take him as a disciple and train him to the top 10 with all his might. Not only that, the resources you need for your 4 years of college, my father is willing to bear it all. As Che Yu's words fell, the entire room became in an uproar. Top 10? As long as you pass the test, you can enter the top 10? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since the method of assessment is the imperial beast refining heart diagram, there shouldn't be only one quota, right? I don't know, but I'm ready. No matter what, I'm going to become Master Che Xin's disciple. For a while, the teenage girls under the stage, one by one, rubbed their fists and had a surging mood. Even Shi Zhanhong, who originally did not hold any expectations, had the thought of wanting to give it a try with all his might. But immediately afterward, Che Yuki raised his volume, drowning out all sound. This imperial beast refining heart diagram contains a trace of my father's mind power. When viewing this painting, it is inevitable that you will be subjected to some shocks, and I also hope that all of you young heroes will not try to be brave. Then, unveil it. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Che Yu retreated to the side, and the staff followed her request, pulling down the curtain that covered the imperial beast refining heart diagram. Only a 5-meter-long scroll was displayed in front of the crowd. This, Fong Xiu only took one glance and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was hand-painted by Master Qi Xin? Why does it feel like elementary school graffiti? One black, one white, and the various colors seemed extremely disjointed. But the next, great painting, only to see a 2-meter-tall strong man pass by Fong Xiu and loudly shouted, "This painting is really wonderful. The use of all kinds of colors is just right, especially the colorful black in the painting. It's the eye-catching stroke. I thought that Master Che Xin was only a genius of the imperial beasts, but I didn't realize that his painting skills were also exquisite. Truly a model for my generation." Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing froze at the same time, but before they had time to spit, another muffled voice came from another direction. "In my opinion, even if this painting is compared with Van Gogh and Picasso, it is not inferior at all. It looks abstract, but it contains a profound meaning." In a flash, the other students also nodded their heads, saying that what the two seniors said was too right. More and more people, even, are involved in the praise. Some even recited poetry on the spot. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Che couldn't help but clear his throat and interrupt the crowd's boasting. "Ladies and gentlemen, my father has made a special treatment to prevent this painting from hurting anyone. You can only see what's inside the scroll if you get within 2 meters of it. Any young heroes who want to try their hand at it, please come forward a few steps." As Che-Yu's words fell, the people who had just bragged about their paintings, one by one, their faces turned red with embarrassment and they retreated into the crowd. "Ha ha ha, kissing ass on the hoof." Suddenly, a teenager stood out from the crowd as he laughed loudly and mocked the person who had just touted him before striding towards the scroll. "It's Li Jin." Shi Zhanhong subconsciously recited the other party's name when he saw this. Immediately after that, the other man hesitated a little before walking up decisively. Then a third, then a fourth. Li Shijia, 3rd middle school. Yutsai Wang Dalong. Shui Yiquan, 8th grade. Each one, the best of the best from each college. Hiss. Shi Zhanhong's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He wanted to walk over, but after seeing these geniuses in the mouths of the crowd, he ended up looking away. Chapter 88, The Heart of the Matter. Fong Xiu had thought that there would be a large group of people swarming up to surround this imperial beast refining heart diagram, but as time passed by, there were only Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Yiquan, and Lu Yuanhui standing there. More people are choosing to wait and see. Come to think of it, it's not like this trial counts for rankings or front and back order, and the scroll is only 5 meters in total. So you also have to stay within 2 meters in order to see what's on it. With such harsh conditions, naturally not too many people can stand. It's just that, would it be too childish to conduct a test through a scroll? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit it out. Although he had heard that it was a painting exhibition, he had thought that the exhibition was just a name, and that the real content of the test would be to see how everyone's imperial beasts were. What happened to just going over to look at the paintings? However, as soon as Fong Xiu's words fell, Li Jin flew backwards from his spot. This sudden scene frightened many students. These people dodged and allowed Li Jin to draw a parabola in the air and fell heavily on the floor. His face was extremely pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Holy, playing so big?" Shi Zhanhong's 2 eyes stared like bull's eyes as he burst out an expletive. "This Li Jin is the number 1 freshman in the 3rd grade, and it just flew out? What the hell did this guy see?" What Fong Xiu didn't expect was that after such an accident, Che-Yu's expression didn't change in any way, and he just asked someone to send Li Jin back. This Li Jin, after all, is a false genius. Li Qingqing snorted coldly. "False genius?" Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but stare. "Don't you know? His imperial beasts are data that his mom used her connections to copy from someone else. In the end it's just standing on someone else's shoulders. It's not considered to be his own skill, and venturing to participate in the imperial beast's heart-refining diagram will naturally end up like this," Li Qingqing said lightly, and there was even a hint of pleasure in her brows. Who let this Li Jin flaunt his power on the basis of his family lineage? Only, with such a mess, Shi Zhanhong was even more afraid to go up. Even he noticed that the faces of Li Shijia and the others weren't looking too good either. "Fong Xiu, you just said that it would be too much of a child's play to test it through a scroll, right?" The corners of Li Qingqing's mouth rose as she put on a showy expression. "Aha." Fong Xiu nodded gently. "Do you know, then, that the heart is in the right place?" Li Qingqing didn't give Fong Xiu a chance to respond and spoke on her own. "In everyone's heart, there is a devil ape. If the devil ape cannot be subdued, it will make a fuss in the heavenly palace. If the heavenly palace is not defended, the mind will be damaged, resulting in an explosive and manic temperament. And our imperial beasts, precisely, can sense these, and thus also become violent and maniacal in nature, and finally become vicious and violent beasts, fighting all day long for strength and courage, until they are completely out of control. If you don't want to be revolted by these imperial beasts, you have to subdue the demonic apes that are causing havoc in the heavenly palace, thus reaching the realm of a heart as clear as a mirror." "Hardly, it's probably a spiritual power," Li Qingqing said smugly. "These words, I don't think you came up with them yourself, right?" Fong Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief. Though they had not yet crossed paths, they were at least in the same class. This Li Qingqing's general studies class was indeed powerful, but not to the point of Zen enlightenment. This eloquent explanation of the imperial beast refining heart diagram was not, I'm afraid, something that her family had purposely explained to her, and then he came here to learn from himself. Even as Li Qingqing finished saying this, Shui Yiquan from the 8th middle school couldn't bear it and fell to the ground with a plop. Li Shijia followed suit and dropped to one knee, his expression twisting up in pain. But even then, Li Sega didn't quit and was still struggling. On the contrary, it was Wang Dalong who let out a long breath and retreated from the sizable range of 2 meters. I give up. But just when everyone thought that Wang Dalong had passed the test, he spat out 3 words towards Cheyu. Cheyuki nodded slightly. It's not unwise to retreat in a hurry. Maybe you're not living up to my father's expectations now, but one day, you'll be on the right path. Although Wang Dalong had failed in his enlightenment, Cheyu had given him a not-so-low rating. Many thanks to Senior Cheyu. Wang Dalong clasped his hands together. By the time he walked back to the crowd, he happened to run into Fong Xiu and the others. What did you see? Li Qingqing asked curiously. The reason she didn't go straight to the stage was that she was watching and wanted to hear what the other students had to say. This, Wang Dalong laughed awkwardly, then looked at Fong Xiu. I saw student Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu's head was full of questions. No, isn't this the imperial beast's refining heart diagram? Why is it me who sees the content? I'm an imperial beast? Shame to say it. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he had seen while viewing the scroll. At a glance, he only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. By the time he came back to himself, he was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange, and the opponent he faced was Fong Xiu, and his alien queen. The harder he fought himself, the more desperate his heart became. It even felt like Fong Xiu and his alien queen were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if he had cast the Dharma heaven and earth. The 40-meter-tall Fong Xiu was as if it was a huge mountain that he could not cross in his lifetime. Listening to Wang Dalong's description, the corner of Li Qingqing's mouth couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. It seems that the psychological shadow you caused him is not small. This, Fong Xiu smacked his lips. I won't take this pot. Soon, Li Shijia was also defeated in front of the scroll, and only moved away from it after being assisted by security personnel. Many of the students from the 3rd middle school came up and asked Li Shijia what he had seen. Although Fong Xiu and the others did not get along with Li Shijia, they also pricked up their ears. Only, Li Shijia didn't say anything more and only shook his head slightly. Actually, his picture, in turn, is Li Kim. No, a world without Li Jin. To be exact, if it wasn't for Li Jin, the Imperial 2nd generation, himself and his own shadow sorcerer would definitely be the first of the 3. Not only do you get great resources, but the future is bright. Even in the college entrance exam, he himself had gotten into Mordor University with excellent grades, became a true son of heaven. However, his world quickly crumbles as Li Jin, with his half-dragons, forcefully enters and takes away everything that should have been his. Damn. Even though he was already far away from the imperial beast refining heart diagram, Li Shijia was still gnashing his teeth. The thing that made him feel most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, the 2nd-generation imperialist. But not a word of complaint can be said. Once you tell others what you saw, once this matter got out, he himself would be suppressed by Li Jin. Can't say. Aha. The more Li Shijia thought about it, the more angry he became, and he roared hysterically, grasping his fist with 5 fingers and slamming it hard into the floor. This sudden scene scared even more people. Chapter 89. We, Fong Xiu, are here. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Big Brother Wang, and Lu Yuanhui are all considered relatively famous students. Seeing their successive failures, and even directly carried away by the security guards with a stretcher, many of the students who were eager to try were all afraid, looking at the scrolls and not daring to go forward. Go! Li Qingqing swept around the reactions of the others and directly greeted Fong Xiu as he went up together. Fong Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. It was just that when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed that Shi Zhanhong was actually standing still and indifferent. Don't you want to try? Fong Xiu asked softly. This, Shi Zhanhong laughed awkwardly, then shook his head. He had originally planned to try, but after seeing what happened to Li Shijia, he completely lost his courage. In the end, their own ranking in the class is not up and down, the future good way out, but also just on an ordinary 211. Wantadu Che Xin Master's disciples, is still far from it. If you hurt yourself, you'll fall behind in your imperial beast progress again. One's family is not particularly distinguished, and midterms are just around the corner, so why gamble? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shi Zhanhong decided to cheer for Fong Xiu off the field. Good. Fong Xiu nodded his head a bit before he turned around and walked onto the stage. After Zhang Shuren and Shen Fan exchanged glances, they decisively followed suit as well. Then, there was a burst of heated discussion coming from the crowd. Hey, I'm not mistaken, the ones that just went up, they're Fong Xiu and the others, right? The configuration of the freshman exchange tournament. That's right, it's them, the strongest group of freshmen in Crane City 1. It feels like they're so handsome. For a while, many people invested in envy and jealousy. Kiyoshi is here. What was even more unexpected was that when Li Qingqing walked onto the stage, Che Yu took the initiative to greet her. Hello Auntie Che. Li Qingqing responded politely. Cheer up oh Kiyoshi. Although it was just simple pleasantries, it was not difficult to see the relationship between the two, and it even provoked the envy of many people. Let's go too. Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng simply took it in stride as well. This, Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be stunned. It's not like this trial is prioritized, so it's find a way for Fong Xiu and the others to finish and then go over there yourself, preferring this time of year to be on the same stage as these senior students. You're afraid? Ma Wanfeng could see the entanglement in Wu Mingjian's heart and turned around with a light laugh. What do I have to fear? Wu Mingjian whirled around and snorted coldly, so he followed suit. Over the years, he himself had been overwhelmed by Ma Wanfeng. If he could get guidance from Master Che Xin, he might be able to surpass Ma Wanfeng on the college entrance exam. This is certainly an opportunity for myself. Although my high school career is coming to an end, if I can take the top spot in the Crane City College entrance exam, I can naturally be favored by Senior Chu as well. Wu Mingjian thought in his heart, and his eyes became sharp. Ma Wanfeng, you can't be number one forever. And the two of them, as the president and vice president of the student council of the first middle school, had long been a well-known existence. There were even quite a few people who even called them the dual heavenly supreme beings of Crane City 1. As the two of them walked onto the stage, the chatter became more intense. It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian. They're here too? Obviously they are already senior elites, but they still came to grab opportunities from us. Is this appropriate? But why this time of year? Even though the scroll is more than 5 meters long, it's more or less crowded with 6 people on stage together, isn't it? Fong Xiu and the others don't even seem to have joined the student union. Maybe they're trying to suppress the new students? No one in the crowd knew who passed out such a sentence, and the other students, upon hearing it, felt that there was some truth in it. After all, the student council had been eradicating dissenters, and geniuses who didn't join the student council would be ostracized by them. Fong Xiu, as the genius in the senior class, was naturally the focus of their attention. What was even more unexpected was that after Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage, he even came directly to Zhang Shuren's side and gave him a look. Senior Ma. Zhang Shuren had also heard of Ma Wanfeng, so he could only take a few steps back to the side to make room. However, anyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not making things difficult for Zhang Shuren. He told Zhang Shuren to go to the side just to stand beside Fong Xiu. An invisible pressure approached Fong Xiu. Senior Ma even intentionally stood beside Fong Xiu. It feels like there's so much pressure. Yeah, if Senior Ma was standing next to me, I don't think I'd have the courage to keep watching. It feels as if Fong Xiu hasn't been affected by anything. On the stage, Fong Xiu didn't care about the changes around him. He was fully focused towards the scroll and only felt the scenery around him changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of a grassland. And, the wind here, the earth here, all gave Fong Xiu a sense of familiarity. This is, my Imperial Beast space? Fong Xiu escaped his eyebrows and quickly recognized this place. Immediately after that, the earth crumbled, and the dirt under Fong Xiu's feet rose even higher upwards. The sudden change of events made Fong Xiu unprepared. His feet slipped, and his entire body slumped to the ground, rising higher and higher with the dirt. I don't know how long it took for the place to stabilize. What's the situation? That's a mind asterisk. Fong Xiu recalled Li Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass and patted the dirt on his body. After looking around, Fong Xiu noticed that the earth that had risen was not only under his feet, but there were also various squares of land that had risen together. Forms a quadrangle. Hissing. In the next second, an eerie and low voice came from behind Fong Xiu. This voice, Fong Xiu's eyes twitched, vaguely sensing something bad. He hurriedly turned around, only to see his alien sword saint, standing on the other side of the four-sided platform. This alien sword saint held a black blade in his hand, and his entire body exuded a stern killing aura. Is this what's inside me? Fong Hua muttered. According to Li Qingqing, this scroll would infinitely expand the violent side within the Imperial Beast Master's heart, thus affecting his Imperial Beast. But he didn't enter the Imperial Beast space himself. That was why Fong Xiu felt that it was possible that he had entered the inner world. What this scroll is showing itself is most likely your deepest fears. So it is. Fong Xiu felt a sudden realization. As long as my mind is like still water, I can make this immediate illusion disappear. Only Fong Xiu slowly took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. However, the alien sword saint standing across from him, gripped his black blade tightly and took a step towards him. The murderous aura that emanated from it also became even more intense. Hissing, even. Fong Xiu felt that he was able to read the message that the other party was conveying from this hissing strange sound. How can a mere human think to be the king of the aliens? Chapter 90, Waste, Waste, Waste. This is. Chen Fan stared at the scroll. The more he looked at it, the more fascinated he became. And in a trance, he returned to Crane City No. 1 Middle School. He sat in the first row of the classroom as the homeroom teacher, Li Guosheng, picked up a list of names from the podium. The grades for this midterm are in, and some of the students deserve praise, but others, well, they're just a mess. In today's age all people can defend the beasts, and all walks of life cannot be separated from the beasts. When you step into society in the future, without a powerful imperial beast by your side, how will you gain a foothold and excel? How do you live up to your parents? I won't bother to tell you anything more than that. If you don't take the imperial beasts seriously and want to continue to desert them, then so be it. Here are the school-wide rankings for this exam. First place, Fong Xiu. Second place, Li Qingqing. When he said this, Li Guosheng purposely paused, his eyes cold and merciless as he ruthlessly glanced at Chen Fan below. Look at the others in the second class, who are consistently in the top 2 in the school every time they take a test, and then look at someone among you. Saying that, Li Guosheng continued to read. Chen Fan's face was a little red and hot. In terms of family background, he was not a star better than Manhwa, but the difference in talent was like a cloud of mud. Phew, it's okay, even if I can't compare to Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing, I can still stabilize the top 10 in the school. It's not like I don't have a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. Chen Fan began to relieve himself, but what he never expected was, as Li Guosheng finished reading out the top 10 rankings, Chen Fan actually realized that he was not among them. Without me? Both of his eyes instantly glared like the eyes of an ox, staring incredulously at the list in Li Guosheng's hand. Without pausing, Li continued to read aloud. There was also no Chen Fan's name in the 11 to 20 rankings, then 21 to 30, 31 to 40, even the top 50, the top 60. Chen Fan's name didn't even appear. His expression also gradually became surprised, puzzled, and finally horrified from the initial doubt. It's not possible. He had been studying hard to learn about the imperial beasts, and his family had hired the best gym teacher to give him extra lessons. It even costs up to $8,000 for a single session. How could he or she not even get into the top 60? Also, there are a limited number of spots that can get into the Big 10 each year. If you can't even get into the top 60 in this first high school, how can you have any chance to get into the top 10? The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan felt despair in his heart. Yet even more desperate is, he's not in the top 70, top 80, top 100, not only the top 10 in the country, but 985, 211, all of which he has no business with. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Chen Fan violently stood up from the chair. The whole person only felt a burst of heaven and earth. He would have wanted to question Li Guosheng, why the first 100 did not have his name, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt uncomfortable in his throat, had difficulty breathing, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs went limp and his entire body fell straight forward. Poof! Chen Fan's eyes went black and he fell straight onto the stage. Zhang Shuren, who was standing beside him, could not support himself gradually and backed away from the scroll. He breathed heavily, his bangs long damp with sweat. 2 more people couldn't resist the impact of the scroll and declared defeat. The students on stage saw this and became more apprehensive. Even students like Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan couldn't support themselves, so what right did they have to participate in the trial? Meanwhile, Wu Mingjian's spiritual world. He is trying hard to catch up with Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I'll be able to become Master Che Xian's disciple. High school, I will never lose to you. When we get to the Imperial Capital University, I'll be Senior Chu's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian let out his 3 years of high school pent-up frustration in a brainwave. However, in the face of his outburst, Ma Wanfeng did not say a word and just walked ahead silently. Hey, you guys, are you even listening to me? Wu Mingjian gradually accelerated his pace, wanting to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, wanting to stand in front of him and shout at him. But the more he accelerated his pace, the wider the gap between him and Ma Wanfeng became. It felt as if it would never catch up. Damn! Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. In his 3 years of high school, he had defeated countless rivals and countless strong enemies to get to this point today. Could it be that Ma Wanfeng is really a mountain he can't cross? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young boy's voice entered Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see? Wu Mingjian wanted to shout out that he was chasing after Ma Wanfeng and was about to overtake him. But when he turned his head, he realized that Fong Xiu was walking idly from behind him. Vice President Wu, your speed is a bit slow. Fong Xiu's hand was still leisurely holding an apple and said flirtatiously while taking a nibble, "I'll take my leave, Vice President Wu." Even so, Fong Xiu didn't stop for much longer, just exchanging a few slight pleasantries with Wu Mingjian before continuing forward. "Hey, you guy." Wu Mingjian became shocked and angry for a moment, itching to yank Fong Xiu back, but when he reached out, he realized that Fong Xiu had become out of reach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach Fong Xiu. Even running wildly all the way made him sweaty. The heart thumped and the whole thing became dry-mouthed. His body eventually reached its limit and his speed slowed down little by little. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, had caught up with Ma Wanfeng without him realizing it, and was neck and neck with him. Not only was he unable to catch up with Ma Wanfeng, but he was also easily caught up by Fong Xiu. The later, damn it! Wu Mingjian clenched his teeth, having trouble accepting this fact in his heart, but immediately afterward, there was another voice, coming from beside him. Waste. The visitor was no one else but Senior Li Qingqing, who hurriedly passed by Wu Mingjian's side and left a cold sentence. "Who are you calling a waste?" Wu Mingjian froze for a moment and hastily retorted back, only to realize that Li Qingqing didn't stop either, leaving himself far behind. That sentence of waste, too, seemed like a magical sound, constantly echoing around him. Waste, waste, waste. Ah! Under the mental high pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer withstand it, and with the whole person covering his ears, he turned around and fled in the other direction. "I'm not a loser. I'm not a loser. I, Wu Mingjian, am not a waste." By the time Wu Mingjian returned to his senses, he had already moved away from the scroll. A look of wretchedness was even more visible to countless people. Only, in the way of Wu Mingjian's influence, these people were only pretending to be calm. In the end, it was Wu Mingjian who was ashamed and fled the place in droves. On the stage, only Li Qingqing, Fong Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng remained. Chapter 91, 1 in a million talents can't do it? Even Senior Wu failed? No way. Senior Wu is the second person in our Huchengno 1 middle school. With his grades, even if he doesn't go through the quota, he can still get into the top 10. This kind of talent isn't enough? This imperial beast refining heart diagram is also too exaggerated. As Wu Mingjian walked off the stage, various murmurs reached his ears. Although no one had accused Wu Mingjian, these perfectly normal discussions had become harsh at this point. Wu Mingjian's eyes glowed red, biting his lips to death, and without realizing it, he even bit out a smear of blood. Not only did he fail to defeat Ma Wanfeng, he was also surpassed by juniors like Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing. Unprecedented frustration grew in Wu Mingjian's heart. Damn! Wu Mingjian cursed in his heart, even as he retreated back into the crowd. His heart was extremely unhappy, and after Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped down one after another, there were some empty spots on the stage. A few of the students exchanged slight glances and eventually worked up the courage to walk up. However, in front of Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram, these students didn't even last 3 or 4 breaths. Students with slightly poorer psychological quality even fainted on the spot. Rao Cheiyue couldn't help but frown and ordered the security personnel to carry these passed-out students away. Time passes. Phew. Qingqing Li let out a long breath and walked down from the stage. And compared to the reactions of those from Wu Mingjian, Li Qingqing could be said to be calm and relaxed. Even her eyes were much brighter. It's truly worthy of being Master Che Xian's imperial beast refining heart diagram. After a few epiphanies, my state of mind is, indeed, much clearer. Li Qingqing moved her muscles and a pair of bright beautiful eyes also focused on Che Yu. Such a scene, moreover, caused many of the students in the arena to be shocked in their hearts, thinking that Li Qingqing had really succeeded. Middle school has an unmistakable aura. When he went to high school, although he was suppressed by the surging Fong Xiu, but at least he was the second person in the first middle school of Crane City. Now that he was fortunate enough to pass the test of the imperial beast refining heart diagram, he was even more envious. Even more, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth soon rose, surfacing with a complacent and smug look. But who knows? When faced with the excited Li Qingqing, Che Yu let out a sigh. Qingqing, you are able to face the imperial beast refining heart diagram head-on and stabilize your mind. In terms of talent and qualifications, you are indeed 1 in a million. In time, you're bound to get into a top university. It's just a shame. It's still a little short of what my father wants. Che Yuki shook his head helplessly. She and Li Qingqing's aunt had been high school classmates and attended the same school in college, and were very close friends. In terms of selfishness, she was happy to see Li Qingqing pass her own father's test. Unfortunately, however, the requirements were set by Che Xian himself, and even she, the daughter, was powerless to interfere. Hearing these words, the many students present were all secretly surprised, their pupils slightly vibrating. Rao Cheyu had said that in terms of talent and qualification, Li Qingqing was already 1 in a million. As a result, Even such a talent couldn't meet Master Che Xian's requirements? How horrible a disciple does he want? 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? Does such a person really exist in Crane City? That's really a pity. Li Qingqing slightly smacked her lips, and in her heart, she was glad that she didn't show too much excitement. Otherwise, she would really be disgraced. For a time, the entire scene was completely quiet, and no student dared to try it again so easily. While Li Qingqing walked back to the crowd, Shi Zhanhong hurriedly came up and asked her what she actually saw in front of the scroll. Just for this question, Li Qingqing didn't answer it. Instead, she stared at Fong Xiu with her full attention. Lean on you. Her eyes went back and forth on Fong Xiu, Ma Wanfeng and the two of them. On one side was his classmate, and on the other side was the student council president he wanted to take out. Li Qingqing naturally favored Fong Xiu. The atmosphere of the scene, too, had become tense without realizing it. Fong Xiu and Ma Wanfeng, the number 1 senior and junior in the first high school respectively. The duo walked onto the stage at almost the same time and held on for dear life. Invisible, as if in a contest. Only, Fong Xiu didn't care about the outside, about Ma Wanfeng. In a trance, he came to the 4-sided platform, and the alien sword saint he had cultivated was even walking fast towards him with a sword. A stern killing aura enveloped himself. Could this be my demon? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, and simply used the method he used in the Imperial Beast Space to walk towards the alien sword saint, wanting to overwhelm the past in terms of aura, once again. But what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that this time, the alien sword saint didn't stop killing like last time. It was still striding, and the black blade in its hand was soon raised above its head. The distance between the two continues to shorten. By the time Fong Xiu returned to his senses, the alien sword saint had already stood in front of him, his sharp black blade slashing down. Phew! A sound of breaking wind echoed in Fong Xiu's ears, and the incomparably real sense of oppression caused Fong Xiu to make an evasive maneuver at the last moment. He stomped his feet hard and tumbled out with inertia. Boo! The alien sword saint's black blade slashed into the earth, extending a deep, bottomless crack. Holy, for real? Fong Xiu blinked his eyes, incredulously looking at the crack that the alien sword saint had destroyed. If he had been a step slower, he might have been cut off at the waist by this alien sword saint. Go to hell! Seeing that the alien sword saint missed with one strike, he whirled around and slashed at Fong Xiu 3 more times. The blade flashed with a cold light, a mighty gust of wind, forcing Fong Xiu to dodge repeatedly, showing his woeful appearance. Alien Queen. Fong Xiu rolled again, avoiding the alien sword saint's attack as he let out a low cry, wanting to release the alien queen to meet the battle, but his order was delayed. The alien sword saint countered by seizing this break, violently flinging up his tail and viciously lashing at Fong Xiu's body. When it was too late, Fong Xiu crossed his arms and placed them in front of his chest before barely resisting this strike, but his body still flew out 8 feet backwards like a kite with broken strings. Boo! Fong Xiu fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times in a row before stopping. He breathed heavily, only to feel his arms tingle and ache. Isn't this the spirit world? Why does it hurt so much? Fong Xiu couldn't help but spit out his words, and seeing that the alien sword saint wouldn't stop, he could only turn around and run. However, the words that Li Qingqing had said also surfaced in Fong Xiu's mind. The heart is in the right place. Big trouble in the palace of heaven. Fong Xiu adjusted his breathing and began to hypnotize himself, trying to calm himself down. My words and my deeds are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. I have acted in my life. Why should I have to explain myself to you? However, Fong Xiu's self-hypnosis did not receive any response. His alien sword saint was still fuming and chasing after him. It doesn't seem to be working. Chapter 92 I, Fong Xiu, am the king of the aliens. Fong Xiu tried to regulate his mindset according to Li Qingqing's set of theories, but the result was not useful. The alien sword saint still raised his sword and slashed at him. Unconsciously, Fong Xiu was even forced to the edge of the 4-square formation by the alien sword saint. It's not over, is it? Fong Xiu turned back violently. If it weren't for yourself, could the aliens have survived in this world? He himself is the one who created the aliens. It would be fine if it was in the real world. The physical functions of humans were no match at all for silicon-based creatures like aliens. But this is your own spiritual world. In my dreams, I can still let you bully me? Fong Xiu raised his fist as he bellowed explosively. There was no place to hide anyway, so he might as well explode with this alien sword saint. Even if Che Xian was more eager to take on a disciple, it wouldn't be so bad that he would mess up a person's life, would it? At worst, it's just a matter of flying out like Li Jin. It's better than being here endlessly. Holding the idea of exploding with the alien sword saint, Fong Xiu stomped his feet hard and charged straight towards the alien sword saint, lifting his fist to aim at its chest and smashing it with all his might. It seemed that he hadn't expected Fong Xiu to dare to counterattack back, and the alien sword saint didn't even react for a moment. Boo! With a loud bang exploding in Fong Xiu's ears, his alien sword saint flew out on the spot. Ha! Now! It was Fong Xiu who was dumbfounded in turn, as he watched the alien sword saint draw a parabola in the air and fall heavily to the ground. His own fists in turn not hurting much, he glanced incredulously at his hand. So, in my spirit world, it's possible to not have to follow the rules of the real world? I can take on an alien on my own? Fong Xiu's eyes were glowing, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, compared to the party's woes. At this time Fong Xiu only felt a kind of playing a horror game, being chased up and down by the monsters and ghosts inside. Almost when he felt desperate, he suddenly realized that the other party's head had an extra reddish thing. Blood stain. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Fong Xiu couldn't help but smile evilly, then stepped away and took the initiative to walk towards the alien sword saint. Come to think of it, one's physical qualities here were indeed quite a bit more powerful than in the real world. Otherwise, one would not have been able to dodge the alien sword saint's slashes over and over again just by rolling. Die! The alien sword saint reared back with a carp, its mouthpiece hissing and hissing as it issued a death threat towards Fong Xiu. But in the next second, Fong Xiu flashed directly in front of it. His 5 fingers once again clenched his fist, and he punched fiercely at the alien sword saint's chin. Rising Dragon Fist. This punch was not weak, and hard enough to send the alien sword saint flying 3 meters high. When it started to fall, Fong Xiu directly jumped up, clasped his hands together, and viciously whacked down on the alien sword saint's abdomen. Boo! Accompanied by a loud sound, the alien sword saint's body was directly set into the ground, the cracks in all directions resembling a black spider's web. What makes Fong Xiu feel even more incredible is, the alien sword saint from a moment ago was a behemoth several meters tall, but in the blink of an eye, this alien sword saint's head had become much smaller. No, it's not that the alien Kensei is getting smaller, but, rather, I'm getting bigger. Fong Xiu muttered to himself. He felt that ever since he had created the Heart of Resistance, his body was constantly surging with power. It's not just as simple as your own power getting stronger. Even the movements of the alien sword saint could be seen clearly by himself. It felt as if the movie had been slowed down by a factor of 0.5. Pust. In an instant, the alien sword saint lay on the ground and spat out his own acidic blood at Fong Xiu, then rose up with vigor, wielding the black blade in his hand and sweeping it across at Fong Xiu. When it was too late, looking at the acidic blood flying over, Fong Xiu only felt that his starry eyes, which had never been brighter, not only could he see the acidic blood's flight trajectory clearly, but his body also acted without realizing it. He dodged Acid Blood's attack with a sidestep and grabbed at the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand, and Fong Xiu's size was slowly increasing without him realizing it. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already overshadowed the alien sword saint, only to see Fong Xiu grabbing the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand and grabbing towards his bone joint with the other. It was important to realize that this bone joint attached to the black blade was what made the alien sword saint most distinctive compared to other aliens. Do you really think that if I named you Sword Saint, you're a sword saint? Playing with knives in front of me? You kid is still 100 years too early. Looking at the brightly shining blood bar on the alien sword saint's head, Fong Xiu's roar was like that of a wild beast as he fired both his hands at the same time, his features becoming hideous. The sudden scene even made the alien sword saint fight a cold war. Click, click. Cracks traveled up and down the alien sword saint's arm, and finally, in a crisp clicking sound, Fong Xiu broke the alien sword saint's black blade hard, and with a backhanded grab, he directly took it into his hand. Watch this, this is the real sword art. Fong Xiu once again burst out. Although he hadn't practiced any sword arts, in his previous life, he had played quite a few games related to sword arts. For example, there's a game called DNF, who in his heyday used to beat the highest difficulty group books at the time without the selfless sword chi for a bit. Phantom Sword Dance. Fong Xiu held his sword in one hand and slashed towards the alien sword saint. As if he was swinging the sword extremely fast, a sword art residue appeared in the air. At first glance, it seemed as if there were dozens of swords and knives, chopping at the alien sword saint at the same time. The alien sword saint wanted to defend, but he couldn't hold the sharpness of the black blade, and even more so, he couldn't distinguish between this reality and reality. For a moment, acidic blood splattered in all directions, but what made the alien sword saint feel even more fearful was that in the face of the acidic blood that he had splashed over, Fong Xiu did not choose to avoid it. Rather, even more frantically, he swung the black knife in his hand, slashing away along with the acidic blood. That feeling was as if there was an invisible boundary around Fong Xiu, able to cut off everything that approached him. Such a subtle sword technique made even the alien sword saint's heart shake. Is this guy really human? No. Hissing. He's not human. He is the true king of the aliens. It was at this moment that the alien sword saint truly realized the gap in strength between himself and Fong Xiu. That powerful force, that exquisite sword skill. It was as if he was not in the same dimension as himself, truly unbeatable. However, Even though this alien sword saint was hacked to pieces by the black blade in Fong Xiu's hand, it didn't have the slightest bit of resentment in its heart. On the contrary, at this moment, the alien sword saint was completely immersed in it, marveling at Fong Xiu's power. He is the true king of the aliens. Break me! Fong Xiu slashed out the last side of the phantom sword dance, and the lustrous sword chi streaked towards the front, breaking into two wherever it went. The whole world, too, began to fall from the sky. Chapter 93, Li Qingqing. Are you protecting your husband? The world collapsed? Fong Xiu felt the incomparably real earthquake and looked around. Only the sky continued to crack and the rising ground began to fall at a rapid rate. The scenery around them changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that the collapsing sky didn't become pitch black. Instead it was extremely white, and there were even lights and patterns. Is this ceiling? In the blink of an eye, the azure sky disappeared completely and was replaced by a white ceiling. Fong Xiu subconsciously lowered his head, only to see a 5-meter-long scroll hanging on the wall. Imperial Mansion. A painting show? I'm back? Fong Xiu quickly came back to his senses, but felt puzzled. Then am I considered to have passed, or not? Next, a crack suddenly appeared on the scroll in front of him. Fong Xiu gazed up and raised his sword brows, but he saw that the crack was becoming more and more obvious and longer. Jab! With a clear tearing sound, the entire scroll suddenly split down the center and fell towards the floor. This sudden scene was even more so as it called out to all the students on the stage. What's the situation? The scroll is broken? This shouldn't be. Can someone explain what's going on now? It's not like we're going to lose money, is it? Hot voices continued to be heard, and many students even took a step back from the scene. And as soon as he heard the word payout, Fong Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Nice guy, so much for not passing the trial. You have to pay for it? There is no need for all the young heroes to be alarmed. It is normal for the scroll to be destroyed. Seeing that the scene was becoming a bit chaotic, Yu hurriedly stood up to explain. As I said before, this scroll is a masterpiece drawn by my father using special means, and it can have a certain impact on those who view it. But comparatively, if one's mind power is extremely strong, he or she can in turn cause an impact on this scroll. Now that the scroll has been destroyed, it means that the candidate that my father was looking forward to in his heart has appeared, Yuki said with a harmonious face. She grew up not being able to meet Xian's requirements and ended up relying on her family's resources to get into a top 10. Every time she saw Xian's worried face over the years, her heart felt anxious. Even after watching Li Qingqing, Wu Mingjian and the others stepped down one after another. The light of hope in her heart became dim. I thought I would get nothing out of this one, but I didn't. The emperor is not responsible for the hard work. This Crane City had finally given birth to a talented young man. Only, when Yu looked up, Fong Xiu and Ma Wanfeng were all standing on the stage, and the trial process of this imperial beast refining heart diagram was completely invisible to outsiders. Whether it was Fong Xiu who had passed the trial or Ma Wanfeng who had passed the trial made Yu unable to confirm for a moment. Suddenly, as if Ma Wanfeng had sensed the atmosphere, the corners of his mouth rose as he extended his right hand towards Fong Xiu. It's so true that the number one upperclassman is standing with me until the end. Fong Xiu looked at Ma Wanfeng's hand and then looked at Yu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, then he shook Ma Wanfeng's hand. So, what's going on now? The last thing I remember was me. However, without waiting for Fong Xiu to finish his sentence, Ma Wanfeng had already walked past him, and purposely raised his volume a few points. Since the destruction of the scroll was caused by the impact of our minds, it means that the two of us, all of us, meet Master Xian's requirements. I wonder if Master Xian, would you mind taking the two of us all in as disciples? Ma Wanfeng said in a pleasant manner. It was only in the ears of the students on the stage that the generosity shown by Ma Wanfeng was clearly giving Fong Xiu a step up. The implication was that Fong Xiu was also considered a genius among the freshmen of Hachingno One Middle School. If Master Xian could take him along as a disciple, he would not regret it. Truly worthy of being the strongest high school student in our Crane City, not only is he powerful, but he also has a big heart. I, Wu Zongjian, am convinced. Senior Ma is right. Senior Fong Xiu is also a genius among 10,000 now, so let's take them together. But would that not be too good? After all, Master Xian said that he would only accept one this time, and although Fong Xiu's talent is excellent, the person who just broke that scroll must still be Senior Ma, right? Indeed, Fong Xiu should just be picking up the pieces. If he had been a little later, he might not have been able to hold on. If that's the case, then we shouldn't take Fong Xiu as a disciple, right? If you hold on long enough, you'll be able to whittle away. Then it's better if I go up just now too, since Senior Ma Wanfeng is there anyway. Despite Ma Wanfeng's extremely generous behavior, there were still some people under the stage who were unconvinced and felt that Fong Xiu had only picked up a big leak. You guys, Don't lick hard there just because Ma Wanfeng is the student council president. Okay, what makes it certain that it was Ma Wanfeng who broke the imperial beast refining heart diagram? And I said Fong Xiu did it. Seeing that the students of the first middle school took Fong Xiu over to step on one, Li Qingqing was also extremely unhappy. She clenched her hands into fists, and shouted at the crowd for a while. But this Li Qingqing, although her aura was strong and she had a friendship with Cheyue, but with the atmosphere of the scene adding to it, there were still quite a few rebuttals. That's not right, ah? Senior Ma is a senior. His state of mind must be much stronger than senior Fong Xiu. Qingqing's schoolmate, you don't think you like Fong Xiu, do you? Indeed. I remember that you were in the same class and participated in the freshman exchange tournament together, so it's normal to have mutual feelings for each other. Yo, so that's kind of a husband protector? Unconsciously, even more people joked about the relationship between Li Qingqing and Fong Xiu. So, when Ma Wanfeng walked onto the stage just now, why were you guys indifferent? Just as the sound of the scene was becoming chaotic and Cheyue was ready to stop everyone, Fong Xiu, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his volume. In a flash, countless pairs of eyes looked toward him. Honestly speaking, Fong Xiu didn't have much expectation for this trial. He just happened to get the invitation and came over to take a look. Some people felt that he was inferior to Ma Wanfeng, and he didn't care in his heart. After all, the mouth is on someone else and they can say whatever they want. But these guys? They preferred to use rumor-mongering to make fun of Qingqing Li. That means something completely different. In the end, you are not afraid of the impact the scroll will have on you. Afraid of embarrassment. Or you feel that this opportunity does not belong to you in the first place, so you do not dare to try. Now you're regretting it again, thinking that if you watch the scroll with Ma Wanfeng and hold on a little longer, you'll have a chance to become Master Che Xian's disciple? It's fine to lie to others with this kind of talk. It's no fun to lie to yourself. The guy who doesn't even have the courage to try this doesn't deserve to participate in this trial at all. Chapter 94, bringing Fong Xiu here. Fong Xiu. Li Qingqing blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, although she was not used to seeing other people licking Ma Wanfeng's performance, so she stood out to question it, but she did not expect that Fong Xiu would in turn help himself out. Moreover, the way Fong Xiu's power over the group made Li Qingqing feel more or less handsome. This is Fong Hua? She cocked her head, a sudden sense of wonder and disbelief in her heart. The Fong Xiu she remembered was completely a person who regarded money as his life and found excuses to amass wealth whenever he moved. If he didn't know that this guy had taken all his money to the imperial beasts, he himself would have thought that Fong Xiu was that kind of gambling dog. But now when he looked at Fong Xiu again, his starry eyes were resolute and his bottom was full of energy, as if he was a true beast-robbing powerhouse. Even his sword-browed, starry-eyed, fresh and handsome features looked somewhat heroic at this moment. Since all of you young heroes are disputing this trial, let my father decide. Let him designate the person himself. If my father agrees to accept 2 disciples, we, the Che family, will support them wholeheartedly. While saying that, Cheyue took out her cell phone and dialed Che Xian's number in front of everyone. Seeing this, Fong Xiu just shrugged indifferently. Ma Wanfeng's brows furrowed slightly as he recalled the scene he had just seen in the scroll, and a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart instead. The bias has gotten to this point. Brother Ma. Seeing this, Wu Mingjian hurriedly came up. Failing to pass the trial of the imperial beast refining heart diagram, Wu Mingjian knew that there was no possibility of him surpassing Ma Wanfeng in high school. He put away his worried eyebrows and stretched his smile, once again reverting back to the state of looking up to Ma Wanfeng. The other students also quieted down and listened carefully to the voice coming from Cheyue's cell phone. Although Master Che Xian is old, he is still energetic about new things. Even his cell phone ringtone is a new song by Zhou Luanjie. It took about 10 seconds or so before the call managed to connect. In order not to be unfair, Cheyuki simply pressed the speakerphone and pulled the volume up to maximum. And in fact, although Master Che Xian did not attend this event, he was not ignorant of the situation in the Imperial Mansion. Bring Fong Xiu to me. I thought that Master Che Xian would have a correct ruling on this matter. But what everyone didn't expect was that the voice that came from the speaker was only this cold sentence. Apparently, the person Master Che Xian had in mind was Fong Xiu. Ma Wanfeng's face instantly turned much paler. Master Chixin. He spoke subconsciously, as if trying to fight a little more, but he didn't wait for him to get the words out. The other end of the cell phone just hung up. All that floated out of the speaker was a cold beeping busy tone. Even Fong Xiu hadn't expected this outcome. Although he didn't feel much for Ma Wanfeng, he did know his senior year grades. The title of the strongest high school student in Crane City is well deserved. Thought it was possible that this Che Xian would take 2 disciples. Chuki's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. Although she didn't take a stance, her heart was also biased towards Ma Wanfeng's side. After all, he was a senior and had 2 more years of experience with imperial beasts than Fong Xiu. Even the mutations, I don't know how many times they have been carried out, and he was also the president of the student council of Crane City No. 1 High School, so he could be said to have a bright future. However, even though Master Che Xin had given the results, Che Yu still smiled at Ma Wanfeng. No matter what, this Ma Wanfeng was also the current strongest high school student in Crane City. With his grades, he'll have no problem getting into God's capital university. Even if he didn't become Master Che Xin's disciple this time, he should be enlisted. It will come in handy someday in the future. Ma's talent is undoubtedly a one-in-a-million genius. Even without my father's guidance, it's bound to be something. And please, this student, there's no need to take it too personally. Finally, I would like to present Ma with $100,000 in my personal name. As he spoke, Che Yu directly took out a check and hastily wrote a number on it before handing it to Ma Wanfeng. This gift is purely my appreciation of your talent. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also seek help from our Che family. Although Che Xin was not going to accept Ma Wanfeng as his disciple, for this kind of extremely talented young hero, Che Yu naturally would not take the initiative to make enemies. Crane City was not big in the first place, and those who were able to go out from this city had to suffer more than the geniuses from the larger cities. Help if you can. $100,000 wasn't much money to her anyway. You could even say it's a show of hands. With similar gifts, she had no idea how many teenage heroes she had invested in. It's just that most of them end up obliterating the public. Many thanks. Ma Wanfeng looked at Che Yu and glanced at Fong Xiu who was standing on the stage, then took the check in his hand. Though he didn't forget to thank Che Yuki, his mindset had changed. The president of his own Hall of Fame student council, the strongest high school student in Crane City, Chu Xingha's favorite junior. It turned out to be a loss of face at this painting exhibition. It would be good to get the word out. And, it's only 100,000 in the district. One's month's worth of imperial beasts was more than that small. What's the difference between saying it's a gift and sending out a beggar? Let's go. Ma Wanfeng forced his heart to suppress his displeasure, put the check into his pocket, turned around and left the place. Wu Mingjian followed with great strides, but in his heart, he had an indescribable dark feeling. Good for you, Ma Wanfeng. I didn't think you guys would have a day. Of course, Wu Mingjian only thought about it in his heart and did not show it. The other students were dumbfounded. Did I just read it right? Chairman Ma was rejected by Master Che Xin? What the hell is going on here? Wasn't Senior Ma Wanfeng the one who just broke the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram? Could it be that it's Fong Xiu? How can a senior have a stronger mind than a senior? Maybe it's because Fong Xiu is younger? It's not impossible. Must Fong Xiu still has 2 years left? Another top 10 if properly cultivated. Yes, that must be it. It's not that Senior Ma Wanfeng's talent isn't as good as Fong Xiu's. It's just that he suffers from age. That's right. Didn't you guys see? Even after being rejected by Master Che Xin, Che Yu still gifted a sum of resources. What does that mean? It means that the Che family still wants to pull in our Senior Ma. For a while, the students were talking, looking for all kinds of compensation for Ma Wanfeng. It was Fong Xiu, on the contrary, who was still immersed in an inexplicable feeling. Is it true that Master Che Xin watched the whole thing live? Or can he sense what's happening in the scroll? Mr. Fong Xiu. Without realizing it, Che Yu had already walked up to Fong Xiu, and with a smile on her face, she extended an invitation to Fong Xiu. Please also come with me. I'm taking you to my father now. Chapter 95, Going to the Che family, plus one more. Fong Xiu he really succeeded. Shi Zhanhong looked at Fong Xiu incredulously, although he knew that Fong Xiu was a rare genius, and when he accompanied him, he also had a premonition that Fong Xiu would be able to pass Grandmaster Che Xin's test, but when it all came true, he was still taken aback. It felt as if you were joking about what you would do with the $5 million you won, only to turn around and realize that you had really won $5 million. Congratulations, fellow student Fong Xiu. Zhang Shuren clasped his hands and congratulated Fong Xiu for successfully being accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. It would be a lie if I didn't envy it, but at this time there was only envy. He himself failed to pass the trial of the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, so naturally, he couldn't blame anyone else. What's more, this matter of Fong Xiu becoming Master Che Xin's disciple was also a good thing for him. They were all students of Huqing No. 1 middle school, and in the future, they were going to participate in the Black River State League together, and the stronger Fong Xiu was, the more their rankings would be able to take a step forward. It was so tense just now. Congratulations, Fong Xiu. Chen Fan also expressed his congratulations, although he had looked for trouble with Fong Xiu when he first started school, but after a few times of contact, he also admired Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu was also not a calculating person, and the relationship between the two of them became a lot closer. Congratulations. Li Qingqing clasped her hands on her chest. Her expression was bland, not worried or happy, but there was more or less a hint of jealousy in her heart. From the beginning of the school year until now, Her own aura had been in a state of being suppressed by Fong Xiu, not to mention that Li Qingqing felt more and more that the gap between herself and Fong Xiu was getting wider and wider. No, I've worked my ass off. I can't let Fong Xiu completely throw me off. Li Qingqing secretly vowed in her heart that she would have to work even harder after she went back this time. Thanks a lot. Fong Xiu didn't say anything more. After all, Che Xian only had to beg to see one of himself. Even if Che Yu had some friendship with Li Qingqing, it was impossible for her to bring an extra person with her. Under Che Yu's leadership, Fong Xiu had to bid farewell to Li Qingqing and the others for the time being and left the painting exhibition. The other students kept their gazes focused on Fong Xiu, never able to move away. Still so envious. Yes, Fong Xiu was already a genius in Hachingno, one middle school, and now that he's been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xian, I'm afraid that in the future, there will only be a widening gap between him and us, and Li Qingqing is on good terms with him. Damn it, why did it have to be Fong Xiu? I also want to become Master Che Xian's disciple. Various murmurs continuously drifted from behind Fong Hua, and in their tone, they all contained the envy and jealousy of Fong Hua. You can see what kind of status this Master Che Xian has in the hearts of these students. He waited for Fong Xiu to enter the elevator with Che Yue before he asked curiously, but why only take one? Isn't Li Qingqing's talent also good? And it seems to be an old acquaintance with MS. Che, as far as I can remember, Qingqing Li's family has strong connections and their wealth is not small. Since she and Che Yuki knew each other, she should be well aware of this. Wouldn't it be better to take them as disciples together? Her aunt and I are hairdressers, so as far as selfishness is concerned, I naturally would love for her to be instructed by her family father. Che Yu lightly opened her vermilion lips and explained, it's just a pity that my father's decision is beyond my control. It feels like Fong's reactions are always a bit flat. Che Yu sized up Fong Xiu. Although he was a senior student, he was half a head taller than himself. His appearance was sword-browed and starry-eyed. Refreshingly handsome, both the front face and the side face were very heroic and unblemished. It instantly made her feel a lot more good. Only, from the time he passed the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram until now, Fong Xiu's expression hadn't changed much. Not even the rhythm of Fong Xiu's breathing was disorganized. It was evident that this expression was not a deliberate disguise on his part. Rather, it's heartfelt and plain as day. This determination made Che Yu not a little surprised. If it had been any other student, he or she might have been dancing with excitement. Happy, both for my own trials and going forward. I don't know much about anything other than Imperial Beasts, so I don't know what the concept of this matter of becoming a disciple of Master Che Xian is. Fong Xiu smiled. Although he had traveled to this world, he hadn't inherited the memories of his predecessor and was still in a state of figuring out what was going on in this world. It was only through other people's mouths that they knew that this guy named Che Xian was very powerful and was a master of the Imperial Beast, and his own alien form is not a product of this world. Although in the mouths of Zhang Yu, Zhang Pan, the teachers, it was a rather powerful species of phantom beast, and every time they went to their own Imperial Beast space, they would be startled by the development of the alien. But this Che Xian seemed to be someone who had seen a lot of the world. There was no telling how his own alien form would be judged in his eyes. Granted, one believes that the alien has a high ceiling, but what if Cheshin's philosophy is, well, very different from one's own? So will he be annoyed with himself for obsessing over the alien? And, listening to Li Qingqing said that after this Che Xian retired, the royal beasts were all detained in the Magic City by the Five Flowers Group on the grounds of group property. If the Imperial Beast is so, what about his property? Will there be problems as well? The bottom line is, just how much help can this Cheshin provide to his future? Based on these realities, Fong Xiu's excitement of passing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram test subsided quite a bit. Of course, these questions, Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't say them in front of Che Xian's daughter. So it is. Che Yuki lightly nodded her forehead and didn't say anything more. After leaving the Imperial Mansion, her driver had parked the car at the entrance. Although Fong Xiu did not know much about cars, he also recognized that the car used by Che Yu, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The interior inside was still flashing with ambient lights, and the back seat was quite comfortable to sit in. The full support from Chuki's mouth should only be for an Imperial Beast. I really wonder what kind of expression Che Xian would have if he saw the number of aliens I have. Fong Xiu thought in his heart, then took out his cell phone, opened the Douyin account, and turned on a beauty face in the process. Sister Che, do you mind if I take a video? Fong Xiu asked with a smile on his face. Of course I don't mind. Che Yue smiled and shook her head, then even moved closer to Fong Xiu's side, entering the same video frame as him. Fong Xiu's nose twitched slightly, only to feel a faint floral scent hit his face, followed by the residual warmth of Che Yu's arm. Hi everyone, I'm Fong Xiu. Just now, I passed the trial of Master Che Xian's Imperial Beast refining heart diagram. It's in the car right now, going with Sister Che to pay her respects to Master Che Xian. I'm really happy. Fong Xiu revealed a bright smile and took a video of about a minute, and when he pressed stop, his expression returned to its previous coldness. Chae couldn't help but be stunned at this maneuver. What are you doing? Oh, run the account. By the way, does Sister Chae know a dealer or something? I can help with live banding. Chae Yuki? Chapter 96, What the hell is a master and disciple contract? Plus 2 more. Your Douyin account seems to be doing pretty well. Chae didn't expect Fong Xiu to pull himself together to make a short video, but only after taking a closer look did he realize that Fong Xiu had 150,000 followers. Although it was naturally not comparable to those so-called big anchors, accumulating so many fans in a small city like Crane City was already an impressive achievement. Sloppy. Fong Xiu put his cell phone away. Although he had 150,000 followers, there weren't any e-commerce companies to contact him, and even if there were, they were all sorts of strange products that made Fong Xiu feel unreliable. Except for the clips of the freshman exchange game, the subsequent daily videos also had little clicks, and even except for the big explosion at the beginning, the daily gift income at the back is only a few tens of dollars. Once he thought of Chae-Yu's identity, Fong Xiu did hope that she could introduce a few reliable e-commerce companies. I haven't really had much contact with people in this area. Chae Yuki laughed. Although she admired Fong Xiu's brains, she really hadn't dabbled much in the short video platforms that had only sprung up in the last few years. The next thing was relatively simple. Chae-Yu and Fong Xiu had a chat in the car, and the car quickly drove away from the city. Long before he retired, Chae Xian bought a mountain in Crane City and built a villa halfway up the mountain. Even Fong Xiu could feel the bravado. If he didn't have Chae-Yu to lead him, he probably would have gotten himself lost in not much time. It was only after about half an hour that Fong Xiu walked to the entrance of the villa's study. Chae-Yu put her finger against her mouth, signaling Fong Xiu to be quiet before she knocked twice gently on the door of the room. Come in. A boy's voice came from inside. Chae-Yu whirled around and pushed the door open, signaling Fong Xiu to just go in. Many thanks to Sister Chae. Before walking in, Fong Xiu didn't forget to be polite, but when Fong Xiu was in the middle of the study, the corner of his mouth could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Nice guy. This study was almost as big as his own 2 dormitories, with all kinds of celebrity paintings and calligraphy, antique artifacts, and simply a wide array of them. Not to mention this life, even in his last life, Fong Xiu had never seen such a luxurious study. You are Fong Xiu, right? The man's voice echoed in the study. Fong Xiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man with half-white hair, sitting in an electric wheelchair, wearing a light blue shirt on his upper body, with a blanket covering his legs. Although he looked to be only in his 40s, his demeanor was tired, with sagging bags under his eyes as if he hadn't had a good night's rest in a long time. Well, good day Master Chae Xian, Fong Xiu said politely. Chae nodded slightly, glancing around in passing, then fiddled with the buttons on his motorized wheelchair and moved toward a desk to the side. Come here. Fong Xiu sniffed and took 3 steps to the desk. Take a look. Chae Xian tapped his fingers on the pile of papers on top, then said, Fong Xiu? For a while, it was Fong Xiu who was confused instead. What's the situation? Aren't you going to take on an apprentice? How do you show me the file? Master Chae Xian, this is? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows and smoothly took the document in his hand. Here's our mentor-apprentice contract with some of the things I want from you. Fong Xiu? Good lord, what is this world coming to? When the student government invites you to join, you have to sign your own contract. Now Chae Xian is going to take on an apprentice and sign his own contract as well. You're addicted to signing contracts, aren't you? What if I don't want to sign? Fong Xiu asked Chae Xian rhetorically. Although it was in black and white, and his own mind was an adult, he didn't feel for a second that he could mess with a person of Chae Xian's caliber when it came to contracts. After all, you don't have a law degree, so how can you do reading comprehension line by line? These words also stunned Chae Xian. With his own reputation, he didn't know how many people would want to seek him out to worship him, not to mention signing the contract. I'm afraid the other party wouldn't even frown if they were asked to go to the Mountain of Knives. This Fong Xiu, in turn, rejected it. Reason? What if you screw me over? Fong Hua said without thinking. I'm just a high school student. How can I see the twists and turns inside the contract? Chae-Shin? When Fong Xiu refused to sign, he thought of the worst-case scenario, which was nothing more than Fong Xiu having other contracts in place. Although Crane City was a small city, it didn't mean that there were no geniuses. There have been a number of shortcuts in the past. Chu Xinghe, for example, had always made him feel pity. If only he could have taken Chu Xinghe as a disciple back then. But what Chae Xian never expected was Fong Xiu's reasoning, that he was afraid that he would pit him? It's funny, isn't it? He's a Thai high school kid. What's he got to pit himself against? He himself again personally drew the Imperial Beast refining heart map. and also widely distributed invitation letters, and made a fanfare in the Crane City to accept disciples for selection. All this, coming to a head, just to fool a high school kid into signing a bullying contract? Do I have nothing better to do? You're paranoid of being victimized? Che Xian looked at Fong Xiu with a black face. That's not true. It's just that I almost let the student union get screwed over before, Fong Xiu said lightly, incidentally flipping through the clauses on the contract a few times. Instead of an apprenticeship contract, Fong Xiu felt that it was more like a labor contract. Student council? Che Xian sneered. Those kids just like to pull some tricks. Don't worry, there's no pit in this contract, and if you don't believe me, you can also find a firm to consult with. Also, if you sign this contract, I can offer you a chance at a mutation. Alteration? Fong Xiu's starry eyes twitched. It would be a lie to say that you're not interested in mutations. Early on, after hearing about the mutation from Zhang Panpan, he had moved this thought. It's just a shame that it takes credits to help a student mutate in the first grade. Even though he won the freshman exchange and earned extra credit, it still wasn't enough. Unless he or she could kill the top 4 in the Black River State, he or she would have to wait until next semester at the earliest to make the mutation. As a result, I didn't expect that this Jishin would be able to provide a direct mutation. That's right, Che Xian nodded and said in a serious tone. Although normally, Imperial Beast Masters can't come into contact with mutations until their second year of high school, since you were able to pass my Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, it means that the power of your mind is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Even if the mutation were to take place now, nothing would go wrong. Sort of a meet and greet gift from me to you. Even though Che Xian was now a royal beast master, with his status, reputation, and all-crushing Fong Xiu, in reality, he was nothing more than a walk in the park, and Fong Xiu was a rising star. Facing this latecomer, Che Xian instead acted very politely. Also, can you tell me what you saw when you were confronted with the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram? Although Che Xian could sense who had broken his Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he was after all not the roundworm in Fong Xiu's stomach, so naturally he couldn't see what was happening in his spiritual world. Chapter 97, Magic City University? Fong Xiu's maneuver made Che Xian feel a bit speechless in his heart. Why would he want to pit him against a little kid when he was a royal beast master? But no matter what, Che Xian was not a small-minded person after all, and after calming his emotions, he looked at Fong Xiu from another angle. You can't do harm to someone, but you can't prevent them from doing it. Although Fong Xiu's thinking is a bit odd, this kind of vigilance will be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, if you want to accomplish that, the talent of the Imperial Beasts alone is far from enough, Che Xian thought in his heart, and Fong Hua's evaluation was a few points higher. If you really can't trust it, you can also take a few pictures and send them to someone you trust. Let him confirm it for you. Now there's no problem, is there? Che Xian backed off and let Fong Xiu find someone random to verify it. Truly worthy of being Master Che Xian. Fong Xiu was waiting for these words. Naturally he would not push back. He took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the contract, then sent them to Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan respectively. Both of these people had given themselves help on the Imperial Beasts, and both of them were their teachers, so if they both felt that there was nothing wrong, then there really wasn't anything wrong. However, these two naturally didn't reply to Fong Xiu in seconds, and even if they did see the message, they would at least have to study it for a while. Fong Xiu simply took advantage of the waiting gap to state the sight he saw from the royal beast refining heart diagram. You've encountered situations before where the Imperial Beasts were not under your control? Che Xian instantly grasped the point. Although he couldn't see the image that Fong Xiu was seeing, as the person who had drawn this Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he knew the principles of it very well. The diagram of the refining of the heart is directly in front of the horror of the human heart. It's kind of a mind asterisk 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 asterisk. Aha, Fong Xiu answered. Interesting. Che Xian smiled. He didn't pay much attention to Fong Xiu, but after learning that he had passed his Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, he also investigated Fong Xiu's identity background. Both parents are from ordinary working families. The Imperial Beast is a phantom species of Imperial Beast called the Alien. Not only are they extremely powerful individually, but they also have a numerical advantage. In a place like Crane City, this type of Imperial Beast was indeed rare. What surprised Che Xian even more was that Fong Xiu's alien had the ability to parasitize. This gives the alien infinite growth possibilities. It's probably because your Imperial Beasts gave birth to more powerful aliens when they parasitized and evolved, and that's why they became disgruntled with you as an Imperial Beast Master. Though I don't know what method you used to suppress that alien, the incident planted a seed deep within you. You're afraid that more powerful aliens will appear later and you won't be able to control them. Am I right? Chaishin breaks it down a bit. Perhaps. Fong Xiu neither admitted nor denied it. Before viewing the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, It was true that he hadn't paid much attention to this issue, but on second thought also, the alien, in the end, cannot be considered a creature bred by himself, but rather, he has materialized this alien through his life experiences in his last life. At that time, my own self lacked sufficient knowledge of the imperial beasts and only thought of the strong potential of the aliens. No, the potential of the alien can be described as nothing short of terrifying. As long as they keep reproducing and parasitizing on, their numbers can grow indefinitely. If it really came to a number in terms of countries, or even in terms of planets, would one really be able to suppress such a large army of aliens? Perhaps the question is the seed within yourself. I just hadn't thought deeply about it before. To put it another way, since I passed that what's-his-name imperial beast refining heart diagram, it means that my what's-his-name mind power has become powerful. This won't be a problem in the future, will it? Fong Xiu thought for a moment and inquired with a serious face. Although he hadn't decided whether or not to sign this apprentice acceptance contract, but if he had questions, he naturally had to ask them in a hurry. Not necessarily. Che Xin shook his head slightly. The imperial beast refining heart diagram is only for the terror in your heart at the moment. People grow and, as they do, encounter all sorts of new problems. These are problems that have the potential to be solved easily, or they can distract you from them until they create greater horror. But you don't have to be discouraged by that. We are not as powerful as the imperial beasts, but we have intelligence and heart. These are our strengths and the key to our human ability to keep the beasts at bay. This kind of problem, in Che Xin's eyes, could not be considered a problem. Who hasn't had problems in all walks of life? Is it possible to be afraid of a problem that hasn't arisen and choose to give up? That's true. Fong Xiu nodded in agreement. As long as we, Fong Xiu, keep getting stronger, we will be able to suppress the treasonous hearts of these aliens. As long as I am the strongest alien king, I don't have to worry about my subjects rebelling, Fong Xiu said in a serious manner, but immediately afterward, he felt that his words were a bit middle-aged. Ahem. He cleared his throat and simply changed the subject to Chaishin. So the rumors are true? Your imperial beast, retrieved by the Five Flowers group? Even though Fong Xiu felt that Li Qingqing had no reason to lie to him, this matter, he couldn't figure out how. The imperial beast, doesn't it take place from freshman year of high school? Before entering the Five Flowers group, Master Che Xin already had imperial beasts, right? Why would it still be treated as group property? Is this kind of thing reasonable? My imperial beasts, they're not going to become the property of a certain group as well, are they? However, Fong Xiu was not motivated by gossip, but more by a desire to understand how this world worked. If someone else can hit the aliens, then they really need to be on their guard. These things are not for you, a high school student, to pry into, Che Xin said without thinking. It was only the first time they met each other, so naturally, Che Xin had no reason to tell his past to the other party. However, when it really comes down to it, I can tell you, there is a fundamental difference between what can be told and what must be told. One more question. Will you interfere with my choice of volunteers? Fong Xiu nodded slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it is an honor to be a disciple of Master Che Xin. One should be grateful and treat the other person like a father. But Fong Xiu was not such a person. In his opinion, between himself and Che Xin, it should be a two-way street. There's no need to go low yourself. What's more, with the previous experience of the student union, Fong Xiu was more or less sensitive to the matter of volunteering. I naturally want you to go to Mordor University if you can. Mordor University? Why? Fong Xiu subconsciously pursued the question. Because Mordor University is my alma mater, and the professors there are all my old friends. So if you go to Mordor University, there are many relationships that I can help you with, Che Xin said bluntly. But there was something else on his mind. The headquarters of the Five Flowers group, also in Mordor. Chapter 98 National Level Beast Master. Buzz off. Fong Xiu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and found that it was an incoming call from Zhang Yu. So he looked at the phone and then looked at Che Xin. Take it. Che Xin stopped the topic of Magic City University and let Fong Xiu deal with the contract first. The moment Fong Xiu pressed the answer button, Zhang Yu's loud voice came from the phone. Fong Xiu, where are you? What's going on with that contract? Is there a problem with the contract? Fong Xiu looked at Che Xin. Although this was Che Xin's villa, Fong Xiu had nothing to be ashamed of. No. Zhang Yu denied it repeatedly. It was just a bit of a shock to see that the name of the party was Master Che Xin. Fong Xiu, you couldn't have been chosen by Master Che Xin to be his disciple, could you? Aha. Fong Xiu answered, then explained the situation. I'm at Master Che Xin's house right now, and he's asking me to sign some kind of apprentice contract. I don't know much about it, so I thought I'd ask you. There's no pitfalls in this contract, right? You've got a bargain, haven't you? This is how many people are begging for the opportunity. But also pit? I see you like a pit. And, you talk a little quieter. Don't let people hear. Zhang Yu also did not forget to kindly remind Fong Xiu, after all, it was in someone's villa, and the walls had ears. In case if this was heard by Master Che Xin and he regretted it and didn't accept Fong Xiu as his disciple, wouldn't that be a big loss? However, what Zhang Yu never dreamed of is, it's fine, brother Yu, Master Che Xin is right next to me, he can hear it, and he's also the one who asked me to find someone to confirm it, Fong Xiu said lightly, as if this was a trivial matter that couldn't be more normal. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone was petrified on the spot. No, what the hell is going on now? Fong Xiu answered the phone in front of Master Che Xin, and questioning if there is a pitfall in Master Chixin's contract? Is Fong Xiu usually this brave? It seems to be so brave. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and when he thought about it, Fong Xiu's character was just like this, bent on imperial beasts and making money. But no matter what, after learning that Master Che Xin could hear his words, Zhang Yu still forced down the excitement in his heart. Fong Xiu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Master Che Xin is an officially certified Imperial Beast Master, ranked second only to Mega. It wasn't until this moment that Fong Xiu figured it out. Master Che Xin's Master is not the honorific title that other people use for him. Instead, it's an officially certified title, similar to national-level actors, national-level chefs, etc. The full title, on the other hand, is National-Level Sentinel Master, and above the first-level Royal Beast Master, there is the Extraordinary Royal Beast Master, or extra-large for short. That powerful. Fong Xiu looked at Che Xin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and was more or less surprised in his heart. That's for sure. Looking at the whole of Crane City, in terms of defending beasts, there's no one who can compare to Master Che Xin. You must take advantage of this opportunity when you can. Fong Xiu. To say that he didn't envy Fong Xiu, that would naturally be a lie. At this time, Zhang Yu could not wait to directly visit the door and accompany Fong Xiu to sign the contract. Later, when you go back to school, you can have bragging rights for yourself, but that kind of thing is just a thought. To run into someone's house with a thick skin, this kind of thing Zhang Yu still couldn't do, even without waiting for Zhang Yu to finish his sentence. Fong Xiu's cell phone vibrated once again. It was Zhang Pan who called. Brother Yu, talk to you later. Fong Xiu hung up Zhang Yu's call and turned to pick up Zhang Pan's call. You passed Master Che Xin's test? Zhang Pan's tone was equally excited. Although he had long known that Fong Xiu's talent for beast royalty was extremely high, and that sooner or later he would be able to walk out of this Crane City, he had never dreamed that Fong Xiu would actually pass Grandmaster Che Xin's test and become the other party's disciple. Yes, Brother Pan, so have you finished reading what I sent you? Fong Xiu said softly. Zhang Wu says it's fine, but double insurance is always a good idea. Ah, right, Zhang Pan responded. I've read all the terms and conditions of the contract, and basically there's nothing wrong with it. It's all very normal requirements, even if the employer nowadays would sign a similar contract. Just two things. When Fong Xiu heard this, he frowned. Is there really a pit? This seems to be a trial contract that is valid for 3 months, and if you fail to achieve the grades required by Master Che Xin, the other party can unilaterally break the contract. This is the first point. Fong Xiu, don't think that with a contract, you're really Master Che Xin's disciple. For the next 3 months, you must be serious about imperial beasts and work hard to imperialize them, and strive to be recognized by Master Che Xin. You have to know that your parents are just ordinary people. They can't provide any resources to you when it comes to imperial beasts. So Master Che Xin sighed. Fong Xiu? Zhang Pan's long speech, listening to Fong Xiu's face with a question mark. Good guy. I thought Zhang Pan was worried about being pitted. But it turned out to be the fear that he couldn't meet Master Che Xin's requirements for accepting disciples and was abandoned by the other party? Whose side are you on, anyway? Even Fong Xiu vaguely felt that the corners of Master Che Xin's mouth were on the verge of being suppressed. What about the second point? Fong Xiu hurriedly interrupted Zhang Pan's words. If we let Zhang Pan talk on, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish in half an hour. Oh, the second point. Can you ask for Master Che Xin's autograph for me? I'm a fan of his. I've especially liked Master Che Xin since I was a kid. Snap. Fong Xiu hung up the phone violently. Let's not talk about the first one, which is no longer toward you. The second one has nothing to do with the contract, does it? What the hell is asking for an autograph? Ha. Che Xin sniffed, the corners of his mouth completely suppressed. Laugh if you want to. Fong Xiu whirled around and then re-picked up the contract. It wasn't until this time that he could see that the contract was a trial apprenticeship contract, valid for 3 months. If Party B fails to meet Party A's performance requirements, Party A may unilaterally break the contract and terminate the master-apprentice relationship. Your gym teacher, on the other hand, is quite interesting. There's nothing wrong with the signature. It's you, Fong Xiu. Dare to sign this contract? Che Xian's smile came to a screeching halt and his expression turned serious. The disciple I'm looking for isn't here to play some master-disciple house game. What I'm going to cultivate is a true imperial beast master. A strong man who can truly stand on top of this world. This contract, it's both an opportunity and a challenge. If you don't meet my requirements, then, in less than 3 months, we'll go our separate ways. You, not the one I'm looking for. Che Xian's eyes were incomparably deep, scrutinizing Fong Xiu's starry eyes. Fong Xiu grabbed the corner of the contract, not expecting things to come to this. But, he, Fong Xiu, had never been one to back down. So, Fong Xiu, throwing his voice, asked, "What challenge?" Chapter 99, The Sky is Not Born. The beasts are as long as the night. Midterm exams, final exams, all of them to get first place. Che Xian gazed into Fong Xiu's starry eyes and slowly said, "It's that simple?" Fong Xiu couldn't help but be stunned. He was the first place in the mapping exam, and this world emphasized on the imperial beasts and light on general knowledge. All the knowledge points. It was much simpler than his last life. In this case, stabilizing first place is not much of a challenge at all. Either that or Chaishin is underestimating himself. Either, or he has other demands. Black River State League. The truth was just like what Fong Xiu thought. Che Xian naturally wouldn't make such a simple request, so he raised his voice. You have to be in the Black River State League and achieve a ranking. Once he heard about the Black River State League, Fong Xiu then felt reasonable. Yes, the difficulty of the Crane City 1 exam is too easy. It's only challenging when you switch to the Black River State League, and to be able to claim a place, that's a top 8 start? What ranking? Fong Xiu pursued. Che Xian didn't answer, just slowly raised one finger and smiled without saying a word. First place? Fong Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, although he had only crossed over a short time ago and was unclear about a lot of the common sense of this world. But something about the Black River State League had been explained by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu. The strongest colleges in every city in the Black River State can participate, but because of the different education, resource levels, the only schools that are really qualified to compete for the title are actually Hacienda City, Kiki, Xincheng, Jiacheng. Colleges and universities in other areas are more like the green leaves that set off the red flowers. Of course, even so, being able to exchange imperial beasts with the students of these truly top schools was a good thing with no harm done, but it is limited to this. A few years ago the genius scholar Chu Xinghe also only led the Crane City First Middle School, got the runner-up result, and neither before him, nor after him, had Crane City no one ever achieved such a good result again. It hasn't even gotten to the Final Four in the last couple years. Now when Che Xian opened his mouth, he was asking Fong Xiu to take the title of the Black River State League, which was undoubtedly hellishly difficult. You're scared? Che Xian smiled. Let me remind you of one more thing. If you don't achieve the grades I require, it's not just as simple as terminating your contract, but as Party B, you'll have to pay a compensation. Triple compensation. It's worth noting that the issue regarding compensation was written into the contract from the beginning by Chaishin. Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan also both noticed this clause, and the reason why they felt it was fine was because they both thought that Che Xian's grade requirement was nothing more than to allow Fong Xiu to achieve grades in Huqing No. 1 middle school. As the first senior freshman, this is naturally not a difficult task for Fong Xiu. If they could have imagined that Che Xian would be so crazy as to directly ask Fong Xiu to achieve the first place in the Black River State League, they would have said nothing to let Fong Xiu this contract. I don't think you're two teachers. I don't think. Realize this, so you can call them again and get their opinion. Of course, Grandmaster Shazan's words changed. Your talent is indeed good, so I don't intend to make things difficult for you. If both of your teachers feel that this apprenticeship contract is not acceptable, I can accept it and am willing to gift you $500,000 in cash. It's a way of funding your path to the Imperial Beasts. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can also seek help from Chevalier. With that said, Che Xian's hands then rested on his lap, leaving the choice to Fong Xiu. Things had developed to this point, and had completely gone out of Fong Xiu's expectations. Signing it could potentially expose you to triple damages. In the end, not only did they become Che Xian's disciples, but they might end up in debt. If you don't sign it, you just walk away with $500,000 and get to make friends with the Carr family. There will be a way back if something does go wrong in the future. An extremely sensible person would probably choose the latter. Fong Xiu glanced down at the cell phone in his hand. In fact, at this time, Che Xian was also nervous. As early as a long time ago, he had the intention of taking on disciples, but the so-called geniuses he encountered were all nothing more than that. The only person who had caught his eye was Chu Xinghe back then, but at that time, he had business to attend to, a missed opportunity by mistake. Nowadays, Fong Xiu was the only one who interested him. But interest alone is not enough. What one is looking for is a true genius. Not only do you need to have the talent to control the beasts, but you also need to have the mentality of a strong man. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of each other's time. If I were to call MS Zhang Yu, or MS Zhang Pan Pan, they must think that unless I'm crazy, I'm not going to sign this contract. The Black River State League is as strong as a cloud, especially in Hasan Middle School, where it's rumored that every single one of the key classes there is a phantom beast species Imperial Beast Master. Since the founding of Crane City 1, it's even more so that it's never won a championship. It's a mission impossible. As Fong Xiu spoke, he slammed the cell phone he was holding in his hand, heavily slapping it on the table. You're thinking the same thing, aren't you, Master Che Xin? Think I'm going to give up on signing this intake contract and walk away with $500,000? Only to see Fong Xiu grabbed a pen from the desk, then flipped the contract to the last page, cleanly wrote down his name, and incidentally, even the time on it was also written clearly. Not only that, Fong Xiu even pushed this contract in front of Che Xin. The feeling was as if to say, I've signed it, now it's your turn. The reason Crane City hasn't gotten first place in the Black River State League yet is because I'm not in high school yet, Fong Xiu said in a loud voice. Che Xin sniffed, and his entire body spiraled to a standstill. Although when Fong Xiu was silent, his mind imagined countless possibilities, and even prepared for Fong Xiu to directly take the money and leave. But what he never expected was, Fong Xiu not only signed his name on this contract, he was even more vocal. HSC1 didn't win the HJ State League, not because HSS was too strong, but, he, Fong Xiu, is not yet in high school. Ha 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 ha. In a flash, Master Che Xin couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You're a funny little kid. First, you questioned whether my apprenticeship contract was a pitfall, and you specifically asked 2 teachers to confirm it for you. You could say it was pretty careful. As a result, after learning of the triple damages, he signed his name instead. Interesting, really interesting. Fong Xiu. Che Xin ran his hand over the tears, and his eyes hardened at this moment as he gripped the pen tightly in his other hand. Just so you're clear, if you don't win the Black River State League, I can make you make triple compensation. Sign it, Fong Xiu said in a serious manner. Chapter 100, Betting Agreement. Goal, Black River State League Champion. Yes, Che Xin grabbed a pen and signed his name on the contract. There were 2 copies of the contract. One was locked in a drawer by Che Xin, and the other was given directly to Fong Xiu for his own safekeeping. However, you can rest assured that before the Black River State League comes, I will fully support your Imperial Beasts, so that you can take your alien to the next level. Che Xin thought for a moment and told Fong Xiu to relax. One is not the kind of person who would deliberately victimize someone for the sake of compensation. That's natural. So, when will the mutation start? After signing the contract, Fong Xiu's entire body felt much more relaxed and urged Che Xin instead. What a sexual rush. Che Xin couldn't help but spit it out. It's not that it's urgent. Fong Xiu shook his head slightly. In a few days, it will be the midterm exams. After midterms, it's the Black River State Tournament. How can I lose myself when there's still a week left to brace myself? Che Xin smiled just slightly at his words. It will take some time to start the machine, and you consumed quite a bit of physical strength when you were comprehending the Imperial Beast Alchemy heart diagram. So let Che Yu take you to eat something first. Saying that, Che Xin pressed the button on the motorized wheelchair. It wasn't long before Che Yuki pushed his way in. You first take Fong Xiu to eat something. Mutation is a physical job. Upon hearing the word mutation, Che Yu instantly understood what was going on. In the face of the challenge of the car salary, Fong Xiu did not directly take $500,000 in cash and walk away, but bravely signed the contract of accepting the apprentice. Come with me. Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse this. He waved his hand to Che Xin and paid his respects for the time being, then took 3 steps to Che Yu's side and asked curiously, for such a big villa, there's no arrangement for a housekeeper or anything? Although he hadn't lived in such a large house, this villa had 6 floors, and even coming over to the study side was by elevator. Obviously not something the family can just clean up. The butler is there. Che Yu smiled. But since you are my father's probationary disciple, it is only right that I receive you personally. The implication is that ordinary guests can indeed be received by the butler, but as an honored guest, it is natural not to work perfunctorily. Trial disciples can be okay. Fong Xiu slightly smacked his lips. Che Xion's study was on the 3rd floor, while the cafeteria was on the 1st floor, plus the villa itself was large enough to require a bit of a walk. Fong Xiu's cell phone had been vibrating non-stop since a while ago, and at this moment's effort, he also swept 2 eyes of Tencent. It was full of text messages from Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Zhang Panpan also didn't forget to remind Fong Xiu not to forget to get an autograph for him. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, is concerned about the contract. Brother Pan Pan, since you are a true fan of Master Che Xin, how much do you think is a reasonable price for such an autograph? It's done, and now I'm about to go to dinner. Master Che Xin said he'd help my imperial beasts mutate a bit. Fong Xiu sent messages back to the two of them separately. As a result, the next second, Zhang Yu called directly. Congratulations, Fong Xiu, to be able to become Master Che Xin's disciple. Don't forget me when you get rich in the future. If you're rich and famous, don't forget each other. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yu's tone was even more agitated than Fong Xiu's. After all, through Fong Xiu, he was also considered to have hitched a ride on the human network of Master Che Xin. In the future, teacher selection, promotion and so on, as long as there is this layer of relationship, he basically will not have any more obstacles. With a bit of luck, one might be able to become a vice principal or something before one was 45. And this, all through the light of Fong Xiu. That contract is only a trial intake. It's only valid for 3 months. It's still early to see if you can become Master Che Xin's official disciple or not. Fong Xiu's tone was much flatter than Zhang Yu's. Regarding this part, Zhang Yu naturally noticed it. What's so difficult about it? With your current grades, when you look at the entire Heching one middle school, there's simply no one who can compare to you. Not even Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren. Now that we have the full support of Master Che Xin, there are even fewer surprises. That score against the bet is nothing to worry about at all. It turned out to be just as Fong Hua had guessed. This Zhang Yu also felt that the grade requirements, just their own grades in high school exams. Brother Yu, this is where you're wrong. The other Master Che Xin isn't worried about my grades in the first middle school at all. That is? Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone couldn't help but stare. Not high school grades? What else could it be? Is Master Chezin going to give Fong Xiu a small taste of his own medicine? Black River State League. Fong Xiu said seriously. Grandmaster Che Xin said that if I can't win the Black River State League, he will not only terminate the apprentice contract, but also demand triple compensation. Zhang Yu's entire body directly froze on the spot. He even somewhat doubted if there was something wrong with his cell phone, and that was why he misheard it. Black River State League Championship? Seriously? That's the state tournament. You think it's a freshman exchange game? And the Black River State League is a team tournament, not an individual tournament. Even if Fong Xiu had gotten guidance and funding from Master Che Xin, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan could not get guidance and funding from each other. On top of that, they haven't won a Black River State League title since Crane City 1 was founded. To bet against Fong Xiu with such a score, isn't that bullying? You shouldn't have signed it, right? The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In his opinion, this was simply an impossible betting agreement. Of course, it's good that you didn't sign. Zhang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, but in his heart, he also felt strange. What level of Hecheng First High School? Che Xin Master should have a number in mind. Why open such a difficult betting agreement? Signed. Zhang Yu was stunned again. However, Fong Xiu didn't mention this matter to Zhang Yu just to scare him. So yeah, you, see if you can get me a little more resources at school. If I win the Black River State League Championship and become Master Che Xin's official disciple, you'll have a light on your face, won't you? And the credit is on you. It's you, leading the students of Crane City one high school to win the Black River State League Championship. How dignified is it to say that? Head coach Zhang Yu. Fong Hua whirled around and began to flounder. That's right. The reason why he guided Zhang Yu to make the call was in exchange for more resources, to firmly bind himself to Zhang Yu, and even first middle school. Although Che Xin's family was large and wealthy, after all, he was not yet an official disciple, so he thought that he would not throw his weight around. Zhang Yu could be different. He was his homeroom teacher, so it was really an honor and a loss. Interests bound is what makes a good ally. And Che Yu, who had brought Fong Xiu to the cafeteria, had heard the entire conversation between Fong Xiu and Zhang Yu. This little kid, it seems like a real sure thing to take the Black River State League title. Che Yu couldn't help but think back to her own high school, when she had also participated in the Black River State League as the representative of the first middle school, and, as a result, had only gotten a top 8 finish. Father, will your expectations of Fong will be too high? Chapter 101, Zhang Yu's efforts, plus one more. Zhang Yu put down his cell phone and went straight to Great Director Wang Kai's office. Brother Wang. Zhang Yu clasped his hands and his tone was also very respectful. Did you take the wrong medicine? Wang Kai put down the work in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Although he is the Great Director, but a few years older than Zhang Yu, private relationship is quite good. Usually jokingly call himself Old Wang. Suddenly being referred to as Brother Wang, in turn, made Wang Kai a bit uncomfortable. No, happy, Zhang Yu said while pulling over a chair and sitting in front of Wang Kai's table. The Black River State League will start soon. Yeah, next week is the midterm exam. and after that, it's time to go to the Black River State League. Wang Kai, as the grade-level director, still knew more about these things. Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing are both your students, right? At that time, you and Zhang Panpan will lead the team over there. From what he understands, the Black River State Tournament will be held in Gator City this year, and it's only a little more reliable for the two teachers to lead the team together. Just make it to the top 8 this year. Wang Kai relieved up Zhang Yu, telling him that he did not need to have too much pressure, and that the leaders above were well aware of the level of Crane City. Fong Xiu's alien was undoubtedly very powerful, but Li Qingqing and their imperial beasts were weaker in terms of combat. So, the Elite 8 is a win. What if I say that our goal this year is the championship? Zhang Yu broke off and squeezed out a sentence. It wasn't that he had a timid character, it was that such words were incomprehensible even to him. Crane City is just a small city in the 18th line, with resources, education, all backward and a small population. Even those powerful parents in Crane City had long ago sent their children to Hassan Middle School through various connections. Not even the leadership of the school board has any illusions about the Black River State League. Results: how dare Jiang Wu say that their goal is the championship? Nobody. A few dishes. Drinking like this? Wang Kai looked at Zhang Yu with a contemptuous face. Is that something a human being could say? Rolling. You're the one who drank. I'm serious. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and his expression turned serious with it. Seriously, Brother Wang, don't say you don't believe this. Even I don't believe it myself. Although we always say that the first high school is a key high school, is the best school in Crane City. Every year there can be dozens of students. Stable examination of the top 10. Every time I tell others, I am a teacher in the first high school, my heart is proud, but we all know in our hearts that all these honors, all this capital to brag about, are only in Crane City. Once we look at the entire country of China, where can our first middle school rank? I'm afraid it doesn't even rank in the top 100 colleges and universities in the country. In the past league, we couldn't even say that we would definitely make it to the Elite 8, and no one but Crane City would expect anything from our first school. Even we, ourselves, didn't believe we could win the championship once. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became, and he even became choked up at the back. Zhang Yu, Wang Kai was taken aback. You, what's wrong? Is it because of Fong Xiu? In Wang Kai's perception, Zhang Yu was also not a brat who had just become a teacher. He also had expectations for the league when he first joined the school, thinking that one day he would be able to lead his students on the podium. But many times, not all dreams come true. The gap between the first school and the other schools is there. What can they do? That's right. Zhang Yu heaved his head. You've seen Fong Xiu's talent, haven't you? In recent years, aside from Chu Xinghe, there is no one who can compare to Fong Xiu anymore. And that year's Chu Xinghe, if he hadn't been a little less lucky, he might have really had a chance to take the title of the Black River State League. So, Wang Kai interrupted Zhang Yu's words. Chu Xinghe is indeed a rare genius, and the same goes for Fong Xiu. But you're not unaware that the year after that blowout at Hassan Middle School, the school underwent a reform. Today's Hassan Middle School is a monster of a school, to say the least. Even if Fong Xiu could match the Chu Xinghe of that year, it would be a pipe dream for him to win the championship. On a personal emotional level, how could he, the head of the grade, not want his school to make a name for itself? It's just that being a human being should keep your feet on the ground. It's not like that. Zhang Yu violently stood up from his chair. Fong Xiu, he, was accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin. That's Che Xin, a national-level imperial beast master. With his guidance, Fong Xiu might actually have a chance. As soon as these words came out, Wang Kai directly froze on the spot, his two eyes staring like bronze bells. His mouth also involuntarily opened wide into an O shape, a look of unbelievable, incredulous look staring at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu quietly waited for Wang Kai to digest this information. It was only after a long time that Wang Kai felt his mouth dry and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you telling the truth? Fong Xiu has really been accepted as a disciple by Master Che Xin? Aha! Zhang Yu nodded his head vigorously. Fong Xiu is, right now, at Master Che Xin's house. Master Che Xin also said that he would help Fong Xiu undergo a mutation to enhance the power of the alien. That's why I said we have a chance this year. Although Fong Xiu's sophomore and junior year of high school, he could still participate in the Black River State League. But in Zhang Yu's heart, such things as opportunities do not come every time. If he couldn't get the championship at the Black River State League, then Fong Xiu would lose Che Xin as the Imperial Beast Master. It may seem like there's still a sophomore year and a junior year, but the one time you have the best chances right now. This was also the reason why Zhang Yu ran to Wang Kai as soon as he put down his cell phone. As the head of the grade, he naturally knew more leaders than himself. The head of the second class. I remember in years past, our school would also assist with resources at the Black River State Tournament so that the students could play better. However, because since Chu Xinghe, no, one middle school has not been able to produce any more results, the budget has been cut year after year, and nowadays, there are not many resources left. Brother Wang, I'm not asking for anything else. I'm only asking for first middle school to give Fong Xiu some resources, Zhang Yu said in a loud voice. Spell it out for Fong Xiu. Wan Kai stayed where he was for a long time. Black River State League Championship. This kind of thing, he didn't even dare to think about it. Even if Zhang Yu moved out of Xin, he still doesn't think Fong Xiu can get a title shot. But, does it have to be the winner? A runner-up, or a Final Four, would be a great result. Moreover, someone who could be favored by Master Xin must be a genius among geniuses. Good. Wang Kai gritted his teeth. Zhang Yu, leave this matter to me. Our first high school has been suppressed for so many years. It's time to take a place in the Black River State League. Watching Wang Kai finally state his position, Zhang Yu's heart let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fong Xiu also filled his stomach at Xian's house. He stood up from his seat. Sister Che, I'm ready. Chapter 102, The Phantom Species Hypothesis. After having dinner at Xian's house, Fong Xiu followed Yu to the 6th floor of the villa. The decor is very different from the other flat floors, with ceilings, walls, and floors, all completely white and divided into zones. All kinds of fitness equipment are available, as well as the ring for boxing, sandbags, just like a martial arts dojo design. And just in the northwest corner of the room lay a huge black ball with a metallic luster, and a black line extending out from the back of the black ball to nowhere. Xin didn't have any nonsense, and directly brought Fong Xiu, Yu and the two of them to this black ball. Imperial Beast card. Xin didn't explain too much as he pressed his 5 fingers onto the black ball and told Fong Xiu to take out his Imperial Beast space card. A blue light emerged from under the palm of Xian's hand, followed by a click sound. A socket popped out from the side of the black ball. Although the style of the machine was different, but looking at this black ball, Fong Xiu could not help but think of the time when the mapping exam was held. The first middle school also took a similar machine and carried it to the playground. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu skillfully placed the Imperial Beast space card into the socket. The blue light in Xian's hand then became even more dazzling, devouring towards Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu immediately closed his eyes so as not to be stung by this light that hurt his eyes. Only after about 5 or 6 breaths did Fong Xiu feel the light subside and reopened his eyes. Fong Xiu looked around and realized that the scene that met his eyes was none other than his own Imperial Beast space. Isn't it about helping yourself to mutate? What are you doing in my beast space? Xin glanced at Fong Xiu's changing expression. You must think it's strange, right? Why did you come running to your Imperial Beast space if you weren't going to help your aliens with their mutations? Fong Xiu didn't say anything, just nodded. With modern Imperial Beast technology, it is not possible to make Imperial Beasts of a pack mutate at the same time. Even if they are identical Imperial Beasts, they must be separated from the mutations to be able to do so. Your aliens, on the other hand, are numerous, and some individuals have more specialized abilities. That's why it's better to take a look before deciding to mutate that Imperial Beast. Xin explained the conditions of the mutation for Fong Xiu. Of course it's the Alien Queen. Fong Xiu, on the other hand, said without hesitation, Alien Queen, being the strongest monolith among the aliens, deserves to be picked first. That's not something you can say. Xin directly poured cold water on Fong Xiu, then pushed the lever of the electric wheelchair and set off towards the underground kingdom of the aliens. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly followed. After all, with the aliens' living habits, there was naturally no concept of decoration, and the ground in the caves they dug could only be described as relatively flat. A person would have no problem walking on it, but a wheelchair is a different story. Worried that Xin's wheelchair might trip over a rock, Yu followed carefully. As the three of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the guard aliens also appeared one after another, as well as the inner space of this underground cave. It made Yu feel even more insignificant to the human race. Fong Xiu, didn't your teacher instruct you on how to control beasts? Yu couldn't help but ask. Since a while ago, she'd been paying attention to the number of guard aliens, one after another, almost 24 of which they'd left behind. Such a large number of Imperial Beasts would undoubtedly exacerbate the consumption of resources. If there is a group, official funding is fine. Fong Xiu didn't even have an income from his job. Just the resources spent on feeding these aliens would be enough to drag down the Imperial Beast Master. How could a gym teacher not know such a simple truth? Or is it because Fong Xiu came from an average background? He was ostracized by the physical education teacher. Well, Fong Xiu smiled. Zhang Yu and Zhang Pan had both raised the issue in this regard. It was just him insisting on it. However, just as Fong Xiu was about to open his mouth to explain, Xin inserted himself into the conversation between the two. Although the first middle school is not as good as those areas with developed educational resources, most of the teachers there are dedicated, and every year they manage to send new blood to the Imperial Beast University. Fong Xiu naturally had his reasons for not discarding these relatively weak aliens. Maybe, alien queens, it takes the pack to reach a certain size before they advance and evolve. Che Xin voiced his suspicions. So that's how it is. Che Yu suddenly became enlightened. It wasn't that no one had warned Fong Xiu, but the number of aliens was an important part of the evolution of progression. Fong Xiu's starry eyes even flashed with a hint of surprise. Zhang Yu or Zhang Pan Pan, they couldn't quite understand why they were allowing the aliens to multiply. For a time, that time was unknown to myself. As a result, he didn't expect that this Che Xin would have guessed the alien queen's advancement conditions just through the guarding aliens along the way. Is this the gold content of a national-level master imperial beast? Or had Che Xin ever encountered an imperial beast similar to the alien? Do other people's imperial beasts also have such characteristics? Fong Xiu pursued. This world is big. Che Xin glanced back at Fong Xiu. It's even so big that humans are ignorant of the sentinel beast. At all. It's like a phantom species. In the 1990s, some scientists suggested that the phantom species were fantasy creatures fantasized by the sentinel. It's like supernatural abilities, superpowers that very few people awaken. Extraordinary function? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded, feeling that this word was really both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. There are still supernormal capabilities in this world? Of course not. That was just limited by the conditions of the time and being deceived by some so-called masters. Because of the limited knowledge of the phantom beast species at the time, some felt that it was a gift from God to mankind. But as the times continue to progress, it has been discovered that even phantom beast breeds, as long as they can decipher the data, they can materialize in the imperial beast space, and even those who don't have phantom beast breeds can get them. When he heard this, Fong Xiu's mind couldn't help but conjure up Li Jin's name. However, as humans continue to explore the imperial beast realm, there are also people who claim to have seen phantom beast species in the realm. There were even pictures brought back. With such ironclad evidence before them, it has led some scholars to develop bold hypotheses. The phantom beast species has never been a fantastic creature in the mind of the imperial beast master. It's very likely that a long time ago, the phantom beast species lived in this land. Just that I don't know what caused all of these phantom beast species to disappear. Just like the ancient dinosaurs. But, after all, these phantom beast species are creatures that have lived with our ancestors. So their likenesses, their habits, are etched into our genes. So the appearance of the phantom beast species is actually the revival of ancient memories within humans. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. As for why the species of phantom beasts created by humans are similar to the creatures of the imperial beast realm, it will be up to your generation, your next generation, and the next generation, to uncover the truth. Chapter 103, The Realm of the Imperial Beasts and the Truth of the Universal Imperial Beasts. Surprisingly, there is still such a thing. It was only then that Fong Xiu felt the gap between a master like Che Xin and his class teacher Zhang Yu. Knowledge points like this were never mentioned by Zhang Yu, and even when he went online to search for them, all he got was 404, access prohibited. However, Fong Xiu turned around and felt that this kind of thing should have nothing to do with his own alien form. Not to mention the so-called Imperial Beast world, his own alien didn't even belong to this world. Master Che Xin, there is one more thing I want to ask. Fong Xiu walked beside Che Xin. Because the road surface of the underground cavern had some potholes, the journey that could originally be completed in 5 minutes. Because of Che Xin's wheelchair, it took double the time. You want to ask about the Imperial Beast realm, right? An amiable smile surfaced on Che Xin's face. Aha! Fong Xiu nodded repeatedly. It wasn't the first time he had heard about the Imperial Beast realm. It was just that whenever he tried to find out about it, the other party would either stammer and say that he couldn't tell, or he would change the subject and keep his mouth shut. It made Fong Xiu feel very mysterious. What exactly is the Imperial Beast realm? No one is actually sure. I didn't know about the existence of the Imperial Beast world until after I went to college. Either. Ahem. Just as Che Xin spoke about the Imperial Beast realm, Che Yu on the side deliberately coughed as if to remind Che Xin. In order for the Imperial Beast masters to grow up without stress, even the elders of the family, the teachers, would not bother to disclose information about the Imperial Beast Master realm at the high school level. Because even if these high school students knew about the existence of the Imperial Beast world, it wouldn't change anything, so it would be better to let them have an easier time in high school. Che Moon agrees with this philosophy. There was no benefit to Fong Xiu in knowing the Imperial Beast realm too early. It doesn't matter. Che Xin shook his head slightly. With Fong Xiu's talent, sooner or later he'll have to understand. It wouldn't be a bad thing to know what you're going to face in the future a little earlier. After Che Xin glanced at Che Yu, he continued his story. It was only that he was a royal beast master, not a professional scholar, and he only knew that the entrance to the royal beast realm led underground. In theory, the imperial beast world should be an underground world, but again, it was as if it wasn't at their feet, because back at the end of the last century, the Soviet Union had organized excavations, and even made the world's largest drill, which went all the way down more than 12,000 meters, and is still the deepest borehole to this day. However, it did not open the passage between the present world and the imperial beast world, but it wouldn't be right to say that the realm of the imperial beasts was a different world. This was because whenever the imperial beast realm opened its entrance, the ground would react. Earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. Suffice it to say that the realm of the imperial beasts is at least not a mere otherworldly space, and the entrances to the imperial beast realm are spread throughout the blue planet. We currently have about 31 open entrances to the imperial beast realm. Humans can also currently only travel to the imperial beast realm through the entrance. At first, when this discovery was made, scientists were ecstatic and organized excavations. Results: not only are there plants, new energy sources and other resources in this imperial beast realm that are not found on the surface, all kinds of creatures exist in there. 2. They have a certain level of intelligence and know that we humans are intruders, so they have been killing humans who try to enter the imperial beast realm. Even worse, the rules of that world, it seems, are different from ours, and human heat weapons will lose their original power in it. Only the most primal power can fight those imperial beasts. Listening to Che Xian's narration, Fong Xiu was also greatly shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that such a world existed beneath my feet. But we humans, how can we be a match for those terrible creatures? Not to mention the fact that we humans are being killed and defeated. There are even quite a few creatures that are trying to leave the imperial beast realm and want to counterattack our human world. Hearing this, Fong Xiu's heart shook. According to Che Xian's statement, humans' thermal weapons can't hurt these creatures at all, so if they are allowed to run out, then the human world will not be devastated? And then what happened? Later, in order to stop these creatures, some countries did not hesitate to invest in large-scale weapons. Che Xian's eyes became resolute. Those weapons, as deadly as they are, can wreak havoc on the human world. Naturally, it will not be used if it is not absolutely necessary. It is not even an exaggeration to say that these weapons are the last trump cards of mankind. I thought I could use these weapons to break the link between the human world and the imperial beast world, but who knows? Even if those entrances were destroyed, after a while, the entrances to the imperial beast realm would reappear. What was even more frightening was that the creatures seemed endless, and no matter what methods were used, they could not be broken off. Even some small, backward countries have been destroyed as a result. In the end, it was a scholar who stepped forward and argued that if mankind wanted to defeat these creatures, there was only one way to do it. Imperial beast. Only an imperial beast can kill an imperial beast. Based on this theory, human beings began to try to capture imperial beasts, analyze them, create imperial beast spaces, and then open source the methods of imperial beasts to mobilize all human beings to join in imperial beasts. Che Xian's tone became agitated. Although he was only in his 50s this year, and had only heard about the emergence of the imperial beast realm, the war, but in his youth, he was one of the first imperial beast masters to benefit from open source. There had also been visits to the imperial beast world to suppress those terrifying creatures that wanted to counterattack the human world. And during that time, countless comrades, countless imperial beasts sacrificed their lives for humanity, using blood, in exchange for the stability of the human world. So this is the truth? The original intent of the universal beast royalty was to guard the human world. Fong Xiu's expression also became serious. When he came across, he wondered why the imperial beasts were able to be integrated into every family. Why is it that every student has access to imperial beasts as soon as they get to high school? Why did the original 9 years of compulsory education become 9 years of compulsory general education and 3 years of compulsory imperial beast education? After all, according to his experience in his previous life, something like a royal beast should be a symbol of class. Now that he had heard Che Xian recount the bitter history of this imperial beast world, Fong Xiu truly understood the reason why the universal imperial beasts, why they could be promoted in this world. Because only in this way could a steady stream of top imperial beastmasters be born from the human world. And these top imperial beastmasters, in turn, would work hard to guard this world, giving the humans enough time to nurture the next generation. Live and let live. Mankind lives on. However, even though there was a result of pressure from the imperial beast world, the scholar who advocated for open source, so that all the people could embark on the path of the imperial beasts, was truly an extraordinary fellow. Please ask. For a moment, even Fong Xiu's heart gained an extra point of respect. That person who promoted the universal beast control, what is his name? Chapter 104, The Choice, the Queen and the Witch, +1. Fu Xiaoduan. As Chashin spoke the man's name, they arrived at the alien maternity ward. After the aliens had opened up the area several times, the space became huge, and the rows of white eggs were neatly formed into white squares. The alien queen remained with her legs curled up as if she were sitting on top of a throne, constantly laying new eggs. Such a scale made even Shookie's heart skip a beat. Is this really something a senior could do? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and no matter how much others talked about it, she wouldn't have believed that it would be a high school student's imperial beast space. Moreover, Chaeyu also investigated Fong Xiu's background. His parents were ordinary people, and apart from the freshman benefits given by the first middle school, and the prize money from the freshman exchange competition, Fong Xiu would have no other resources. The fact that such a situation could still cultivate aliens of such an exaggerated scale was truly mind-boggling and unbelievable to Chaeyu. It's spectacular. Even Che Xin, a national-level imperial beast master, had a few moments of amazement in his heart. How do I start? Fong Xiu couldn't wait for the mutation to begin in his heart, and his target was none other than this alien queen. Alien queen? Che Xin watched the alien queen. In size, the alien queen is almost 3 times the size of a normal alien, and the fan-shaped crown on her head is even more impressive. Without a doubt, this alien queen was definitely the strongest unit in Fong Xiu's imperial beast space. If you let your alien queen undergo a mutation, there's nothing to worry about even if you meet those college geniuses. But, Che Xin suddenly intensified his tone. Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. Since there was a but, it meant that Che Xin didn't want to choose the alien queen for himself. Not only was Fong Xiu puzzled, but Chaeyu, who was standing behind Che Xin, also revealed a puzzled look. Why? No matter how you look at it, this alien queen is Fong Xiu's strongest imperial beast, right? Since there is only one chance for mutation, is it better to choose the strongest imperial beast to improve your performance in the Black River State League? Che Xin sniffed, first glancing at Chaeyu. What I just said, have you forgotten? Che Moon said with an embarrassed look on her face. Whether it was the general studies class or the imperial beasts, he himself was considered to be one of the best, and from middle school to high school, and then from high school to college, his grades had always been at the top of the list. But Che Xion's tone is often icy and cold. So that she, as a daughter, is more or less not a taste. Your alien queen, it can still advance and evolve, right? Che Xian simply conversed directly with Fong Xiu. Aha! Fong Xiu nodded his head. Since the opportunity for advanced evolution exists, it would be best to reserve the opportunity for mutation for the advanced evolved alien queen, Che Xian said in a serious tone. After advancing, the alien queen's body strength could be strengthened twice, and the amount of energy that could be withstood at that time was also greater. It was like what some martial arts novels said, the more times you forged your body, the more strengthened your body would be after the breakthrough. But there are risks. Che Xian twisted his head and glanced at the alien queen. If you give up on this mutation opportunity, there's a chance that the gap between you and those geniuses won't be shortened, which will result in your performance in the Black River State League becoming worse. At that time, not only will I dissolve the master-disciple relationship, but I will also require you to pay triple compensation. Fong Xiu, you choose. Che Xian did not interfere with Fong Xiu's decision, but only made the pros and cons clear, and finally gave the choice to Fong Xiu. If Fong Xiu insisted on mutating the alien queen, then he wouldn't say anything more and directly activate the mutation. Another choice. Fong Xiu didn't have much contact time with Che Xian, but felt that this old man was not bad. Whenever he encountered a problem, he made the pros and cons, the gains and losses clear, and then took the important decisiveness into his own hands. Fong Xiu didn't answer directly, but instead looked up at his alien queen. The advantage of choosing the alien queen was that she could instantly increase her battle power and shorten the gap between herself and those geniuses in Hassan. The downside is that it erases the alien queen's cap. On the contrary, by retaining the alien queen's chance of mutation, when it advanced and evolved into an alien queen, one could obtain a more powerful imperial beast. Likewise, it also meant that one had to challenge someone else's strongest imperial beast with the second strongest imperial beast of the mutation. If it was a competition in Crane City, Fong Xiu would still be confident and take the title. But, that's the Black River State League. It's Yu Zheng, who still doesn't look good for the state tournament after Zhang Panpan knows enough about his alien form. The total population of the Black River State is enough for 130 million. The strength of a powerful imperial beast that could come out of such a population base could be imagined. Fong Xiu, if I were you, I would pick the alien queen. Seeing this, Chaeyu couldn't help but voice her opinion. Mikados are supposed to be bred in stages, and a Mikado bred in high school might be out of the picture by the time you get to college and start over. Even if your alien queen is able to advance and evolve, it doesn't mean that it will always be able to accompany you on your path to the imperial beasts. Why don't you focus on the present and improve your instant battle power so that you can achieve better results in the Black River State League? In the tone of a man who had been there, Yuki persuaded Fong Xiu. She had played in the Black River State League and knew how brutal it could be. The Imperial Beasts, which were the second strongest of the delusional mutations, went to fight those monsters hard. Unless Fong Xiu he is crazy. Shito. But what Yu did not expect was that her kindness was met with her father's rebuke. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Your shallow experience with Imperial Beasts is not worth mentioning at all. Hearing her own father evaluate herself like this, Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Father, one never slacks off in the matter of Imperial Beasts. She thought she hadn't disgraced the Che family, but Che Xin was always like this, and would rarely recognize her knowledge of the Imperial Beasts. Fong Xiu also didn't expect the atmosphere to become strange. I've made up my mind. To ease the embarrassment, Fong Xiu whirled around. Alien wizard. As Fong Xiu's words fell, a black shadow quickly flashed over from the distance. It possessed a rather lanky figure, close to 3 meters tall, its entire body wrapped in a black exoskeleton, clutching a milky white vertebrae in its hand, translucent mucus dripping from the corner of its mouth to the ground from time to time. My choice for this mutation is it, the alien wizard, Fong Xiu said in a loud voice. Fong Xiu, seeing this, Yue had wanted to persuade him. Very well, but Cheshin's clean voice interrupted her again. Since you made a choice, don't regret it, Xin said as he pressed the button on the motorized wheelchair. A faint light flashed, and the three of them, one beast, also returned to the flat floor of the villa. Then, Xin activated the black ball, which was originally only 1.5 meters, rapidly expanding until it formed a 2-meter-high container that sucked Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer. On the spot, in Chapter 105, the alien's first transformation. Looking at the 2-meter-tall container that absorbed the 3-meter-tall alien, Fong Xiu's starry eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Yu. For his part, Xin pulled the lever of his wheelchair and stepped back a distance. Got it. Yue understood and instantly released her Imperial Beast. Fong Xiu's attention was then attracted to the past. This Yu is Xin's own daughter, and from the top 10 out of the top, I do not know what kind of Imperial Beast she will be. Only a faint light flashed by, and a stout black armored knight, standing behind Yu, carried a 2-meter-long silver heavy sword behind him, forming a strong contrast with the pitch-black incomparable armor. Humans? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows, but soon realized that something was wrong. Although this knight was wearing full armor, there were gaps where the gauntlets connected to the gloves and such, and his helmet did not cover his eyes. However, after Fong Xiu carefully observed, he found that neither flesh nor blood nor eyes were visible in the cracks of this black knight's armor, giving off a feeling of empty armor. If he hadn't seen Yuki put him out with his own eyes, he would have more than likely recognized the Black Knight as a model. My Imperial Beast is named Undead Knight, a magical knight created with soul power. Although it has a humanoid form, it has nothing to do with humans, and like your alien, it is also a phantom beast species Imperial Beast. The corners of Yu's mouth rose as she proudly introduced her Imperial Beast. In terms of stature, this Undead Knight was even more than Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer, coupled with the fact that it was powered by soul power. Even if the Undead Knight was shattered and torn apart, it could recover quickly. Listening to Yu's narration, Fong Xiu nodded his head repeatedly, surveying the Undead Knights from left to right. He indeed felt extraordinary, especially the aura emanating from this Undead Knight was many times more powerful than the Imperial Beasts of Li Jin and those people. Even Yu's Imperial Beast was so powerful, one really didn't know how powerful Xin's Imperial Beast was in his heyday. And the reason why Chevalier released his Imperial Beast was simple. While mutations can boost the power of the Imperial Beast and have the opportunity to grant skills, they can also cause the Imperial Beast to go out of control. That's why it's official. Whether it's a school or a private individual, a more powerful Imperial Beast must be on hand to guard when a mutation is being performed. Only the Undead Knight raised his right hand and grabbed at the heavy sword behind him, and after drawing it, he held it with both hands and aimed it at the black ball. Here, seeing that Yu was ready to work as a protector, Xin whirled around and took out another blood extractor and threw it to Fong Xiu before explaining how to use it. Fong Xiu also quickly understood the process of mutation. He followed Xin's request to take 5 cubic centimeters of blood and then placed it on the mutation apparatus. With everything ready, Xin then pressed the start switch. Buzz, accompanied by a loud roar, the mutation apparatus began to activate, and a dazzling white light swept across the entire room, piercing Fong Xiu so much that he had to use his arm to block the light. This process lasted about half a minute or so, and the glare slowly dissipated. It's over? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be stunned, only feeling that the process of the mutation seemed to be simpler than he had imagined. Only, when he subconsciously went to look at Xin, he found that a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. That fast, Yu's pair of beautiful eyes stared like copper bells, and the expression on her face felt even more unbelievable and incredulous. What's wrong? Fong Xiu looked at the duo's reaction and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Did the mutation fail? Fong Xiu, you don't know. The essence of mutation is nothing more than forcing an energy into the bodies of imperial beasts, thus stimulating their potential and causing them to evolve. The process generally takes 5 to 10 minutes, and for the imperial beasts, this process can be very painful. So after the mutation is complete, some of them will have a change in temperament and act in a way that attacks the imperial master. At this time, it is necessary for the imperial beast, who serves as a protector, to suppress it. Yu thoughtfully explained for Fong Xiu, but her mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. That half a minute means. Fong Xiu raised an eyebrow. It means that your imperial beast is strong and can withstand the energy that activates the mutation. Xin whirled around and said, you can understand this matter as charging a cell phone, because there are chargers. Cell phone batteries, its own quality is not strong enough. If you force fast charging, it will reduce the service life of the cell phone, or even the problem of battery bulging. To avoid such a thing from being discovered, some manufacturers will set the charging voltage to 20V and slow down the charging. But what if it's a more capable battery and charger? 20V is just a sprinkle for them, so they can be super fast charged at 60V, or even 120V. Then the time it takes to fully charge, naturally, will be shortened by several times. Xin used a simple example to explain the principle of mutation for Fong Xiu. Of course, he is a master of imperial beasts, not a master of cell phones. 20V charger, whether it is the manufacturer's technology that is not good, or out of arrogance, not bothering to solve the technical problems, that is unknown. That's what happened with the mutation anyway. In other words, ordinary imperial beasts' body materials aren't that strong, so they have to absorb the energy slowly, whereas my alien sorcerer, with its high body strength, is able to absorb all the energy instantly, right? Fong Xiu's eyes twinkled. True to form, my alien is awesome, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. It was important to realize that Fong Wu's aliens were not carbon-based creatures, they were silicon-based creatures. It's a super monster that can be in the universe, hardened against radiation. What's wrong with a little energy infusion? That's right, Xin nodded, indicating that what Fong Xiu thought was not at all wrong, and in his heart, he was also satisfied with Fong Xiu's comprehension. After all, he used to work and study hard when he was in college, and at that time, he worked as an imperial beast tutor and instructed some high school students. But those students, either they are one-dimensional, or they seem to have problems with comprehension, and they have to repeat themselves several times before the other person understands the same question logically. On the contrary, Fong Xiu, whatever the problem was, just by saying it once, he could completely understand it, and even could, in his own way, generalize and summarize the problem. The children are teachable. Congratulations to Imperial Beast Master Fong Xiu. Your alien sorcerer has successfully completed its mutation. Acquired skill, Lightning Strike. The AI prompt from the Imperial Beast space rang in Fong Xiu's mind. Lightning Strike? Fong Xiu's starry eyes moved slightly. He remembered that Zhang Pan had once said that not every Imperial Beast was able to acquire skills when it mutated. What Lightning Strike? Yu immediately blurted out when she heard Fong Xiu's shattered words, but immediately afterward, she reacted. If the Royal Beast awakens a skill, the Royal Beast space will prompt the Royal Master. The lightning strike in Fong Xiu's mouth was 80% the skill acquired after the mutation. This Fong Xiu, what kind of demon is he? Chapter 106, Testing the Power of the Mutation. After the mutation ended, the black ball popped open once more, freeing the alien wizard. Only the alien wizard's torso became fuller and his fangs sharpened and doubled in length from his mouthpiece, looking more trollish in character. The vertebrae in its hands also became straight, like a bone staff. Fong Xiu, be careful. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly reminded Fong Xiu not to get close to the alien sorcerer, and her undead knight quickly flashed to Fong Xiu's body, her heavy sword pointing straight at the alien sorcerer. Yu did this because she was also worried that Fong Xiu's alien would get out of control. However, what Yuki feared didn't happen. The alien sorcerer just looked at the bone staff in its hand, and then it understood everything as it knelt down on one knee and offered its loyalty to Fong Xiu. Very good. Fong Xiu nodded in satisfaction at this. Instead, Xin pressed a button on his motorized wheelchair, and a silver target slowly lowered from the ceiling. The target was a square circle with a metallic sheen emanating from it. Only the center of the circle was painted red, and was held in place by two chains attached to the back. When you just said lightning strike, you meant skill, right? Might as well test it here. Although Fong Xiu was currently only his probationary disciple, but whether it was Fong Xiu's comprehension, talent in royal beasts, and prudent character, all of them were very much to Xin's liking. In the matter of the imperial beast, He also sincerely hoped that Fong Xiu would become stronger. Okay. Fong Xiu replied very crisply. He raised his hand and pointed, letting the alien sorcerer use the lightning strike to attack the center of the target. The alien sorcerer comprehended Fong Xiu's command and instantly turned around, hissing and hissing noises continuously emanating from his mouth as if he was chanting an incantation, while his hand shook his bone staff. Crackle! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a light purple current emerged from the bone staff, and from this current, a dark blue current split, as if it were two miniature lightning bolts, constantly rubbing and colliding. With every shake of the bone staff by the alien wizard, this current picked up speed and grew in size. The thunderous clash was even more booming. It took about 3 or 4 breaths before the alien wizard aimed his bone staff at the target and poured that power out. Rumble! The thunder rang deafeningly. Terrifying power instantly knocked the iron target into a C shape. The surface silver was burned into black charcoal. The center of the circle was even melted by the high temperature generated in an instant. The bright red iron fire continuously dripped down to the floor, scalded out a wisp of black smoke. The alien wizard's lightning strike, however, did not dissipate, but flowed out in another direction. In a row, he blasted all the treadmills, ellipticals, and fitness equipment on this floor to smithereens. The ignited fireball burst through the air, directly triggering the fire alarm system here. The shower on the ceiling sprays fresh water. A nice big flat floor that became a mess. Watching his alien sorcerer have such a terrifying performance, Fong Xiu's heart was naturally elated. But the blow to Che Xin Villa was also devastating. Let's not even talk about the value of all this expensive gym equipment. The ceiling, the walls, the floor, it's basically ruined. I'm afraid it's going to take some redecorating to get it right. When I think of Che Xin not even letting go of the compensation, I'm afraid this is not going to make me lose money. Thinking of this, Fong Xiu's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he awkwardly looked at Master Che Xin. Master Che Xin, you're the one who told my alien to test its skills here. Che Xin, you, the owner of the house, didn't even say anything, but you started dumping first, didn't you? Also, what does Fong Xiu think of himself as? He was at least a national-level beast master, so did he have to ask him for compensation for such an accident? Talking about triple damages, but just trying to motivate a little bit to get him to do well in this Black River State tournament. Do you really think you're a miser? For a moment, Che Xin felt speechless in his heart. Don't worry, you won't be held responsible for this accident. Che Xin glanced fiercely at Fong Xiu, but in his heart, he was surprised. No matter what, this Fong Xiu was only in his first year of high school, and his contact with the Imperial Beasts was only for more than 2 months. More importantly, he had only signed the apprentice contract with Fong Xiu himself, and had yet to instruct him on how to imperialize beasts. This alien sorcerer was entirely a royal beast bred by Fong Xiu himself. He himself had merely provided him with an opportunity for mutation. Even without me, as long as he saves up enough credits, Crane City First High School will provide him with the opportunity to mutate. But the power of this. Thinking about it, Che Xin looked around. The power of this lightning strike was at least 100 million volts. It was hard to imagine that this would be the kind of power a senior Mikado would have if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Perhaps, this Fong Xiu's talent is even more terrifying than Chu Xinghe back then. Che Xin sighed in his heart, quite a surprise that he had picked up a treasure this time. This, destructive. Che Yuki rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Thinking back to my sophomore year of high school, I was also exposed to mutations for the first time. His father, who had been working outside, even took a vacation to come back and protect himself. Moreover, he had been a constant resource since he was a child, and in his first year of high school, he relied on his father's aura to get the attention and help of countless people. At that time, the imperial beast that he had chosen was a demon world flower, and after the mutation, he had also gained powerful skills, but whether it was destructive power or expressive power, it was far less than Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer. Having the aura of a master's daughter, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. I remember what my father used to say about me at that time. That effort was fair, but talent was not enough. At the time, I couldn't understand the words. I just thought it was my father being too strict. It was still years later, after meeting those true geniuses at the top 10, that I understood the true meaning of it. Che looked to her father, Che Xin. Although Che Xin didn't act gleeful and even deliberately put on a stern posture, his eyes radiated light. There was light in his eyes. Ever since my father retired from the Five Flowers group, he's been demoralized quite a bit. Most of the time at the villa, he shut himself up in his study, and whenever I dined with him, I could also feel that there was little energy in his eyes. Even before Fong Xiu's mutation, she had never seen such eyes. Father's heart must be so happy. Father, have you finally found the ideal heir in your heart? Yuki whispered darkly in his mind, the corners of his mouth rising as a smile surfaced. She had tried countless times to follow in Xian's footsteps, to prove her talent as a sentinel. Even every imperial beast she bred was a phantom beast species, yet Xian had never had such eyes on him. Fong Xiu, I'm really a bit envious of you. When Yu looked toward Fong Xiu once again, an extra glistening tear appeared in the corner of her eye. Chapter 107, Imperial Beasts and Human Techniques. The triggered fire alarm system quickly attracted Cheshin's housekeeper. He breathed a long sigh of relief after making sure nothing had happened. Xian also told Fong Xiu to retrieve the alien sorcerer and gave the woefully aside room to the butler to deal with, while he himself led Fong Xiu back to the study on the third floor. Fong Xiu, have you ever thought about what constitutes an imperial beast? Xian asked in a serious tone. Imperial beast? Fong Xiu didn't expect Xian to ask this kind of question, but he intuitively felt that this question shouldn't be that simple, so he lowered his head and pondered for a while. Breed, feed, mutate, and become powerful by accumulating experience through constant battle? But after thinking about it, Fong Xiu still couldn't think of a deeper meaning. Yes and no. Xian smiled and shook his head. Have you heard of military dogs? Aha. Fong Xiu nodded his head. Regarding this aspect, Fong Xiu had really searched the internet. After all, this was a world where all the people could imperialize beasts, so Fong Xiu had wondered what the position of cats, dogs, and other pets were in this world. In my last life, not only did many people like to keep cats and dogs, but the police and the military also trained dogs and relied on them to catch criminals. Because of the Mikado, these jobs that were once reserved for dogs have now been replaced by the more powerful Mikado. Hearing the adjective military dog after a long time, Fong Xiu's heart in turn felt a sense of affinity. Xian had thought that Fong Hu would know nothing about military dogs, but hadn't realized that his knowledge of military dogs was so comprehensive. What a great kid who loves history. And do you think military dogs are born with the ability to recognize contraband and track prisoners? Fong Xiu shook his head. Military dogs have a much stronger sense of smell than humans, so they can rely on scent for tracking, but it was humans who discovered and used this ability to train military dogs. Seeing Xian use military dogs as an example, Fong Xiu instantly reacted. So you're saying that the imperial beasts are born with various abilities, but they don't actually know how to utilize them, so they need us humans to train them, and that's what the imperial beasts really mean? Listening to Fong Xiu's words as he cited one, Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You told me before that you saw the alien sword saint trying to put you to death when you faced the imperial beast refining heart diagram. It was you who exploded with power at the critical moment, and then defeated the alien sword saint with swordplay. Then, do you think, just in terms of swordplay, the alien sword saint was better, or you at the time? Xian continued to guide Fong Xiu, and that kind of problem is not a problem at all for Fong Xiu. The reason why the alien sword saint was called sword saint was because Fong Xiu felt that it would be blistering wind steps with mirror image split, which was very similar to the sword saint's skills in Warcraft. However, the level of the alien sword saint's use of swords was only at the level of basic movements such as chopping, slashing, picking, and sweeping. The phantom sword dance that he had used when facing the imperial beast refining heart diagram was a much more advanced sword art. Not only was it quick and powerful, but it could also shake out sword chi that tore through the earth. Of course it's my sword skills that are stronger. Fong Xiu replied with a firm and decisive answer. So now, this is where we humans are truly powerful. The corners of Xian's mouth rose, and a smug smile surfaced. We humans know how to exercise, how to do maximum damage in a more scientific way, and only we humans can create fighting techniques. Although the imperial beasts were more powerful in combat, they were actually beasts that were said to be fighting, but they were just relying on their innate instincts to give vent to their beastly nature. That kind of fighting style doesn't count as a fighting technique. Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, Five Birds of Prey, Xingyi Quan, Tai Chi. We humans are able to observe, study and thus maximize the potential of the human body. It can also forge weapons such as swords, spears, swords and halberds, and create sword techniques, swordsmanship and so on, based on the strengths of these weapons. This is a technique unique to us humans. Then the question arises, in the event of encountering a wild imperial beast that is more powerful than ours, how are we going to defeat each other? Xian did not instill imperial beast thoughts into Fong Xiu in a brainwave, but intentionally in some places, letting Fong Xiu think for himself. Technique? Fong Xiu thought for a moment and said, just like the martial arts that we humans pioneered, the original intent was to give the weak the ability to protect themselves. But no matter how extreme a human's martial arts are, it's impossible to put up resistance in front of the imperial beasts. Just kidding. If humans could develop that theory of chi and blood and run to the imperial beast realm and throw 2 punches at the thousands of imperial beasts bonbon, What would be the point of having imperial beasts for all? Straight up universal Gomu got it. I see. The imperial beasts are, in fact, an extension of human techniques, and by way of training, these imperial beasts, who are able to do the bidding of humans, are made to master our techniques. In this way, imperial beasts that were originally weaker than those powerful imperial beasts will also be able to have a fighting chance. If it's an imperial beast of the same level, we can rely on our powerful techniques to defeat each other. If we encounter a royal beast that is not as powerful as us, we will use our strength to break it. However, these are theories. Although correct, Fong Xiu felt that this was not what Che Xin wanted him to comprehend. At least not enough. I seem to get it. You mean to say that you want me to give the alien sword saint the sword technique I used when facing the imperial beast refining heart diagram? Fong Xiu's heart shook, startled by the idea. Even his mind couldn't help but conjure up an image. A ferocious alien encased in a pitch-black exoskeleton with two lightsabers in its hands, slashing madly while shouting Rigeki swordsmanship, and then slashing its way from Penglai East Road all the way to Penglai West Road for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking an eye. Finally, he shouted out 10,000 swords, and a shining long sword coalesced behind him. 10,000 swords were used to hang and slash other people's imperial beasts with the power of sword energy. Hiss! How did I get this fantasy? And where do aliens get eyes? This is one of them. Naturally, Che Xin was not aware of the little plan in Fong Xiu's heart. He first affirmed Fong Xiu's idea and then continued his explanation. The second is discernment. For example, the alien sorcerer that just mutated. Do you think it needs to learn swordsmanship? Che Xin once again asked Fong Xiu rhetorically. There's no need. The alien sorcerer's strength lies in sorcery. Rather than letting it learn swordplay, it should be taught how to bring its sorcery up. Fong Xiu replied. That's right. Che Xin nodded. And in his heart, Fong Xiu's goodwill rose again. Understand the strengths and weaknesses of the imperial beasts, then train them in the right way, guide them, and allow them to come to the human skill. That's the right way to open the royal beast. In Fong Xiu's heart, there was also some emotion. Sometimes it's just like that. It's hard to think of something when no one tells you about it, but once someone says it, you can immediately understand the heart of it. Daigo, you can see the importance of having a good teacher. However, after realizing this problem, Fong Xiu's heart thought of another person. Chapter 108, Our Journey is a Starry Night. Li Qingqing. After being enlightened, Fong Xiu's heart couldn't help but think of Li Qingqing. Then there is Zhang Shuren, Chen Fan. The Black River State League was not an individual tournament, but rather, each college sent 4 Imperial Beast Masters to face off in a ring match. If it was just a match in Crane City, Fong Xiu wouldn't feel pressured to pick 4. But this is the kind of state tournament where you have to go from out of the lineup to the Elite 8, then the Final 4, the semifinals, and the Final 4. Neither the energy commitment nor the opponents faced are comparable to a tournament in a small place like Crane City. If they want to take the Black River State League title, Qing Qingli and the others will have to improve their strength, too, before they can do so, especially Chen Fan. In terms of general studies grades and the level of the Imperial Beasts, Chen Fan couldn't even get into the top 5 of the first middle school. The only reason I was able to participate in the freshman exchange was because of the connections I made at home. But this is the Black River State League. Even Chen Fan's family shouldn't be that capricious, right? It doesn't feel good to say. Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. Hucheng no. One middle school's best result since its establishment was the runner-up in the league, and they might be more willing to trade places for favors from the Chen family as opposed to an unrealistic championship. Thinking about the league, Che Xin noticed that Fong Xiu's expression had become a bit gloomy and saw the problem at a glance. The most important thing for Fong Xiu at the moment is how to take the title of the Black River State League. His aliens were indeed strong. This Che Xin did not deny, but no one wants to be held back by the weak. I just don't know how Fong Xiu would feel about those classmates of Li Qingqing. Well, I heard from our teacher that the Black River State League won't be held until after midterms, less than 10 days at best. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren and their Imperial Beasts. Of the few of them who had Imperial Beasts, only Li Qingqing was a phantom beast species, but none of them had ever mutated, not to mention the Black River State League. Without themselves, they would have even lost to the 3rd middle school. So, I have an idea. Fong Xiu's expression became serious. What idea? Che Shen asked without thinking. Fong Xiu couldn't be thinking of lending his alien, temporarily, to Li Qingqing and the others, so that they could use their alien to participate in the Black River State League, right? Although this kind of thing wasn't considered a violation of the rules, and students could have traded Imperial Beasts with each other, Fong Xiu would undoubtedly affect the growth of Li Qingqing and the others if he did so. And it also meant that Fong Xiu was essentially a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Such a person may have high achievements, but one day he will be separated from the people. This was also something that a master beast royalist like Che Xin would never recognize. So when Fong Xiu suggested that he had an idea, Che Xian's heart was more than a little nervous. Only Fong Xiu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Do you want to come and be our coach, Che Xin? Although he doesn't want Fong Xiu to be an unscrupulous guy, let yourself coach a bunch of high school kids? It's really thanks to this guy Fong Xiu to think of it. What's wrong? Fong Xiu shrugged. Aren't you my probationary master now? If I can win the Black River State League, you'll have a glow on your face, won't you? And Li Qingqing also has a phantom beast species of imperial beasts. Her little gray bird even breathes fire, so with some good training, it should be quite powerful as well. Plus, aren't you retired? Why don't you come over and join us out in the Black River State League if you're just sitting around at home anyway? No, our journey is to the stars, Fong Xiu said in a serious manner. Although the time of contact with Che Xian was less than a few hours, Fong Xiu could sense that this Che Xian's experience with the imperial beasts was really very impressive. Compared to Zhang Yu, Zhang Pan Pan, I don't know how many times stronger. The most crucial thing was that with Che Xian, a royal beast master, accompanying him, he would also be able to help analyze the breaks and weaknesses of other people's royal beasts at the Black River State League, help them plan tactics. Although in this world, there are bound to be people who say that there are no trash imperial beasts, only trash imperial beast masters, but everything is born together, and a powerful imperial beast will inevitably have an imperial beast that can restrain its attributes. Fong Xiu thought in his heart and thought of the last LifeC competition events. Although each team, it is the players who are fighting hard, but behind the victory, there are few coaches, analysts, order takeout and other behind-the-scenes heroes. The Black River State League is just a starting point for me. There will definitely be bigger events in the future. Just winning a league title is not enough. Fong Xiu's starry eyes flashed with light. Please, Master Che Xin. Even after uttering these words, Fong Xiu directly bent and bowed to Che Xian. This sudden scene took Che Xian by surprise. Obviously when signing the contract with himself, Fong Xiu had acted in an unassuming manner. Now it's bent low for those few classmates of his. Is this really good? It was naturally false to say that Che Xian's heart was not moved. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, all of them are the best in the first middle school, so I'm sure they all participated in the painting exhibition. But the fact that you're the only one who made it this far means that their talent is far inferior to yours. And now you end up wanting me to be your coach to instruct those who are not as good as you. In your heart, won't you feel unbalanced? Unbalanced? Fong Xiu looked up at Che Xian. He was not quite understanding. Where was the point of imbalance? Wasn't it Fu Xiaoduan who advocated for open source and the promotion of 3 years of compulsory education for imperial beasts in the first place, ultimately realizing the grand wish of imperial beasts for all? Since Fu Xiaoduan can do it, why can't I get a good coach for Li Qingqing and the others? Then, they're worth it, Fong Xiu said in a serious tone as he met Che Xian's 4 eyes. However, right at this moment, Fong Xiu's cell phone rang once again. Originally, the atmosphere was all baked very well. Fong Xiu felt that Che Xian could immediately agree to himself, but did not expect a phone call, directly destroyed the atmosphere. But when he took out the phone and glanced at the caller, he realized that it was Mr. Zhang Yu. You answer the phone first. Seeing this, Che Xian simply let Fong Xiu answer the phone first before saying anything. Okay. Fong Xiu whirled around and pressed the answer button. Fong Xiu, when are you going back to school? I have great news. In a flash, Zhang Yu's voice floated out from the speaker. His tone was even more incomparably excited and thrilled. It's as if you've won the $5 million lottery. Ha, what good news? Fong Xiu raised his eyebrows, then glanced at Che Xian. When he'd go back to school, he hadn't really thought about it. Didn't you sign an apprentice contract with Master Che Xian? It's a trial apprentice contract. Fong Xiu corrected Zhang Yu's statement. Aha, I know. The condition of the bet is the Black River State League Championship, right? So, I found Director Wang, and Old Li and the others, and together they went to the school leaders to make a statement. Chapter 109, the leaders of the first high school are here. Make a stand? Fong Xiu was a bit confused. Did this kind of thing still need the homeroom teacher to take a stand? It's a state tournament. Shouldn't the school leaders at Crane 1 be supporting it? It should have been, but as you know, Crane hasn't done very well in the league for the last few years, so the school's leadership didn't feel the need to focus resources on the league. That's why I went to Director Wang and joined forces with the senior class teachers to talk to the school leaders about this. However, instead of agreeing straight away, they wanted to meet you first. Depending on how well you do, it's up to you to decide whether or not you want full support. Although Zhang Yu didn't say it so eagerly, it wasn't hard to hear the implication that the leaders of the school were waiting for Fong Xiu to go over my previous performance in the freshman exchange match. Didn't they watch it? Fong Xiu's sword brows slightly frowned. At least he was also a leader of the first middle school, who didn't even pay attention to the freshman exchange match. Of course I watched it, but in their eyes, You're also just a genius in the first middle school. Compared to those monsters in Hasan Middle School, there's still a gap. And in the end, I still brought up the matter of Master Che Xin helping you with your mutation before I convinced them to give you a chance. Although he didn't know how the situation was on Fong Xiu's side, Fong Xiu was the most talented Imperial Beast Master he had ever seen in his teaching career. Master Che Xin is even his idol. The two of them teaming up is bound to have a marvelous chemistry. Otherwise, Zhang Yu wouldn't have organized the entire senior teachers to run to the school leaders to argue their case. So it's like this. Fong Xiu understood the ins and outs, but his mood was subtle. Supporting your own students to go to a league has to be counted as a gain or loss first. Make sure you can get a roster spot before you're willing to help out. Let Che Yu send you back to school. Che Xin sniffed and didn't force Fong Xiu to stay. What about the coach? Fong Xiu's eyes twitched. If not for this call from Zhang Yu, Che Xin might have agreed. However, Zhang Yu was also trying to help himself with resources. One can only say that it is the time and the place. You can deal with the school side first. Che Xin neither affirmed nor denied. With that, Fong Xiu only had to leave the villa with Che Yu first and asked Che Yu's driver to send them back to the first middle school. In the car, Che Yu told Fong Xiu about Che Xin's cell phone number, as well as Tingxin's friend, so that he could add it, and when there were any problems, he could contact him directly with Tingxin. Honestly speaking, my father has been rather depressed in his will ever since he returned to this Crane City, most of the time just locking himself in his study. We were all worried about him at one point, afraid that the psychological fallout would be too great and he wouldn't be able to come out of it. Thanks to you, Fong Xiu, this is the first time I've seen my father so happy in all these days. When they parted, Che Yuki didn't forget to thank Fong Xiu. It was his appearance that allowed Che Xin to find a new direction in life again. It should be. Fong Xiu smiled and scratched his head, but in his heart, he couldn't help but spit. That kind of behavior, that's already happy? And what does he look like when he's upset? After walking into the campus, Fong Xiu used his cell phone to contact Zhang Yu, and within a short while, the latter trotted out to greet Fong Xiu and led him straight to the main campus building. So urgent? Fong Xiu glanced at the time. Not only was today a weekday, the time had also come to 3 in the afternoon. I thought the school leaders would schedule it for tomorrow, but I didn't expect to see myself in such a hurry. After the midterm exams, it's the Black River State League. Do you really think you have a lot of time? Zhang Yu spat out without any good humor. Is this Fong Xiu or not passing away? Not giving up day and night? There wasn't much time at all to prepare for this Black River State tournament. However, it's also thanks to Principal Ren's help in this. Zhang Yu said as such. In the end, this Zhang Yu was just a high school homeroom teacher, and even if he could convince Wang Kai, he would only be able to find the relationship to the principal. If they wanted to talk to that big leader, naturally it was not something they could do. Big leader? Fong Xiu was dumbfounded. The biggest leader of the high school. Wasn't it the principal? Could there be a more powerful character than the principal? Of course. Zhang Yu nodded. Secretary of the Imperial Beast Committee. There is also the Deputy Secretary, the Vice Principal of General Knowledge, the Vice Principal of Imperial Beasts, the Vice Principal of Logistics, the Vice Principal of Assistance, the Chairman of the Labor Union, the Director of the Teaching Affairs Office, and the Director of the Moral Education Office. Zhang Yu introduced the leaders who had come over this time to Fong Xiu as if he were counting his family's treasures. So many people? Waiting for me alone? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be confused. Good man, the entire leadership team of the first high school is here. Honestly, I didn't expect to make such a big mess either. Zhang Yu wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. I had thought that all I had to do was communicate with the principal. As it turned out, I didn't expect even that big shot to be alarmed. However, Zhang Yu only figured it out afterward. Those who look favorably on Fong Xiu are not alone. Principal Ren had long favored Fong Xiu. If it's just a matter of Principal Ren advocating for resources, there's nothing more than the resources within the first school that she can use. But if you can convince those big leaders, there are a lot more resources that can be utilized. Fong Xiu, such an opportunity doesn't come every time. You've got to make the most of it. Zhang Yu patted Fong Xiu's shoulder, encouraging him to make sure he performed well. Don't worry, brother Yu. Although Fong Xiu also felt a considerable amount of pressure, anticipation arose in his heart. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the first conference room of Crane City No. 1 Middle School. The area of this place is more than 100 square meters, and the height of the wall is as high as 4 meters. And although the overall decoration is on the side of simplicity style, it looks more dignified and majestic. The leaders in Zhang Yu's mouth were sitting on the podium, and a microphone was placed in front of each leader's table. Behind them on the wall hung the flag of China. The head of the grade, Wang Kai, as well as the homeroom teachers of the other classes, and the physical education teachers, were sitting on the stage. The whole conference room seemed very quiet. Even a slight cough seemed clear. Fong Xiu walked over with big strides, although he was in school and was often surrounded by his classmates, but facing so many leaders felt completely different. What a strong sense of oppression, Fong Xiu thought in his heart. Student Fong Xiu, you don't have to be nervous. Ren Xiu comforted Fong Xiu with a smile on her face, letting him relax his mind. Then he introduced several other leaders for Fong Xiu. Secretary of the Imperial Beast Committee, Cao Yuan. Deputy Secretary Lu Shuang. Then there was a string of names. Only after the names of these leaders were introduced did President Ren bring the conversation back to the Black River State League. Apparently, before Fong Xiu arrived, they, the leadership team, had already had a meeting. The eyes of the other teachers also gathered on Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu, what makes you think that you'll be able to make it to the top 4 in the Black River State League? Ren Xiu said as such. Fong Xiu? Chapter 110, Deterring School Leaders, plus 2. Top 4? What final 4? Fong Xiu was a little confused. Not that he thought the top 4 places were too difficult, but one's goal is and can only be the championship. What the hell is a final 4? Fong Xiu turned his head to look at Zhang Yu, only to react when he saw that the latter's smile was a bit awkward. It must be that class teacher Zhang Yu felt that the goal of the Black River State League Championship was too outrageous, so he set a sword to the quarterfinals. This made it more acceptable to the school leaders, who were willing to fund them as a compromise. After all, Crane City has never won a championship and has fewer chances of making the final 4. Zhang Yu even scowled towards Fong Xiu, telling him to hurry up and agree. Ren Xiu was also a bit confused, and the other leaders looked at each other as if to say what's the situation. Ren Xiu's body leaned forward, although she is the principal. But this first middle school has always been not a one-word hall. The various vice principals are staring at her position, not to mention that there is a bigger leader Gao Yuan here. Your homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, assured us of this, saying that you have an extremely high talent for beast royalty, and that you've even been taken in as a shut-in disciple by Che Lao. If you lead our first high school students, they are bound to make it to the top 4 in the Black River State League. Ren Xiu lightly opened her vermilion lips and explained the situation to Fong Xiu, while the corner of her eyes glanced at Zhang Yu. It was just as I suspected, Fong Xiu thought in his heart, although he could have gone down Ren Xiu's steps as well. How can the quarterfinals be their goal? Even if he understood Zhang Yu's intentions in doing so, Fong Xiu still found it difficult to accept. Fong Xiu's starry eyes twitched. Teacher Zhang Yu might have misheard on the phone. Here wrong? Ren Xiu's pupils quaked madly. The entire senior class of teachers joined together to submit a form, and they went out of their way to invite the big leaders here, and all they got in return was a mishearing? Now, even Li Guoshang and the others were somewhat unable to sit still, and they exchanged words. What do you mean? Could it be that Fong Xiu is afraid when he sees so many leaders around? Then what are our efforts? Don't even have the confidence to fight for the final 4. It's a shame I thought so highly of him. For a while, a feeling of, I want to die fighting. Why did your majesty surrender first? Sprang up in the hearts of these teachers. Yao Yuan and the others also darkened their faces at once. Fong Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange match. They also heard about it. Originally thought it was a good seedling. How even so little commitment? It's hard to believe that Principal Ren is doing her best for her. These broken thoughts also reached Fong Xiu's ears, but he didn't care. Mr. Zhang Yu has indeed misheard. I wasn't talking about the final 4 on the phone. Fong Xiu still said in a nonchalant manner. Top 8? Ren Xiu hurriedly picked up. Fong Xiu didn't have the courage to take the final 4, and he didn't blame him, but at the very least, the final 8, right? Otherwise, one would really have to get off the ground. But what Ren Xiu had never dreamed of was that Fong Xiu's starry eyes exuded an extremely strong confidence as he spoke decisively and drunkenly. Not the Elite 8 either. I'm talking about the champions. At these words, the scene became silent. The teachers, who were still exchanging pleasantries, all stared at each other with eyes as big and round as cows' eyes, and their mouths also opened into an O shape. Dumbstruck, Ren Xiu's pupils shrunk slightly, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her hearing. Fong Xiu, did he just say champion? The Black River State League Championship? Not the Elite 8, not the Final 4. Rather, champ? Fong Xiu, are you serious? In the end, it was Gao Yuan who calmed down first. They've never won the Black River State League since Crane City was founded. Of course it's serious. Fong Xiu took a step forward, bursting out an aura that even overshadowed the several leaders at this moment. Didn't Chu Xinghe take second place once more? Fong Xiu directly moved Chu Xinghe's ranking in the Black River State League. If Chu Xinghe can do it, why can't Hugh of our party do it? My imperial beasts, are they no match for him? As he spoke, Fong Xiu directly released his alien sorcerer, Vault Shock. Fong Xiu pointed at the window and renamed the alien sorcerer's lightning strike skill to Vault Shock. Regardless of anything else first, the name of the skill must be dominant. The 3-meter-tall alien wizard looked down at the many leaders while his right hand shook his bone staff. Crackle! Accompanied by a clap of thunder, 2 different colors of lightning, light purple and dark blue, flashed from the bone staff, rubbing and colliding with each other. The moment the alien wizard aimed his bone staff at the window, blinding lightning streaked out on the spot. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed throughout the conference room, and the large floor-to-ceiling window was directly pierced through, with a large piece of debris flying backwards out toward the outside. Then there was a wave of air that swept in all directions. It scared the leaders. No one expected Fong Xiu to be so crazy that he dared to display his power of imperial beasts in this first conference room. Fong Xiu, are you crazy? The director of moral education immediately stood up and accused Fong Xiu. No harm done. However, Gao Yuan, who was a great leader, did not have the idea of blaming Fong Xiu. Conference room 1 is located on the first floor, and it's a double holiday, so there won't be any students passing by outside, so there won't be any casualties. And he could tell that Fong Xiu was already closing his hand when he let the alien sorcerer strike. The reason why he demonstrated it was probably because he wanted to prove to them that his imperial beast had already completed its mutation. You know, the students of the first middle school are the best in Crane City. Sparing those so-called geniuses, it was only in the second semester of senior high school that they could attempt the mutation. Before the first semester of his senior year had even finished, Fong Xiu had successfully mutated his imperial beast. It was evident that his talent was not even remotely inferior to Chu Xinghe's. Secretary Gao, even if that's the case, this guy called Fong Xiu is too messy. The director of the moral education department still had a displeased look on his face. Gao Yuan just waved his hand, telling him to be quiet for a moment. However, with such a hand, many people's hearts were quite shocked, especially these teachers. They spend more time with students and have a better understanding of the level of senior students. There was even no lack of people among them who had witnessed Chu Xinghe's power. Now if one were to compare Fong Xiu to Chu Xinghe, the two sides would also be on par. No, perhaps Fong Xiu's talent was a bit stronger, but shocked as they were, with Gao Yuan, the great leader, in the center, these teachers only whispered and exchanged words, praising Fong Xiu for being really good. Fong Xiu, since you are so confident in your imperial beast, why don't we have a head-to-head bet? Gao Yuan instantly became interested. How? Fong Xiu asked rhetorically. It's very simple. We are willing to fund all of your expenses for this Black River State League, but we have performance requirements for you. If it's true like you said, you can win the Black River State League this time. I can turn a blind eye to what happened today, but if you guys stop at the quarterfinals. Gao Yuan pointed at the window that was damaged by the alien wizard. Fong Xiu, you'll have to compensate me for a window. Chapter 111, Preparing for the Black River State League, plus 3 more. It's a deal. Fong Xiu retrieved his alien sorcerer, then clasped his hands to Gao Yuan. Zhang Yu, you're Fong Xiu's homeroom teacher. Let you dock this matter. Gao Yuan nodded in satisfaction before handing over the docking job to Zhang Yu. Yes, leader. Zhang Yu replied cleanly and hurriedly pulled Fong Xiu out of the first conference room before Gao Yuan could backtrack. The teachers of the other classes also dispersed very sensibly as the matter had been settled. Soon, only Gao Yuan and other leaders were left in the first conference room. Secretary Gao, will this be too spoiled for Fong Xiu? A vice principal couldn't help but speak up. Release your own imperial beasts in public. This simply does not put them in the eyes of these leaders. Even giving Fong Xiu a disciplinary action would be reasonable. Vice Principal Zhao, when you were young, were you as powerful as Fong Xiu? Ren Xiu said bluntly, ironically taking Fong Xiu's side. We are all old men who are engaged in the royal beast education industry. Ask yourselves if it's common to see a royal beast master like Fong Xiu? Not to mention the first year of high school, even in the second year of high school, it was impossible to see how a powerful imperial beast like the alien sorcerer could be bred. You can't say that. The strength of the imperial beasts is indeed important, but nowadays, we are talking about virtue, intelligence, beauty and all-round development. Empty talent but no one in sight. This is called virtue not worthy of the position. I think it's still necessary to let Fong Xiu write a review and realize his mistakes. I'm doing this for his own good. Seeing this, another vice principal also voiced his opinion. What you all said is reasonable. Gao Yuan nodded. However, the Black River State League is near. What if Fong Xiu's play in the league is affected because of the review? This, the vice principal who refuted Ren Xiu, was momentarily speechless. These people can go from the bottom step by step to the core leadership circle. No one is a little cute. Naturally heard the words. If you continue to argue against it, you'll be responsible for the results of the Black River State League. Then what does Secretary Gao mean? Let Fong Xiu properly prepare for the Black River State League? Vice Principal Zhao saw that the momentum wasn't right and hurriedly took advantage of the situation. Isn't it quite interesting? Gao Yuan smiled. Our first middle school. No, our Huqing city hasn't had a student like Fong Xiu for a long time. In the past, in the Black River State Tournament, those students never felt like they were going to win the championship. Instead, they felt like the state tournament. It's all about participation. Now it's so hard to have a student with aspirations of winning the Black River State League, so why should we try to suppress him? The most crucial thing is that all of you are also connoisseurs of imperial beasts. Can't you see the extraordinary features of that imperial beast just now? Gao Yuan's eyes scanned several people. He had also heard about Che Xian's big painting exhibition at the Imperial Mansion, which had attracted countless teenage heroes, and it happened today. Even if Che Xian was no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could make Fong Xiu shed his skin in just one day. At best, it would point him in the direction of future imperial beasts. Based on this relationship, Gao Yuan did feel that Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer was not Che Xian's masterpiece. If I'm not mistaken, the Carman is just providing Fong Hu with an opportunity for a mutation, and that's exactly what makes Fong Xiu so powerful. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, several vice principals also followed with a look of sudden realization. If Secretary Gao hadn't reminded me, I'd almost forgotten about it. In that case, Fong Xiu relied on his own talent to cultivate the imperial beasts to be that powerful? Truly a youthful hero. No wonder Secretary Gao is so optimistic about Fong Xiu. It is said that 1,000-mile horse is often found, but bull is hard to find. Listening to the words of praise from the several vice principals, Run Xiuyu's mood also felt subtle. What a bunch of wallflowers. Principal Run. Gao Yuan wasn't repulsed by the compliments, but he didn't let them go on and on either. What's wrong? Secretary Gao. I heard that Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and the others also went to the painting exhibition, and they seemed to do quite well at the exhibition. Gao Yuan asked softly. That's right. Li Qingqing also passed the trial of the Imperial Beast Refining Heart Diagram. Only her performance was a bit worse than Fong Xiu's, but it's enough to show Li Qingqing's talent. Although Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan were second best, they didn't last long. What does Secretary Gao mean? Ren Xiuyue vaguely understood something, but there are some things that should be said by the leaders. Gao Yuan nodded a bit. I was actually thinking that this would be a great opportunity for first grade. First of all, the quality of the students in this class is very high, and Fong Xiu has been instructed again by Chiqua. Maybe a big part of Fong Xiu's bottom line stems from the support of the cello. Moreover, if we can really place in the Black River State League, even if it's not the champion, but just going to the quarterfinals, or the runner-up like Chu Xinghe, it will undoubtedly make the people in the state look at us highly. There are some budget issues at Crane this year that might be addressed as well. No matter what, results are the real bottom line. Why do Hacienda, Jiangsang, Zizzle, and Jaya City all have 9-figure budgets every year? Nothing more than the fact that their school gets results year after year. If Fong Xiu really led the first high school to the quarterfinals, they can also take that score and go ask for more budget. I propose that we provide Fong Xiu and the others with an opportunity for a mutation, and then set aside $2 million as funds for the Imperial Beasts in this league. With that said, Koyutman raised his right hand on the table, reminding everyone to settle it with a vote. I agree. Without saying a word, Ren Xiuyu was the first to follow and raise her hand. Seeing this, the other vice principals also raised their hands, indicating that they agreed with Gao Yuan's arrangement. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's notify Zhang Yu and have him butt into this matter. While speaking, Gao Yuan stood up from his seat, sort of setting the tone for this Black River State League. Full support for Fong Xiu and others. Run Xiuyu's heart followed suit. The other side. After Fong Xiu came out of the first conference room, he parted ways with Zhang Yu and went back to his dormitory. From the royal beast refining heart diagram to the mutation to dealing with the school leaders, Fong Xiu was also quite exhausted. However, tired as he was, after Fong Xiu returned to his dormitory, he still used Tingxin to pull a group and invited Zhang Yu, Zhang Pan, as well as Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and the others to join. Just, when he flipped to Chen Fan's friend bit, Fong Xiu hesitated slightly. After all, in terms of grades, Chen Fan couldn't even get into the top 5 of the first middle school. Are we really going to let him play in this Black River State League? Thinking of this, Fong Xiu still cancelled the option to pull Chen Fan into the group chat. However, what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that just a few minutes after he built the group, Chen Fan actually sent a text message of his own accord. It was followed by an aggrieved emoji. Chapter 112, Chen Fan? Young Master Chen, plus 4 more. What's up, Mr. Chen Fan? Fong Xiu quickly tapped his finger on the screen and sent a message back. Fong Xiu, did you build a group chat? And invited MS, Pan, Qing Qing, and the others into it? Why didn't I get an invite? Is it because I didn't do well in the freshman exchange? Chen Fan had always been a straightforward person, and when he realized that the group Fong Xiu had built had not invited him, he just wanted to ask for clarification. If it's because I'm not performing well, I'd like to ask Fong Xiu-san to speak up. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding between us. If it's because you think I'm not up to par with the Imperial Beasts, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of past conflicts, I can't accept it. Looking at one of the messages sent by Chen Fan, Fong Xiu cried and laughed a little for a while. Is this the high school bullhorn? How did you know I made the group? Did teacher Pan Pan tell you? Fong Xiu didn't answer, but asked back rhetorically. No, it's just that I was with Zhang Shuren and I accidentally saw it. It wasn't Zhang Shuren who told me, Chen Fan hurriedly explained. Because this group has teachers, Qingqing Li and Shuren Zhang. I thought of the Black River State League, right? To say that Chen Fan didn't want to participate in the Black River State League would naturally be a lie. Although he didn't know for what reason Fong Xiu had sidelined himself, as long as there was a slight chance, Chen Fan was unwilling to give it up. Unless, indeed, one's level of beast riding was not up to par. Fong Xiu looked at the text sent by Chen Fan, but he felt that he was quite sincere. Moreover, Fong Xiu hadn't thought about kicking Chen Fan out of this Black River State League. After a slight hesitation, Fong Xiu directly called Chen Fan, Fong Hua student. Chen Fan's tone carried a hint of unwillingness. He had always wanted to prove himself. Although you looked for trouble with me at the beginning of the school year, I didn't take that matter to heart, and honestly I'm just hesitant. Seeing Chen Fan being straightforward, Fong Xiu did not intend to beat around the bush. Hesitation means? You also went to the painting exhibition today and know about Master Che Xian's appointment with me. Fong Xiu paused slightly and continued. Grandmaster Che Xian didn't directly accept me as his disciple, but instead, he used an apprenticeship contract and signed a betting agreement with me. If I can't win the Black River State League this time, Che Xian will not only break the master-disciple relationship with me, but he'll also want me to pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages. That's why this Black River State tournament is important to me. When he heard about the apprentice contract and the betting agreement, Chen Fan didn't have much of a reaction. But after hearing that Master Che Xian's betting requirement was the winner of the Black River State League, Chen Fan screamed on the spot. Ha! Although he knew that Fong Xiu's talent was high and it was no exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person in the first middle school, but that was the Black River State League. Just how much did Master Che Xian think highly of Fong Xiu that he dared to make such a request? No, this Master Che Xian is simply making things difficult for Fong Xiu, isn't he? This is too much. Chen Fan felt unfair for Fong Xiu, but he quickly understood Fong Xiu's hesitation. Looking at Crane City, he himself was not the top royal beast master. It was only natural that Fong Xiu would hesitate. I'm sorry, Fong Xiu. I didn't realize this Black River State tournament would be that important to you. If that's the case, I'm willing to quit. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Although he really wanted to participate in this league and compete with those powerful people, after learning that Fong Xiu had a betting agreement in place, Chen Fan he no longer forced himself. After all, you can't be too selfish. Fong Xiu also didn't expect Chen Fan to withdraw so dryly. He thought for a moment. Wait a moment. What else? Chen Fan just spoke up and understood. Student Fong Xiu, is it a need for sponsorship? Don't worry about this. We're all students of the first middle school. Although I don't have a chance, I'm not a narrow-minded person. I'll find my sister to have a good talk and ask him to sponsor you. Fong Xiu? Fong Xiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What he had meant to say was that he was still on the fence. Although he had heard from Li Qingqing that there were other students in the first middle school who had better grades than Chen Fan, he himself wouldn't mind letting Chen Fan participate in this league if the gap between them and Chen Fan wasn't very big. And I didn't realize there was a windfall? Brother Chen, just how many assets does your family have? Fong Xiu raised his eyebrows. He had also heard Li Qingqing say something about Chen Fan. His family is a supermarket owner. Are all supermarket owners so rich now? Sponsorship? I'm really not too sure about this. Listening to my sister, it seems that last year's turnover was only a few $1 billion. Chen Fan stammered. His mind was basically focused on the imperial beasts, and he had never had much interest in his family's business. How much? Fong Xiu couldn't help but stare. No, is opening a supermarket so profitable now? Although the turnover has to be subtracted from the cost to arrive at the profit, but billions of dollars of turnover, how is it also a large enterprise with an annual income of more than 100 million? Previously, he only knew that Chen Fan's family was rich, but Fong Xiu really didn't have any concept. Oh, my god, I'm surrounded by dirtbags? Ah, it's not that my family owns one of those chain supermarkets. Not only Crane City, Hacheng, but also other states. There are supermarkets in our family as well. Chen Fan explained. Nice guy. A supermarket chain? RT Mart, Boxcar kind of thing? No wonder his family was so quick to give money during the last freshman exchange. That's not right. Brother Chen, since your family is so rich, why don't you customize your imperial beasts with a divine grade equipment like Li Jin did? Although Li Jin's talent was not good, He had hard relied on his family's financial resources to get the Phantom Beast seed and customized equipment that could release lightning. If it wasn't for the alien queen's greater strength, she might have flipped the car herself. See the horror of financial power. I don't really want to rely on my family. I want to prove that the strong one is me. Only knowing to smash money is not the real way of the Imperial Beast, Chen Fan said righteously. On the eve of the freshman exchange tournament, his sister did mention this matter, but it was rejected by Chen Fan. Fong Xiu called out 3 good guys in one breath. Chen Fan is not only a rich brother, but also a rich brother with a temper. Chen Fan, then are you willing to do whatever it takes to participate in the Black River State League? Fong Xiu lowered his voice as if he was a demon from hell. The cost. Chen Fan was first stunned, but when he thought about it, it was the Black River State League, the highest gold content Imperial Beast tournament in the Black River State. Wouldn't it be the best chance to prove your strength if you could defeat the strong school's Imperial Beast master in that match? I do. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Whatever the cost, I am willing. I'm willing to work harder than normal if I can just make it to this Black River State tournament. I'm willing to get up at 4 in the morning to Royal Beast. Chen Fan declared his determination towards Fong Xiu. Good. Very good. Very good. Then the price is. Fong Xiu took a deep breath. Ask your sister for money. Chen Fan? Chapter 113 Rallying, plus 5 more. After hanging up Chen Fan's phone, Fong Xiu pulled him into the group and sent out a notification in the group for everyone to gather at the second class at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then he threw his cell phone on the bedside table and fell back to sleep. A dreamless night. When Fong Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He skillfully washed up, ate a breakfast at the Baozi store downstairs, and went straight to school. When Fong Xiu arrived at the door of the classroom of Class 2, Li Qingqing also happened to come over. She was wearing a pink and white jumper, black pantyhose bottoms, and her hair was combed into a single ponytail, looking quite energetic. It was just that this Li Qingqing looked at Fong Xiu as if he was looking at a retard. Looking him up and down. Fong Xiu, are you alright? You dare to sign an apprentice contract that outrageous? Li Qingqing herself wasn't too keen on Che Xian's acceptance of the apprentice, and when she learned about the contract from Zhang Yu in the group yesterday, she was even more frantic about Fong Xiu. As a result, Fong Xiu did not wake up from a sleep and did not see the message sent by Li Qingqing at all. Now that she saw Fong Xiu, Li Qingqing was even more furious. What on earth were you thinking? I feel that Che Xian is not bad. Fong Xiu shrugged. There was nothing wrong with the contract except that there was a betting agreement, and wouldn't we just have to win the Black River State League? When the words fell, Li Qingqing directly froze in place, a pair of During's beautiful eyes staring like silver bells, her slightly opened vermilion lips, shallowly sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Crazy. This guy Fong Xiu is absolutely crazy. It must have been yesterday's Imperial Beast refining heart diagram that made him go off the deep end. Black River State League Championship? No high school student in all of Crane City would dare dream such a dream. Although I know that student Fong Xiu has always been confident in the field of Imperial Beasts, but the Black River State League champion, just by us? A man's voice came from behind Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu whirled around and looked with Li Qingqing. The visitors were no other than Zhang Shuren from Class 3, and Chen Fan from Class 6. I don't think there's anything to worry about. If fellow student Fong Xiu really wants to pay for the breach of contract, I can help. Chen Fan volunteered. Worthy of being the young master of the Chen family. You talk tough? You're so rich. Why don't you just buy Black River State? Li Qingqing disliked back without any good humor. Is this about money? This was clearly Fong Xiu being bullied and he didn't know it yet. Chen Fan touched his nose in embarrassment. Chen Fan Zhang Shuren wanted to say that Chen Fan also had good intentions, but the words reached his mouth and were hardened by Li Qingqing glaring back. Okay. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right in the morning, Fong Xiu hurriedly opened his mouth. Things have already happened, and to dwell on those have-nots will only consume oneself internally. What's more, the contract thing was my own choice, and even if things do go wrong, I'll carry it on my own. There's only one thing I want to know right now, and that's what you think of yourselves. You guys, do you want to win the Black River State League for once? Li Qingqing and the others were not as good as their own level of beast royalty, and he was the only one who could talk Che Xian into being their coach. Based on this and that, Fong Xiu had already placed himself in the position of captain. Of course I want to. That's the State League. The top students from each school will come to participate. If I can get the championship, I can wake up smiling even in my dreams. Chen Fan replied without even thinking, his hands clenched into fists. Excited. My thoughts are the same as Chen Fan's. As long as I can participate in this league, I will definitely go all out. Zhang Shuren also chimed in. Li Qingqing sighed, then lightly opened her vermilion lips. I'm the same. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Since everyone wants to take the title of this league, what's wrong with aiming for that? Fong Xiu smiled. Moreover, it's not that I'm unsure this time. Tell me, Li Qingqing saw that Fong Xiu was so confident, and for a moment, she also became interested. Resources. Fong Xiu stretched out a finger. You guys still remember Li Jin from the freshman exchange tournament, right? In terms of beast sentencing talent, he's no match for any of us, but why is he able to become the ace of the third form squad? None of that. Resources. As long as there are resources, spare a guy like Li Jin. He can get Phantom Beast species and customize the Dragon Spring Group's Imperial Beast equipment. Of course, I'm not asking everyone to replace their Imperial Beasts. Just choose as much powerful equipment as possible. And in addition, mutate. As Fong Xiu spoke, he extended his second finger. Altered? Isn't that a field that you have to save up enough credits to step into? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. His Imperial Beasts were of the regular species, and in order to go farther, he had to rely on mutations to break through. The third-class teacher also focused on talking to him about this and told him to study hard and get his credits up as soon as possible. It was originally like this, but yesterday I had already talked to the school leaders, and they are willing to fund us with 2 million in cash, and they are also willing to make an exception for us to perform a mutation. Fong Xiu received this news shortly after he separated from Zhang Yu yesterday. This was also the reason why Fong Xiu had everyone gather early in the morning. Chen Fan, how much can your family sponsor? Then, Fong Xiu inquired about Chen Fan's family. Chen Fan was embarrassed and scratched. He only realized after talking to his sister yesterday that the turnover of the family's supermarket was very high though, and the assets were taken to open a new supermarket. So there's not as much cash in the house as one might think. Also, it's unlikely that their family is going to pour all their resources into a league for one. My sister only gave me $2 million, Chen Fan said with a bit of a squirm, as if the figure was a bit out of reach. Zhang Shuren? What a good one to only give $2 million. Li Qingqing couldn't help but spit out. Her family wasn't so bad, but it wasn't capricious enough to take out $2 million to give her a fight. Fong Xiu, not to mention, the school so atmospheric, but also only out of 2 million. Chen Fan's family directly out to this number. It's really worthy of being the young master of the Chen family. Fong Xiu did some math in his mind, and each person's share would be $800,000, plus a mutation. It's just that I don't know if my alien sword saint can mutate. Fong Xiu thought in his heart. After all, Gao Yuan had promised him funding for 1 Imperial Beast alteration per person. Although his own alien sword saint possessed 2 skills, they were unlocked after parasitizing, and theoretically, they were not considered altered Imperial Beasts. At the same time, Zhang Yu also walked over from the other direction of the corridor. What was even more unexpected to a few people was that Zhang Yu was accompanied by a lady. Fong Xiu's starry eyes slightly condensed, only to see that the lady was wearing a white dress with an outstanding temperament and a face like stagnation, belonging to a category that also had a high rate of return in the crowd. Ms. Cha Soon. Fong Xiu also recognized her. It was Che Xian's daughter, Che Yu. How did she come here with Zhang Yu? Chapter 114, I'll let you in on a secret. Miss Che? Li Qingqing blared fiercely at Fong Xiu. She herself was called Auntie Che. Fong Xiu directly called sister. Wasn't that taking advantage of herself in disguise? Damn it. You can also call me uncle if you don't mind. Fong Xiu shrugged indifferently. Li Qingqing? I'll tell you guys a good news. Seeing this, class teacher Zhang Yu hurriedly interrupted the duo. Our school has decided to fully support you to participate in the Black River State League this time. Not only that. While speaking, Zhang Yu looked at Che Yu and waited for the other party to lightly nod her forehead before continuing. Master Che Xin is willing to provide us with a training ground. Really? Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot. Just yesterday, he was still lost because he failed the test of the Imperial Beast refining heart diagram, but as a result, he had the opportunity to go to Master Che Xin's house today? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Moreover, Zhang Shuren had a strong premonition that Master Che Xin was by no means as simple as just providing a venue. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chen Fan looked at Fong Xiu incredulously. First he got the chance to participate in the league, and then he was able to meet Grandmaster Che Xin face to face. Even if you were dreaming, you wouldn't dare dream of such a plot, would you? Of course I'm not dreaming, Che Yu said smilingly. However, if you guys really want to be thankful, you should still thank Fong Wu-san more. He's the one who convinced my father to coach this league. When these words came out, Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan's pupils quaked madly. Even they made a point of squeezing their thighs. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not dreaming. It's true. Fong Xiu, how did you do it? Zhang Shuren had long been a fan of Master Che Xin. He knew very well how many rich kids in Crane City wanted to be instructed by Master Che Xin. There was even a rumor that someone offered a sky-high price of $1 million for a lesson and failed to get Master Che Xin to move. Instead, Fong Xiu, who had only met with Grandmaster Che Xin, had directly convinced Grandmaster Che Xin to serve as their coach. That's too good to be true. Moreover, Zhang Shuren had already heard about the apprentice contract from Chen Fan. He initially thought that it was because this Master Che Xian wasn't too satisfied with Fong Xiu, and that was why he made such an excessive request, trying to make Fong Xiu know what to do. But if that was really the case, then there was no need for Grandmaster Che Xian to serve as their coach, instructing all of them on how to imperil the beasts and become stronger. After eliminating all the wrong answers, the one that remains, no matter how unlikely it may seem, is the only truth. Could it be that Master Che Xian really thinks Fong Xiu can take the league title? Zhang Shuren's mood was like the sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. This Master Che Xian, just how much does he favor Fong Xiu? Chen Fan was even more excited and waved his fists. Great! Fong Xiu, it's Master Che Xian. We're saved. No, thanks to you, Fong Xiu. For a while, Chen Fan was somewhat incoherent with excitement, and the good news brought by Zhang Yu doesn't stop there. You will now come with me to the altered room. Each of you will have one chance. Also, you don't have to return to class after the mutation. Based on the deliberations of the leaders, it has been decided that you should take a few days to catch up and prepare for the league in peace. As for the general studies progress, we'll arrange for a teacher and give you individual tuition. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more agitated he became. After all, this matter also had his credit. If it wasn't for the fact that he ran straight to find Wang Kai after hearing about the betting contract and mobilized the teachers of the whole grade together, Fong Xiu wouldn't have had the chance to show off his royal beast in front of the leaders. Zhang Yu invited himself a hard credit, worthy of being Brother Yu. Fong Xiu gave a very knowledgeable thumbs up. Follow me. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and led the way for Fong Xiu and the others. It was now the last semester, and many of the sophomores, having saved up enough variant credits, had applied to use the school's variant machines. Considering this, Zhang Yu also chose to seize the time, taking advantage of the fact that it was still early and there were not many people over at the alteration room. He directly rushed over with Fong Xiu and the others. Che Yu, on the other hand, separated from Fong Xiu and the others first on the pretext that she had other things to do, so that they could contact herself again after they turned into mutations. In a short while of work, several people arrived at the alteration room of the first middle school, which was located at the south side of the school, adjacent to the experimental building, with a total of 4 floors in the building. Hello Uncle Wang. Zhang Yu asked Fong Xiu and the others to wait at the entrance for a while, then pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and his tone carried a few moments of cordiality as he greeted the doorman. Why did Mr. Zhang come so early? Uncle Wang looked at the cigarette in Zhang Yu's hand and a smile appeared on his face. It's not because of the Black River State League. As you know, our senior class is really good. There are 2 illusory beast species Imperial Beast Masters alone, and they've even been accepted as disciples by Master Che Xian. To tell you the truth, you won't believe it, we've got a chance at the title this time, Zhang Yu said smilingly, like a parent whose child at home bought a dress for him and wore it around to show off. Seeing this, Fong Xiu and the others also had the sense to call out to Master Wang. Oh, I know you. However, what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that he had just made a greeting, and this gate guard, Master Wang, pointed up to himself with a happy face. You're that Fong Xiu, the student who defeated the 3rd middle school in the freshman exchange tournament and won glory for the 1st middle school, right? I didn't expect to see it alive today. The more he talked, the happier he got, and then he took out his cell phone and affectionately asked Fong Xiu if he could make a move together. My doll loves you. Please take a picture with me so I can go back and show it to him. Ha ha. Ah this. Fong Xiu's heart did not reject this kind of self-competence. Just 1 is not a star, 2 is not a public figure. Face this kind of scene, the heart is more or less difficult to strain. However, hard to strain, Fong Xiu could also feel the other party's enthusiasm. Maybe, this grandpa doesn't like me that much and just wants to have more conversation with his grandchildren. Fong Xiu thought in his heart, then stood beside Master Wang and followed along to take a few pictures together. Right, you guys are going to mutate, right? Mr. Wang heatedly laughed. Secretly tell you guys a secret. The school recently purchased a new batch of mutant machines. It's the latest model. I'll take you there. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. He was at least the high school homeroom teacher. How could he not know that the school had procured a new mutant machine? It was supposed to be just normal human interest stuff, but I didn't expect any surprises. Ha ha ha, of course you don't know, and your teachers aren't in charge of purchasing. Furthermore, this batch of altered machines was not purchased at the request of the school leadership. It was those kids from the student council. That's why it wasn't publicized. Moncler Outlet Online Wang explained. Fong Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. Student council, and the authority to make purchases? Chapter 115, You Can't Be Poor Without Education. Not only was Fong Xiu surprised by this, Zhang Yu's expression was also dumbfounded. The student council is secretly buying mutant machines? What's going on here? Why don't they use the school's alteration machine? Zhang Yu couldn't help but spit out. These student councils, what the hell are they thinking? Say, how much does the alteration machine cost? Fong Xiu became interested for a moment. At first he thought that the altered machine was officially monopolized, and that only institutions like schools could purchase such machines. It turned out that I didn't realize that Che Xin had one at home. Now the student council is even able to cross over to the school and sneak in new mutant machines. Then, when you have money, why don't you just buy one and mutate all the aliens? The cheapest ones start at 2 million, and you need to have a channel. And although there's no official ban on privately purchasing altered machines, you need a license to buy them. Zhang Yu explained, I remember that a long time ago, there was no official control over the mutant machines, and as a result, new regulations were introduced because of the casualties and injuries that occurred due to people's uncontrolled mutations. Added restrictions on purchasing mutant machines. Considering this layer, Zhang Yu really admired these student unions in his heart for even managing to get a license to purchase mutant machines. I remember that the student council has a lot of authority, right? Since they need to use the alteration machine, why don't they just let the school procure it? Zhang Shuren asked in confusion. The imperial beasts would have required a large investment of resources. Even the cheapest mutant machine is astronomical. Not to mention the fact that Moncler Jacket's outlet Wang just said it was the newest model. So it's not just a few million that can come down the drain. What's the point of paying for it out of your own pocket instead of letting the school purchase it? Yeah, Chen Fan was also puzzled. Although his own family didn't have much cash flow, the alteration machine was still affordable. But even though his family had high hopes for him, they didn't have the luxury of buying a shifter. Instead, they just told him to listen to the school. Listening to Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan's broken thoughts, Master Wang couldn't help but sigh. Do you guys know what year the alteration machine we're using now was procured? Year 23? Zhang Shuren asked without thinking. It was now mid-October of 24, and since the student council had bought the newest model, it meant that the school's altered machine was, at the very least, last year's old model. Grandpa Wang glanced at Zhang Shuren. How can that be? You think it's a cell phone, changing new models every year. Our school's mutant machine was purchased in 14 years? Zhang Shuren's eyes dilated. Wouldn't that be a 10-year-old machine? Doesn't this school even change? Good lord, the production date dried right up to 10 years ago. Nowadays, altered machines come out with new ones every year, and although they get slagged off for being a toothpaste squeezing design, the gap is slowly coming out by squeezing a little bit here and a little bit there. Why don't you change this? It's not necessary to have a low match, and you can't afford to replace it with a high match, right? Fong Xiu gradually understood everything. Since it's been updated in 14 for the altered machine, it's most likely because the first school at the time was well funded, so it was replaced with a new model with the best configuration. It's like a video card. Today's graphics cards have been updated to 5080, but the price of a card directly up to tens of thousands of dollars is not the average person can just change, but if it is 5050, then the performance is not much stronger than the past 2080. So it is caught in a very embarrassing situation. There's no money in replacing the good ones, and there's no value for money in replacing the bad ones. Over time, it's been a slow will-o'-the-wisp. Fong Xiu used the video card to explain to the crowd. You still know about computers? Li Qingqing was a bit surprised. She had always thought that Fong Xiu was a primitive person who couldn't keep up with the times. I used to help people install machines a lot, so I know a little bit about it. Fong Xiu said softly. Qingqing Li, didn't realize you had that skill. It's obvious that you don't know a lot of common sense, but you can still help people set up their computers. What does this guy Fong Xiu do when he's online? Play games? Don't you know how to use a computer to search for study materials? Zhang Yu's face was also a little embarrassed. The first high school is indeed the key high school in Crane City, but the general environment is not good. Coupled with the fact that they can't get any rankings in various leagues, the budget issued by the Imperial Beasts Bureau is basically cut year after year. The old first school, too, is no longer wealthy. I still don't understand. Since the school is having a hard time, why don't you reflect it to the top? Zhang Shuren was somewhat righteously indignant. Is it an empty phrase that you cannot afford to be poor in education? It's reflected. It's reflected every year. Mr. Wang also couldn't help but break into a curse. But what's the use of reflecting? Do you want to go through the process? Do you want to go through the process? Do you want the leader to sign off on it? This person to approve it, that person to approve it, and then a few people get together and strategize and confer. Negotiations went on, and in the end it didn't solve anything. A few people who were originally quite happy were in a somewhat low mood. Our first middle school. It is the best school in Hucheng. Right. Zhang Shuren couldn't help but frown. Even the stuff we use is 10 years old. So those schools in Yutsai, New North, no, 2 and no, 4. In the past, Zhang Shuren only focused on burying his head in his studies, and only occasionally heard people say that teachers are important and educational resources are important, so you must go to a key high school. Yet it wasn't until this moment that he completely realized the meaning of the words. Yeah, the better the school, the bigger the budget. The bigger the budget, the better the purchases that can be made. Thinking back to the junior high school general studies class, their English listening, or the use of more than $20 of third-rate audio, the volume is put to the maximum. There will also be yun refrain from the right mat of the brain. I've heard that the good schools use big name brands and tens of thousands of dollars in sound. Liberal arts classes don't carry much weight in the college entrance exams, so it's just a matter of dealing with it. Good lord, the alteration machine. That's something that will be related to the college entrance exams, isn't it? If you're in Hassan, you don't have to replace the newest model every year? Zhang Shuren clenched his hands into fists. There was no harm without comparison. Think about Haching First High School and then think about Hassan High School. A feeling of unprecedented fallout arose in his heart. Zhang Yu would love to say something to encourage everyone, but the resource power of Hassan Middle School is indeed the strongest in the state. There's nothing to envy them. Fong Xiu sensed that the atmosphere of the team was a bit low, and immediately opened his mouth. After all, didn't we still qualify for the Black River State Tournament? Wouldn't it still be on the same platform as them, on the same stage? It is not a shame to be of humble origin, but to be able to bend and stretch is to be a husband. When these words came out, Li Qingqing and the others' hearts were shaken. The usual Fong Xiu, apart from imperial beasts, seemed as if he didn't know anything about common sense. Moreover, he possessed the best talent for royal beasts, but he was born in a family of origin like that, and his parents couldn't help him a bit on the path of the royal beasts. If Fong Xiu went to blame his family, no one would say anything, but it's just a good one that being of humble origin is not a disgrace. A good one that being able to bend and stretch is only a husband. Well said, Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu all felt his blood boiling. Yeah, no matter how strong the resources of Hassan Middle School were, didn't it still lose to Chu Xinghe back then? Under his excitement, Zhang Yu even cited the example of Chu Xinghe defeating Hassan Middle School. Oh, you said little Chu. Who knows? The moment he heard Chu Xinghe's name, Grandpa Wang's tightly wrinkled brow then stretched quite a bit. Chapter 116, The Devil in the Alteration Room. Little Chu, does he often come over? Fong Xiu was a bit surprised. Looking at Master Wang's appearance, he seemed to be very familiar with Chu Xinghe. Come over often? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. Does he have many imperial beasts as well? Although Fong Xiu had an exaggerated number of aliens, students, in general, would focus on a single imperial beast in high school. After all, it wasn't like there were extra points for having many imperial beasts in the entrance exam. It was just based on the performance of the strongest one. Blindly pursuing quantity in high school would instead put the cart before the horse, and only people like Fong Xiu were an exception. That's not true, Mr. Wang shook his head. Xiao Chu mostly accompanies her classmates over. Li Qingqing slightly smacked her lips. In her opinion, the so-called accompanying students would also be those guys from the student union. How could Chu Xinghe care about students outside the student council? Especially those students who were not well talented in imperial beasts might not be much different from trash in Chu Xinghe's eyes. It was only because Master Wang didn't know Chu Xinghe well that he thought his behavior was caring for his classmates. But in reality, it was nothing more than pulling people together and eradicating dissidents. Here it is. Suddenly, Wang stopped at the end of the corridor on the second floor, and he fished out a key ring from his pocket with a wide array of keys hanging on it, and he rummaged around for a bit before opening the door to the place. Compared to the other classrooms, the space here was a bit smaller, only about 50 square feet, and there were a total of 3 alteration machines placed inside. Fong Xiu stood at the doorway and looked over, realizing that the altered machines here were exactly the same as the ones at Che Xian's house. All of them were black ball shaped. What kind of class is this? To use the same mutation machine as Che Xian? Such a sentence inexplicably popped into Fong Xiu's mind. Mr. Zhang, you should know exactly how to use these alteration machines, right? In the end, Mr. Wang was only a janitor, and didn't know much about the latest mutation machines. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, just leave it to me next, Zhang Yu said cheerfully. With that, Master Wang left the key to this place with Zhang Yu and asked him to send the key back to himself when he was done, and after explaining this, Master Wang left without looking back. However, why would Master Wang have the key to this place? Zhang Shuren felt strange since just now. The mutator here is the latest model bought by the student council, and should only be thought of for internal use. Then why did they hide the mutation machine here, and give the key to Mr. Wang to manage it? Wouldn't it be better to just move the mutator to the student union's activity room? Is this really not a concern that someone might sneak in and use the mutator they bought? Zhang Shuren was puzzled in his mind. Whatever, student council stuff. Don't use it for nothing. Li Qingqing shrugged her shoulders. She didn't care so much about what was there. The student union stuff should be hoarded out ruthlessly. Then who will go first? Zhang Yu looked around at everyone. Although there were 3 mutation machines here that would allow them to mutate at the same time, considering that this was a broken mutation, there might be a risk of the Imperial beasts going berserk. To be on the safe side, Zhang Yu felt that he should still come one by one. In case something went wrong, he would be able to deal with it in time. Then, Zhang Yu and I will be in charge of protecting the magic, Fong Xiu said as he released his alien wizard. Zhang Shuren was startled by the instant appearance of the alien. After all, when the freshman exchange tournament was held, Fong Xiu didn't have this kind of alien yet, especially the bone staff held in its hand, which was originally a spine drawn from a troll's body, was practically identical to human bones in Zhang Shuren's perspective. Coupled with that tall body and pitch-black exoskeleton, it was more than a little chilling. Student Fong Xiu's alien, the sense of oppression is really strong, Zhang Shuren said with some sweat. However, just as Zhang Yu was about to release his own imperial beast to protect Chen Fan and the others, a corner of the room suddenly flickered with a faint light, instantly attracting the attention of several people. What situation? Chen Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his feet subconsciously stepped back. Could it be that the student council did this? Worried that someone would secretly use their alteration machine? Li Qingqing frowned slightly. With the way the student union handled things, there was nothing strange about doing such a thing. Fong Xiu, finish him off. Li Qingqing directly urged Fong Xiu to do it. Everyone be careful. Fong Xiu lowered his voice. His sight also looked towards the light. The alien sorcerer standing beside him was also ready to meet the enemy. The bone staff in his hand was aimed directly in front of him. The vault shock was ready, only to see a full-bodied translucent young girl appear in front of everyone's eyes. But when it was said to be a young girl, it was only the silhouette that resembled a human being. She had long black hair that naturally fell down to her waist, and on her head was a pair of black ram's horns, and her face was covered by a crimson mask. Her pupils took on a golden color, while her body was constructed of ice blue scales to create a suit of armor. Fong Xiu looked downwards and realized that she didn't have a lower body. It was more like she was in the form of a ghost, floating in mid-air. The overall look is more like a demonic creature, and as she appeared, the temperature of the entire room began to drop like crazy. In less than 2 short breaths, Fong Xiu and the others would produce white water mist between each inhalation and exhalation. Frost, visible to the naked eye, spread from beneath the demonic maiden, in a complete circle, covering to the entire mutation room. What the hell is this thing? A royal beast or a ghost? Chen Fan couldn't help but scream. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing in all his life. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is the situation now? Zhang Shuren then inquired towards Zhang Yu. At least he's a high school homeroom teacher. He should know something about his high school, right? But in reality, Zhang Yu was also confused about the situation in front of him. He could sense that what was in front of him was some sort of imperial beast, but he didn't see an imperial beast master. Moreover, even if the student council people found out that they were secretly using the altered machine, they wouldn't be so crazy as to boldly strike out with one of the teachers accompanying them, would they? No. As soon as such a thought arose, Zhang Yu shook his head to deny it. Before teaching this year's senior class, he was the class teacher of the senior class, and he knew about Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, the more talented students. At the very least, they have seen their imperial beasts. The imperial beast in front of him was by no means owned by Ma Wanfeng and the others. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Yu could sense the strength of this imperial beast, which was not even below himself. Who the hell did this? Zhang Yu felt puzzled by this. However, this imperial beast that suddenly appeared did not attack Fong Xiu and the others. She just stood there quietly, her eyes dull and lightless, as if she could not perceive anything. Fong Xiu even confirmed it with his own alien sorcerer. Aliens' perception of danger is much stronger than humans. Even the slightest bit of hostility, they can detect it at the first moment and ensure the safety of their pack. Now the room just plummeted in temperature, but there was nothing hostile about it. Sparing the alien wizard, he lowered his raised bone staff. Even that cold aura, it only existed for a moment. The temperature of the room slowly picked up, making Fong Xiu and the others feel less chilly. But the frost on the floor did not dissipate. Could it be that she is protecting us? Fong Xiu raised his sword brows. Chapter 117, The Past of Chu Xingho. Protection? Li Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. Fong Xiu nodded his head a little. This sounds a little unbelievable, but when a royal beast mutates, it will be injected with a large amount of energy, and the entire process is more or less painful for the royal beast. That's why the imperial beasts went out of control and thus attacked the imperial beast master. In order to avoid accidents, it's often necessary to have a more powerful imperial beast on the side to protect the imperial beast master in case something does go wrong. So this imperial beast, maybe it exists for that reason. But, Fong Xiu turned his head to look at Zhang Yu. Aren't imperial beasts meant to stay in the imperial beast space? Why did this Imperial Beast appear on its own? Zhang Yu looked up and down at the Frost Maiden and indeed did not perceive any hostility from this Imperial Beast's body. Normally, Imperial Beasts are required to stay in the Imperial Beast space. Otherwise the streets would be full of Imperial Beasts and the world would have been in chaos. But officially, it's only for some large Imperial Beasts. If it's a small Imperial Beast, it's allowed to be brought around as a pet. I just don't know who left this Imperial Beast here. Listening to Zhang Yu's explanation, Fong Xiu gained a new knowledge of Imperial Beasts. If it's a small Imperial Beast that you can still keep around as a pet, wouldn't that be Pikachu? Pokemon, right? Could it be Chu Xinghe's Imperial Beast? Fong Xiu suddenly remembered Master Wan's words that Chu Xinghe would often come over here and help his classmates with their mutations. Maybe, after he left the school, he left behind a royal beast to do the guardian work. Cut. Li Qingqing couldn't help but smack her lips, but she didn't say anything more. She didn't like Chu Xinghe and had even always wanted to defeat him. But what had to be admitted was that Chu Xinghe's care for the student union was indeed without comment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured a bunch of gym teachers back then in order to help the student council out. It should not be. Who knows? Zhang Yu was shaking his head. I was already the homeroom teacher when Chu Xinghe was in the first middle school. In his sophomore year, Chu Xinghe even took second place in the league and became famous. I've seen all of his Imperial Beasts. Not this one. It's Chu Xinghe University's Imperial Beast, right? Chen Fan said without thinking. Didn't Chu Xinghe come back to No. 1 middle school after he went to college? Maybe it's left over from that time. However, Zhang Yu still shook his head. If it's a university Imperial Beast, then this one feels a bit weak again. Weak? Chen Fan and Zhang Shuren sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Nice guy. Although this Frost Imperial Beast was nothing hostile, she had scared them half to death when she suddenly appeared. That extremely strong sense of oppression even made the two of them feel helpless. It turned out to be weak when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth. I'm certainly not saying that this Imperial Beast is weak. It's just relative to the time Chu Xinghe came back. After all, that time he defeated all the gym teachers by himself. And he also beat one of the teachers so badly that he spent 6 months in the hospital on hard time. And when he came back, he just left the job. This incident is still fresh in Zhang Yu's mind. Although all of them, the general education teachers, also graduated from the undergraduate Imperial Beasts University. The physical education teachers generally required 211 and upwards, and their combat strength was 1 level stronger than them. The general education teachers. Several teachers were afraid to come to school after that incident, and this Imperial Beast in front of him was nowhere near as terrifying as Chu Xinghe's Imperial Beast. The gym teacher left. Zhang Shuren's pupils were wildly seismic. A general education teacher, perhaps, would exist without a staff, with only a base salary plus classroom pay. But the treatment of physical education teachers, not only the establishment, but also the luxury of 8 insurance and 1 gold. In addition to the regular 5 insurance policies, there is the Royal Beast's death insurance, the Royal Beast's workers' compensation insurance, and the Royal Beast's maternity insurance. It's the iron rice bowl of iron rice bowls. Such a good job. Said to leave the job. Visible Chu Xinghe to this physical education teacher caused how much psychological shadow. Didn't they call the police? Li Qingqing was a bit puzzled. After such a serious situation, didn't that gym teacher and the school call the police to deal with it? You're really going to let Chu Xinghe do whatever he wants? I don't know exactly what's going on. After all, Zhang Yu was only a homeroom teacher, and only knew that Chu Xinghe had swept away all the physical education teachers back then. For some details, it is not clear. However, this Imperial Beast seems to be unable to tell if the person using the alteration machine is from the student council or not. That would be in our favor. Who starts first? Zhang Yu did not continue chatting on Chu Xinghe's question. After all, they had come over here to mutate. It was better to hurry up before the student council people came over to use the mutator. I'll go first, teacher. Chen Fan looked at the Frost Imperial Beast and took a deep breath, deciding to be the first to mutate. Although as of now, this Frost Imperial Beast had no desire to attack. But in case it had any excesses after the mutation, then he himself would be able to act as bait. That's it. My talent, my grades, are not as good as Fong Xiu and the others. If there's a danger, it should be someone like me who does the demoning. Chen Fan thought in his heart before releasing his Imperial Beast. Considering the students' Imperial Beasts, which varied in size, the floor height of each alteration room was over 8 meters. Ow! Along with a roar, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex was also reflected in the eyes of several people. Chen Fan always observed the reaction of the Frost Imperial Beast, then followed Zhang Yu's instructions and activated the alteration machine. As with that time in Fong Xiu's case, as the alteration machine activated, Fong Xiu's Tyrannosaurus Rex was also absorbed into the container. Then came the wait. A bit nervous, Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. Normal heart. Fong Xiu patted Chen Fan's shoulder. We are good brothers. Chen Fan's eyes moved and his heart was encouraged. However, his Imperial Beast alteration had lasted much longer than Fong Xiu's alteration. Time passed, and the mutation never ended. Fong Xiu also sized up that Frost Imperial Beast from time to time. Although he hadn't traveled to this world for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Imperial Beasts. At the very least, one could tell the strength of an Imperial Beast. The Frost Imperial Beast in front of him, however, was stronger than all the Imperial Beasts he had encountered. It wasn't even close to Chuki's Undead Knight. As a result, when it came to Zhang Yu's mouth, it was far less powerful than Chu Xinghe's Imperial Beast. This made Fong Xiu couldn't help but think, just how strong was Chu Xinghe's strength? Obviously just a college student, but he can beat all the gym teachers. No, it was beating the gym teacher to death. Speaking of which, when I was breeding the alien sword saint, Zhang Pan used his Imperial Beast to help protect me. When the alien sword saint was in a frenzy and cut off his Hellfire's arm, it also didn't take long for Hellfire's broken arm to regenerate. See how strong gym teachers are. Then how big is the gap between Chu Xinghe and me? Chu Xinghe. Fong Xiu recited the name silently in his heart. Chapter 118 Fong Xiu's New Discovery, +1. The process of Chen Fan's Imperial Beast's mutation lasted a full 3 minutes before it stopped. The mutator then popped open, and a faint light flickered from it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex of ancient times. Once again King's Landing. Chen Fan rolled his throat and swallowed nervously, his body instinctively taking a step back. His Tyrannosaurus Rex was already more than 5 meters tall, and after completing the mutation, its height had even reached about 7 meters, and its body length was more than 10 meters, and its originally short and powerless front claws were 3 or 4 times thicker, and its fingers had become long and thin, and its nails were as sharp as knives. Sharp fangs glinted with a cross. Ow! The roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex echoed throughout the mutation room, its extremely oppressive eyes focusing on Chen Fan. Chen Fan, don't be nervous. Fong Xiu recalled his mutation sword saint situation. These Imperial Beasts were able to feel the Imperial Master's state of mind. Once they are made to realize that their Royal Masters are beginning to fear them, these Royal Beasts will rebel against the Royal Masters. Ha! Chen Fan sniffed and then reacted. He was the Imperial Beast Master himself. There was no reason to be cowed in front of his own Imperial Beast. But this Chen Fan was ultimately a bit slow, and by the time he realized that he had to regulate his mindset, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him had already danced, its thick tail sweeping over towards Chen Fan. Vault shock. When it was too late, Fong Xiu gave orders to the alien sorcerer, who also raised the bone staff in his hand, and electric currents surfaced from it. But in the very next second, the coldness of the mutation chamber suddenly intensified, and frost, visible to the naked eye, climbed up the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, hard enough to stop its tail flailing movements. This is... Fong Xiu raised his sword eyebrow and turned his head to look at the Frost Imperial Beast, while gesturing a stopping motion for the alien sorcerer to refrain from striking first. Only frost spread rapidly over the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, forming a thick layer. By the time Chen Fan returned to his senses, his Tyrannosaurus Rex was already frozen in place. Ha! Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was frozen into an ice sculpture, Chen Fan instantly froze on the spot. Although he dodged a bullet because of this, his heart took a beating. One's own Imperial Beasts were originally of the ancient species. At first, out of a conservative heart, he chose a herbivorous horror like the Triceratops, which had a milder character. Later, he was defeated by Chen Fan, making him realize his inadequacies before replacing it with the more offensive Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now that the mutation had succeeded, his Imperial Beast power had been refined again, only to be instantly frozen into a statue by a Frost Imperial Beast that appeared out of nowhere. The bottom line is this considered a failed mutation on its own? Chen Fan clenched his fists with both hands, his heart unwilling. This skill, Zhang Yu sized up the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. In his opinion, even if this Frost Imperial Beast didn't put up a fight, Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer would be able to defeat the other party. There was no need to worry about Chen Fan's safety. It was just that the ice sealing effect seemed to not only seal the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movements. No, although Chen Fan's Imperial Beast appears to be frozen, but you guys look closely at this Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. They are still rotating. It seems like its consciousness has not been affected by anything, Zhang Yu said to the others. I see. Fong Xiu instantly came to a realization. The Frost Demon, as the guardian Imperial Beast of the Alteration Chamber, its duty, naturally, was not to harm, to kill those Imperial Beasts. Her skill was more of a control technique, forcing the mutated Imperial Beasts to regain their composure. Or maybe it's helping to ease their pain. I remember Master Che Xian saying that the essence of mutation is nothing more than forcing energy into the bodies of Imperial Beasts, causing them to evolve. This process can be very painful for the Imperial Beasts, which is why they are out of control. Fong Xiu explained. Then in that case, my Tyrannosaurus Rex is fine? A flash of surprise flashed across Chen Fan's eyes. Even without the mutation, he was very fond of his imperial beast. Naturally, I don't want anything to happen to it. Yes, Fong Xiu nodded. I just don't know what this ability is all about. Fong Xiu turned his head to look at his alien sorcerer. Speaking of which, his own alien sorcerer could not only unleash lightning, but also extract psychic energy from dead creatures. It's a superpower any way you look at it. If I attribute the power used by my alien sorcerer to magic, then this Frost Maiden should also be a magic-based imperial beast, right? Since it's all in the magic family, wouldn't my alien sorcerer, too, be able to parse and master this kind of magic? Fong Xiu's starry eyes moved as a bold thought arose in his heart. Alien wizard, can you control the temperature in here and make objects freeze like the Frost Maiden? As if he had discovered a new continent, Manhwa asked his alien sorcerer to try it out. Qingqing Li, Zhang Shuren, Zhang Yu, except for Chen Fan, who was still immersed in the joy of finding the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Everyone else had a question mark on their faces. Student Fong Xiu, this is impossible. Although I know that your imperial beasts are very powerful and have already completed their mutation with Master Cixin, but see, isn't it only when you mutate that you can gain skills? How is it possible to just take a look at someone else's imperial beast skill and have one's own imperial beast copy its ability? Zhang Shuren smiled politely. Shuren is right. The skills of imperial beasts aren't that easy to master at all. They are either mutated or self-created. So how can you take one look at the skills of other imperial beasts and learn them instantly? Li Qingqing spat along with him, and she glanced at Zhang Shuren immediately afterward. Shuren, words, why didn't you choose Shuren as your imperial beast? Zhang Shuren looked at Li Qingqing with a black line on his face. No sister, is it necessary to spit out my name at this time? And, do you think I'm the one who doesn't want an imperial beast like the tree man? Give plants an animal mind and also the ability to move freely off the soil. Just like humans, that's already on the level of the phantom species alright. If I can breed it, I'll breed it again. But just as Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren were talking to each other, the alien wizard had already raised the bone staff in his hand and aimed it at the wall on the left side. As if it was groping for something, a strange hissing sound kept coming out of its mouth. Hey, Fong Xiu, your imperial beast, it won't be coming for real, right? Zhang Shuren rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. He knew that Fong Xiu's talent for royalty was extremely high. But, even if it's more powerful, it's not that much of a stretch, is it? But what Zhang Shuren never expected was that just as soon as his words fell, a layer of shiny substance slowly crystallized on the wall that was pointed at by the alien wizard's bone staff. Ha! In an instant, Zhang Shuren's two eyes stared like the eyes of an ox. Zhang Yu and Li Qingqing even burst out in unison. Asterisk. What's going on here? And Fong Xiu just murmured softly. Sure enough. Chapter 119, The Great Heroine of Killing and Destruction, plus 2 more. Fong Xiu walked to the wall and raised his hand towards the shiny wall and touched it. It was cool and icy. Although the effect was not as good as the Frost Imperial Beast here, it was enough to verify Fong Xiu's suspicions. Its own alien sorcerer, specializing in sorcery, was an almost magical ability, and the Volt Shock was just one of the skills it had mastered. Although Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer only froze the wall, it still created a wave of shock in the hearts of Zhang Yu and the others. Zhang Shuren took 3 steps forward and also followed Fong Xiu's action and touched it. It's ice. How is this possible? Li Qingqing's pair of beautiful eyes stared like silver bells, and her pink vermilion lips followed suit as she exclaimed in shock. This Fong Xiu's alien is also too heaven-defying, isn't it? Not only was his own strength exaggeratedly strong, but he was also able to parasitize other people's imperial beasts to assimilate his genes. And now he had even easily learned the skills of other imperial beasts. It's simply not outrageous. Fong Xiu, what did you just mean by fruitful? Zhang Yu's eyes showed unprecedented surprise. Despite not knowing how Fong Xiu's alien sorcerer did it, this was undoubtedly great news for the next Black River State League. Just a guess. Fong Xiu then turned back. My alien sorcerer did obtain the skill Cthulhu Shock after his mutation. But at the sight of that imperial beast, an idea suddenly occurred to me. If my alien sorcerer mastered sorcery rather than the power to manipulate lightning, could it not also control the temperature and cause objects to freeze quickly? It's like a magician who can manipulate different elements to unleash the corresponding fire magic, water magic, and so on. In other words, since my alien sorcerer can unleash lightning sorcery, isn't it also possible to go after the source and replace the core energy with frost instead of lightning? Of course, that's just my bold hypothesis, and it's thanks to the alien wizard's fumbling that I was able to turn it into reality. Fong Xiu voiced his conjecture. Fong Xiu, your alien, is it smart? Zhang Shuren's pupils shook once again. Although Fong Xiu's tone was one of understatement, as if this was no big deal, in reality, this matter was a much bigger problem. For example, his imperial beast, the Black Panther, had the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old child. The Chen-Fan Tyrannosaurus Rex head looked big, but the intelligence was about the same as his Black Panther estimate. This kind of thing is as outrageous as talking math to cats and dogs, and I'll be damned if I can understand it. And it's no use just listening. You need to be able to learn by example. How could an ordinary imperial beast have such a high IQ? If it's an alien queen, it has an IQ of 175, right? Fong Xiu didn't expect Zhang Shuren to care about such things, so he said lightly, both the alien movies, and the novels, and the settings in the comics have shown the intelligence of the alien. The alien queen is smarter than most aliens and can read human behavior and manipulate human machines. In the movie Alien 2, when the heroine Rip threatened the queen's alien eggs with a flamethrower, the queen ordered the withdrawal of troops for the sake of the greater good, an ability to negotiate with humans that only truly intelligent creatures can possess. Even the alien queen learned how to use the elevator the first time she saw a human using it, showing the queen's high IQ. The reason why Fong Xiu was certain that the alien queen had an IQ of 175 was that in the novel Alien, Earthslayer, there was a reference to the queen's IQ test, which scored exactly 175. All of these details are enough to prove that the alien queen has a remarkable ability to observe and learn, even to the point of being able to assess risk and to weigh the value of an action. And unlike the other aliens, the alien queen is the only being in the alien unit that possesses a sense of self-preservation. The alien queen doesn't have the so-called Madonna complex either, and in times of crisis, it won't hesitate to sacrifice all the baby aliens in exchange for its own survival. Simply a killer big female lead. The alien sword saint and alien sorcerer, on the other hand, were both new species of aliens born from the fusion of imperial beast genes. Not only do they possess greater power, they also have a certain level of self-awareness. Even if the IQ wasn't as high as the alien queen's, it could at least be close to 140, if not 150, so Fong Xiu never worried about their learning ability. Of course, the alien movie in question, and the crossing over, were fundamental to Fong Xiu's ability to settle down in this world, not to mention Li Qingqing, Zhang Yu, these students, teachers, even if it was his own family, Fong Xiu would not be able to reveal this matter. So, Fong Xiu just used the phrase that when he created the alien at that time, he was worried that the alien would be too stupid, so he stretched the intelligence. The alien queen's IQ is around 175. Ordinary aliens only have an IQ between 110 and 130, and elite aliens like the sorcerer and the sword saint should be able to reach an IQ of 140. That's probably the setup, Fong Xiu said lightly, as if he was feeling that this kind of thing was nothing remarkable. Only, what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that after he finished popularizing the knowledge of aliens, Zhang Yu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan, all of them stared with their eyes wide open, and their mouths widened into an O shape. Dumbstruck. What's wrong? Even Fong Xiu felt that something was wrong at this time. Realize that you are a traveler and they are aboriginals. Perhaps their imperial beast ability was not as good as their own, but their knowledge of imperial beasts was definitely higher than their own, especially Zhang Yu. At least he was a middle-aged uncle. What kind of imperial beasts hadn't seen before? Is this the gold content of the imperial beast genius? I don't know how long it took before Zhang Shuren smiled helplessly and bitterly. Since junior high school, he had been studying hard, and although he had always held the title of being a perennial second, he was at least a school bully. As long as you work hard on your own high school imperial beasts, you can definitely excel in the future. Zhang Shuren had always told himself that and believed it. Now that he saw Fong Xiu, he immediately had a feeling that seeing Fong Xiu was like a frog in the bottom of a well looking up to see the moon. Teacher Zhang, is this very powerful? Fong Xiu also didn't expect Zhang Shuren to have such a big reaction, and for a while, he was also a bit confused. Is it very impressive? It's more than awesome. Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu was also rendered speechless by Fong Xiu's big nerves. Combined with this Fong Xiu, he had never realized just how terrifying his imperial beast was. We, humans, are the higher beings of the blue planet because we have intelligence, and other creatures, whether they are imperial beasts or not, hardly possess such a high IQ, and it's hard to raise the intelligence of the imperial beasts. After all, the imperial beast's brain is just that big. It can't store that much information without its brain capacity evolving over tens of thousands of years. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more agitated he became, and he even wanted to hit someone. Chapter 120, The Strongest Imperial Beast, plus 3 more. Although our technology has been advancing, and we can create imperial beasts in the imperial beast space based on precise data alone, the difficulty also lies precisely in the data. If the brain capacity of the imperial beast's brain is forcibly expanded, it will result in the imperial beast's brain needing more energy intake, but the creature's utilization rate of converting food into energy is low. Even if we did create such an imperial beast, we would end up starving ourselves to death due to insufficient energy conversion. Zhang Yu was a bit emotional. Only some genius Imperial Beast Masters could rely on the magic of the illusory beast seed to break this bond, but even then, the intelligence of most phantom species of Imperial Beasts would still be limited. As a result, Fong Xiu actually said that his alien queen had an IQ of 175? What a joke! The average human has an IQ of around 130. No wonder the alien's head is so big. Qingqingli sized up the alien sorcerer. She had never understood Fong Xiu's aesthetics. Why would he set up the alien in such a configuration? Now that she understood the alien's IQ, she realized that such a large brain capacity was meant to increase the alien's intelligence. Zhang Yu followed suit and reacted. This kind of thing, why don't you just say it earlier? Because I think it's normal, right? Fong Xiu said softly. The reason why he was looking at the alien was actually the three main advantages of the alien. Intelligent and able to communicate. Although in the alien movies the aliens fought in a more primitive manner, that was due to a lack of proper management and guidance. Now he himself is the royal lord of the aliens, the king of the aliens. Then, naturally, the human tactic of great depth could be generalized to the alien community by teaching it. The second point is the alien's ability to parasitize. And once parasitized, it can acquire the genes of the other party. This kind of ability, if it was only placed in the ordinary human world, might not be so terrifying. After all, the weapon of the human world is technology, something the aliens can't take away through parasitism. But this is the world of the universal imperial beast. This means that imperial beasts all over the world are potential upgrade routes for aliens. The third point is the loyalty of the aliens. Because the alien essence is the hive consciousness, all aliens take orders from the alien queen, who in turn is under her own control. This allows the aliens to be united and not fight within themselves, and as long as they set their own course, they can all be on the same page. It was based on these three advantages that Fong Xiu chose alien. He just didn't expect that these advantages in Fong Xiu's eyes would turn into something so shocking when it came to Zhang Yu's worldview. Wait a minute, Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu reacted as an afterthought, and he glanced at the alien wizard again. So the conversations between you and the aliens, they can really understand them? Although kittens and puppies can also understand human behavior, and according to the instructions of humans, make corresponding actions, but that is a long-term training plus guidance, so that the kittens and puppies, a conditioned reflex. The most famous is the Pavlovian experiment. All along, Zhang Yu had also thought that Fong Wu was using this as a way to get the alien to act. Results, direct communication? It's too counterintuitive, isn't it? Who the hell is Fong Xiu? Aren't you like this? Fong Xiu was also shocked in his heart. He had always thought that there was some sort of spiritual bond between imperial beasts and imperial beast masters. The imperial beast can directly comprehend the language of the imperial beast master. Nice guy, hoping that the alien could understand his words because the alien was too smart for his own good, right? But it's not right. If it was an alien queen that had spent a lot of time with itself, it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination for it to slowly understand its own language, given its intelligence. But those just-born aliens. Wait, Fong Xiu's starry eyes twitched. And just as he was recalling the characteristics of the alien, he suddenly thought of the plot in Alien 4. Alien has a very powerful ability in addition to its intelligence and parasitic abilities. Memory passing. The alien queen inherits some of her memories along with the facehugger when she produces her eggs. This, in turn, allowed the aliens to understand Fong Wu's language more easily. Only, because of the different body organs and the fact that aliens can communicate through pheromones, that they don't have human vocal cords, so they can only make hissing noises. It was also because of this layer of relationship that Fong Xiu had never paid much attention to this issue. Only now, looking at how shocked Zhang Yu looked, did Fong Xiu realize this matter. Oh alien, it does seem a bit anticlimactic. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren and the others were also dumbfounded once again. Not Fong Wu, how on earth did your brain grow to be able to create such a terrifying imperial beast? Even Qingqing, a genius, vaguely sensed the power of the alien. Well, better not talk about my alien. Fong Xiu rubbed his nose, although he knew that his alien was indeed a bit perverted. But they came over here and were mutated. It's not like it's an alien seminar. Cut. Qingqing smacked her lips. That's true. Then I'll take the next one. As she spoke, Qingqing released her own imperial beast and activated the alteration machine. It was just that Zhang Yu's mood was like a sea swept by a storm, unable to calm down. Fong Xiu's alien can be so damn anticlimactic. Suddenly it feels a bit of a pity. Alas, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. Fong Xiu? No you. My alien is a bit more powerful. What a pity. Hasn't Zhang Yu always thought highly of himself? What's with the sighing? I don't mean that. Zhang Yu realized that his words were not appropriate, so he hurriedly explained to Fong Xiu. Honestly, you're the most talented student I've ever seen. It would have been nice to have been born to one of those rich guys, or to some of the big shots, with the power of those families, it's enough to send you to the best high school in China, and the future will be bright. Or even become the leader of the imperial beast industry in China. Zhang Yu patted Fong Xiu's shoulder. That kind of regret is also true, obviously having the best talent, but being born into that kind of ordinary family. And you can only go to a small local high school like First High School and High School. If Fong Xiu could get into the first affiliated high school of the Central China Imperial Beast University, or Hongshui First High School, Mordor Middle School, these top schools, the resources he enjoyed from the imperial beasts would never be only to this extent. That's it. Zhang Shurun was even a little groundless on the side. The Crane City No. 1 Middle School, which he himself had put his best foot forward to get into, was in turn a shackle for a genius like Fong Xiu. Ha ha ha, brother, you is being sentimental? Fong Xiu did not expect Zhang Yu to feel this way, but he did not care about the so-called origin. It's not sadness either. Haven't you thought about it? Zhang Yu also didn't expect Fong Xiu to still be able to laugh. Doesn't matter. Fong Xiu shrugged and continued. Anyway, the strongest imperial beast is our Fong Xiu's imperial beast. Chapter 121, Why does your beast have two tails? Seeing that Fong Xiu did not take the issue of his family of origin to heart, Zhang Yu's heart was once again touched. Yeah, that's Fong Xiu. This is the one who can say that the humble birth is not a shame, can bend and stretch for the husband of Fong Xiu. Soon, Qingli also ended her mutation. Her little gray bird had doubled in size from its original size, and its grayish feathers had completely fallen off, growing new pink ones and two oddly long plumes on its tail. The whole process of mutation only used a minute of time. Her little gray bird is as if Nirvana has been reborn. Moreover, Li Qingqing's little gray bird did not lose control of its emotions like Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex. It merely circled above Li Qingqing for a while before landing on Li Qingqing's shoulder in a well-behaved manner. What made Li Qingqing feel even more surprised was that the little gray bird after this mutation, in turn, did not weigh much, standing on his shoulder as if he had dropped a feather. The little gray bird was also very cordial with Li Qingqing, and from time to time, it even lowered its head and gently rubbed Li Qingqing's hair. Ha ha ha, it would be inappropriate to call it a little gray bird again. Zhang Yu could not help but spit it out. Students, in general, would give their imperial beasts a nice name. Although Fong Xiu retained the title alien, sword saint, sorcerer, all of them could emphasize a sense of dominance. On the contrary, it was Li Qingqing who just dispatched her imperial beast with a small gray bird. So beautiful. Chen Fan's eyes also flashed with a hint of envy when he saw the little gray bird after the metamorphosis. Fong Xiu's alien is invincibly strong. Qingqing Li's little gray bird is both ornate and beautiful, giving off a very aristocratic feel. Don't. My little gray bird is just that, a little gray bird. Li Qingqing didn't have any attachment to the name of the imperial beast, and the little gray bird's name seemed cute to her. It's my turn. Seeing that Chen Fan and Li Qingqing had both completed their mutations, Zhang Shuren followed suit and released his own imperial beast. It was a black panther, a bit larger than the northeastern golden gradient, with sharp-looking fangs and very solid muscles in its arms. All along, Zhang Shuren had felt that his imperial beasts were very good. However, compared to a genius of the illusory beast species like Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing, it was not enough to look at, or even just a regular species. Zhang Shuren raised his head to look at the black ball alteration machine, his mind recalling the words of the Class 3 teacher. With Zhang Shuren's ability to learn and his ability to control beasts, his future goal would definitely be the top 10. But if you want to go longer in the top 10, you have to rely on the enhancement of the mutation. Now that this opportunity had come, there was some apprehension in his heart instead. Although this world allows the trading of imperial beast data, the data of the phantom beast species is undoubtedly out of reach for a family like mine. Zhang Shuren's family of origin was quite a bit wealthier than Fong Xiu's. My mother was a general studies teacher, and my father bagged land in the company. As long as we don't have a natural disaster, we can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The family had also been saving up for Zhang Shuren over the years so that he could receive a better education in imperial beasts. But that money is a drop in the bucket compared to phantom species data. Even Zhang Shuren felt for a time that China's opening up of the imperial beast data trade was actually meant to open the back door for those second-generation people who had little talent for imperial beasts. If you were to stay on the path of the imperial beasts, you would have to rely on yourself. Go on. Zhang Shuren took a deep breath and activated the alteration machine. A faint light flashed, and his black panther was sucked into it. At the same time, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had completely calmed down, and the ice that sealed him slowly melted. So when Chen Fan saw that there was nothing more to do, he retrieved his Tyrannosaurus Rex into the imperial beast space. Time passed minute by minute, and Zhang Shuren's mutation didn't take too long, even faster than Li Qingqing by 10 seconds. The mutator turned on once more, and the panther's appearance was basically unchanged, just a bit smaller in size. If the previous black panther was still the physique of a northeastern golden gradient layer, The current Black Panther was about the size of a husky. How come it still shrunk? Chen Fan couldn't help but spit out. Both his own and Li Qingqing's imperial beasts had grown larger in size after completing the mutation. But how come Zhang Shuren's imperial beast had grown smaller? Could there be side effects to the mutation? However, Zhang Shuren was frozen in place. Shuren, are you alright? Chen Fan noticed the change in Zhang Shuren's expression and couldn't help but get a little worried. It couldn't be because the mutation failed and Zhang Shuren was struck down, right? Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Soon after, Zhang Shuren shook his head back and forth. I just, somewhat can't believe it. The sentinel space just prompted me in my head. My imperial beast, gained skill. Zhang Shuren's eyes flashed with a hint of fervor. He'd worked the hardest on his general studies classes, and had done a lot of homework beforehand on mutations, skills, and things like that. There are only a few imperial beasts that will directly gain skills when they mutate. Moreover, from the name of the skill, Zhang Shuren could also sense the extraordinary nature of this skill. Skills? That's really great. Although Zhang Yu was not Zhang Shuren's homeroom teacher, this time, the Black River State League was an honor. He naturally hoped that Zhang Shuren, Chen Fan, both students, would perform well. Now as soon as he heard that Zhang Shuren's imperial beast had gained a skill, Zhang Yu's heart was also sincerely happy for him. What skills? Chen Fan's eyes also cast envy. The name of the skill is called Combat Form. Zhang Shuren explained to the group before looking to his imperial beast, Black Panther. Switch combat forms. As Zhang Shuren's words fell, a white light also enveloped his imperial beast. In less than half a breath, the white light began to recede and the Black Panther's form changed, only to see that Zhang Shuren's imperial beast was no longer prostrate on all fours, but had transformed into a standing form. It looked just like Mamon's werewolf. Only, the Black Panther who switched to his battle form was even more robust than Mamon's werewolf. His height grew to 2 meters 8, not to mention the 8-pack abs that were revealed on his abdomen. The only beauty of the panther was that its upper body was too stocky and appeared to be a bit slender in the lower half. It gives the impression of working out without working your legs. But what caught a few people's attention more? No, exactly where it's hard not to notice is this Black Panther's root, incomparably thick as Zhang Shuren's arm, and the length was such that Zhang Shuren could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Li Qingqing stared carefully for half a day, her beautiful eyes filled with doubts. Shuren, why does your imperial beast have 2 tails? Pust. In an instant, Fong Xiu, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan even burst out laughing on the spot. Zhang Yu was also dumbfounded. Qingqing Li? What are you guys laughing at? Li Qingqing frowned slightly, but then quickly stretched. Oh, I see. This should be similar to a 9-tailed fox kind of imperial beast. Right, a 2-tailed Black Panther? Nice imperial beast. Li Qingqing commented on Zhang Shuren's imperial beast. Qingqing student, you shouldn't still be a. Fong Xiu's hand rested on Li Qingqing's shoulder. Cough cough, you're really a person like your name. What's wrong with my? Chapter 122 Alien Sword Saint's new skill, Explosion. Zhang Shuren didn't think that Li Qingqing would have a blank slate about physiological matters, so he hurriedly took the Black Panther back into his royal beast space and thought that when he went back, he would get his royal beast a bigger pair of pants, no matter what. Chen Fan and Zhang Yu also looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain the tail problem to Li Qingqing. Only Li Qingqing was confused the entire time, completely unable to figure out what Fong Xiu and the others were laughing at. Had he said something he shouldn't have? But even if one's imperial beast wasn't as powerful as Fong Xiu's alien, it was still a solid illusory beast species with unlimited potential for the future. His own performance in the general studies class, which also crushed Zhang Shuren, did he not have the qualifications to critique his imperial beasts? Li Qingqing snorted coldly, solely urging Fong Xiu to hurry up and change. Good. Fong Xiu nodded his head repeatedly, sidestepping the topic of the tail. When he mutated at Che Xian's place, Fong Xiu had retained the alien queen's chance to mutate, and naturally he wouldn't take out the alien queen again at a time like this. Although the alien Triceratops and alien guard were both elite-level aliens, there was also a gap between them and the alien sword saint. Thus, Fong Xiu still chose to give this mutation opportunity to the alien sword saint, not letting the alien queen mutate? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled. The alien sword saint faced Li Jin's half-dragon man and fell into a disadvantage for a while, but instead, the alien queen used her most primal strength to slap her opponent unconscious. This time, the Black River State League was crucial, so Fong Xiu should still give the alien queen mutation a better chance, right? There's only one chance for mutation, and there's still the possibility of my alien queen continuing to evolve, so I wanted to save the chance for after the evolution. Once Fong Xiu's words came out, the pupils of the others shook once again. A royal beast that strong can even evolve? That's a little too reasonable, isn't it? Fong Xiu didn't care much about everyone's reactions as he skillfully used the mutation machine and started this mutation. While waiting, Zhang Yu was curious about Li Qingqing's mutation. Speaking of which, didn't Qingqing-san gain any skills? As the second person in the senior class of Crane City No. 1 middle school, as well as a student in his own class, Zhang Yu was extraordinarily concerned about the progress of her imperial beasts. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan's eyes also fell on Li Qingqing. Confidential. Qingqing Li guffawed and did not reveal any information in this regard, but from her reaction, it was clear that she had gained skills as well. In this way, in turn, Chen Fan's mood was a bit lost. So your own beasts don't have any skills, huh? And Fong Xiu's mutation process was even more rapid this time, taking only 20 seconds to complete. That's it? Zhang Yu could not help but be stunned. Fong Xiu's speed of mutation was a full 3 times shorter than Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, the more powerful the imperial beast, the easier the process of mutation tended to be. This is a point of knowledge that is written into the Sentinel class and is the focus of the exam. A hint of jealousy arose in both Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren's hearts. The altered machine popped open again, and Fong Xiu's alien sword saint came into view. There was no significant change in its features, except that it had shrunk slightly in size, becoming only 2 meters tall. The exoskeleton, which was already black as ink, became brighter and filled with a metallic color. Congratulations to Royal Master Fong Xiu. The alien sword saint has gained a new skill, explosion. Fong Xiu? Although he knew that the AI system of the Imperial Beast Space was a little bit retarded, similar to the AI on a cell phone, but this skill description, would it be too inexplicable? The sneak, split, and lightning strike from before, Fong Xiu could still be taken literally. What the hell is this explosion? Alien Kensei explodes? Or can you make bombs out of your own body parts? What's wrong? Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu noticed the change in Fong Xiu's starry eyes and tensed up afterward. Could it be that something went wrong with this mutation? Come to think of it, Fong Xiu's alien sword saint was born after parasitizing Ma Ming's imperial beast, itself a mutated imperial beast. It makes sense that this mutation would have no effect. It was just a wasted opportunity. It's worth noting that the school uses key locks so that the students in the first school don't abuse the altered machine. You need to insert the Sentinel space card into the machine and enter the key number to activate the altered machine. And only 4 keys were given to Zhang Yu in the first center. And by the time the alien sword saint got here, he had just used up all the keys. Failure is not true. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others concerned about himself, Fong Xiu shook his head slightly and explained, "It's just that the AI system of the Imperial Beast Space prompted me to obtain the skill called explosion." Literally, kind of don't quite get what it means. Fong Xiu was not the only one who felt hard to understand. Zhang Yu and the others looked at each other in disbelief and could not guess. This was actually something that couldn't be helped. Although the Imperial Beast Space had adopted AI technology, as of now, this AI technology still had some flaws, and sometimes there would be logical errors. For example, Zhang Yu has experienced, when he was talking to the in-car AI, he said that it was a bit cold in the car, meaning he wanted the AI to turn on the air conditioning, but the AI directly started the navigation and searched all the nearby foot baths. Good lord, who in their right mind would want to go to a foot spa and wash their feet when it's cold? This happens from time to time, so it's not a big deal to require the Imperial Beastmaster to test himself and then change the name based on the skill. Zhang Yu looked around, except that this was a mutation room with expensive machines, not a good place to test his skills. Go to the Imperial Beast Space, Zhang Yu said as such. Good. Fong Xiu nodded, not asking for a visiting fee this time. After all, Chen Fan had already sponsored them with quite a bit of money. You have to be generous. Fong Xiu retrieved his Royal Beast Space card and then invited the others to enter his Royal Beast Space. In the next moment, the crowd arrived on top of the plane, with the alien sorcerer and the alien sword saint, standing on Fong Xiu's left and right respectively. It was the first time for Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan to visit Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast Space, and while they were surprised, they felt that Fong Xiu's Imperial Beast Space was a bit simple. Alien Kensei, use explosion. In order to have an intuitive feeling, Fong Xiu also used a resource card and placed a fat pig in the Imperial Beast Space, allowing it to flee across the grasslands before giving commands to the alien sword saint and carefully observing the alien sword saint's explosion. What kind of skill it was? Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan rolled their throats and swallowed nervously, thinking to myself that this explosion, it can't really mean an explosion, can it? Like spacing out and making that pig fly and then explode into bloody fireworks in the air. However, the picture Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan fantasized about did not appear. The alien sword saint stood still, hissing a strange cry from his mouth. Next, its body rapidly changed, and its originally black as ink exoskeleton actually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a sense of a small green dragon being cooked. Wait, it's not going to blow itself up, is it? A trace of panic flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Chapter 123, Invincible, +1. A bad feeling arose in Chen Fan's heart, and a trace of panic flowed out of his eyes. thinking that Fong Xiu's alien sword saint was planning to blow himself up here, and he was frightened and hurriedly backed away. The class teacher, Zhang Yu, frowned along with him, but there really wasn't much reason for a skill like self-detonation. The imperial beasts also have lives, and it's not like they're desperate, so why would they blow themselves up if they're good? But in the next second, the alien sword saint's figure suddenly disappeared before their eyes. Then there was a bang. The place that was stepped over by the alien sword saint then became torn apart, like a black spider's web, with the cracks expanding and extending to the feet of several people. Chen Fan, who was already startled by the alien, stepped on his foot and spun around to sit on the ground. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shurun were also startled and hurriedly jumped away, looking down once again, only to see that the blackened cracks could not be seen at all. Really blew himself up? Such thoughts surfaced in the minds of Li Qingqing, Zhang Shurun, and Chen Fan at the same time, and even Zhang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. But if it's a self-detonation, would that be too powerful? Phew! Without waiting for a few people to react to what was happening, a sound of breaking wind came from the distance. Several people looked over in unison, but they saw that the big white pig that was released by Fong Xiu was directly chopped at the waist, blood staining the green grass. The disappearing alien sword saint sharply retrieved his black blade and stood beside the white pig. Hiss! Zhang Yu could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. He slightly eyeballed the position of the alien sword saint was at least 20 meters away from them. From the boom sound to the swoosh sound, not even a breath of time was used. Throw in the time it takes to kill a pig, and the alien Kensei's 100-meter time is 3 or 4 seconds at best. As the great white pig was finished off, the alien sword saint's exoskeleton slowly returned to black. Can someone explain what the hell is going on? Chen Fan's pupils quaked madly. Did anyone see what happened just now? Zhang Shurun couldn't help but speak as well. Li Qingqing and Zhang Yu shook their heads at the same time. It seems like I know what the explosion was all about. Fong Xiu looked at his alien sword saint. His voice had a feeling of being out of this world. The other people's eyes were focused on Fong Hua, and they couldn't wait to ask after him. What exactly is the skill of explosion? Was that just an explosion? Could it be instantaneous movement? Several people spoke in unison. No, it's not. Fong Xiu shook his head slightly. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was certain that the alien sword saint was rushing over. As for how explosions work, I'm having a hard time explaining with scientific theories, but I'm guessing that the alien Kensei probably used some method to make his own acidic blood collide with high intensity at his heart. This creates an explosive reaction that allows the alien's acidic blood to circulate faster through the body, and strength, speed, and reaction nerves are enhanced. However, the reason why Fong Xiu was able to guess the principle was not because he had a transcendent understanding of energy. Rather, he had seen similar abilities in movies and TV shows, and anime, to be exact. Fong Xiu recalled in his mind that the name of that anime was called King of Thieves, and the main character in it, Luffy, was the one who had the ability to eat rubber fruits. He can accelerate the blood flow by pumping and pressurizing his body to achieve the effect of increasing strength and speed, and it's called the second block. In Fong Xiu's opinion, the expressive power of the alien sword saint who had just rushed out was also somewhat similar to the shaving in the Navy's 6 styles in the King of Thieves. Of course, this kind of discovery Fong Xiu naturally wouldn't tell Li Qingqing and the others, and even if he did, they wouldn't be able to understand. Fong Xiu was just using simple statements as much as possible to make Li Qingqing and the others understand what kind of skill an explosion was. That powerful? Zhang Shurun was dumbfounded. He thought that the Black Panther's switching form was already very powerful. However, compared to this explosion, he instantly felt as if form switching didn't smell so good. A hint of jealousy also flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. The alien sorcerer's Cthulhu shock is a stretch, but he can also push the envelope by taking advantage of his intellect and learning the Frost Imperial Beast's freeze spell. It had already made her heart very envious. As a result, this alien sword saint's explosive skill was even more unreasonable. If this was used as a trump card and suddenly came that way, I'm afraid that no Imperial Beast would be able to react. It's a proper first-time kill. No. As soon as such a thought popped up, Li Qingqing shook her head. What a first-sight kill. That kind of terrifying speed. Even if it's an Imperial Beast that understands the explosion skill, it's hard to dodge it. And then there's the alien sorcerer to go along for the ride. Qingqing Li felt a tremendous amount of pressure just by brainstorming that image. The Black River State League. There might actually be a chance, if we're lucky and use this as an ace in the hole, and take out Hassan Middle School by surprise. The Black River State Championship won't be a dream. No matter what, Li Qingqing was Fong Xiu's teammate, not a competitor, and she couldn't help but enter fantasy time at this time. However, Li Qingqing was not naive enough to think that Fong Xiu could sweep away the geniuses of Hassan Middle School. After all, the Black River State Tournament is a state competition, not a one-day affair like the freshman exchange. Group stage, Final 4, Semifinals, Final. The buffer in there was enough for the elite team at Hasanzhong to analyze Fong's alien sword saint frame by frame and devise a countermeasure. Unless all the geniuses from the other colleges and universities could not force out the true strength of the alien sword saint, it would still have to rely on hard power in order to take the title. But Fong Xiu had raised his two major aliens to such strength in such a short period of time. Would the genius from Hasan Middle School really be a match for Fong Xiu? It feels like anticipation is rising. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing's entire body suddenly had a feeling of boiling blood, itching to start the Black River State League right away. Zhang Shurun and Chen Fan even cast envious glances, especially this Chen Fan. He was the only one in this mutation who hadn't gained any skills. When really have a kind of people than people to die, goods than goods to throw the feeling. Great! Fong Xiu, Zhang Yu danced with excitement. With the alien sword saint and alien sorcerer, we'll definitely be able to place in the Black River State League this time. Invincible. In Zhang Yu's opinion, Fong Xiu's alien sword saint was truly invincible this time. Qingqing Li and others were also inspired. There was a certain amount of envy and jealousy, but everyone was at least a team. However, just as several people were feeling incredibly excited, the alien sword saint not far away suddenly dropped to one knee. Zhang Yu was startled by the scene. What happened? Fong Xiu's line of sight then looked towards the alien sword saint. Does it mean that? In the next second, Fong Xiu decisively ran over. Chapter 124, Alien, Speak for Me, +2. When Fong Xiu walked over he realized that acidic blood was dripping from the corner of the alien sword saint's mouth, corroding and dissolving the grass on the ground, and the acidic blood looked like it had been heated, with white steam wafting from it. Fong Xiu, what's going on? Zhang Yu hurriedly followed him over, but after the state of the alien sword saint, his mood became tense. Then there was Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Chen Fan. It was hard for them to have the alien sword saint as an ace in their squad, so they naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. It looks like the power of the explosion was too strong, and the alien sword saint had difficulty adapting to it for a while. Fong Xiu checked his injuries. In addition to the acidic blood coming out of his mouth, the alien sword saint's muscles were visibly torn. After all, its exoskeleton was only like armor against attacks from the outside, and if the impacts were generated from the inside, this exoskeleton would hardly be useful. My alien sword saint is still not quite the same as King of Thieves Luffy's second block. Fong Xiu thought in his heart that the alien sword saint's blood was originally acidic blood with an extremely strong corrosive effect. There is no telling what substance is contained within, and with the corrosive nature of acidic blood, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do a blood test on it. A strong collision at the heart would naturally produce a terrifying amount of energy. It was no wonder that his own Imperial Beast Space AI had named this skill Explosion. It's really skillful as its name suggests, killing with your life. Then this skill, is it that it can't be used in the future? Zhang Shurun asked with some worry. The aliens were already very powerful Imperial beasts, but I didn't think they could still withstand the side effects of the explosion. Not really. Who knew that? Fong Xiu shook his head. Alien exoskeletons and acidic blood can quickly clot wounds, preventing blood loss and infection, and even if the body is torn apart, the wounds can be closed in a short period of time. Aside from that, my aliens are able to slowly regenerate all of their limbs and organs as long as they are not head damaged. The aliens probably won't be able to tap the tech tree and develop a civilized society, but in terms of physical strength, it was definitely an undefeatable little powerhouse. Although the side effects from the explosion would cause the alien Kensei to lose its mobility for a short period of time, it wouldn't take long for it to recover. Even in Fong Xiu's opinion, the main reason why the explosion had this side effect was because the alien sword saint wasn't strong enough. The more this happens, the more explosions should be used, letting its muscles tear and regenerate until it could withstand the blast. For the rest of the time, let the alien Kensei keep trying to explode and build up its muscle strength. As Fong Xiu spoke, he stood up from the grass and set a general direction for the alien sword saint's training for the next few days. Alien sorcerers, on the other hand, tried different elemental sorceries whenever possible. Fong Xiu's appearance of being so glib made the three Li Qingqing people freeze once again. That's too calm, isn't it? Aren't you worried about your alien sword saint getting screwed over by you? Qingli couldn't help but spit it out. Nice guy. Knowing that explosions had so many side effects, they still let the alien sword saint keep using them. Devil. This guy, Fong Xiu, is simply a devil. If this was known to those who loved Imperial Beasts and the Imperial Beast Protection Association, they would have to hang Fong Xiu on the little red book. Strongly condemned. Me? Screw the alien? Fong Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those humans in the Alien movie series would kill to screw the aliens. It would be too weak if he just played himself to death, wouldn't it? In short, the alien sword saint's explosion can only last for 3 seconds at the moment, and that's too short a time. Any way you can, find a way to extend the time to more than 10 seconds, and it has to be used only when it matters. Fong Xiu parsed himself. Such a bland expression made Zhang Yu feel a bit surprised in his heart. Each imperial beast has a very deep emotional bond with its royal master. This is one of the reasons why the Royal Veterinary Hospital is able to make a lot of money. Even if there is data to recreate the same imperial beast, the feelings are hard to get rid of. That's why some royal masters, even in the face of astronomical healing fees, would choose to heal their injured royal beasts. As a result, when it came to Fong Xiu, he was too rational in his thinking. There was none of that affliction of worrying about the aliens. Zhang Yu revisits Qingqingli, Shurun Zhang. If it was their imperial beast that had acquired such a skill, it would probably be torn up inside, right? Only Fong Xiu, without the slightest fluctuation in his tone of voice, gave the alien sword saint an explosion plan. If it was from a rational perspective, Zhang Yu also felt that this was the optimal solution. However, if he were to approach it from an emotional perspective, he would feel that Fong Xiu had been a bit too harsh on his imperial beasts. And just as Zhang Yu hesitated whether or not to tell Fong Xiu what he was thinking, the latter took the initiative to open up to him. That's right, brother Yu, the imperial beast skill, can it be extracted and promoted? The skill, explosion, feels too suitable for my imperial beast. If only we could get all the aliens to learn to explode. Fong Xiu's starry eyes showed a touch of fervor. Just thinking about that image gave him a thrill. Zhang Yu, Qingqingli, Zhang Shurun, Chen Fan? For a moment, several people were all dumbfounded. Just one alien sword saint is already very outrageous, and as a result, Fong Xiu is still planning to take the explosion and extend it to the entire alien community? No, you don't even think about the aliens? If he could assimilate the genes of those imperial beasts, how powerful the aliens born would be. Fong Xiu simply didn't dare to think about it. Receivers have emotions. Fong Hua, please be kind to your aliens. Although they do look like monsters coming out of a horror movie, they are imperial beasts. They also have animal rights. Qingqingli couldn't help but speak up for the aliens. Fong Xiu, due to the difference in perception, Fong Xiu only felt that Li Qingqing's words were very outrageous, but it couldn't be helped. After all, Li Qingqing and the others didn't understand the habits of the opposite sex. In their eyes, aliens were just not so good-looking imperial beasts. But aliens are creatures like that, and they will do whatever it takes to make the pack grow, even if that price is death. They are also willing to go forward. Alright. Fong Xiu looked at Li Qingqing's huffing and puffing appearance, but still his tone loosened. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. Fong Xiu was also too lazy to explain the habits of the alien to Li Qingqing, and just stated that he would pay attention to the emotional needs of the alien in the future. Still, it feels a bit outrageous. Alien emotional needs? How does this arrangement of words feel so foreign? Forget it. Fong Xiu left the alien sword saint in the imperial beast space, letting it take a good rest, and then followed his class teacher, Zhang Yu, back to the school, and then called and contacted Che Yu, agreeing with her to meet at the school gate and head to Che Xian's villa together. The next few days will be spent over there, training. By the way, what does it take to customize a weapon for an imperial beast? After putting down the phone, Fong Xiu curiously asked class teacher Zhang Yu,